Who is this young man who, while drunk, casually carves some sword moves on a wall that became his sect's ultimate technique? He refused to join the world-shaking heavenly demon war because he dislikes fighting weaklings. What kind of background does he have for all his subordinates to be supreme masters? No one knows his true level, only that he reached the legendary state of walking on air. Yet his face looks like a 20-year-old youth. People can only guess he's a centuries-old man who rejuvenated his youth. He always carries two heavily bandaged swords, but when unwrapped, cries from hell always echo in the ears. No one knows what those swords look like, because anyone who saw their true form is no longer alive. Without further ado, let's begin. That night, it was pouring rain outside. Assassins in straw raincoats stood stiffly outside with swords, a tense atmosphere enveloping the building. Inside the room, two men sat facing each other talking. He is a terrifying demon. Tran Yifeng, boss of Tran Home Merchant Union, raised his bandaged, missing finger hand. He didn't just rob my wealth, he even cut off my fingers. He was furious. Though I am in this state, don't underestimate me. I still have enough money to hire you to kill him for revenge. The man opposite him was Kui Min, the top assassin in the martial world. With dark circles and a cold face, he asked, any other identifying features? Clothes or appearance, for instance? The fat old man glared. That guy. He thought for a moment before blurting out, he looks very handsome. I first met him at a banquet. He seemed very elegant, with outstanding eloquence and abilities. Though only 20, he is highly knowledgeable. He has traveled to every corner of the Central Plains. I spent 2 months with him like that. After getting drunk, he executed a martial arts move. The old butler behind him immediately understood and pulled away a folding screen to show the other guy. That is the exclusive martial art of Thunder Sword, Lan Di Thuong. The slash mark left on the screen was visibly terrifying. Kui Min was startled upon seeing it, his eyes widening in shock. This lightning pattern. It's truly the mark of the rumored Thunder Sword. One of the previous generation's top 10 masters, Lan Di Thuong. He vanished a few years before the righteous demonic war. The war ended 20 years ago and he still hasn't reappeared. The fat Tran Yifeng added, at first I didn't believe it either, but after seeing the manual in his hand, I was certain. I finally decided to kill him to steal that manual, which is worth more than a fortune. I sent everyone, from Life and Death Sword to 100 top masters, and even demonic sword Thien Vu Nak, one of the world's top 10 masters. At this point, his face turned paler than paper with fear, but not a single one returned alive. Every time that guy comes looking for me, he not only cuts my fingers and steals my wealth. Before leaving, he even tells me, I'm in such a good mood, to openly rob you of everything. The main character even smirked then, and he wasn't wrong. It was the fate the old man deserved. Even Kui Min couldn't defend the old man, but only thought to himself, you tried to kill him first, he's not wrong. But he was also intimidated. Can a 20-year-old really fight Thien Vu Nak? Mentioning it made the old man's stump tremble. That guy just needed an excuse to rob me. He shamelessly looked at Kui Min. I beg you must kill him. That demon's name is Shich Loi Kan. Kui Min followed the name and tracked him to a place. An old farmer pointed the way for him. Young Master Shik's house is over there. While living here, he treated us servants very well. He's a very kind person. Hearing this made his head spin. He's a kind person this time? He had actually investigated. He is the playboy young Master Shich. A brothel girl even blushed and praised him. Young Master Shich hardly spends money. He's a true playboy who understands romance. His song from that day still echoes in my ears. Someone else said, a few months ago, someone's fingers were cut off. He robbed another wealthy man's assets. When Kui Min reached the casino, the guy there laughed till he cried. He said he poured all his life's failures into the casino for future great luck. In his eyes, another piece of the main character was added, a fool who always loses bets. The last piece of information he found was that he had joined the martial arts tournament. Kui Min reviewed everything, sighed, and clicked his tongue. This guy is like an onion. Who exactly is he? He asked the guide again, did he say anything before leaving? He said he was ready to establish his own sect, looking for a smart woman to help manage household affairs. Kui Min was speechless. A woman? What an unpredictable guy. The old man carefully pointed. This is the room young Master Shich stayed in. Take your time checking it. Kui Min pushed the door open to an ordinarily tidy room. The furnishings were simple. Table, chairs, bookshelf, and that was it. As the martial world's top assassin, a quick glance only revealed nothing special here. Suddenly, he was startled by a painting on the wall. This is It had some words and a mark, Hubei Heji, hegemony of Hubei. He pieced the words together. Conquer Hubei? Finding a clue, he smirked smugly. If it's Hubei. 2 martial arts tournaments are being held there this year. He stood reading the paper, muttering happily. Catching him is only a matter of time. But conquer Hubei? What? If you're going to write it, why not write conquer the world? Distracted, he didn't notice someone had appeared behind him and had been watching him for a while. A voice rang out, startling him. He initially intended to, but I stopped him, telling him to take it one step at a time. Kui Min hastily spun around. Before he could even clearly see the person's face, a piercing scream of agony echoed in the room. A while later, the room went quiet again, accompanied by the sound of pouring tea and chatting. Why did Sixloi can go to Hubei? How would I know what that guy is thinking? Covered in blood and barely opening his eyes, Kui Min seemed to have been knocked out cold. He only heard voices in his ear. Let's go too. We have nothing to do anyway, right? If seniors appear, it will shock the martial world. His body was pinned to the wall by a sword. Before him sat 3 old folks drinking tea and chatting. Clearly, they were no ordinary people. He woke up in panic at this sight and turned to look at the hook embedded in his arm. You're over 100 years old. What do the rules of this world even mean anymore? The others were talking when suddenly an old woman turned to look at him. Kiddo. She offered a steaming cup of tea and asked, "Would you like a cup too?" But how could Kui Min dare? Seeing the yellow smoke hovering over the teacup, he shivered in fear. This aura. 2 scythes, one pinned to his body, the other tucked at the old woman's waist. He finally recognized her, the one the previous heavenly demon trusted the most, the supreme demon empress. Its twin demonic scythes, Duong Hua An. He then looked at the old man sitting nearby. That pattern on the scabbard it's definitely the vanished Lan Di Thuong. He's a righteous swordsman. Why is he with a demonic cultivator? As for the last old man, moreover, that demonic energy belongs to demonic sword Tien Vu Nyak? His mind immediately flashed back to the folding screen the amputee showed him. That is the exclusive martial art of Thunder Sword Lan Di Thuong. And there's Tien Vu Nyak, too. By the time he realized it, it was too late. These people are Sixloi Can's accomplices. Kui Min suppressed his terror and asked with a trembling voice, Why won't you kill me? The old lady explained briefly, I promise not to kill anyone carelessly without his permission. However, crippling your dantian and severing the tendons in one of your legs is fine. The old man Lan Di Thuong also looked over and added, I heard assassins aren't afraid of dying. You people hide lethal poison under your fangs, don't you? He understood, laughed helplessly, and accepted his fate. Was the old man implying it was better to kill himself than to live in pain? Damn right, their eyes were clearly waiting for a show. He looked around the room, growing more desperate. A way out of here. There isn't one. Thinking this, he just bit the poison pill and committed suicide. Better to die and reincarnate early. Blood gushed from his mouth, and before dying he managed to say, Sixloi Can. I'm so jealous of him. To have masters like you protecting him. His eyes faded away and finally, darkness enveloped him. But before officially crossing over, Kui Min still heard them reply, he doesn't even need our help. The main character with 2 crossed swords on his back looked that cool. Meanwhile, in a flower field, another bunch of suicidal thugs blocked his path, tilting their chins and laughing wickedly as they questioned him. Finally found you. The manual is in your hands, isn't it? They even told each other, we can't be careless. Several of the previously dispatched experts have already died. But the leader didn't buy it. Acting tough, he drew his sword. Young man, you've got some nerve. You offend the boss of Tran Hua Merchant Union and think you can walk away safely? Your head. Before you could finish, a blazing red light flew straight at his face. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he couldn't dodge. His body flipped and flew straight backward. It'd be a miracle if he survived. With a crash, a cloud of dust kicked up. The others panicked seeing his miserable defeat and rushed over, calling, Boss. Those guys were blind as bats. Seeing that, they still dared to charge with their swords, aiming a slash at the main character while cursing, You bastard. Who would have thought he just needed 2 fingers to firmly pinch the tip of the sword, spinning it once and killing them all. Over a dozen guys rushing in together weren't even qualified to be his opponents. These guys were just quick to throw their lives away, their blood flowing like a river. The main character's tattooed back of hand glowed brightly. One more strike and the whole gang was finished. Corpses littered the ground, while he stood there as calmly as ever. Less than greater than. This badass man was none other than Sixloi Can. Knowing exactly where they came from, he rubbed his head, brushed his hair back, and warned, "Still haven't given up? Was cutting off your fingers not enough?" The great war between righteous factions and demon sect, where anyone carrying a weapon had to lose their life. But no one expected this war to last for 13 years. Filled with tears and screams, a limitless hell of blood and storms, this endless war suddenly called a truce one day, putting an end to it. Even though 20 years have passed, no one knows the reason for the truce. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult and Righteous Path Alliance seem to have agreed to keep it strictly confidential. As time went by, new forces gradually emerged in the martial world. Some clans slowly fell into decline due to the war's aftermath. In a courtyard, a girl in white constantly slashed her sword through the wind, wondering as she trained, "Why on earth can't I break through the 7th stage?" This beautiful girl was Trin Sa Lian, the second miss of Chin Kiam Mon. The more she practiced, the more fired up she became, resolving, "I must quickly master the Jichta sword art to revive my clan." Jichta sword art is Chin Kiam Mon's ancestral martial art, but practicing for so long was exhausting. With sweat soaking her clothes, she sighed heavily. Phew. It's so weird. Why haven't I improved at all? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Jia Lian." Turning around, she saw her older sister Trin Hua Lian, the first miss of Chin Kiam Mon, and her brother-in-law Tu Bak standing there waving. She looked at them. "I was practicing my sword. Why did you two suddenly?" Her sister rubbed her temples, lowered her head, and sighed. "The people from Trong Ham Bang have arrived." Her sister announced the news. "Young Master Trong wants to partner with you for the Dragon Phoenix Banquet." Trin Sa Lian, hearing this for the first time, was completely shocked. What? The two most anticipated martial arts tournaments in the Central Plains, the Heavenly Dragon Battle, a fight that wagers the sect's honor and lives, is considered the #1 tournament in the world. The Dragon Phoenix Banquet is exclusively for young talents pairing a man and a woman. This year, both tournaments are being held in Wuhan, Hubei. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps in disgust. Not only is this male-female pairing childish, but I also have to team up with that pervert Trong Nan Kiet. She bluntly refused right away. "No way, I can't do it." So Lian lost her temper and yelled at her sister, "Why do I have to join with that guy?" Ho Lian calmly explained, "Don't be mad, just hear me out first. You always said you wanted to raise our family's reputation. If you're chosen as the dragon and phoenix, it would be a huge honor." Besides opposing the Trong Ham Bang. But before she could finish, Lian ran away as fast as she could, shouting, "I'm absolutely not participating. Sister, just lie about your age and compete yourself," leaving the two of them standing there completely speechless. The scene shifts to a bustling market with hawkers shouting everywhere. "Come on in, new goods have arrived. Westlake Longjing tea, half price today." From the stalls, people could be heard gossiping. "Have you heard? Boss Tuan Lian got another finger chopped off this time. Someone finally took revenge for us." Sa Lian ran all the way out here before she dared to stop and catch her breath, racking her brain to figure things out. What if the Trong Ham Bang tries to harm our family? Can they really do whatever they want just because they have power? At first glance, this market seems peaceful, but looking closely, it's full of deceit and people harming each other. Filled with sinister schemes and plots. She stood there in a daze, confused by the sight before her, wondering, is this really the martial arts world I always dreamed of? Suddenly, an excited shout rang out from behind. "Ah, the Martial Arts Alliance leader, this guy." Intrigued, she turned her head to see a cheering crowd. The dream of uniting the demon sect actually ended like this. The heavenly demon has fallen. It was a stage performance where some old men were reenacting a fight scene. The 13-year war is finally over. Long live the Alliance leader. She watched in disbelief. How is that possible, even if it's just a play? Does really no one know how the great war between righteous and demonic factions actually ended? She absent-mindedly muttered a few words, not expecting someone to walk up behind her and agree. "I think so too." It was our main character, Shich Loikan, standing beside her with his arms crossed. The heavenly demon's 9 calamities. Demonic art is known as the invincible demonic art. In a one-on-one fight, no one can beat him. Moreover, the great war between the righteous and demonic factions definitely wouldn't end so boringly. Zalian looked over, her face pale with confusion. Who is this weird guy? But he acted like they were old friends, inviting her right on their first meeting. "I'm thirsty, let's go get a drink. You lead the way, it's my first time in Wuhan." She carefully evaluated him from head to toe, finally concluding, "How dare you try to pull a fast one on me with that innocent face?" Thinking that, she waved her hand and immediately walked away. If you're a martial artist, don't do such cheap things. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving. Suddenly he called after her. Do you feel like this martial arts world is really that wonderful? His question hit a nerve, and Zalian immediately turned around. What? What did you just say? He looked towards the stage with disdain. They've long thrown chivalry and righteousness to the back of their minds. It's a martial arts world that only chases after short-term benefits. Don't you find it ridiculous? The two locked eyes. It was as if he was mocking her directly. Zillian was trembling with anger, gripping her sword tightly, still trying to stay calm as she told herself, I absolutely must not get angry. So she lowered her sword again and asked Sichloi Khan in return, But aren't you still living in this martial arts world too? After saying that, she walked straight away without bothering to argue further, still clinging to her belief. This martial arts world. Actually, it's not as worthless as you say. He stood there in a daze, watching her. Thinking she might not be wrong, he let out a laugh and turned to walk in the opposite direction. In the crowded market, the two of them fatefully met and then went their separate ways, not even knowing each other's names. Inside Huaduang Inn, it was packed with people and the sound of lively, noisy conversations. Some guys were eating and bragging loudly. The Dragon Phoenix banquet is huge this time. The winner will definitely be young Master Lam of the Baksuyen Overlord. Oh man, you can't underestimate young Master Duong of the Namnyak Lian either. They were busy shooting the breeze when they suddenly stopped and stared at the figure who had just entered the inn. It was Sa Lian holding her sword. She walked in and looked around, wondering, is it because of the tournament? There are so many people. The waiter recognized her and ran over to bow. Isn't this Miss Trin of Chinkiam Mon? Why are you alone? She replied casually, Oh, I just want to get a drink. But he looked troubled. Oh dear, what should we do? Only the VIP room is left right now. Please come this way. Miss Trin is our #1 beauty of Wuhan. I'll give you a discount. All the men in the inn turned to look. #1 beauty of Wuhan? No wonder she looks so beautiful. Wherever Zalian went, the crowd's eyes followed her, making her lose her natural composure. She felt incredibly annoyed and thought, who on earth started this rumor? Normally, I wouldn't come to an inn alone like this. From the Trongham gang to that weird guy earlier. Just as she finished the thought, the waiter opened the door, and Sichloi Khan was already sitting right there inside. He even turned around to greet her first. Huh, we meet again? His eyes lit up as he rested his chin on his hand and smiled. If I knew we were going to meet, we should have just come together earlier. The two stared at each other, speechless. Today is really strange, isn't it? But since they had met, they ended up sharing the room. Sichloi Khan ordered a ton of food, and as he gnawed on a chicken drumstick, he asked, about the tournament. Do you know how to register? When is the deadline? She watched him eat like a starving tiger. Have you been fasting all day? Seeing him ask so much about the competition, she guessed. Could it be that you want to participate too? He immediately showed off, of course. There will probably be a lot of beautiful women participating, right? I have a face that is very popular with women. I started traveling in my teens, and wherever I go, women chase after me. She completely gave up at his absolute confidence. How is that possible? Moreover, is his personality really like this? Left entirely speechless, she immediately took a sip of tea. She looked at him talking endlessly, thinking back to his words. The great war between righteous and demonic factions wouldn't end so boringly. She felt is completely different from earlier. Seeing her not reply, he changed the subject again. I finally know who the #1 beauty in the martial arts world is. Thinking it would be something else, she didn't expect him to casually state, it's my mother. Zalian almost choked on her tea. His mother? Seeing her reaction, his eyes immediately flashed sharply. What, do you look down on her because my mother is old? She broke into a cold sweat, flinched, and hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's not it. In her heart, she cursed herself 1,000 times. Damn it. Why am I panicking? I didn't do anything wrong. Anyone in this situation would be just as shocked. Only then did he stop and go back to eating. Sai, I'm a bit nervous about facing something important, so I can't help but want to eat something. She was curious why. Because of participating in the tournament. Unexpectedly, he brushed it off. No, I'm definitely going to win that kind of tournament anyway. My goal this year is to conquer Hubei. Sa Lian froze on the spot. Conquer Hubei. He continued to pick up food nonchalantly. There are too many things to worry about. At times like this, my appetite is naturally much better. She found it extremely irritating to listen to. winning the tournament, conquering Hubei. Argue bragging a bit too much. Just then, someone pushed the door and walked in. A guy stood at the door looking at the two of them. I heard a voice passing by, and I thought it couldn't be such a coincidence. Isn't this Miss Trin of Chin Kiam Mon?
Long time no see. It truly was a narrow path for enemies. The person she wanted to see the least was standing right there. He was Trong Nan Kiet, the heir to the Trong Ham gang. Less than greater than. Let's have a drink here too. There were a few other people following him. A girl casually entered the room and asked, "In here?" After saying that, she flipped her hair and cast a provocative glance. Oh my, this works. This girl reeking of manipulative charm was Trong Nan Hua, Trong Nan Kiet's younger sister. He glanced over at Sa Lian again. Have you been well lately? She looked visibly annoyed, her eyebrows furrowed, and completely ignored him. His habit of staring at other people's bodies hasn't changed at all. Although I really want to punch him, I have to hold it in. Seeing her not answer, he turned to Sich Loi Khan. However, he still didn't care and ignored them, keeping his head down as he chomped on his food.
The guy walked straight over, opening his pockets to look for something. There's actually someone else here. After saying that, he dropped a gold coin right onto his dining table. With a contemptuous, patronizing look, he said, "This is for your meal. If you're done eating, how about you give up this seat for us?" As the saying goes, even heaven doesn't strike a man while he's eating. Our main character's face darkened, and he looked up with eyes sharp as knives, glaring at him as if he wanted to eat him alive right there. But he still held back, just sighing and pointing with his chopsticks. Sigh, this bit of money is completely not enough. There are still dishes yet to be served. This amount simply won't cut it. Yet the guy dared to step forward, growling a threat, while I'm still asking nicely. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. Aha! Do you think you can act on impulse just because you're a martial artist? It turned out he saw the two swords leaning there. He immediately became interested and turned to them. That's quite a large weapon. Daring to grab the giant sword, he said, "Let me take a look." But the moment his hand touched it and tried to lift, goosebumps covered his body, and his spine felt like it was going to completely collapse. His face turned pale, whiter than paper, and his eyes widened in shock. What is this blade? Why is it so heavy? However, with a bunch of eyes watching from behind, his face went from white to red. If I back down now, I'll definitely lose a lot of face. Having committed, he had to see it through, secretly straining his strength until his blue veins popped out. But even though he used his internal energy, the sword still didn't budge an inch. He had to stand there awkwardly for several minutes before reluctantly lifting it a few inches off the ground. Only then did he feel relieved and let out a laugh. Haha, this is a bit heavy. Sweating like a pig, he turned around, panting heavily, and asked, "This is a prop for training muscles, right?" Hearing that, the whole group started discussing, so it's a training prop, that makes sense. But our main character abruptly stood up, snatched the sword from his hand, and rested it on his shoulder as lightly as a feather, smiling as he explained, "This is not a training prop." The guy was so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him up. He yelled in anger, "You bastard! Anyone can tell it's a training prop." He directly interrupted him. "No, it's not. This is mine. What I say is the truth." Every time he said a word, he argued back, driving him crazy with anger. He dared to emit a murderous aura to intimidate him, right now. Are you messing with me? Before he could even make a move, Sa Lian immediately grabbed her sword and stood between them to stop Trong Nan Kiet. "Stop it right now, you guys. This is an inn." All three guys accompanying him stared with their mouths wide open. Not one of them dared to say a word. Trong Nan Kiet was quite surprised, freezing with a dumbfounded look on his face. Ha! Still thick-skinned, he talked absolute nonsense. "You're looking at me with such passionate eyes. Are you interested in me?" He even rushed forward and tightly grabbed her wrist. "We will participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet together. Getting a little intimate with each other before then isn't bad." But Sa Lian decisively flung his arm away, rejecting him on the spot. "Sorry, I've already decided to compete alongside someone else." His eyes glared furiously in disbelief. "What? Why?" Her hands clenched until they trembled. "You're using your family's power to force me." Trying to stay calm, she coldly insulted him to his face. "You are truly shameless, truly filthy." He gritted his teeth. Then who do you plan to partner with? She was left speechless, as this was unexpected. Well, right at that moment, Loi Kan took the opportunity to cut in and steal the show. I am the one who will partner with her. He acted so naturally, casually leaning his hand on his sword, looking straight at him and declaring, "Shall partner with me." The entire room fell into silence, the atmosphere thick. That Trong Man Ho girl stepped forward, arrogantly asking him, "Do you know who he is?" He casually replied, "No idea." "Then do you know who I am?" Still, no idea.
He conveniently taught her a moral lesson. When facing strangers, people usually have two reactions: ignore them or fear them. But you have both. You don't know me, you ignore me, yet you expect me to be afraid of that guy. Don't you find that contradictory? She listened to his speech like water off a duck's back, covering her mouth and giggling. "Pff, is that it?" Trung Nhan Kiet suddenly interjected. "Your way with words is quite good." The main character smiled brightly and retorted, "I'm not a picky eater, and those who aren't picky eaters usually have a good way with words." His hand resting on the table gripped so hard it cracked the dining table. He was furious but completely speechless. Loi Kan's eyes lit up, deliberately teasing and reminding him, be careful, you can't spill the food."
Trong Nan Kiet tried his best not to explode on the spot, pretending to adjust his clothes. Staying would only lose him more face, so he wisely walked away. Then let us. Before leaving the room, he turned his head to warn, "Just wait and see at the Dragon Phoenix banquet." The other guys also followed right behind him. Before leaving the room, that Trong Nan Ho girl looked back at him one more time. It seemed she was drowning in his flawless beauty. Goodbye then. Only two people were left in the room. Sao Lian nervously swallowed, exhausted from holding back. She looked at the broken corner of the table and trembled with fear, her face pale. This is bad. With Trong Nan Kiet's personality, this guy will be in danger. The main character stood nearby and casually invited her. "Since things have come to this, partner with me. Just change the plan, right?" Celine just turned to him. "Change the plan? Weren't you going to participate in the tournament?" He nodded firmly. "Yeah, that's why we have to change it." How accommodating of him. She finally realized something was wrong. Could it be? The tournament you said you wanted to participate in. Is the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle? Loi nodded firmly, of course. It had to be worthy of him. She couldn't believe it and smiled mockingly. "If you're so powerful, why didn't you make a move earlier?" Unexpectedly, he nonchalantly replied, "I don't bother fighting with kids." She was speechless but forced to smile, only daring to curse inwardly. "You sure know how to make excuses." But he added an even more shocking sentence. "The martial world turning into this hellish state isn't because of those kids." Her head immediately spun dizzily, unable to tell what was real and what was fake, speaking with such a serious expression, as if it's the truth. The Trong family guys walked straight out to the street in bitter anger, the two lackeys each making a snide remark. "Miss Trin really likes young Master Trong. I think she's deliberately making you jealous. She doesn't intend to become any dragon or phoenix, rejecting young Master Trong to partner with that fool." But Trong Nan Kiet's mind was now solely occupied by Loi Kan's image. He couldn't understand. Is that guy a fool? That blade is very heavy. Lifting it so effortlessly isn't easy at all. Never seen that guy before. Who exactly is he? And that arrogant brat, how dare she reject me? The more he thought about it, the more furious he became, unable to do anything but silently swear, "I'll make you two regret what happened today." Cutting to Chin Kiam Mon in a room with three people sitting, Trin Hua Lian shouted in utter shock. Sao Lian decisively rejected young Master Trong. Young Master Trong is so angry that he's causing a scene at the brothel. The woman sitting opposite was stunned, her brain failing to process. Lian has rejected him. Young Master Trong's reputation isn't good. I'm very worried. She was An Tu Ai, the lady of Chin Kiam Mon. The two women anxiously discuss back and forth, with young Master Trong's personality, who knows what he will do. Sao Lian is still young. We can't let her sacrifice herself for the family. Young Master Trong won't just harm our family, but also harm Sao Lian. The old man, the master of Chin Kiam Mon, having sat in silence unable to say a word, could only blame himself. It's because I'm too useless, making my wife and children suffer. He silently calculated, as long as I master the righteous demonic sword technique, our sword sect will have power. The older sister anxiously started to stand up. If that's true, then this is a very serious problem. Let me go find Sa Lian first. Just then a voice rang out to stop her. No need. Sa Lian led Sich Loi Ken inside and directly said, "It's the truth." All three of them looked over in surprise. "Lian, your parents are worried about you." But everyone noticed the main character standing there. "Who are you?" She introduced him right away, this time. "He is the one who will participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with me." Saying this, even she couldn't believe it herself, awkwardly lowering her head.
The other three had their hair stand on end upon hearing this, shouting in unison.
The main character simply took a few long strides forward, smiling and clasping his hands together. He spoke loudly and clearly. "First time meeting, I am Zich Loi Kan." His confidence level was always fully charged. As soon as he entered, he casually walked around the room observing, picking up a vase and asking, "Oh my, isn't this Fujian pottery? How much did you buy it for?" 120 taels. The father looked at him holding it precariously with one hand and grew anxious. Bought it for a whole 150 taels. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes shone with pride. "What a pity. If I were there, you could have bought it for 120 taels. The father, Trin Y Thu, broke a sweat and forced a smile. "Haha, right? Zhao, do you plan to partner with young Master Zich?" Ho Lin stared at both of them. "Sister, even if you are inexperienced, you shouldn't participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with this weird guy, right?" The main character was indeed a bit much, endlessly spinning the pottery vase in his hand, playing with it tirelessly. After thinking that, she smiled sweetly and asked, "Young Master Zich, which sect are you from?" He put the pottery vase right down. "I have no sect. Honestly telling it like it is. My parents sell fruit near Jade Gate Pass." Even Zalian didn't know this yet, shouting the loudest in the room. "What? Fruit? Then what about the blade and sword on your back?" The old man, looking stiff, asked to be sure, "You study both blade techniques and sword techniques at the same time." He silently judged in his heart, "That's just something third-rate scrubs often do, if it's just to show off."
But he nodded firmly. "Yeah, I study both." The old man's face changed colors like a damn traffic light. However, the main character wasn't the type the old man thought. His eyes shone brightly as he declared, "I am a genius in all aspects, and I also inherited an excellent bloodline." The old man was dumbfounded. Your martial arts. Could it be learned from your fruit-selling parents?" The main character didn't understand what they meant, scratching his head and ears, brutally honest. Aren't you guys eating?" Holly immediately walked over and whispered to her sister, "Tomorrow, you must go apologize to young Master Trong right away." Zalian's face was now whiter than paper. All night, she just absent-mindedly paced back and forth in the garden, worried that he would be harmed by Trong Non Kiet. "I temporarily brought him home." Sighing heavily in helplessness, "What should I do now?" Suddenly, she saw Zich Loi Kan standing right in front of her since who knows when. She asked caringly, "Can't sleep?" He smiled and replied, "Just not used to the bed. Besides, there's work to do tonight." She didn't quite understand. What work? He didn't say much, bringing his tattooed hand forward. Clenching it tightly into a fist, his casual demeanor was like he was announcing good news. "Today, I'm going to kill a few people." Zalian was terrified. Why is he putting on a serious face to tell a joke reeking of such bloodlust? The fruit shop story. Could that be nonsense too? Incredibly curious, she couldn't help but ask, "What kind of people are your parents?" "Is your mother very beautiful? What kind of person is your father?" The two stood looking at the lake, confiding in each other in the dark. "My father likes to do things by the book, which is a good thing. But the problem is he applies that habit to me. My parents oppose me entering the martial world, especially my father." She could understand this. That makes sense. Since your parents aren't from the martial world, they would definitely worry about their child. Unexpectedly, the main character just blurted it out. They said they were worried about the treacherous martial world. Her jaw dropped as she listened. I can understand that too. She suddenly felt a bit guilty inside, especially when recalling the scene of the furious bastard Trong Man Kiet today. His parents were so worried, yet things turned out like this. While she was feeling profoundly gloomy, he finally noticed and turned to her, saying something quite unrelated. "But dinner was all vegetarian dishes. I've completely digested it." He even smiled brightly, tilting his head to ask, "Will there be meat dishes tomorrow?" She was utterly speechless. What? She finally took a deep breath to muster the courage to kick out the guest. "Stop talking nonsense. Just leave here after eating tomorrow morning." But he didn't even bother to reply. Turning around, she only saw him staring. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me?" Shich Kan looked observant enough, hitting the nail on the head. Are you worrying about me? She was defensive and blushing fiercely. What nonsense are you saying? I'm only worried about those who cross paths with you later on. Saying that, she turned out of embarrassment and walked straight away, leaving him standing there teasingly laughing. Actually, the main character was super happy today. Cutting to a tower, under the bright moonlight, red aura billowed from within, filling the sky. A group of people sat outside the tower's entrance, lighting a fire and talking. An old man leaned his face on his sword, reflecting. That kid tremblingly held a blade and said he wanted to avenge his father. Naturally, I couldn't just stand by and watch. He smiled wickedly, so I had no choice but to send him to meet his father. Just that alone made all four guys laugh uproariously as if they had hit the jackpot. One guy suddenly turned and said, "By doing that, you saved a soon-to-be orphan." But as soon as he looked up, he saw Zich Kan standing right there, startling them all. Who is this guy? Who are you? Why are you standing here? Do you know where this is? They asked, and he answered accordingly. The Black Inn, the place known as the Wanderer's Market. Those guys became even more arrogant, and still came. The world really has changed. A brat actually dares to come to the Black Inn. Before he could finish, the main character got annoyed and cut him off. If you call me a brat again. With a calm face but eyes sharp as a knife, he warned, I will kill you. Those guys were frightened and furious. One drew his sword and stepped forward. Out of consideration that you're just a brat, I was originally going to spare your life. He suddenly thrust his sword forward and shouted, How insolent! Sich Kan, without any fear, simply leaned sideways and dodged it. His hand wasn't idle either. Flashing sharper than a blade, he slashed deep into his opponent's stomach to the bone. The other three guys sitting there couldn't even react in time. They only saw the two standing still like statues from behind and mock loudly. This idiot is getting beaten up by a kid. Ha ha ha. Just give up and go help your mom sell things. But right after they laughed, their comrade fell flat on his face, dead or alive, unknown. The smiles of the other three vanished instantly, their faces looking as dumb as geese. Our main guy just stood calmly, ready to take them all on. This moment is incredibly important to me. Today is my first step towards the future, so I've made up my mind. The three of them couldn't hold back anymore, jumping up and drawing their swords to overwhelm him with members. What the hell are you babbling about? But knowing no fear, he still swung his sword and charged. People that I normally wouldn't kill. After saying that, he struck just once, splattering blood all over the ground. All three were hit, none escaped. Every single one of them was in excruciating pain. Sich Kan declared, But today, I will kill you all. After dealing with the small fry outside, he went inside. There were more people here, blood flowing like a river to the door, a whole room full of corpses lying everywhere. Reaching the last room, he reached out and pushed the door open. In the most luxurious room of the tower, a fat guy sat at the very back, surrounded by beautiful women serving him. Some were fanning him, others were serving tea and pouring water. Seeing him walk in, the guy didn't even bother to move. A strange scent still lingered around the room, but our main guy still had the mood to tease. The atmosphere is quite nice. The fat guy calmly picked up his teacup, tilted his head back, drank it all, and slammed his hand on the table with a bang. His eyes were fiery red, murderous intent surging from his body. Are you a customer? Who do you want to buy to make such a fuss? His ugly chief pig was Don Huang, the owner of the Black Inn. But from beginning to end, his eyes were only fixed on him. In this room. The most expensive person. Not understanding what was going on and thinking he liked the back door, the guy tilted his head and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. In his mind, he thought, a greenhorn kid wants to buy me. So he jetted his chin and called out, Hey. With clear disdain on his face, he asked, How could a kid like you have that much money? Our main guy didn't care. Just name a price. How much is it exactly? And he actually stated a number, 500,000 taels. Thinking nothing of it, Zich Kan threw a stack of bills right in front of him. Here you go, 500,000 taels. Is the transaction complete? The fat guy's eyes widened. He never expected this. I thought he was just a loud-mouthed kid. I didn't expect him to have so much money. It looks like he still has more in his pocket. Seeing he still had money, greed took over immediately. What if I kill you and take all the money? His eyes flashed, looking straight at him with a warning. I'll be even more disappointed then. The fat guy immediately raised his trotter-like hand. In that case... The girls around him immediately understood, nodded, and stepped forward. The whole group just walked toward our main guy. The seductive women crowded around him, caressing him with no gaps left. Go ahead and be disappointed. In the room, reeking of ambiguity, demonic red eyes stared intently at him. Their bodies moved gracefully, instantly turning this place into a spider demon's lair.
Sikla Khan stood still, his face cold, not even glancing at the women. Shudka, the fat guy sitting up high, couldn't help but smirk to himself. The moment you stepped into this room, you fell for the trick. Shudka, a top-tier dark art that paralyzes a man's reason. One of the women secretly reached up to pull out a sharp hairpin from her head. Shudka, standing behind him, she thrust forward in a sneak attack, illusionary dance of extreme bliss. But somehow, even though he was standing like a statue, he raised his hand and blocked it in the blink of an eye. He snatched the hairpin from the woman's hand and smiled. Your dance is great. But not to the point where I have to kill you all. After saying that, he aimed the hairpin straight at the fat guy. He flicked it, and it flew like an arrow, tearing through the air and grazing the fat guy's bald head. A mere hairpin shattered a stone pillar, making the women tremble in fear. The girls seemed to snap out of it, looking down at their hands in confusion. What? The dark art was broken. Completely unbelievable. The fat guy couldn't understand it at all. He actually figured out that these lamps are props for the soul-stealing art. The soul-stealing art is a dark art that manipulates people's minds. He pointed straight at the chubby fat guy and asked the girls, "Do any of you like him?" The girls looked at him as if seeing a ghost, shaking their heads vigorously. Of course not. Since they didn't like him, he set them free. You were forced, right? Leave this place, don't worry about what happens next. The girl got scared, glancing at the fat guy. Let us go. But Sichloy Khan understood immediately. You're too scared to leave while standing in front of him, right? But are you sure? If you have the courage to leave here now, you will surely have a good life. The offer was too good, and the girls immediately realized it. They were about to turn and leave when suddenly the fat guy tilted his head and laughed out loud. His eyes lit up brightly. Your speech wasn't bad. Fine, I'll let you go. But he growled a warning, tearing your limbs into pieces. The girls turned pale, not daring to move an inch. But our main guy wasn't afraid of him, glaring with rising murderous intent and challenging him. Is that so? Then I'll mince you into meat paste. Locking eyes, the fat guy fell for the trick immediately. The space around him changed drastically. Blood had surrounded him and risen almost to his groin. What the hell is this? What on earth is this murderous intent? Suddenly, the girls found the courage keeping their heads down. Thank you, young hero. We will follow your words and muster all our courage to leave. You even gave us so much money. We will never forget your kindness. He agreed right away. To start a new life, you need money. Live well. The fat guy stood there shaking like a leaf, unable to utter a single word. His eyes bulged out, almost dropping to the ground. Even in death, he couldn't have expected. I was actually paralyzed by this guy's murderous intent, only able to watch them escape helplessly. What the hell is this? This is so damn frustrating. He tried to flex his muscles, his hand transforming and expanding, snapping all the bracelets he was wearing. He was already as fat as Yubaji, and now his entire body turned super giant, 100 times bigger than our main guy. But this was still nothing. Sichloy Khan's face didn't change as he smiled sinisterly and declared, I'll beat you to a pulp, so go ahead and get even bigger. Right after he finished speaking, the guy couldn't wait and threw a straight punch down. But it was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. He simply jumped to the side and dodged it, making the guy lose his momentum and turn pale. He threw another punch, and this time he just leaned back to avoid it. No matter how much he attacked, he couldn't hit him, only standing there grinding his teeth. You little rat. He smashed the floor beneath him. That's right, keep running. I'll crush you into dust. Our main guy, completely fearless, ignored him and cursed as he jumped up. I am disgusted by people like you. With that said, he landed a resounding kick right to his face. The fat guy's whole body flew straight into the door, shattering the entire room beyond recognition. Blood splattered from his mouth as he panted heavily with difficulty. But his body was too huge. This kick from him wasn't enough to kill him. He stubbornly charged forward to attack again. You bastard. He picked up a random rock, getting ready to shoot it at him. You disgusting bastard. What do you kidnap women here for? After saying that, a small rock flew past, carrying his immense power, a shot strong enough to completely obliterate one of his arms. The fat guy could only watch helplessly as his arm was blown off, blood spraying everywhere. Exhausted and in pain, he slumped to the ground, and now his mind had to acknowledge, this guy is a true master. If he wasn't, then who could be? But he still refused to stop, using whatever strength he had left. His whole body radiated spiritual energy as he roared. You think, it ends like this. I will definitely hack you into 10,000 pieces. Sixloy Can, finding it extremely annoying, decided to rush in and mince him first. A magic orb swirled in the palm of his hand. He aimed right at his stomach and delivered a staggering blow. This time, the fat guy flew right out of the building, crashing through the thick walls with a thud. His eyes tightly shut, he fainted and plummeted straight to the ground. But whether he died or not didn't matter to him now. I bought your life, so I'll take you away. The fat guy tried his best to stammer out a question. What do you want to use me for? Sixloy Can looked at him coldly. Humph, you're dead wrong. He pointed at the hunchback, who had been standing in the corner of the room the whole time. It's not your fault, but his. But the fat guy didn't believe it, that useless guy. What can he do? With your strength, you could have completely, just quietly taken him away. Why exactly? Why kill me? Haha, you really are someone. Even worse than me. Hearing his words, he just gave a faint smile. Very likely, but good people won't be charmed by me. The big guy glared, refusing to believe it. In this martial arts world, how could that kind of person exist? After saying that, he died, unable to open his eyes anymore. Sixloy Can still stood there, his back perfectly straight. He didn't even need to turn around to know who the hunchback was. I've finally met you. Manor Lord Hua. The fat guy was startled upon hearing this, but decided to keep quiet. Our main guy turned around again and smiled. Or do I have to call you Hua Vu Thiet for you to answer? What could the hunchback say now? His eyes were as sharp and cold as knives, lacking any warmth, that name. It really makes one nostalgic. He really was Hua Vu Thiet, the former manor lord of Ghost Iron Mountain Villa. Since he admitted it, he no longer had any doubts. To think that a genius in formations and hidden mechanisms is here. I spent quite some time looking for you. Are you still unable to get over that incident? Ghost Iron Mountain Villa, a renowned martial arts expert with peerless mechanical skills known to all. Hua Vu Thiet, with outstanding talent and a happy family, was once a man who had it all. That is, until his only daughter accidentally triggered an unfinished hidden weapon. Losing his loved one to an accident, Hua Vu Thiet deeply hated his own foolishness. So he changed his appearance and vanished without a trace. Recalling the pain now, the old man's face turned pale without a drop of blood. How could I ever forget that? Tears trickled down to the ground. The protagonist stood silently looking at him for a long time before speaking. You are a good man. The old man couldn't believe it, suddenly looking up at him with a tear-stained face. A good man who tortured himself for 10 years because he couldn't forget the pain of losing his loved one. No, tortured himself for a lifetime. His eyes were glued to his face. What a strange guy. He risked his life just to save a stranger like me. Has anyone ever said these words to me before? But there's no free lunch in this world, he asked directly. After buying me, what do you want me to do? Sixloy Can exuded a murderous aura and replied, conquer the martial arts world. The old man froze for a full 3 seconds. Then he burst into laughter. Is this my new destiny? So he decided to kneel on the ground, hands clasped in front of him. Hua Vu Thiet pays respect to the Lord. I pledge the rest of my life to you. That's good, exactly what the protagonist wanted. He smiled in satisfaction and walked past him. Then, let's give it a try. With glowing red eyes and hands ablaze, he smiled wickedly like a demon. The old man turned pale and looked over, having no idea what he was up to. Meanwhile, outside the building, leaves rustled and a pair of legs appeared on a bare branch. He just stood on the high branch, observing the tower ahead. This scarred man wondered to himself, is the young master still fighting? Inside the building, the hunched old man, Hua Vu Thiet, was somehow cured by the protagonist and now stood straight like a normal person. Even he didn't understand. What is this? My body was deformed by the grand magic. No one could restore it. He was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. I am truly deeply grateful to you. Sixloy Can chuckled and teased. It'll be working you to the bone, so I should be the one saying thank you. Just then, someone walked in and interrupted them. You finally succeeded. Young master. He was the guy snooping outside earlier. Pulling down his mask, it was Voan Sichloikan's shadow guard. The protagonist looked over and recognized him, Voan. Unexpectedly, his first sentence was, "Shave your beard, you look too old." The guard was instantly pissed off and let out a long sigh. He turned back to the old man, Master Hoa. "He is my guard, Voan. He will oversee the tasks you need to do from now on." Getting straight to business, he looked at both of them seriously. "The plan has changed. We deal with the Chuang Tam gang first." Voan was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" He had just heard the news. "Young master, you said the Chuang Tam gang wasn't worth our time. Why do you suddenly want to join the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Why change the plan?" Sichloi can remain calm as ever. People's hearts can change at any time, can't they? Unexpectedly, Voan immediately smelled something fishy. Philanderers usually say things like that. The protagonist immediately snapped his head up. Not angry at all, he smirked. "Are you jealous because impopular?" The other guy wasn't easily outdone and started preaching. "Jealous of what? Having many women chasing you isn't a blessing. It's a disaster. Marrying a good woman is what counts as a blessing." The two kept bickering, the air thick with tension. Your jealousy is truly terrifying. Hua Thiet Vu stood there speechless, suddenly feeling like he had chosen the wrong side. Cut to the Chuang Tam gang. Two guards stop the two people in front of them. The gang leader and young master are out. It was Zha Lian and her father. The old man frowned and asked, "When will they be back?" The guards simply replied, "We don't know." The old man frowned deeply, recalling his eldest daughter's words. Young Master Trong is angrily causing a scene at the brothel. His mind was a mess. Before things blow out of proportion, I must apologize to him. So he had to leave a message. "When they return, please let them know we were here." Suddenly, the main gate opened and a man walked out. "Isn't this great hero Trin?" "I came because I received an invitation from the gang leader. I didn't expect to meet you here." This old man was 8 flying hands Tuan Hach Ko. Trin Wai Thu also bowed in greeting. "Great hero Tuan, long time no see." He quickly calculated in his mind. The Chuang Tam gang leader invited an expert to show off his power. Rumor has it he doesn't casually meet outsiders. It seems to be true. The old man immediately invited him. "Since you happen to be free, shall we go for a drink?" "My treat." "Ha, all right." The two old men left together, unaware that inside, Trong Man Kiet was sitting above, looking down with a smirk. At Xuan Fong Inn, the two old men poured drinks for each other. "Drink up, this is a rare bear bile wine. Thanks to great hero Tone, I get to enjoy such a precious wine." But the Chuan Tam gang leader seems to be very angry. "If you have the chance, please put in a good word for me." "Haha, don't worry, I'll talk to the gang leader." Zalian sat quietly, not knowing what to say, as the voices of the two old men echoed in her ears. It's just a little squabble between kids. She remembered finding out while setting the table this morning. "What? Young Master Zich isn't here." The servant replied, "Yes, miss, it seems he left last night." She was shocked upon hearing it. He didn't even say a word. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got even now. Even while eating, she only thought of him. He kept muttering about wanting to eat meat and then suddenly disappeared. She wondered to herself he must have left Wuhan by now, right? After the meal, the father and daughter clasped hands and bowed to leave. "Thanks to great hero Toan, I got to drink such fine wine. Next time, it's my treat." As soon as he finished speaking, Toan Hachko suddenly yelled, "Oh my, you startled me." He widened his eyes as if something earth-shattering had happened. "My silly brain. I completely forgot about such an urgent matter. I'm leaving first. See you later." After saying that, he ran off and disappeared entirely. Leaving the Trin father and daughter standing there, the innkeeper smiled and handed them a piece of paper. "Here is the bill." Trin Wai Thu took it and skimmed through it. It hit him like a bolt from the blue, his whole body trembling. How? How is this possible? 1 jar of wine costs 120 taels, and the snacks are ridiculously expensive too. He sighed heavily and embarrassedly told the innkeeper's sigh, "I didn't bring enough money today. Can I pay tomorrow?" But the woman just stood there smiling and replied, "Our establishment doesn't allow credit." A group of black-clad assassins immediately surrounded Sao Lian. "Seeing you so pitiful, well, lend a hand. Sect leader, while you go fetch the money, let your daughter stay here for now." The girl was startled, her face draining of blood. How? How could this happen? Trin Wai Thu immediately shielded his daughter. "Are you planning to take my daughter hostage?" The woman replied bluntly, "You can consider her collateral." Her eyes glowed an evil red. If you have no money, then let your daughter entertain the guests. The old man broke into a cold sweat, looking around anxiously. Are they crazy? This is no ordinary tavern. Moreover, these guys have extraordinary skills. They are on par with me, or perhaps. He gripped his sword so tightly that his veins bulged. Just in the nick of time, a voice rang out from behind. Sect leader, we meet again. It was a young man in red with unkempt hair walking in. With one look, the girl recognized him immediately. Young Master Sitch. You, why are you here? He casually picked up the wine jug on the table, beaming. I came to drink. Suddenly, he slammed the jug down and looked at the female innkeeper. But, sister. The smell of the wine is a bit strange. Was something added inside? She tried to stubbornly deny it. What are you talking about? The protagonist firmly cut her off. I heard everything from my room earlier. This place is about to receive an important VIP. How dare you sell fake wine to a VIP? The other patrons in the tavern noticed the commotion and looked over to watch. The woman glared and warned him. You seem drunk. Keep your voice down. He thought it was a joke. Throwing a tantrum was his specialty. He smirked, turned up his volume to the max, and yelled to the heavens. The bear bile wine sold here is fake. Fake bear bile wine. All the customers rushed out at once. What fake wine? Why so noisy? The woman finally panicked and hurriedly explained, it's just a drunk customer making a scene. Please don't mind him. But the protagonist wouldn't let it go, spreading his arms before the crowd. Making a scene? Let me show you the evidence. If I can prove this wine is fake, today's revenue of this tavern will be mine. The woman looked at him coldly and asked, and if you can't prove it? Unexpectedly, Sichloikin went all in. Then just take my bile to steepen the wine. Deal struck, the protagonist pointed to lead the crowd. All right then, please step outside everyone. This way, please. The customers just realize there's a backyard here too. But what evidence is there here? He alone stood there calmly. Every time the servants get wine from here, don't you find it strange? Why hide the wine in such a faraway place? Flicking his finger against the huge lock, and they even padlocked the iron gate. The woman's face looked incredibly ugly. She gritted her teeth and replied, these wines are very expensive and cannot be stored carelessly. The storeroom also holds our establishment's trade secrets. The protagonist didn't say much. With a swing of his arm, he broke the gate and carried out a giant wine jar. The crowd marveled, wow, breaking an iron gate barehanded, this young man is really strong. He slammed the jar down in the middle of the yard. Hey, what is that? It just smells like wine. Sichloikin scooped out a bowl of liquid. This is the true face of that expensive wine. The woman's face changed colors faster than a traffic light, speechless with panic. Must stop him. If the customers see that thing then. In that case, I might as well. She flared with murderous intent and spat a poisoned dart from her mouth straight at the protagonist. Kill him first. Take advantage of the chaos, quickly take the wine away. But this trick was nothing to him. He smiled smugly, leaned to dodge it smoothly, and took the opportunity to lift the entire jar and smash it down. In the blink of an eye, the wine jar shattered into pieces, and the liquid inside poured out. The surrounding customers witnessed it with their own eyes. The thing steeped in the wine wasn't bear bile at all, but some huge insects. Everyone panicked at the sight. What is this? Why are there bugs in the wine? The main character, still holding the bowl of wine, raises it with a smile and invites, so, does anyone dare to drink? This would make you throw up your guts. Who the hell would drink it? Wherever he holds out the bowl, the crowd avoids it like a plague. I don't want it. Someone even covers their mouth and throws up on the spot. Blech. Sichloikin stands in the middle of the yard pretending to be displeased and shouts, none of you want to drink, so how can we prove it? He cups his hands like a megaphone and yells, is anyone there? Even at this point, one guy still stubbornly stands up to defend it. You bastards, stop it right now. I've never heard of using bugs to make bear bile wine. He directly holds the bug right in front of the guy's face. This bug is called the painted back bug. Because the pattern on its back looks like a painting, that's why it got its name. The guy still doesn't get it. So what? It's time to explain it to him. The smell of the painted back bug is very similar to bear bile, especially its excretions. The taste is incredibly similar. A normal palate can't tell the difference between the two. It seems everyone here is clueless about this. Excretions? How is that possible? Suddenly, someone walks straight over. How do you know that?
The moment the female innkeeper sees him, her face turns deathly pale, dropping her jaw in utter shock. Lord Zhuangyum Min. This old man with white hair and beard is none other than Zhuangyum Min, the leader of Namguk Lien. For 13 years, since the end of the Righteous Demonic War, the 9 gangs, 1 sect, and 4 great families suffered heavy losses and sealed off their sects. The demon sect once again went into hiding. Taking advantage of this, the 4 great factions emerged in the martial world. Among them, the most powerful factions are Baksuan Bajia and Namnuk Lien. This seemingly ordinary old man is one of the most powerful figures in the martial arts world. When he arrives, everyone clasps their hands, bows their heads, and stays silent. Only our main character stands tall, holding his bowl of wine. The old man asks again, "I heard the painted back bug only lives in the southern barbarian lands. How do you know about it?"
Sikloy Kan casually replies, "I've been wandering everywhere since I was young." The old man praises, "Your knowledge isn't bad. Who are you?" "The eldest son of Han Van Lu Tui, Sikloy Kan." The old man wonders, Han Van Lu Tui. He continues, "The #1 fruit merchant in the border region." The old man's eyes widen and his jaw drops. After a moment, he throws his head back and bursts into laughter like a rich man having a bumper harvest. Now he's figured it out. "Intentionally hiding your identity, huh?" He compliments him. Very impressive. But he doesn't care, just busy holding the bug to scare Sa Lien. A guy standing next to the old man can't help but frown and stare at him. The leader is actually interested in a brat. How strange. This is Mak Hui, the White Tiger Squad leader of Nam Nok Lien. So he steps forward and volunteers. "Let me have a taste." The old man readily agrees. "Haha, sure." Mak Hui takes the bowl and takes a sip. He immediately realizes the problem, his face turning redder than a monkey's butt. With killing intent, he glares at the innkeeper. "You damn bitch. The taste is exactly the same as what we just drank." Hearing this confirmation, the customers truly want to throw up. "What? So the stuff we just drank is really leg?" With such clear evidence, the woman still tries to argue. Everyone calm down. This is slander. The crowd isn't blind and presses her for an answer. "If you say it's slander, then bring out the real goods. Otherwise, hand over your life." The stubborn woman yells at the assassins behind her. "Why, you guys? Stop them quickly." But the 2 of them act deaf and immediately back off. "That's someone from Namguk Lien and the White Tiger leader. Let's get out of here." Out of options, she resorts to screaming threats. "Do you know who's backing me? If you dare touch me, I'll kill you all." While the main character is watching the show from the sidelines, Trin Wai Thu walks over. Young hero Zik clasps his hands and bows. "If it weren't for you, I would have almost suffered a great loss. Thank you." Usually people would modestly decline, but coming from him, the answer is, "Of course. Without me, who could pull off something so cool?" The old man looks at the scattered bugs on the ground, feeling a bit awkward but unable to deny it. You're not wrong." Having done a great deed this time, he smiles brightly. "I'm your benefactor, so treat me very well. I'm really looking forward to it." The crowd gradually disperses, leaving the old man to deal with the woman. "Shall we go? I'll have to trouble you all for now." Because of the tournament, there are no vacant rooms left. Mak Hui keeps watching him leave. What an interesting kid. But the old man sees something deeper. No, he's more than just interesting. The moment I saw that kid, a feeling I had long forgotten suddenly came rushing back. What was it? On the day I conquered Nam Guk Lien. That trembling, excitement, and exhaustion. Along with that, at the same time, a feeling full of ambition. An intense aura indeed radiates from the old man, his eyes glowing brightly. I don't know why I get that feeling. Hearing this makes Mak Hui cautious. The leader I know has the insight to see through anyone, yet he can't see through that brat. He also can't help but curiously look in the same direction. In other words, is that kid very special? The scene shifts to a forest as dark as ink. A man covered in wounds is still trying to drag himself along and run. He makes a firm resolve in his heart. I must inform them. This matter concerns the fate of the entire martial arts world. Just as he is running headlong, a dark figure appears beside him. He hastily draws his sword to defend himself. Damn it, they caught up so fast. But as soon as the newcomer appears, he holds up an object and introduces himself. I am from the Righteous Path Alliance. The old man looks and confirms it. It truly is the token of the Righteous Path Alliance. Panting heavily, he introduces himself. I'm from the Baksuan Ba family. My name is Min. There's no time left. I'll get straight to the point.
Without any suspicion, he tells the newcomer everything he knows. Cancel the Dragon Phoenix Banquet and the Heavenly Dragon Battle. There is an organization called the Phi Hien Society plotting something shady in this tournament. The other guy just keeps digging for information. Isn't the Baxuan Ba family hosting this year's tournament? Why not report it to your superiors and contact the Righteous Path Alliance? The old man immediately says, there's a mole within the Baxuan Ba family. We can't trust our own people. Right at this moment, several whooshing sounds echo from behind, and more dark figures appear. Terrified, he turns and tells the other guy, damn it, they've caught up. I'll act as a decoy. Hurry up and report this to the Righteous Path Alliance.
But the guy deliberately stalls to ask more. Besides you, no one else knows this information, right? The old man turns his head and replies, you're the first person I've told. He doesn't see the guy's face darkening with an evil, triumphant smile. That's great. By the time he realizes it, it's too late. What did you just say? Before he can finish, his head is severed with a single slash and falls to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The head rolls away. It was destined that he would lose his life today, no matter what. After killing him, the guy smiles and corrects him. You misheard. It's not the Phi Hien Society. It's the Phi Yin Society. After speaking, he immediately clasps his hands and kneels before a newly appeared woman. Yen Fap Look pays respects to the leader. She asks him, how are the others?
He smugly replies, they've been taken care of by Ian Tupdu. The incredibly beautiful woman, holding a fan, smiles. Is that so? I knew he would do a great job. This Dragon Phoenix banquet is truly a nightmare. At this time, Sikloi Khan and Sa Lian are walking home together. His face is full of excitement. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder just what kind of delicious meat the sect leader bought. Earlier, he had told them, I'm going to buy some good meat. You and Lian Yi go home first, keeping him waiting in anticipation. He suddenly blurts out, I'm so hungry. She tilts her head, speechless. Why are you always hungry? His face falls in boredom. Heh, because I've had too many worries lately. Sa Lian doubtfully guesses. Could it be because of the ambition to conquer Hobak? But he just says, let's just say it is. She still wants to ask more. Is there something else? When suddenly he stops dead in his tracks, startling himself as he stares straight ahead. His face darkens, lips tightly pursed, while Sa Lian senses nothing at all, just looking at him and guessing. Is living alone in a foreign land that lonely? Suddenly, after walking a few steps, she looks shy. Tea today. Her eyes sparkling with sincerity, she looks at him. Thank you. She even figured it all out. It must be Trung Yun Kiet and Tuan Hakka who instigated the landlady to do that. And to think I actually considered participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with that scum. Now he officially invites her, so you should join me. It'll help you win. This was exactly what Sa Lian had been waiting for. Her eyes light up as she turns to him. She firmly nods in agreement. All right, even if we don't get first place, we have to crush Trun Nenkiet's spirit. She clenches her fists, burning with determination. Let's do our best. The main character smiles and looks over. Actually, there's no need to go that far, but since you decided. Then first of all, he suddenly glances back. Pointing at the guy standing there, he says, do we have to deal with this guy? Turns out to be Tuan Hatch Ko, who knows how long he's been following them. Who is this guy? He tilts his head with a sinister smile. You're the one who pissed off Trun Nun Kiet, right? My spies at the inn informed me that a strange guy was causing trouble. Sikloi Khan, completely unafraid, snarls sarcastically. Do you have a hobby of investigating the people you plan to kill? Sa Lian panics upon hearing this kill. Kill someone. Just over this little thing. His eyes glow red, reeking of murderous intent as he glares at both of them. Trung Men Kiet only told me to kill you, but this little girl's mouth is quite a problem too. Now Sa Lian is truly terrified. I can feel his killing intent. He really wants to kill us. The hand holding her sword trembles violently. If the two of us team up, can we even win? I've never cut anyone before. She has no choice but to turn to the main character, your combat experience. Who would have thought and stepped straight back? Overacting a cowering stance, pretending to be terrified while grabbing her shoulder and begging, save me. Well, this is great. The guy is a palm technique master, Quinn Hat Ko. When he strikes, his movements are so fast it looks like he has 8 arms, hence the nickname 8 Flying Hands. He used to be a righteous martial artist who dreamed of bringing peace to the martial world. But since those who live comfortably were always evildoers,
He gradually realized that distinguishing between good and evil was completely meaningless. So in the end, he also became an evil doer. Even if Salian died and reincarnated, she might barely be a worthy opponent for him. She knows her own limits and trembles in fear. I have to face this kind of master all by myself. Whether it's strength or experience, the gap is just too wide. Seeing her trembling uncontrollably, he tilted his head and instructed, "Draw your sword first." She just remembered, right. I can't just sit here and wait to die, so she drew her sword and pointed it straight at her opponent. But with zero threat, it only made him laugh louder. Ha ha ha. Looks like you want to die first. Saying that, he immediately rushed to attack, but Zha Lian dodged aside like lightning. Her eyes widened in fear as she racked her brain for a solution. So fast. I need to use my footwork too. But before she could use any skill, she was hit, slamming her back against a tree, her face wincing in pain. The old man instantly launched a palm strike. She luckily managed to jump down and avoid it. Facing a ruthless opponent who wanted to kill her in her first real combat, she almost wet her pants. This is completely different from practice. Looking at his face made her panic. I'm really going to die. Just then, Sichloiken prompted from the side, "Don't rely on footwork. Let your body follow the sword." He shouted, "Don't move your sword according to your footwork. The sword goes first, the feet follow." She finally realized, right, focus on the sword. Ton Hakko scoffed and sneered, "You hide behind a woman, but sure have a big mouth." He didn't even look but still blocked Salian's thrust, mostly because she was too green. Covered in dirt, she still tried her best, thinking, if I lose, we'll both die. Thinking this, she resisted even harder, fighting as much as she could. But no matter how many strikes she unleashed, she couldn't cut a single hair on him, and was met with his mocking laughter. How ridiculous. You think this little trick works on me? For his final move, he thrust his palms straight at her face. Celine was blown away by the strike like an autumn leaf. Battered and bloody, she thought, damn it, I'm really not his match. What should I do? Suddenly he approached her. Don't you find it strange? Of course she didn't, so she asked, what? He asked curiously, your sword technique relies on a heavy sword. Why are your movements so light? She finally understood, her eyes wide with shock. Is he talking about the red evil sword art? Her master always said, the moves of the red evil sword art are unpredictable, based on light footwork. I've practiced it for over a decade. Could my method be wrong? Besides, what does this guy know about it? He was just begging me to save his life. He casually remarked, right now you're like a turtle that belongs in the water trying to run up a mountain. His words made her realize, but I've always felt like I was wearing ill-fitting clothes. Since reaching 7 stars, I felt blocked by a wall. If he's right, what if the red evil sword art is as slow as a turtle, as soft as water? Stopping overthinking, knowing she had to try, she started moving. I'll die if this keeps up anyway. I'll risk it. Might as well give it a try. Fully focused, she slowly felt each sword strike, both heavy and soft. With one swing, she somehow cut off the top knot on his head. It was beyond unbelievable. This is the feeling. This move was a total humiliation for that bastard. He gritted his teeth, boiling with rage. He roared like a tiger and cursed, you arrogant brat. He immediately charged at her, striking with full force. He was holding back a bit earlier, but now he was fighting for real out of anger. Celine was beaten until she coughed up blood and passed out. Humiliated and enraged, he lunged forward. I will kill you. But somehow, in a blink of an eye, Celine vanished into thin air. He stood there stunned. What? What's this? Where did she go? Suddenly, a voice replied, up here. He looked up to see Sichloiken holding her tightly, hovering right above him. He stood firmly on both feet in the air, holding her effortlessly. Ton Hachko's face turned pale as a sheet. He muttered, void. Void, treading steps. Not at all. It was much more profound. The MC calmly walked on air and explained, this is the falling flower step of the heavenly thunder steps. My father's martial arts are rarely passed down outside, so you probably don't know it. The more he heard, the more confused he got. Father's martial arts?
He set her down to lean against a tree. My parents fell in love at first sight. I never believed in it. But now I think I somewhat understand. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, staring fondly at Salien, though it was a pity she was out cold and oblivious. Tuan Hachko trembled like a leaf, stammering, have you restored your youth? How could someone so young know that martial art? As he backed away in panic, he was suddenly punched so hard his face caved in. Now, even his ancestors wouldn't recognize him if they rose from their graves. His skull and teeth were shattered to pieces. His whole body flew through a massive tree trunk. This time, he was completely crippled. He lay flat, unable to comprehend it. How is this possible, this guy? He's on a completely different level from me. But it was too late to realize it now. He could only moan and cry out, "Help! Save me!" The MC walked toward him step by step. "Do you know why I hate my father?" "Because he would definitely tell me to forgive you, which is really annoying." But with pain crashing like waves, he had no mind to listen. Is he crazy? What the hell is he rambling about? I better run. Thinking this, he used every last ounce of strength to jump up and run for his life. Suddenly, his eyes turned glowing red. Reaching for the sword on his back, he instantly became a demon. But my mother used to say, we absolutely cannot be that forgiving. Even if my father's martial world is the righteous path, I want to live in my mother's martial world. The bandages wrapping his sword began to fall off, revealing a sword eye as red as blood. Toan Hachiko ran ahead, not daring to stop, but he heard it. What is this sound?
It sounds like howling ghosts. That was the demonic energy from the sword, of course. The massive short sword glowed red, like it was just pulled from a forge. Its hilt was carved with a demon bearing bloody red eyes, terrifying just to look at. No wonder he usually kept it wrapped. Zichloi Khan swung his arm and slashed straight down, unleashing the demonic energy instantly. It locked onto Toan Hachiko, running ahead and chased after him. He was doomed this time. He glanced back, completely clueless. What on earth is this? When it got close, his whole body was torn into 100 pieces. This was the scene the MC loved most. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. My father's martial world is too boring. That night, Zichloi Khan carried Zalian home. Standing alone on a windy cliff, he sang loudly about the road ahead. He recited poetry as he walked. While she listened intently, a lone flower blooming on the cliff is listening. With his eyes still closed, he sensed it and asked, "You awake?" She blushed, put me down. But he naturally refused, "Don't get down, you're injured." Remembering what happened, she quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" "That guy was unlucky and got hit when you swung your sword. After he fell, I added another strike." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Huh? I stabbed him. Is he dead?" The MC lied without blinking. Is he a zombie? Could he survive being stabbed in the heart? She was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. He's dead. Half of his life was basically taken by me. Her body started trembling involuntarily. Seeing this, he held her tighter and comforted her. "Don't worry too much. That kind of person deserved to die, plus." Drawing a sword without being ruthless enough is an insult to the sword. Zalian stared at him, her fear easing. What an unpredictable person. He looks foolish, but sometimes he seems like a completely different person. Suddenly he said, "It's just the beginning now." For some reason, he got excited and shouted, "It's just the beginning now." Dragon Phoenix Banquet, Heavenly Dragon Great War, dominate the world. He made her laugh so hard she almost choked. Yeah, here we go again. Meanwhile, a carriage stopped in the middle of the road and 3 people stood there. Just looking at the pile of weapons they carried told you who they were. Duong Ho An looked over and asked, "Did you buy it?" Then Voon Hak's face darkened. Yeah. He quickly brought out a bamboo steamer of delicious steamed buns and offered it. Here. The old woman grabbed one and devoured it greedily. Her mood lifted considerably, smiling broadly. We're almost at Wuhan. Taking our time like this is nice. It reminds me of the past. The carriage rolled along as the 3 talked while eating. Do you know what this guy said to me when we first met 20 years ago? Ah. Are you bringing that up again? Huh? As soon as he saw me, he drew his sword and said in a low voice, "Supreme Demon Empress, I don't care about the evil deeds you've done, but if you dare to step on our young master's shadow, you'll die right here." She remembered those words vividly. The old man, Lan Di Thuong, scratched his head in embarrassment. I was young and naive. I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth back then, right? The other 2 burst out laughing. Thien Vu Nak looked over and asked, the young master back then referred to. She raised an eyebrow and explained, I was Loi Can's father. Haha, Loi Can is old enough to participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet now. Time really flies. Landy Thuong smiled brightly. Those kids are going to be in huge trouble. But they feel that Loi Can wouldn't lay a hand on kids, unless they do something that deserves a beating. Their words definitely applied to Trong Man Keats' group. At this moment, with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, he growled at his underling. That guy is actually still alive. The underling replied honestly, yes, I saw him walking out of Chin Kia Mon with Miss Trin. Hearing this, he spun around furiously and roared, what the hell is Ton Hatchko doing? He can't even handle a simple task like killing them. The underling hurriedly said, great hero Ton went out last night and hasn't returned.
Hearing this, he realized something was wrong. What? That guy is still alive and well, but Tuan Hoch Ko disappeared? Could it be? He guessed it right. But after thinking about it for less than 3 seconds, he threw his head back and laughed like a maniac to deny it. I'm really going crazy. How could I even have that thought? He made up his mind. Even though I don't know how he survived, we'll see if it's real skill or pure dumb luck at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Soon that day arrived, with fireworks lighting up the sky. At Tien Q Kin Dragon Phoenix banquet Bak Zuyen Ba Jia, a multitude of people in neat attire stood in solemn rows, holding their weapons. A massive crowd had gathered, bustling and lively. They chatted and discussed among themselves. The dragons and phoenixes are arriving one by one. Hey, isn't that young hero Nam from Nam Kiem Mon? Ah, it's Miss Huang from Huangjia Trang. The girls swooned as they saw a certain guy approaching, screaming loudly enough to burst everyone's eardrums. Ah! Yes, that's right. It's young hero Lam from Baksu Yen Bajia. Young hero Lam. Oh my, he's even more handsome than the rumors say. He was Lam Ha Ki, the heir of Baksu Yen Bajia, and he did look quite impressive. And Miss Tu Ma is walking with him too. Are the 4 great clans finally making their move? The girl walking behind him slightly bowed her head in pride. Suddenly, another guy pointed. Huh, that is... Young hero Duong. The winner of this Dragon Phoenix banquet is definitely going to be young hero Duong. The young man in yellow was Duong Tu Suong, the heir of Nam Nak Lien. The person next to him is the first beauty of Trung Khan, Miss Tiet. Tiet Bichua, the beloved daughter of Luke Tui Mountain Villa. They were truly a perfect match. Miss Tiet, you're so beautiful. I'm cheering for you. However, the person waving back at the cheers was Zich Loi Can. Thank you for your support. I will definitely win, don't worry. But no one was actually cheering for him. They turned to ask each other, Who is this guy? Never seen him before. Who do you think you are? Don't block Miss Tiet's way, get lost. Zhao Lian was gradually getting used to this scene, simply staring and thinking. Isn't he nervous at all? I'm actually jealous of how carefree he is. Suddenly he turned to ask her, the decorations here are really beautiful. Baksuyan Bajia must be very rich, right? Her eyes suddenly lit up and she smiled gently. About that, let's do our best together. Just that was enough to steal his soul, and he instinctively smiled brightly and nodded. Yeah. Suddenly a shout rang out, Dragons and Phoenixes of Group 8, please enter this way. Zhao Lian hurried off, Group 8 is us, let's go. Suddenly a fat guy stopped them. Please do not touch anything under any circumstances and kindly wait here for a moment. But as soon as Zich Loikan heard this, he sensed something fishy. You sound like you actually want us to touch something? There were already quite a few people standing inside the grand hall chatting with each other. Aren't you nervous? How many people will even make it past the second trial? She looked around in surprise and wondered, what is everyone doing here? Could the first trial involve a fight already? But turning around, she only saw our main guy standing there, seriously looking up. His eyes were fixed on the hanging sign, "The assembly begins upon entry." Not understanding, she asked, "What are you looking at?" He seriously studied the words. "It means the tournament starts as soon as we enter. Is that really it?" Shikloi Kan pointed at the painting hanging on the wall. "Don't you find this painting a bit strange?" She obviously didn't. "Strange? Let me see." She then looked at it seriously. The painting was quite long, depicting people competing in martial arts. Xia Lian was quick-witted, and once pointed in the right direction, she noticed it immediately. I see it. There are 18 people in the painting, holding different weapons which represent the 18 types of martial arts weapons. So in other words, but she got it completely wrong.
He smiled and teased, "It's nothing. It's just a trap using the 18 weapons to draw attention." She froze on the spot. A trap. Could there be another hidden secret? He urged. Look closely again. But she gave up even after staring hard at it. Besides this, there is nothing else. However, her eyes suddenly lit up, seemingly figuring it out. Analyzing the painting, she said, "This is." Martial artists in the painting seem to be fighting, but they're all looking in the same direction. It was an incense burner in the hands of the person at the end of the painting. It's this exact incense burner. There's no mistaking it. That incense burner was actually sitting on a pedestal in the middle of the room. A few people whispered to each other, "Don't touch anything. If you touch it, you'll be disqualified, remember? Judges are watching us, be careful. Absolutely do not touch anything." But right at that moment, a hand reached out and casually picked up the incense burner to examine it. Besides our main guy, who else would have the guts to do that? He picked it up, shook it, and examined it very closely. After inspecting it, he amusingly flipped the burner upside down and showed it to Xa Lian. "Oh, look at this. Dragon Phoenix Hall." She touched her chin and wondered, "Dragon Phoenix Hall? What does that mean?" Sichloikan explained, "Didn't they say the test begins as soon as we enter? The first trial has already begun." The guys standing around wanted to stop him, but none dared to. He continued, "Let's go. Finding our way here is the next trial." Right then, a guy shouted loudly, "Wait!" A guy standing right behind him pointed and yelled, "You too. Didn't you hear that you're not supposed to touch anything? I can't just stand by and watch you two cause trouble. Don't you think your actions will affect others?" He dared to glare at him and threaten, "Put that down right now." Our main guy sighed, "Oh boy, seems like we have a big problem here. Young man, why are you so obedient? You look about our age. Young people should sometimes know how to rebel against old rules and learn to resist." But that guy refused to listen and yelled back, "That's just the sophistry of a brat." Suddenly, his eyes deliberately glanced over at the grim-faced old men standing nearby. He plotted a dirty trick in his mind and sneered inwardly. Perfect. Taking down this kid right here to make a good impression isn't a bad idea. He even dared to think about finding a loophole. Even though the rule says no touching objects, it doesn't say no drawing swords. He stepped forward decisively. "If we can't reason with you, then so be it." His younger sister behind him tried to stop him. "Brother, big brother, you can't." He thought he was hot stuff and smiled wickedly. "Don't worry, I'm just going to teach him a lesson." Unexpectedly, as soon as the sword was drawn, it was shoved right back and stayed still in its scabbard. Sichloikan was suddenly standing right next to him. It was his hand that pushed the sword back. The force was so immense that his hand couldn't even budge. His eyes were glowing with an amused smile. The other guy got scared immediately. You guy. How could your strength be?" Blue veins popped on his hand as he strained with all his might but still couldn't even draw the sword. Today, our main guy even kindly reminded him, "Don't humiliate yourself further. Listen to your sister." A killing intent radiated from him, scaring the guy so much he almost wet himself and stood frozen. "My body can't move anymore." The crowd in the room all looked over. What's going on? A fight. Just then, a tiny hand was placed on his hand. The little girl smiled innocently. "Big brother, you're so good at holding back." The little girl breathed a sigh of relief and tactfully smoothed things over. "You shouldn't casually draw your sword against the weak." Given an out, the guy immediately bowed his head before him. "Young hero, I've offended you." "That's more like it." Our main guy smiled in satisfaction and conveniently placed the incense burner down on the table. He turned around and called to Xa Lian. "Well then, let's go." She stood there in a daze, looking at him like she'd lost her soul. What just happened? The guard at the door stopped them and reminded, "Leaving the hall without permission means disqualification." But he simply replied, "Whatever." The crowd in the room looked dumbfounded and confused. What's wrong with this guy? Walking out on his own accord. Suddenly, he stopped and told the guy from earlier, "Even though you're very stupid, for the sake of your sister, I'll give you a chance." He looked very sincere. "If you want to enter the second round, follow me." The guy was completely clueless. Thinking he was being set up, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Didn't you hear that leaving this place means disqualification?" Sichloikan ignored him, just smiled and walked straight out. The whole crowd rushed to the door to look, silently cursing. This madman. He just like that led the girl straight to the Dragon Phoenix Hall. Xa Lian only now realized, so there really is a Dragon Phoenix Hall. Our main guy pulled the door open. But this question is really hard. How many people can actually pass it? She was still wondering, could it be just us? Could we have won this easily? But then she saw a bunch of people already standing in the room before them. Did Xa Lian think everyone was as foolish as her? How is that possible? This many people solved the first question. Our main guy didn't care, looking around the room.
Among them were Lam Hakis group and Miss Tu Ma. And there was also that Duang Tu Shuang guy. Both of these famous guys are here, truly worthy of the orthodox sects, huh? She was shocked. What? That sounds like sarcasm. She quickly whispered in his ear, did someone here buy the answers? Unexpectedly, he pointed and said directly, they probably leaked the info to the noble families beforehand. How is that possible? This idiot got here before us. Shalian stared blankly at him. Idiot. Ah, I see. The person he pointed at is Trong Nan Kiet. She looked over, anger boiling up again. This guy. How does he still have the nerve to show up here after doing that? The bastard. Nan Kiet also saw them and guiltily thought, that brat's glaring at me. Does she know something? Looks like they really did meet Tuan Hoch Ko. What exactly happened?
He then looked at Sichloi Can. I clearly told Tuan Hoch Ko to deal with this guy. What the hell is Tuan Hoch Ko doing? The main character saw him staring and flashed a mocking grin. His sixth sense immediately kicked in. Something's not right here. Feeling guilty and anxious, he started guessing wildly. Does this guy have backing? Doesn't look like it. Did Tuan Hoch Ko run off with the money? Unlike him, Trong Nan Hua stood beside him, smiling brightly and looking at him with infatuation. Speechless, he sneered and turned away. Nan Kiet looked at his sister, his blood boiling. What is that brat making eyes for? He was trembling with anger. Right then, the sound of a gong rang out. Everyone looked in that direction. On the second floor, a man stood looking down from above. He began to speak, "O dragons and phoenixes gather here. Congratulations on safely passing the first round. He is Fong Tui Zan, elder of Bak Suen Ba clan, chief organizer of the Dragon Phoenix Banquet." The whole crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone cheered with joy. Zhao Lian also turned to him excitedly. You guessed right. We passed. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hold on. Wait a minute. Hey, back off." It was the guy who picked a fight with him earlier, now trying to get in but being blocked. He yelled, "I still have something to say." Zhao Lian also recognized him. Ah, that person is. Who knows what's wrong with this guy? Standing there screaming. This competition is invalid. Some people here were already eliminated and have no right to enter the second round. The confused crowd started whispering. What is he talking about? Invalid? The old man was also extremely annoyed. What do you mean invalid? The bastard's face was red as a monkey's butt, stubbornly clinging to the rules. When we entered, the organizers clearly said, don't touch anything. We were just following orders. He pointed straight at Sichloi Can. They broke the rules. They should be the ones eliminated. The guys behind him also yelled, exactly. It's not fair. This round shouldn't count. Xiao Lian and the main character stared at him wide-eyed, speechless. It did sound true. The whole crowd suddenly became noisy and chaotic. It infuriated the old man, who looked down at them with overwhelming killing intent. Stop whining. Do you think the martial world is child's play? He went on a rant. In the martial world, you never know what will happen. You must always keep your eyes wide open and stay highly vigilant. You were too careless. It was clearly written on the wall that the test started the moment you entered. If you get assassinated because you failed to spot the killer, will you complain it's unfair after you're dead? The old man was furious, having a spoon feed them this. Who are you going to complain to? The king of hell? Aren't you ashamed in front of those who solved the puzzle and made it here? The guy outside was completely silenced, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Lian suddenly turned and asked him, how did you know that? That incense burner was the clue for this stage. It could just be a coincidence. This girl was just as naive as that crowd, so he had to teach her again. No, there are no coincidences in the martial world. Now she finally understood. This martial world is much scarier than I thought. The losers were still crying and whining. How could this be? I just did what you told us to do. She looked at the faces in the room, crueler, and much more despicable. Now it sank in for her. If I hadn't come with Loi Can, but with someone else, I probably would have. The two brothers had to sadly wipe their tears. Let's go home. There's no other way. But no one noticed Fong Tui Zan standing above, grinning evilly. He even thought, you should thank the heavens you were eliminated today, because the Dragon Phoenix Banquet is about to become a living hell. The first round was over, so they went out to eat. Sichloi Can fed her a meat skewer coaxingly. Come on, open your mouth and say ah. The girl happily ate the skewer. Her eyes widened in amazement as she exclaimed, Brother, this is so delicious.
Seeing her happy made him smile brightly. Right? Tastes great, doesn't it? Even with the same meat, it tastes better when I grill it, right? The girl he fed was Trin Tu Lien, the third miss of Chin Kia Mon. Zalien stood between them, acting as a third wheel, unable to even swallow. Now they were sitting in the Trin family courtyard, happily grilling meat. Our mother is great at everything except cooking. To eat well, I had to learn how to cook myself. I believe that eating is one of the 3 great joys of life. The aunt smiled and nodded. After eating Great Hero Shik's grilled meat, I finally understand. How are your cooking skills even better than mine? Zalien also reminded her sister, Tu Lien, since you're enjoying it, remember to chew carefully and swallow slowly. But the little girl felt, the meat melts in my mouth before I can even bite it.
Shalene's eyes sparkled with emotion as she looked at her sister. It's been so long since Tu Lien was this happy. 7 years ago, Tu Lien suddenly fell seriously ill. No renowned doctor could find the cause of the illness. Thinking of this made her sigh in sorrow. Can Tu Lien's illness really be cured? Her condition is worsening every day. The mother also said, normally this girl can't even swallow a single bite of rice. Young Hero Shich, thank you. The father praised with satisfaction. You're truly talented. Did you pass today's first round thanks to his blessing? Shich Loi Kan replied, so you already know. Just leave the second round to me. Shalien listened to them and thought to herself, if it were before, I would definitely think he was bragging. This kid is no ordinary person. Anyone who isn't an idiot can clearly see that. She started to get curious. Who exactly are you? Cut to, that night in a field of bright red flowers. Six Loi Kan was strolling leisurely when he suddenly sensed something. He immediately turned around on high alert. The flowers under his feet suddenly exploded into pieces. Something was emerging from under the ground. The whole ground cracked open. He remained standing still, only hearing the rumbling sounds around him. Suddenly, the entire flower garden turned into straight pillars of earth. One misstep would mean falling to death. Looking at the scene before him, he looked clearly satisfied, looking up and asking, looks cool, right? Master Hua. Both the old man and Vo-En were standing there. He replied, the array has been deactivated. Those rocks began to turn into sand flying up in a cloud of dust. The array just now was the marvelous Flower 9 Palaces array. It's the simplest of the 3 arrays in this villa. The second array is the 5 Elements 7 Stars array. The final array is the Great Luo Wisdom King array. The old man explained, when the Great Luo Wisdom King array is activated, if you don't know how to break it, I guarantee no master can escape. However, his endless rambling was cut short by the main character. That proves it's a terrifying array. But Master Ho, you got one thing wrong. The old man's smile froze completely. He told the old man something. Even if you don't know how to solve the array, there's definitely a martial art that can destroy it entirely. Looking at his bewildered face, he chuckled. Well, you'll understand someday. Behind the 3 arrays, we'll set up the 7-segment death path. The main structures will be built in the final area. The construction process is almost finished. He suddenly stopped and looked at the old man. Now we will build the most powerful and coolest sect in the martial world. Vo-Am was also there, looking at him with an understanding smile. We found Fong Fan's whereabouts just as we expected. He nodded in acknowledgement. I'll personally go find him tomorrow. A flash of suspicion appeared in his eyes. But why would you suddenly? You have someone you want to give a gift to. He gave him a deadpan look. We aren't close enough for jokes. Vo-An, this habit of yours is really bad, asking when you already know, probing on purpose. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, I'm truly sorry. I really can't stand you. The night scenery always fills me with emotion, even though I don't know why.
Could there be a reason I don't know about? For example, falling into a well at age 2 and being trapped in the dark for 3 or 4 days. Unexpectedly, he trusted him absolutely. That's impossible, but even if it were true, young master, you would definitely climb out on your own anyway. Talking to him for just a few sentences killed his mood. Sometimes I hate myself. Vo-An hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just joking, haha. Suddenly he stared downward. Vo-An, can I hold all those lights down there in my hands? He looked at him for a long time. Sich Loi Kan's determined eyes sometimes terrified even him. He nodded confidently. Of course. In this martial arts world, who could do it better than the young master?
The next morning, Sich Loi Kan took Sa Lian to the market again. She ran after him and wondered, "You didn't say a word. Where exactly are you taking me?" The main guy turned around, smiled, and explained, "A place that sells real weapons." The girl didn't quite understand. Real weapons. Remembering the time she chose a weapon and he bluntly criticized, "Your taste in weapons is too terrible." He even had to sigh heavily, too tired to say more. "I will take you to a wonderful place." After walking through 7 roads and 3 streets, they finally arrived. "We're here." The one who came out to greet them was an old man who looked very grumpy at first glance. Sa Lian stood in front of him, instinctively shrinking back in fear. This forge was quite spacious but deserted, and the girl felt that the atmosphere here is too scary. Didn't he say this is his first time in Wuhan? How does he know about this black market? He was still standing there, testing a shiny dart. After testing it, he turned to look straight at the old man and asked, "Are these the only things you have here?" At this moment, the old man's eyes also caught the 2 bandage-wrapped blades on his back. He smiled pleasantly, catching on immediately. "I knew the esteemed guest would want to see something else. Since you're so knowledgeable, let me show you a weapon worthy of your status." After saying that, he opened a wooden box. It's the Ice Jade Dagger. The item in the box was emitting a cold aura and a blue light, clearly looking extraordinary. The blade was extremely sharp, every forged line was precise. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Being clueless like Sa Lian, she could only widen her eyes in awe. "Wow, it's so beautiful."
As soon as she finished speaking, the old man quoted the price. 15,000 taels. Like a bolt of lightning, the girl froze on the spot. 15,000 taels? But the main guy calmly asked, "If I buy this, is there a free gift included?" The girl was even more shocked, turning to him and whispering, "If there's a free gift, will you buy it?" The old man, with an unchanging expression, asked back, "A free gift? What do you want?" Sich Loi Kan looked around once. "Can I just pick anything I want?" The old man thought carefully, evaluating him from top to bottom. He knows the things here are just ordinary. What a weird guy. The main guy stood smiling and waiting. Finally, the old man nodded. "All right." He had it all planned out. Just waiting for the old man to agree, he pointed directly and sealed the deal. "Then I'll take this."
The old man looked over and was startled, while Ka Lian gasped in horror. The old man smirked wickedly, clearly very interested in him. "May I ask your name?" The main guy looked straight into his eyes. "I am Sich Loi Kan." Seeing his confusion, he knew. "Is this the first time you've heard this name?" But the old man kept looking back and forth between him and his chosen item. But this kid could actually recognize that thing. Does that mean his sect or his internal energy is very strong? Could it be that blade and sword? Looking at this young man again, the old man was completely intimidated. But a promise is a promise. He raised his eyes and smiled. "This thing has finally found its master. Will I be able to see you again in the future?" The main guy naturally didn't refuse. The old man was generous in business after all. "You did give me a free gift."
The two of them just looked at each other with meaningful smiles, while Sa Lian stood next to them, completely clueless. She clearly felt something was wrong, but couldn't prove it. A fair deal, a successful transaction. When they reached the stream to wash the items, the girl finally exploded and yelled, "You idiot! How could you spend 15,000 taels on a single dart? And the free gift you asked for was just a torn glove? Are you crazy or just stupid? No, you're a crazy idiot." She held her head tightly, wishing she could force him to return the items right away. But Sich Loi Kan ignored her, indifferently washing the items without saying a word. But she still wouldn't stop, running around him and asking a barrage of questions. "Wait, where did you get so much money? You didn't do anything bad, did you? Or are you some rich young master?"
After her rambling, he finished washing, reaching his hand out to her. "Ah, so noisy. Give me your hand." But she shook her head vigorously. "I don't need the glove." He had to explain, "Put this on. It can help you improve your martial arts. You're stuck at the 7th level, right?" Sa Lian was finally convinced. "What? How do you know?" The main guy casually grabbed her hand. "There is nothing in this world that I don't know." Sa Lian still couldn't believe it. It was just a glove. Can this really help me? If you're messing with me." But without letting her finish, his hand squeezed hers tightly. He even used both hands to hold the pretty girl's hand, looking straight into her eyes, starting to brainwash her. Even if it's something inconspicuous, it carries a special power. When putting on the glove, you must keep a reverent heart to feel it.
Try it on. After saying that, he put it straight onto her hand. Now Zalian looked closely. Oh, so it's a transparent glove. But it was truly strange. As soon as she wore it, a smooth feeling and a surge of power radiated out. A cool breeze blew past, and her body felt so light that she could fly, this feeling. Now she had to believe it, even if she didn't want to. Uncomprehending, she looked at him and shouted, "What is this? A strange power." It felt as if the glove was absorbing all the essence of heaven and earth into her body. What on earth is this? The power kept growing stronger. Shichloy Kan just stood by and observed with a very serious expression. It seemed he knew it would be like this. A beam of golden light enveloped them, forming a dense circle of spiritual energy.
Zalian still didn't dare to believe it, staring fixedly at her gloved hand. This was no ordinary divine artifact. Now he finally smiled in satisfaction. It has accepted you too. As expected, I wasn't wrong. You have a talent for this. She looked at the seal in her palm. It accepted me. What's this? Wind? The main guy's hand had an identical symbol. He smiled gleefully and held it up for her to see. Quickly say hello, this is the wind god. He had planned it all. We each wear one. When we get close to each other, the gloves will react. Your internal energy is too weak so you can't feel it, but I do. She was still suspicious. How is that possible? Because he was much stronger than her. Of course it's possible. This isn't an ordinary material. The owner of this glove was the #1 master in the world 300 years ago, the Fist King of the Wind God. In short, it is the ultimate treasure among treasures. But Salian's question made sense. Such a formidable treasure? Why was it carelessly tossed in the black market? He could only shrug. About that, probably because it was waiting for its master. You can use your bare hands to block sword aura, but your internal energy is too weak. It will injure your hands, but at least your hands won't be chopped off. It was as if he was helping her add another layer of protection. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks and refused to walk. After pondering for a long time, she finally dared to look up and ask, "Why are you treating me so well?" Sichloikan didn't expect her to ask. Girls are truly sensitive. Gently looking at the face before him, he smiled softly. He was like that again, offering no explanation, just letting her know it. Cutting to the Dragon Phoenix Banquet's second stage. It was pouring rain today, and the grand hall was packed with people. Zalian and the main guy sat in the stands looking down and wondering, What is this? There are footprints on such a long stone slab. The challenge for this round was a bit strange. Without letting her rack her brain for long, the old man Fong Tao Zan stepped up and announced, "The second stage of this year's Dragon Phoenix Banquet is a test of footwork. The task is very simple. You just need to walk from here to there. But there are 2 conditions. You must step on the footprints here, and the 2 of you must cooperate and coordinate with each other."
Zalian's family was also here watching. Everyone looked tense, except for her brother-in-law, who cheerfully asked, "The footwork is simpler than I thought, isn't it? My sister-in-law shouldn't have any problems, right?" On the other side, Duong Tu Swang was also acting arrogant and snobby. Anyone who has learned martial arts can do it, right? After he spoke, he shrugged casually right in front of the old man. It's just child's play. But the old man didn't think highly of him, cursing inwardly. The heir of Nam Nyak Lien is truly a useless fool. He was also certain the second stage will not show any favoritism to the prestigious noble families. He kept staring at him. The judges are all people completely unrelated to the 4 great overlords. I am not participating in the test either. Kid, can you even pass this stage?
Only the main guy widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "This! It probably won't be easy." Zalian gasped, utterly shocked, having never seen him call anything difficult. "What? You're actually saying this?" He just calmly explained, everyone has their own martial arts habits, especially footwork is even more obvious because it is done unconsciously. But if you pay too much attention to the footwork, your body movements will become messed up. Furthermore, you have to coordinate actions between 2 people. A girl raised her hand and asked, "How will we take the test? Do the rest of us leave, leaving only the participants?" The old man shook his head and replied, "No, it must be done in front of everyone." Hearing this, the crowd started murmuring, "What? Won't the later participants have an advantage? Let's wait a bit, observe the previous people's footwork, and then do it." Overhearing this, Shalian also turned to tell him, "If we just watch how others do it, and then adjust." But before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out, "I will go first." The crowd immediately turned to look at the person who just spoke. "Starting so soon? Will it be okay?" As for Sich Loikan, he found him quite interesting. This guy is really smart. No matter what it is, being the first one always holds great significance. And the person stepping forward was the famous Lam Ha-ki. As soon as his fans saw him, they cheered wildly. Young hero Lam is about to take the challenge. Both of them stepped forward. The people above freely discussed the first to challenge. He looks quite confident. If it's young hero Lam, he indeed has the qualifications. Shalian was also curious. What kind of footwork will he use? Shishaloikan didn't say much, just silently focused on observing. Very quickly, Lam Ha-ki took his first steps. Everyone watching was mesmerized. The girls' faces turned red, swooning over him. Oh my. Wow, so flashy. Lam Ha-ki went first and his teammate Tu-ma ran after him, coordinating flawlessly. He looked quite impressive, confidently showing off with a very serious face. Zhao Lian watched and marveled. Ah, his speed is so fast. Even the old men sitting in the judges' seats had to turn to each other and say, stepping on the footprints on the stone slab quickly and accurately, he truly lives up to his name as the heir of Bak Suyin Ba. Compared to him, Miss Tu-ma is struggling a bit, but she is still desperately trying to keep up with young hero Lam's footwork, considering they are the first challengers this level. Poor teammate, she was out of breath just trying to keep up with him. Less than greater than. Very quickly, the test was completed. The cheering was even louder than before. Young hero Lam has reached the finish line. Young hero Lam, you're so cool. Miss Tu-ma has also arrived. However, the more they were praised, the more annoyed and jealous Duong Tu Swang became. The judge shouted loudly, Lam Ha-ki, Tu-ma on, pass. Zhao Lian suddenly trembled and told him, I'm a little nervous. Can be passed too. As if her anxiety wasn't enough, he smiled brightly and turned to her. No way. She panicked even more, her jaw dropping. You're saying we can't. The main guy turned serious, no longer joking. Not exactly that we can't. He stood up and walked out. Follow me, let's practice. She asked, not watching anymore. He shook his head. It's useless. Most copycats will be eliminated. Only those with their own footwork can pass this test. With our current level, we'll definitely fail. He already knew this tournament like the back of his hand. It was pouring rain outside. Sich Loikan picked an empty yard. It's deserted here, not bad. He smirked and teased. Try using your Scarlet Evil Sword art. I'll help you correct it. With your 7th level, you can't pass this test. She was quite surprised. You want to help me correct it? You understood its essence just by looking once? Who exactly are you? After everything, even a fool would realize. Are you really a martial arts master? He simply replied, more than enough to teach you. She didn't ask further and drew her sword. I don't know what you mean, but I'll show you. Watch closely. Here I go. Then she started dancing around with her sword. Shichloi Khan stood still and watched. The sharp blade slashed right in front of his eyes. He spotted the flaw instantly. Hold on, your breathing is half a beat too slow here. She corrected it right away. Like this? Surprisingly, just a slight increase in speed boosted her power significantly. Zhao Lian had never thought of it. Just half a beat slower, but the swing feels completely different. She's quite smart. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, keep going. He kept correcting her. Here, tuck your arm in. Your left foot is wrong. It opened a whole new horizon for her. Every word he says creates a terrifying change. This is the final move. Finally done, she felt like she had just trained for 10 years. It's totally different from my usual practice. The feeling is completely different. He looked at her and smiled proudly. Fixing her flaws was quite an achievement. Zhao Lian stood frozen, still processing it. Her hand trembled. How is this possible? Is this really the Scarlet Evil Sword art I know? She couldn't help but look at him. Who on earth is this guy? He even noticed it. Congratulations. Your sword art just broke through the 7th level and reached the 8th. She looked dumbfounded. What the hell? This is beyond ridiculous. Is martial arts a joke? In less than 5 minutes of minor tweaks, she leveled up. Amazingly, without his guidance, she wouldn't have improved this fast in 10 years. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a figure stood there. It was Shichloi Khan's loyal subordinate, Vo An. He was waiting for the other 3 to show up. You could tell they were extraordinary at a glance. The formidable assassin trio, Duong Hua An, Lan Di Thuong, and Tien Vu Nak had arrived. Vo An bowed respectfully. You're here. It's been a while. Young master is currently at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Let me take you there. The old woman stared at him. All right, but you? Look so old without shaving.
He froze instantly, overwhelmed by a numbing pain. To make matters worse, one old man nodded in agreement, and the other added insult to injury. "You look 5 years older." Voan felt like he'd been stabbed. He stood frozen, unable to move. The three walked past him, chatting. But why did Can join the banquet?
Probably planning something unexpected. Let's go see. They left him standing in the rain, crying inside. He just didn't shave, that's all. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, someone shouted, "I want to challenge!" The confused crowd whispered, "What? What's wrong with him?" The one speaking was none other than the main guy. The two stood in the arena and introduced themselves. "I am Han Van Lu Tui, Shich Loi Kan. I am Trin Sha Lien of Chin Kiem Mon." The crowd chuckled upon hearing this. Han Van Lu Tui? He's a rogue with no sect? Before starting, he glanced at her to confirm. "You've reached the 9th level of the Scarlet Evil Sword Art. This should be a piece of cake, right?" Sha Lien didn't know anything. She looked confused. 9th level? She panicked inside. "He tweaked my sword art one more time just now." Seeing her disbelief, he confidently stated, "You finally reached the 9th level." But she was still skeptical. Even if he says so, how is that possible? I've never heard of anyone progressing so fast. They hadn't discussed it, so he asked her now, "Do you know the name of our plan this time?" Shikshloikan threw out a flashy name. Dragon Phoenix Duo. Then he dashed forward like the wind. His body glowed with spiritual energy, exuding absolute confidence. If he couldn't pass, no one could. They began the test. He led the way, with Zal Lian closely trailing behind. The crowd was shocked, sitting in stunned silence as they watched. He even had time to ask his girl, "Not bad, huh?" She was also glowing. "It's all thanks to your help." Zal Lian was overjoyed. "My body can actually perform these moves. It's magical. Maybe because I'm more relaxed. It feels like dancing." She felt it, and he named it. The mind understands all things. The body controls all things. That is the process of comprehending martial arts essence. They were just chatting. Martial arts essence? And suddenly reached the other side of the arena. Even Sa Lian couldn't believe it and yelled, "It ended that fast? I don't even remember how I got across." Only then did she start panting in exhaustion. Sichloikan smiled triumphantly. "The Dragon Phoenix duo is amazing." She looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. The judge announced, "Sichloikan, Trin Sa Lian, pass." Both of them laughed happily. After this, the Trin family rushed over. "Alian, since when did your martial arts get so good?" Standing with them, he suddenly froze in surprise. He just noticed the three elders standing there. They locked eyes. Voan had brought them here. He was only surprised for a second, then ran over happily with open arms and a wide smile. He was about to give them a big hug when a sharp sickle suddenly lodged right into his forehead. Blood sprayed as everyone laughed. "This guy is too cheesy. Ha ha ha. Others would think he's your real grandson." He helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Ha ha, long time no see, and you're already teasing me." The old woman only cared about one thing. "I heard you're building a manor?" "Kid, you've made such a big scene. What are you planning now?" He nonchalantly replied, "What else?" He casually stated with confidence, "I want to swallow this entire martial world." The three elders were speechless. You think unifying the martial world is that easy? It's very difficult. Putting aside the 4 great overlords, how will you handle the 9 gangs and 1 sect? What about the 4 great families? And also, she looked straight at him meaningfully. What are you going to do about the divine cult? He would definitely face all of this if he wanted to unify the martial world. The 3 waited silently for his answer. But Sichloikan wasn't worried at all. "I won't worry about things that haven't happened yet." That was definitely his style. The 3 were utterly speechless. Who on earth does this kid take after? Only Vo-An would blindly trust him. Suddenly, he turned and reminded him, "Vo-An, treat the seniors well." He asked in surprise, "Huh? Young master, where are you going?" He simply replied, "I'm going to catch that freak." Of course, he brought Sa Lian along. She still wasn't used to his style and smiled awkwardly. Are you joking?" Shichloikan never knew how to joke. "No, I'm telling the truth. We just have to cross this bridge." In front of them was an ultra-long suspension bridge called the Bridge of Life and Death. The name alone was terrifying. She widened her eyes in shock. I absolutely cannot do this." He didn't explain much, only warn her. "You'll regret it if you don't go. The person I'm about to catch is deeply connected to you."
After saying that, he casually walked across. This bridge is actually no different from flat ground. Just walk across. Sa Lian was still terrified, covering her mouth, afraid to scream. It's too dangerous. There's a steep cliff down there. What's there to be so scared of? He turned to look at her. This is the difference between a master and a second-rate fighter. A master will see this place as no different from flat ground. I don't think you're a master. She was speechless. I know that too, but being mocked still hurts. But Shishloi can use the carrot and stick approach. After mocking her, he invited her. But at least you should have the determination to become a master, to challenge yourself, right? Enlightened by his words, she became much bolder. That's right, it's just walking. Let's give it a try. So she followed closely behind him step by step, and in a flash they were 2/3 across the bridge. Sa Lian tiptoed carefully, not daring to walk fast. After a few steps, she got more used to it. Not as dangerous as I thought, huh? Shishloikan smiled. Right? But his smile was a bit too wicked. Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. There are occasional sudden gusts of wind here, so be careful. Just as he finished speaking, it came. The wind here was not normal at all, swirling fiercely like a mini tornado. It swirled straight towards Sa Lian. The strong wind also made the suspension bridge sway unstably. And this wind seemed to intentionally attack anyone crossing the bridge. She was suddenly blown straight into the air by it. Too fast, too dangerous. Her heart almost leaped out of her chest. Sichloikan hurriedly shouted to reassure her. Don't be scared. Just imagine you're standing on flat ground. Her ears were ringing and her brain was freezing, but she had to force herself to calm down. Right, it's no different from flat ground here. But how was that possible? Hovering in mid-air, how could she possibly imagine she was on the ground? The wind suddenly died down, leaving her with no support. She closed her eyes tightly, scared out of her wits, falling. But our main guy was standing right there. How could he let her die so easily? His eyes immediately glowed red. He gathered his chi in front of his abdomen. He then released his spiritual energy to catch her from afar. His power replaced the wind, supporting Sa Lian as she slowly floated down. She didn't understand what was going on and just let him do whatever he was doing. She calmly went along with it and safely landed on the bridge. She looked down, trembling all over. She might have escaped now, but who knew when this would happen again? Would she be as lucky next time? A ton of questions raced through her mind, especially when looking down at the gaping abyss waiting below her feet. Seriously, I almost died. For the first time in her life, she felt hell was so close. The bridge occasionally swayed and creaked, making her panic even more as she tried to calm herself. I have to keep moving. The main guy patiently stood waiting, but Sa Lian's limbs were petrified with fear. Her mind was awake, but I can't lift my legs. Suddenly he spoke up. The moment I first saw you, my heart suddenly stopped beating. In this picturesque setting, this sounded exactly like a confession, completely overriding the fear in her head. Sikloikan smiled brightly and coaxed, Come here quickly. I like you. This trick works on girls every time. Sa Lian had no mind left to be scared. Memories of their time together flashed through her mind. Likes me? But thinking it over, she couldn't believe it. How was that possible? She didn't know how, but her fear disappeared. She just kept walking while thinking, This guy likes me? Is he joking? She was completely dazed even after crossing the bridge. It was like he used a hypnosis spell. She was still thinking, did I mishear him? Completely ignoring the massive house in front of them. It wasn't until he turned and said, Didn't you cross the bridge already? That she snapped out of her I like you trance and blurted out, What you just said. Sichloikan chuckled. That? She blushed furiously with embarrassment. Did you just say that casually? Because I was too scared. You did that to distract me? She had guessed partially right, but it was also true that he liked her. They both looked at each other awkwardly. Finally, he flatly replied, You really are smart, aren't you? And walked away, leaving Sa Lian blushing with rage. She angrily punched a bridge pillar, cursing 1,000 times in her head, This bastard. How dare he tease me? But just as she threw a punch, someone yelled, Who dares to cause trouble in this sacred place? She jolted, feeling guilty. Before she could pull her hand back, a bald old man appeared. He was clearly scolding the two of them. Stop right there. Sa Lian hurriedly bowed in panic. I'm sorry, while the main guy calmly turned around to look. As soon as the old man saw him, his face turned pale and he froze on the spot. He hurriedly waved them off and tried to slip away. It's normal for yous to do such things, haha. Well, you guys just keep playing. But before he could take 3 steps away, he was stopped by an icy voice. Your disguise technique looks pretty decent, doesn't it? You ugly freak, you can't escape my eyes. To the old man, he was like a demon interrogating him, and sweat drenched his entire body. The old man invited the 2 of them inside to sit. He rubbed his aching head and complained miserably. The bodhisattva is too heartless. How did this demon know I was here? As he spoke, he had no choice but to take off his mask. Zhao Lian looked on in fear and asked him, Who is he? Zhishloi can fearlessly listed off his titles. A swindler, a quack, a thief. Doesn't he have 8 types of useless talents? Just those hints were enough for her to immediately realize special talents in 8 fields. She gasped in shock. Could it be Bat Fong? She stared wide-eyed at him. A bit intimidated, she asked, Pretty senior. He completely removed his mask, revealing a very grumpy face. Humph, you young people know nothing about martial arts world's etiquette. His name was Bat Fong Su Kwai. Suddenly, a hand slapped him right on the top of his head. It was the main guy who stepped up, rubbed his head, and smugly boasted, Moreover, he's my disciple. The more she listened, the more shocked she became. You're your disciple. What's going on? He finally explained, plainly stating, This guy made a bet with me. The loser had to become the disciple. Curious, she asked, What did you 2 bet on? Thinking back to that day, he couldn't help but smirk. Go. The old man went mad with anger and yelled, Someone definitely used voice transmission to teach you how to play. The 2 of them went back and forth, bickering endlessly as they recounted the past. You swindler. You used dirty tricks to trick me. During the fight, you definitely poisoned me. Hearing this, Zhao Lian somewhat understood. What? These tricks should be the specialty of senior pretty boy Bat Fong Shu Kwai. How did Zichloi can actually be him? Suddenly, he changed his tone, rested his chin on his hand, and got serious. I have a favor to ask today. Although you are a quack, you're a pretty capable one. He didn't bother asking for permission and just finalized the deal. You have to help me treat a patient. Still fuming, the other guy yelled, You brat, do you think I just treat patients casually? Do you know how many filthy rich tycoons have died because I refuse to treat them? Who would have thought his offer would be so tempting? As long as you cure her. Let's cancel our bet. Bat Fong Shukui's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and agreed. Deal. Let's put an end to this sickening karma. Let's go. Zhao Lian sat listening to them, not quite understanding. Who is sick? He smiled brightly, his eyes filled with hidden meaning. Her mind immediately raced. How? How could it be? The patient he's talking about. It's Tu Lian again. Even when the old man arrived at her house to treat her sister, she still couldn't believe it. Bat Fong Shukuei lifted the little girl's hand to examine her. Tu Lian lay there with wide eyes, waiting for a miracle. Zhao Lian didn't dare to get her hopes up. No one has been able to diagnose the cause so far. This time, he must. After a long time, the main guy finally asked, So, what is it? Bat Fong Sukwai was extremely pleased to hear his tone. This brat is actually giving me face in front of others. He gave a serious diagnosis. This child was stung by a venomous wasp. It's the blood wasp, a very rare species. The 2 parents cried out in horror. A venomous wasp? He continued seriously. I'll prescribe some medicine, have her take it for half a month. Then, nourish her properly and have her exercise to build her strength. She'll recover in a year. Tu Lian's eyes almost popped out of her head. She had lost hope so many times, yet the cure was that simple? Everyone in the room covered their mouths in disbelief. Zhao Lian was still out of it, muttering to herself, Recover? Trin Wai Thu immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you. You truly live up to your name, Mr. Bat Fong. Oh my, this is really... Please get up. Zhao Lian stood in a daze for a long time, still processing all of this. Her mother walked up and looked at him. Young hero Zich, thank you. She was moved to tears. To be able to invite a famous doctor like Mr. Bat Fong here. I will never forget this great favor. He rarely acted this humble, laughing as he replied, Not at all, this is all thanks to Zhao Lian. She even risked her life. After saying that, he turned to look at her. This was all thanks to you. You worked hard. Hearing him say that, tears welled up in her eyes. She was too moved to speak. The scene in the room was heartwarming. Zich Loikan kept his promise, clasping his hands and bowing to him. Senior Bat Fong, I've offended you greatly recently. You may leave now. He chuckled playfully. Humph, you act decisively, kid. It was fun playing with you, but... Suddenly, his expression hardened. You didn't come to me just for this, did you? The main guy didn't beat around the bush, nodding firmly. That's right. To conquer the world, I need your help, senior. But that child's life is also very important. The old man clearly understood something. Is a child's life that important? What did you say 3 years ago when you were an impulsive brat? Your dream was to build a righteous martial arts world. Back then, I just thought it was childish dreaming. It seems you've matured. Has your dream not changed? He nodded without hesitation. That's right. This old man genuinely believed him 100%. Show me then. This righteous martial arts world you speak of. I am willing to help you.
Of course, before proceeding, he had to warn him first. This might require gambling with our lives. Do you regret what you just said? He affirmed it without even thinking. No regrets. That was all he was waiting for. He smiled instantly. Then you'll call me young master? If he could call him master, there was nothing he couldn't do. Much better than calling you master. I also want to see what you're planning to do. So, what do you plan to do next? Naturally, he had already thought it out before seeking him out. Next? The scene shifted to a small island on East Lake. The day of the third test had arrived. Competitors were all gathered there, chatting amongst themselves. Is there really nothing here? What are they making us do here? Zillian and Sichloi Kan were also there. To think the third test would take place on this island.
Suddenly, a group of people behind them started arguing loudly. One of them yelled, "Call my guards here immediately." It was the infamous Duong Tu Shuang again, screaming in the faces of the managers. You're telling me to go to an island like this without bringing my guards. Does that even sound reasonable? The other guy helplessly tried to explain, Young hero Duong, please calm down. This is for the fairness of the tournament. The leader of Mam Nak Lien has also agreed to it, but he still refused to believe it. How could my grandfather agree to this? The old manager could only say, I have already told you. There are experts from Bak Zuyan Ba family station all over the island. Catching wind of this, the main guy sighed, This ignorant brat hasn't changed a bit. Zhao Lian looked worriedly in that direction. But, is it really okay? He looked around, having already figured it out. The experts from the Bak Zuyan Ba family he mentioned. Their strength is greater than we thought, but we still can't let our guard down. You know that. She immediately asked, Can you sense their auras? I'm seriously warning you. In the martial world, a moment of carelessness can cost your life. It usually happens when you're most off guard. Right now, a ship is heading straight for the island. On the ship, a shattering sound rings out. The girl covers her face, crying in fear. He is heard shouting, Get out. Damn it, why do you keep bringing me these ugly hags? Unable to relieve himself, he lies furiously on the bed and calls out, Hey, you out there. Are we there yet? His underling announces, 15 minutes left. Hearing this, he immediately licks his lips in lust.
Long-haired and in a red cloak, he wonders wickedly, are women from noble families any different? He is Am Ma Trung, the top rapist of the evil path. On the island, Examiner Niem Sung holds a red flag and shouts, This is the Dragon Phoenix flag. Whoever gets it will pass the third round. The crowd is shocked to see him. Great hero Niem Sung? Why is such an expert a judge here? Zalian innocently asks, If the third round is about fighting for the flag, do we have to use force? Unexpectedly, the old man hears her and shouts back, You don't rely on force to snatch it. He points the flag forward. Of the 2 doors you see here, enter the left door, go around the island, and exit through the right door. In other words, the island itself is the third round. The first 4 couples to return will win. Only 8 people can win this flag.
A girl suddenly turns to Zhao Lian and asks, Is this a test of lightweight skills? Smiling brightly, she introduces herself, Imjia Duan Hai of Huyet Vuong Man. He is my senior brother. The man blushes and greets them. Nice to meet you. The friendly girl approaches and chats. You're Miss Zhao Lian of Chin Kiam Man, right? Surprised, Zhao Lian asks, Huh? How did you know? The girl blabbers on, Ever since my senior brother met you, it was love at first sight. Hearing this, the man yells in embarrassment. When did I say that? Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Just a few noisy words in, the examiner scolds them. You 3, are you here to play? Sichloi Kan feels embarrassed and steps away from them. The bald man continues, Lightweight skills alone aren't enough to get the flag. This island is full of traps. Hearing this, Jia Duong Hai looks worried. Traps? I've never heard of this.
The old man holds up a sharp arrow.
But don't worry, see this wooden arrow? The traps use wooden arrows, not real ones. He reassures them, if you get stuck in a trap, call the nearby instructors. They will be watching you closely. Good luck! The competition officially begins. Shichloi Kan leads Za Lian around the island. Place is deserted. She wonders, why is no one taking this path? He calmly replies, walking an untrodden path is the true meaning of wandering. Surprised, Za Lian asks, you started wandering at 10. You must have been to many places. He nods and boasts, countless places. She listens in admiration. That's amazing. Did your experiences make you capable of all these surprising things? The more she thinks, the more disappointed she gets. Looking at you, I feel like a frog in a well.
Seeing her sad, he quickly suggests, don't worry, I'll take you out to broaden your horizons in the future. She blushes, secretly thrilled. Take me out to broaden my horizons? He suddenly stops, feeling something is wrong. But didn't they say instructors are ambushing everywhere? So Lian looks up. Yeah, what's wrong? His face turns serious. I don't hear any movement at all. She suddenly feels scared. What? They look at each other for a moment. The sky is blue, the sun is shining, and birds are singing. She quickly calms down and reassures herself. You're scaring me. Let's go. But as she turns, Zalian senses killing intent and immediately draws her sword. She slashes to block the incoming object and shouts, Who's there? On the ground lies an arrow she just cut in half. It's too late to realize it. This is a trap. Another arrow flies from behind her. Fortunately, he catches it barehanded, saving her life. Turning around, Zalian realizes it. There was another one? Thank you. At this speed, even a wooden arrow is very dangerous, but looking closely, he knows. It's a real arrow. Someone tampered with the traps. The arrow is sharp and shiny, clearly meant to kill. Just then, a piercing scream echoes from elsewhere. Shichloi reacts with lightning speed and rushes over. Let's go check it out. So Lian quickly follows him. At the dock, two people are standing in front of a wooden boat. They point at the boat and ask each other, any news about this boat docking? None. What fool dares to trespass on the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Suddenly, a dark object flies past them. Something fell over there. It rolls on the ground. When they see what it is, their faces turn pale. This is Instructor Doan! But it's just a bloody head. A dark figure appears on the boat and says, there are other instructors too. I ordered my subordinates to kill them all long ago. Why do they keep crawling out one after another? It's Ma Trung. He is covered in blood. The two old men are terrified upon seeing him. One hastily draws his sword. You, go notify Examiner Niem Sung. The other runs off. Understood. I'll be right back, be careful. Before he finishes or takes 3 steps, a chain wraps around his neck. With a single jerk, his head is immediately severed, blood violently splattering everywhere. The remaining old man watches in horror. What is this? He roars, you bastard! How dare you kill someone from Baksu Yenba family? He doesn't know another iron ball is flying toward the back of his head. Blood splatters again. Ma Trung kills both with just a chain. Swinging the chain, he walks onto the island with a wicked laugh. Beauties are waiting for me. Let's go. Back to Shichloi Kan, he is sprinting toward the scream. From afar, he sees a few people standing there. The person is still screaming in panic. No, don't! Getting closer for a better look, his eyes widen in shock. Za Lian running behind sees it, turns pale and screams, Ah! It's the Marshall siblings from earlier. Jia Duanghe hugs him tightly, crying, Senior brother, don't! Senior brother! But the man is already dead, his lower body completely crushed into a gruesome mess. The others who see this are too terrified to speak. So Lian quickly runs over. Miss Jia. Meanwhile, he observes his surroundings and sees a bloody sword embedded in a nearby tree. The cowards step back in fear, stammering. I didn't expect the tournament to be like this. To hell with the Dragon Phoenix banquet. I want out. He looks around and yells, Instructor! Instructor! No matter how loudly he calls for an instructor, no one appears. Confused, Zalian looks at him. Why is no one here? Something seems wrong. Should we turn back? But Shichloi looks around and shakes his head. We can't. He had already sensed trouble. This island is now a giant trap. If someone orchestrated this, they might have anticipated our retreat and set deadlier traps behind us. Leaving the designated path will trigger a formation.
Now believing him, she turns grim. What? Then. He says bluntly, we can only keep moving forward. Staying here means death too. The others hear him and get scared. This place has formations? Is there any way to break them? He nods. Traps and formations can be broken because they are made by humans. Zalian is completely confused. What does that mean? He explains, in case they fall into it themselves. Humans hate unsolvable situations. So can you break this formation? They talk back and forth. It's tough. If I just escape alone, it's possible. Then escape and notify the people outside. He smiles at her. I can't leave you behind to go alone. Tiet Bik Hua, who has been watching, overhears them. She furrows her brows and assesses him. This man. Isn't he showing off too much? She looks extremely annoyed. But she glances at Duong Tu Swang cowering in fear. He's way better than this idiot. After a while, they set off again, this time sticking together. They walk while observing their surroundings. Just keep following this path. He notices everyone is gathered together at some point. She asks him, all paths merging into one means we're getting closer to the exit, right? Shikshuleikan nods, probably. As she speaks, but there haven't been any traps since then, making me more anxious. His expression suddenly changes. Looking down at his feet, the ground feels strange. Is that a metallic sound? Before they can react, the ground suddenly collapses. Terrified, Xiaolian shuts her eyes and screams. It's a trap. We're falling. But it's nothing serious. He is just holding her tightly with one arm wrapped around her back, looking at the others struggling and falling over. Is this the third trial's mechanism? But he felt that's not right. This swamp isn't a simple trap. Indeed, the others also noticed something wrong. Buried underneath, the crowd screamed, no, I can't get up. What's wrong with this swamp? Only he knew. It's because it's mixed with severance sand. Severance sand? Hell swamp. It's named as sand that severs human bonds. This sand cuts off inner ki. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Even though he didn't sink in, he was still affected. Examining his hand, I can't gather my inner ki either. Also, there's something else beneath this swamp. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a massive object emerged. The crowd panicked and pointed. Look. Someone realized. It's a mechanism, a wooden pillar with a giant blade on top. From above, the swamp and the blade looked like a giant grinder ready to crush them. Zalian asked in confusion, What is this? Huh? It just moved. The blade suddenly dropped. The crowd fled, move. But they were stuck in the swamp and couldn't budge. Blood splattered everywhere. Those who couldn't dodge were instantly killed. The survivors were terrified. It's a real blade. Suddenly, the blade was lifted up high again. Returning to its original position, it's going up again. As the crowd sighed in relief, good thing no one got hurt, the blade suddenly changed direction. This time it aimed right at Zalian. She screamed. It changed direction. The guy's face turned dark, his eyes rolled back. He clearly saw it. It's pointing at me now. If he didn't dodge, he'd be chopped in half. Trong Nan Kiet watched. Is this guy your partner? How unlucky. Suddenly, someone grabbed his clothes tightly. Crawling and begging, young hero. Help me. Pull me up. I can't die alone. Trong Nan Kiet naturally ignored him and coldly turned away. You crazy fool, let go. His sister Trong Nan Hoa scolded. Do you want us both dead? Let go. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. As the three struggled, the blade fell straight down. A cold, sharp slash. Just seeing the light flash on the blade was terrifying. This time, that guy was hacked to pieces. Blood splattered all over Trong Nan Kiet. The dead man's hand was still gripping his clothes. A horrific scene. Before the man died, Kiet managed to chop off both his arms to avoid being dragged down. He panicked in guilt. Did I kill him? No, he was going to die anyway. He almost killed me. He suddenly noticed Lam Ha-ki standing nearby, having seen everything. He quickly shouted to explain. Young hero Lam, this. But since it was unavoidable, Lam Ha-ki just said, You did the right thing. Hearing that, Trong Nan Kiet felt completely relieved and smirked. That's right. I made the right choice. But Zalian felt, that's too much. Then she felt guilty. But I'm not sure I'd act differently. Am I a bad person too? Unexpectedly, Shichloi Kan comforted her. Feeling guilty is already good enough. She was surprised. Staring at the scene, he said, In today's world, even guilt is dead. Anyone who still feels it is considered a fool. But it wasn't the time for preaching.
The crowd screamed. It changed direction again. No! Zalian looked at the giant blade. A swamp that seals key, plus this mechanism. It's hopeless. Yet she felt no fear. Just being with him gave her hope. She bravely told him, "Let's find a way together." But she didn't realize he was already gone. Her side was empty. What? Her face darkened as fear set in. He must have gone for help. Why else would he vanish? Just then, a shadow fell over her. She looked up to see the blade hanging right above her. It was terrifying. It flashed brilliantly and slashed down. Zalian panicked and accidentally fell straight into the mud. Hanging by a thread, the falling blade would easily chop her in half. But she didn't fall on her own. What's that? Something is pulling me down. Where is it pulling me? Down below the mud was blue water, just like the sea. Zalian calmed down and checked her hands. It's water. It's weak, but I can feel my key. The one pulling her down was Zichloi Can. His firm and reliable hand held hers tightly. Seeing his familiar face, she could finally believe it. Is this? The two were gazing passionately when he suddenly let go of her hand. He didn't plan to surface, he just gave her a strong push underwater. Zalian shot straight through the ground from his powerful push. His strength was so great it launched her into the air. She heard his voice in her ears. Destroy the mechanism! Zalian realized, this voice, is it Loi Can's telepathy? Still confused, she suddenly went into a free fall. But with her key restored, she defended herself by thrusting her sword into the mechanism, hanging suspended on it. Just hanging there, she smelled the overwhelming stench of blood. The mechanism was huge. How could she destroy it? With my current strength, it's impossible. I have to use sword key to cut it, but I've never succeeded before. Just then, people below screamed for the wounded. We can't seal the acupoints. Use clothes to stop the bleeding. So Lian looked down and was startled. It was Miss Jia. She just lost her brother and now her leg was chopped off. So unlucky. She looked around. Many were hacked to death. The bloody survivors screamed, "Please stop. Let us leave." Father, mother, save me, and being sucked in. Hearing the screams, Zolian's hands trembled. She resolved herself, I must cut this down. Reaching the top of the mechanism, she remembered. Loikan told me the difference between masters and amateurs. I must focus and believe I can cut it. Calming her mind amidst the screams, I must cut it before it turns to save everyone. I must believe I can do it. Closing her eyes, focus entirely on the sword. Ever since I first held a sword, training every day without rest. Putting my lifelong training into this one strike. She unleashed her skill, her ki glowing brightly. Clearly felt it, the hand-wearing Fong fan is burning. I can feel my inner ki gathering. Right now, she delivered a powerful horizontal slash. Her sword was much more formidable than before. A single slash managed to sever the falling blade. She couldn't believe her eyes. I cut it! The giant blade crashed down. The crowd below looked up there, the device. Everyone cheered with joy. The device is destroyed. We survived. I thought I was dead. Now we can go home, right? So Lian smiled happily at the scene. The survivors moved on as the ground returned to normal. A person bowed to Lian. Miss, thank you so much. You didn't just destroy the device. If it weren't for you jumping to the other side of the swamp and using a branch to pull everyone up, we all would have drowned for sure. She was confused and didn't know what to say. That matter. She looked at Zichloi beside her. Several people have already thanked me, but... He seemed to understand and immediately put a finger to his lips, gesturing for her to be quiet. So Lian turned back to reply to the person. No, it's nothing. As long as everyone is safe and sound, that's good. After he left, she turned and asked, why wouldn't you let me tell them? If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. This is a huge achievement. He didn't care much about such trivial fame, just smiled and replied, now is not the time to draw attention. He was clearly scheming something. Zalian implicitly wondered, not yet. The time? Just what exactly are you planning? As they walked and talked, she was very puzzled. Why did this happen? Someone is targeting the Dragon Phoenix participants. Is it a coincidence? Zichloi had to remind her of a truth again. Didn't I tell you before? In the martial world, there are absolutely no coincidences. Though I don't know the reason, this isn't something an individual could pull off. I think there's some mysterious organization involved.
Opposing party is taking action against the Bak Ba family. They are definitely not ordinary people. With such brutal methods, they must surely be some heavyweights. At this moment, they were resting and drinking in a small room. The beautiful female leader from before was fanning herself and laughing. It must still be going on right now. Next to her was the white-haired old man Yen Tu. Seeing him not answer, she spoke again. Do you still think my hiring Dan Ma Trung was a mistake? The old man only answered now. To be honest, that's not important. What worries me is your intention in wanting to hire him. She looked deeply at the old man, then closed her eyes and turned away. She intentionally replied in a flat tone, I don't understand what you mean. The group of Sichloi Can and Sa Lian were walking through the forest. Suddenly, someone stopped and shouted in terror. Oh. Right in front of them was the gate the examiner had pointed out earlier. Some people looked at it and shouted excitedly, the exit is up ahead. The whole crowd immediately rushed out, we can get out, we survived. Less than greater than. However, Sa Lian, having had a taste of danger, was much more vigilant now. She stood obediently beside the main guy. Is it really just ending like this? Of course it wasn't that easy. He was still saying, this matter. When the guys who ran ahead were also terrified and stopped dead in their tracks. In front of them was a blood-stained bald head. The crowd instantly recognized it. Isn't that the examiner? Somehow he was now hanging by his neck from a tree, his corpse swaying in the wind. Great hero Niem Sung. Beneath the tree was a man in red along with his underlings, and countless corpses were scattered across the ground. The participants, scared out of their wits, unconsciously backed away. How? How is this possible? A master like great hero Niem Sung. He backed straight into the main guy, accidentally bumping into him. As for him, his face remained completely indifferent without a change in expression, calmly saying, it's not over yet. At this point, they were only a few steps away from the guy in red. A clash was definitely unavoidable. Sichloi stared at him intently. Everything is just beginning. That guy was Am Ma Trung, and he was turning toward him too, his eyes glowing red. He didn't strike immediately, looking at them and speaking. There must still be a few people who don't know me. Everyone calls me Dam Ma Trung. Lam Ha Ki and Trong Nan Keat's group stood calmly aside observing. Only the loud-mouthed Duong Tu Suong lost his cool and yelled, Dam Ma Trung. Hearing the name, Sichloi pursed his thin lips, his face colder than ice. After their introduction, seeing the crowd in panic, they smugly laughed with each other. I really wouldn't dare claim it's just an empty title. Zalian turned to him terrified. He is Dam Ma Trung, could it be? The main guy nodded and added, the one who has raped countless women to harvest yin and nourish yang. The two conversed. Harvest. Harvest yin and nourish yang? Is it sucking the yin energy of women? That's right, after he drains their yin energy, they lose their vitality and fall into a half-dead state. He added a final remark, good thing and not a woman. The girl looked utterly speechless. He might not be, but Zhao Lian was. Some guys even yelled, is this the time for that kind of joke? Suddenly, the main guy glanced over at a hag who was staring intently at them. She was clearly targeting him, grinning from ear to ear and winking. You look quite appetizing. This time it was the main guy's turn to drop his smile, his face darkening. He looked like he could throw up on the spot. After finishing his introduction, Am Ma Trung continued to ramble. The one who hired us said we must let you experience what hell is like. Sa Lian looked over in confusion. The one who hired you. Is it that organization you mentioned? The main guy chimed in. If they just wanted to kill us, why would they do something so despicable? Could it be? He figured it out immediately. Their hatred has far surpassed their ambition. He guessed completely right. The guy looked over the lineup of women, feeling a bit overwhelmed. So many women. I can't drain all their yin energy in a single day. What a pity. Who should I choose? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Lam Ha Ki, young Master Lam. It was Trong Nan Kiet. He walked over and proposed, let's join forces and kill this rapist. Lam Ha Ki coldly glanced at him and asked back, young Master Trong, if you and I join forces, could we kill Examiner Niem Sung? Let alone Niem Sung, we probably couldn't even kill a regular examiner. This guy may be a rapist, but he's a master. Failing to see even this and daring to invite him to team up was pure suicide. A frontal attack isn't wise. It's an act of stupidity. Who would have thought that right after Lam Ha Ki finished speaking, Duong Tu Suong had already drawn his sword and charged forward before anyone could stop him, shouting, you filthy scum. Die. Do you know who you're pulling these depraved tricks on? Lam Ha Ki was utterly speechless. He didn't know what this guy had eaten to be so delusional. Actions speak louder than words, and Duong Tu Suong would be the prime example. He thrust his sword straight, but Am Ma Trung didn't even bother to dodge. He just sneered, and his pale white hand shot straight out, tightly wrapping around his opponent's wrist. In the blink of an eye, he applied enough force to completely crush and break Duong Tu Suong's arm. Who did he think he was? Now he could only clutch his injured arm in agony and scream, "Ah! My arm! My arm!" Before he could even finish screaming, his neck was also tightly gripped. Am Ma Trung just lifted him high up into the air. He was yelling so loudly just a moment ago. "Turns out you're only good with your mouth." His eyes glowed red in warning. "Shut your mouth."
The hand on his neck hadn't even used much force, but the killing intent radiating from him left Duong Tu Suong absolutely terrified. What a terrifying pressure. But how on earth did he still dare to curse at this moment? "You bastard." Just because he remembered his grandfather saying that in a fight, you must rely on an imposing aura. "Since you dared to lay a hand on me, you're dead meat." A dutiful grandson indeed, but a foolish young man. The moment he finished speaking, his face took a slap so hard he saw stars, blood splattering everywhere. This time, he wouldn't even have teeth left to eat porridge. This outcome was well-deserved, and exactly what Lam Ha Ki expected, which also knocked some sense into Trong Nan Kiet. Everyone watching this scene was terrified, and no one dared to speak. Am Ma Trung just continuously slapped Duong Tu Suong's face without pausing. He slapped him until his face was bruised purple, and he lost consciousness, but still didn't spare him. Zhao Lian, who hadn't broadened her horizons yet, dared to draw her sword and prepare to charge. "No, we can't just stand there doing nothing, if we all rush him at once." But fortunately, his hand timely pressed down firmly on the hand she used to hold the sword. "Hold on, he won't kill him. After getting through this experience will be very helpful for his future." It was indeed true. Duong Tu Suong had lost quite a bit of blood but was still alive. However, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Hopefully, after this incident, he'll learn to think 100 times before he speaks. Only now did Am Ma Trung satisfiedly stop. Looking at his pathetic face, he chuckled. "I should have done this a long time ago." After saying that, he threw Duong Tu Suong straight to the ground like tossing an expired item. Wouldn't it have been better if you just obediently listened from the start? Suddenly, he saw a figure dash past. It was Tiet Bic Hua rushing over to check on Duong Tu Suong. As soon as he saw her, his eyes lit up. "No, wait, you girl. What is your name?" She remained calm and answered him, "Tiet Bic Hua." Hearing the name, he immediately knew. The first beauty of Chongqing, Tiet Bic Hua, exactly as the rumors say. "I've heard that the Luke Tui mountain villa is a prestigious family, so your inner energy must be very pure. But just one person is fundamentally not enough." As he spoke, he swept his gaze over the group of women. He let out a delighted gasp. "Oh ho, this one really catches my eye." The girl he was targeting was none other than Xia Lian. "Miss, what is your name?" "No, that doesn't matter." He made his decision right then. "Take the two of them to the back and guard the rest carefully for me." A subordinate was startled and stammered. "Guard? We're supposed to get them off this island before the people outside find out." Before he even finished speaking, his neck was tightly grabbed and threatened. "Shut up." And Ma Trung glared, warning his underling, "I've waited a very long time for this moment. Dare to argue, and I'll kill all of you." Suddenly, Sich Loikan stepped in front of Zhao Lian and shouted, "Wait." One of the underlings immediately rushed up. "You arrogant fool." And Ma Trung also heard it and turned around. "What?" Messing with his girl was obviously not going to happen, he declared. "This woman and I are." Who knows if he knew what he was saying, placing a hand on his chest and declaring, "A pair of lovebirds. We have a relationship where we live and die together." And Ma Trung couldn't care less and asked, "So what do you want?" The main guy's eyes lit up as he smiled. "I mean, if you want to take her away, then take me along too." And Ma Trung was starting to find him interesting. What a madman. "Fine, drag the companions of these two girls out here. I'll show you an entertaining spectacle." And so he led all four of them into a cave. Inside, by a flickering fire, Am Ma Trung said, "I've never seen such beautiful women in my life. Not just one, but two. I'm so lucky today." He looked at Loi Kan and Zhao Lian. Plus, these two are lovers. I've done this before, raping a girl right in front of her screaming boyfriend. He leaned in close to her with a wicked smile. "It's so much fun. I'm really looking forward to it today." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew out the fire. Both Tu Soon and Big Hua collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Am Ma Trung also noticed something was wrong. "What? My acupoints are sealed."
He looked around. Finger wind? Who is it? Where did it come from? He then evaluated Sa Lian. It's not this woman. So it's him? Only Loi Can remained suspicious. This brat? Just then he saw the main character smirk. A smile that said, "It's me, surprise." Realizing the truth, he shouted, "So it was you," and immediately attacked with his chain. The MC showed no fear, looking as amused as if watching a show. He let out an "oh," then leaped high, leaving the chain to hit nothing but air. Matron was furious. "You dodged my attack?" Not only that, he was standing right on the chain.
Leaping forward gracefully, he followed the chain to strike. In the blink of an eye, he was right in his face. But to his surprise, the guy was unharmed and even chuckled. "Not bad. Seems you're no ordinary junior." The guy was fast too, quickly using his chain to block the strike. Loi Can smiled smugly, accepting the compliment. "Of course." "So what?" he roared, and the two clashed in an earth-shattering battle. Zalian was terrified seeing huge rocks falling. "The cave is collapsing!" Dragging the other girl away, she looked up. "Is Loi Can okay?" Suddenly, a massive rock fell, filling the cave with dust. Ma Trung stood still, watching. "Watch out!" He couldn't see a thing. Where did he hide? Where is he? He didn't realize the MC was right behind him. By the time he turned around, it was too late. His face was slashed, blood splattering. He barely dodged by tilting his body, but he was furious. "A scar on my face. Women will be terrified," he said, swinging his chain back. But the MC easily punched him right in the face. This time, he'd scar his whole body, not just his face. He had never been hit this hard, grinding his teeth in pure anger. Throwing a punch, he cursed, "You little brat." But all of his strikes were effortlessly blocked. Zalian watched in awe. What a fierce battle. I knew Loi Can was skilled, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. He was fighting on par with the guy who killed the examiner. Matron was getting beaten badly. Seeing his battered state, he raged. "Damn it, I didn't expect someone like this. So young, how can he?" But the shock wasn't over. The next move was even more stunning. Palm strike. He had no choice but to face it head-on. "Let me take this attack." "Bring it on." Their palms slammed heavily into each other. A deafening boom echoed like the sky was collapsing. Before the outcome was clear, Ma Trung sneered, "You fool. No matter how strong you are, you're only in your 20s. You think you can withstand my yin-enhanced inner energy." But age wasn't an issue for the MC. In a flash, the guy was startled. Loi Can stood as steady as a mountain. He couldn't understand it. Why isn't this guy stepping back at all? Meanwhile, his own veins were popping, straining every muscle just to barely hold on. Still in panic from the sidelines, as the cave had just suffered a massive shock. "It's collapsing. If they keep fighting, we'll all be buried here." But neither yielded. Finally, the cave exploded into pieces. Debris flew everywhere but didn't crush them. It was only scary on Zhao Lian's side, but she seemed relatively safe for now. Thick dust rose, blurring their faces as their hands remained locked. Loi Can suddenly glared at him. "You, just for this pathetic power, how many people have you harmed?" Without letting him explain, he unleashed an explosive force, blasting him backward. He slammed hard into the wall, blood splattering across his face. Only then did Ma Trung realize the truth. He's too strong. Even stronger than me. He suddenly shifted his gaze to Zhao Lian standing nearby. If so, he'll just take a hostage. Acting instantly, he threw his chain at her. Seeing the chain shooting towards her, she flinched, not knowing how to dodge. Just then, a sharp spear appeared. Both she and Ma Trung were deeply startled. The chain was shattered into pieces. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Now Loi Can was seen wielding a massive sword with both hands, leaping high to slash down. He suddenly looked at her and said, "Thu Lian, close your eyes." Saying that, he delivered a straight slash. Somehow, Ma Trung seemed unharmed, but he thought, who the hell is this guy? I barely dodged that. But that was only because he was too panicked to notice. When he looked down, he realized both his arms had been chopped off. Zhao Lian stood frozen. Told to close her eyes, she didn't, and now she was petrified with fear. The bastard still had the strength to run away, trying to get as far from the MC as possible. But the MC obviously wouldn't let him go, raising his glowing red sword. "Where are you running?" He slashed horizontally once more. Blood sprayed out, painting the air red. His stomach was deeply sliced open. He begged desperately, "Spare. Spare my life." But the MC wasn't done yet.
relentlessly slashing horizontally, vertically, and straight down. Now if you look more like a demon here to claim his soul, slashing continuously without a pause. His blood even splattered onto the MC's face. Salian watched everything with wide eyes. Ammatrum died on the spot, his eyes wide open. That question echoed in her mind again. Who? Who exactly are you? A group of people ran in with swords from outside, freezing in shock. How? How is this possible? They were Ammatrung's lackeys. Hearing strange noises, they had come to check. They stared at the MC holding his blood-soaked sword, unable to believe their eyes. Did you do all this? Despite their numbers, they didn't dare attack, instinctively stepping back. Suddenly, one idiot raised his sword and yelled, "Kill him!" But the moment he charged, Loi Kan ended him with a single horizontal slash. The rest of the lackeys were slaughtered just as easily. Numbers meant nothing to him. The MC got a chance to stretch his arms. Bodies fell like straw and blood flowed like a river. Zalian stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. A streak of blood even splashed onto her face. Very quickly, he killed them all. He stood there, bathed in moonlight like a god. But in her eyes, he looked like a demon from hell claiming their lives, standing on a bloody pile of corpses. He looked nothing like the smiling young man eating meat skewers the other day. Is he really the Loi Kan I know? Terrified, so Lian called out with a trembling voice, "Loi Kan." He immediately turned around. Seeing his face, she flinched even more. One of his eyes glowed a bright, bloody red. His face was cold, as if he didn't recognize her, looking like he might slash her next. But after just 3 seconds, Loi Kan smiled gently and asked, "Didn't I tell you to close your eyes?" He raised the sword still wrapped in white cloth and explained, "Once I draw it, I won't be able to control myself. I haven't been able to make it completely mine yet. This is my mother's exclusive weapon." She stared at the weapon, still exuding a murderous aura, wondering, is this blade really that terrifying? His eyes flashed seriously. "The sword is my father's exclusive weapon, but I will use my mother's weapon to conquer the world. I won't draw the sword." Salian listened but didn't quite understand. Loi Kan. She was about to ask, "If you don't intend to use your father's weapon, why do you always carry it with you?" But what came out of her mouth was out of concern for him first. "Are you okay?" The two locked eyes, confirming she was still calm and not scared out of her wits. Salian also looked deep into his eyes. There was no more murderous aura. With just that, she felt much more at ease. No matter what you become, it's still you. The group finally escaped the disaster, everyone shedding tears of gratitude and bowing with folded hands. "Thank you so much. If the young hero hadn't saved us, we would have lost our lives. We will never forget this great favor." But the person they were all thanking was Jung Tu-sung. He didn't even understand what was happening, his face blank as he tried to explain. No. That. He didn't know what the hell was going on either. What on earth is happening? As soon as he opened his eyes in the cave, he only knew he was holding a sword, and besides the unconscious Tiet Bic Hua, there was a pile of bloody corpses all around. He looked terrified. This is... I'm actually holding a blood-stained sword. And Zich Loi Kan told him, "It seems we fainted for a while. When we woke up..." Za Lian also played along. Dum Ma Trung and his subordinates are all dead. He thought it over. That's what those two said. Everything fits together perfectly. It makes an unbelievable amount of sense. It must be. Even if it wasn't logical, he had to make it logical. Grandpa left a powerful surge of martial arts within my body. He looked up at the sky with teary eyes. "Thank you, Grandpa." Jun Nem Min, head of Nam Nak Lin. So if he just accepted that he was the one and played along with the crowd, it's good that everyone is safe. Young Master Zhong really hides his talents. You pretended to be weak at first to make the enemy lower their guard. Only Tiet Bitch Hoa remained silent, probably sensing something was wrong. Her eyes were constantly looking towards Sich Loi Kan and Sa Lin. The two of them were now sitting idly by the river, gazing at the moon. Sa Ling rested her chin on her hand and sighed. "I didn't expect young Master Zhong to take the credit so easily. The main guy found nothing strange about it. That's to be expected. These people care most about reputation and how others judge them." She was still puzzled. Are those things really that important? Suddenly someone cheered. "Ah, look. The boat to pick us up is here. There really was a boat sailing this way. After all, our guy knew right away this incident. I'm afraid it will stir up a storm in the martial world. The Dragon Phoenix banquet was interrupted after all. On the old man's Yon Num Min's side, his subordinate came in to report, but the young master eliminated Dam Ma Tron and saved those outstanding young talents. He even praised, truly outstanding for someone so young.
But how could the old man not see through his grandson's actual strength? He immediately affirmed, it wasn't too soon's doing. That boy still can't handle Dam Ma Trung. The subordinate didn't quite understand. Then who was it? The old man suddenly asked. That young man also attended the Dragon Phoenix banquet, right? The man in blue was startled and figured it out right away. Are you talking about the guy named Zich Loi Kan we met at Swan Fong? The old man said nothing, but in his mind he had already recalled his face from that day. Not bad. Zich Loi Kan. Did he defeat Dam Ma Trung? Although it's an unfounded hypothesis, but... The more the old man thought, the more he felt. I just have a feeling that this matter definitely has something to do with him. The two discussed, should I investigate secretly? There's no need to provoke him for no reason. Let's pretend we don't know for now and watch how things unfold. I understand. No matter what, this is a good opportunity to ruin the reputation of Bak Thien Ba Jia. The old man had it all figured out. I don't intend to make a big fuss about this incident. This event could indeed push them into a corner. But it's still not enough to bury them completely. The one plotting this is truly formidable. An incident occurred at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen at the Heavenly Dragon Great War? The subordinate panicked upon hearing this, his face turning pale. Meanwhile, the old man grinned wickedly and gleefully, although I don't know who it is, but we must let them finish their play. On our guy's side, right after returning from the island, he led Zhao Lian to Tan Fong Manor. She didn't understand a thing. You said you wanted to go somewhere early in the morning. Tan Fong Manor? What is this place? Unexpectedly, he replied, my home. She laughed awkwardly. I see. It's your home. Haha. Inwardly speechless, I originally thought nothing this guy did could surprise me anymore. But he always exceeds my imagination. The main guy explained as he pushed the door open. It means stirring up a completely new breeze in the martial world. But this time it really made her eyes widen in amazement. The scene inside was incredibly luxurious. The super large house even had a lake, and Zhao Lian loved it at first sight. Wow, this is amazing. He took his girl on a tour around the house. How is it? Do you like it? Needless to say, she loved it. It's so beautiful. But why did you build such a large house? He didn't hide anything from her because I want to found my own sect. Zhao Lian was shocked. What? Found a sect? Zich Loi Kan told the truth. He had even thought of the name. The sect will be called Thuum Thien Mon. Having witnessed his talent, she didn't think founding a sect was too far-fetched anymore. Thuum Thien. A very good name. The two continued walking through a bamboo forest. The backyard is also so beautiful. When did you build this manor? I started preparing a few months ago. Suddenly, a thin mist drifted out from under their feet out of nowhere. Zhao Lian looked around in astonishment. An array? He explained, this is a simple soundproofing array. She was still too naive and inexperienced. She even asked, soundproofing? What for? As they walked and talked, they arrived at a large building. Zich Loi Kan replied as he opened the door, because here. This time her eyes almost dropped to the floor, completely stunned stiff. Everything she had seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Now this was the real construction of Thuum Thien Mon. This place was incredibly huge, backed by a mountain, with people working in front. Leading her here to show off this place, he was extremely proud. With preparations at this stage, the day of action wasn't far off. This place was so vast, probably dozens of times larger than Zhao Lian's home. It took her a while to process this. What on earth is this? It's impossible. Behind a normal manor hides a space like this. Zich Loi Kan explained further. In short, Tan Fong Manor is the entrance to Thuum Thien Mon. I took advantage of this gorge-shaped terrain. For now, I will use the cover of Tan Fong Manor to handle all the affairs of Thuum Thien Mon. These laborers were also blindfolded when brought here. They also thought doing so would ensure safety, which is not a bad choice. I want to build a martial arts hall and residences with a capacity of over a few thousand people here. She listened with her mouth wide open, looking back and forth between him and the scene before her. This is unbelievable. How many organizations in the martial world have achieved this scale? Her respect for him skyrocketed now. What does he actually want to do? He seemed to understand what she was thinking and took the initiative to share. Over the years, the martial world has been controlled by the 4 great tyrants of the world. Speaking of this, his eyes turned cold and sharp. I will eliminate them all. Her ears were ringing. What?
Sixloy Can didn't care how much she understood, looking straight into the beauty's eyes and affirming, after that, I will take that position. Scene cuts to the Vu Han branch back Thien Ba Jia. At the meeting table, a furious man slammed the table with a bang. Damn it. We entrusted the children to you because we trusted you. This man was Jia Vun Thun, head of Hewitt Viu Mon. And yet now you just give me a deeply regret statement. If you lost your own child, would you still be able to utter these words? Some people sitting at the same meeting table turned to whisper, this. Should we try to calm him down? He's really gone mad. He was the master of Jia Zun He and her brother. After all, he lost his eldest disciple, and his daughter's legs were crippled. Suddenly, another guy spoke up. I am also a father, so I perfectly understand sect leader Jia's feelings. Our sect will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Just as I expected, they have lost their children. Elsewhere, a man leisurely taking a hot bath listened to his subordinate Fan Loi, chief tactician of Bac Thien Ba Jia, report. Just as I expected, they have lost their children. There will definitely be people who won't let this go. And the guy bathing while hugging beautiful girls said bitterly, the third-round trial was prepared in secret, yet this happened. A traitor has appeared within our house. He was Lam Thien Tui, head of Bac Thien Ba Jia, and also the one who said he would investigate this case. Since they accepted the request, they had to be responsible. So what should we do? The subordinate Fan Loi immediately offered a plan. Let's build up those who made a little contribution, like Jun Tu Suum, into perfect heroes. Then public opinion will shift to saying that those who died did so because they were too weak themselves, turn their deaths into a disgrace to their families. Less than greater than. These guys were truly hypocrites. The bastard Lam Thien Tui agreed immediately. Not a bad idea. If there are still those who refuse to submit, then it's inevitable that something irreversible will happen. So in the meeting right now, facing Jia Vun Thun, he remains so calm. He began his plan. This is our responsibility, but this is also a matter of the martial world. In such a perilous situation, most of the talents survived. There were even those who killed all the villains and saved their companions. Jia Vun Thun immediately saw through their scheme upon hearing it, slamming the table and standing up furiously. If the one who died was your grandson, would you still handle it like this? The others hastily tried to stop him. Calm down. Lam Thien Tui's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. What exactly do you mean by repeatedly mentioning my grandson? Do you want to take my grandson's life? The situation shifted in his favor again. He glared and threatened the old man. Do you need me to chop off Ha Kai's head and bring it to you? After he said that, what else could be done? Jia Vun Thun couldn't say another word. The old man Zuum Num Min also spoke up now, sect leader Jia. He advised softly, everyone is very heartbroken, but what's done is done. I believe sect leader Jia also understands that anger won't solve any problems.
Old man Jia Vun Thun cried from frustration, knowing clearly in his heart, if this were a tournament I hosted, and Lum Haki got his legs chopped off, Huit Vung Mon would probably have been wiped out. But when it came to these guys, he had to swallow his anger and suffer in silence, unable to demand any justice. He could only helplessly throw his head back and wail to the sky. Although he was full of frustration and sorrow now, his entire mind sank into suffering. He had to reassure himself. But thinking carefully, to climb to the position he is in today, how many people has he trampled over? This martial world, after all, is. The big fish eat the small fish. That is its very nature. Everyone here knew an unspoken rule, it seems. Today is the last time we'll see the head of Huit Vung Mon. Switching scenes to Sixloy Can, he took Sao Lian for a walk around the manor. This mountain used to have a bandit gang called Fong Sun Stronghold, but lately they keep extorting money under the guise of protection fees. He told her, so I'm on my way to deal with them. As soon as she heard those words, she immediately recalled the scene of him killing people that day. Deal with? Don't tell me he's planning to. Yet you pity them and run after me to defend them. Wait. Hold on. Is it possible they aren't inherently bad and only became bandits due to starvation? The main guy is speechless. How long is she going to be this naive? Where in the world are there kind-hearted bandits? Kind-hearted assassins? Kind-hearted enemies? Does that even sound right? A good person will always be a good person, no matter the circumstances. She still wanted to add more, but isn't killing them all too much. He calmly interrupted, what killing? Walking and talking, they arrive at where the bandits were. The two gatekeepers immediately tease them upon seeing the pair. Who are these people? Are you lost? This girl looks pretty tasty. One of them charged straight at the main guy to attack him first. We can't let them escape.
They slashed from behind right while Loikan was talking. Do I look like a murderous demon? The girl panicked and screamed, careful behind you. However, dealing with these guys was never hard for him. His bare hands were enough to stop their blades. He punched the bandit so hard that blood sprayed from his nose. He only beat them half to death. Watching this, the girl finally understood. So when he said he wouldn't kill anyone, this is what he meant. Seeing one beaten up like that, the guy coming from behind immediately flinched and backed off. He was now in a dilemma. His hand raised the blade but didn't dare to strike, just as the main guy turned around and gave an evil smile. This guy immediately turned tail and ran, but it was too late. Loikan leaped straight up using his bare hands, shouting as he fought, just give them a beating and chase them away, right? The result was that the entire Fong Sun stronghold echoed with fearful screams and painful groans all day. Even Zhao Lian, who had initially tried to stop him, joined in and beat every single one of them without missing. The main guy flipped in mid-air over her head and asked with a smile, can you feel the killing intent? Just a moment of hesitation, and you'll be the one dead. This incident was basically taking her out for some training. Suddenly, a fairly strong guy from behind was about to slash down at her. But she was different now. She instantly delivered a bare-handed chop straight to his neck. Watching them fall one by one, Zhao Lian had never felt so amazing, completely different from before. She even cheered excitedly. My martial arts have improved so much. Loikan burst into laughter. Feels refreshing, doesn't it? That refreshing feeling can make you stronger. But it's not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of hidden weapons rained down from nowhere. Zhao Lian quickly used her sword to slash at the incoming objects, hidden weapons. But it turned out to be just a pouch of white powder. She slashed it open and the powder scattered everywhere, completely blinded her vision. Zhao Lian hastily covered her face. Who's there? What? What is this? Someone did appear. Just two people, and you've caused such a mess. Seems your martial arts are quite something. But in this world, not everything can be solved with martial arts. He was the chief of Fong Sun's stronghold. The girl panicked even more upon hearing this. Could it be poison? He deliberately threatened her. That's no ordinary poison. The old man smirked wickedly and threatened. It's a poison laced with an aphrodisiac. Your body will quickly burn up, and you won't be able to resist throwing yourself into the arms of any man you see. If you don't sleep with a man, you'll bleed from your 7 orifices and die. You dare to wreck my stronghold, I won't let you die so easily. Zhao Lian was absolutely terrified and quickly looked at the main guy for help. How? How could this be? It's an aphrodisiac. However, he calmly reassured her. Don't worry too much. He took the chance to smile brightly. Isn't there a man right here? Me. Use me to cure the poison. Well, that was just too much. She looked at his beaming face as he pointed at himself, entirely speechless. Her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Could she just eat him alive right now? But after he said that, she suddenly smartened up. Gripping her sword, she charged straight at the bandit leader. Hand over the antidote. Meanwhile, he stood aside laughing out loud. Teasing this little girl was truly amusing. Very quickly, Zhao Lian dealt with him and even pulled out a bunch of items. This poison pouch is the kind you just got hit with. I'm sure you recognize it. Among these 3 bottles, only one is the antidote. The other 2 are poisons that will double the toxicity. His face was beaten so badly his own parents wouldn't recognize him, yet he still stubbornly yelled and challenged her. Just die together with me. The girl was scared by him again. What? Only the main guy remained level-headed. It's very simple. Sprinkle that poison on him. Zhao Lian's eyes lit up. It seemed she had an epiphany again as he explained, his martial arts are weaker than yours, so he'll die before you. To save his life, he'll have to confess which bottle is the antidote. Since he wants mutual destruction anyway, let's grant his wish. The bandit leader was truly suffering beyond words. It was too late to take back what he had just said. But this girl's kind-heartedness was really something else. Even though she was poisoned, she still thought to herself, must I poison someone else just to save my own life? The hand holding the poison pouch was even trembling. The main guy saw this and immediately understood, letting out a helpless sigh. He decisively snatched the pouch from her hand. If my mother met you, she would definitely like you. She didn't understand. Your mother? Why? He explained briefly. Because you are extremely similar to my father. He kicked the guy half to death before instructing her. Listen, follow my instructions and circulate your ki. Can you feel the abnormal airflow in your body? Guide it. Just like that, the poison was cured as lightly as a feather. Even Zhao Lian was shocked. How is this possible? The poison has really disappeared. As for the bandit leader, he had already passed out cold. Suddenly, the main guy spoke up. You were right not to poison him. This was completely unlike his usual character. Are you serious? Unexpectedly, he said seriously. It's precisely because you couldn't bear to do it that I like you. This was the second time he said that. Zhao Lian's eyes went wide, freezing up completely as her brain started to short-circuit again. Regardless of whether she could comprehend it or not, he still lectured her a bit. However, you must become stronger. Only when you become strong enough can you uphold your kindness. After all, in this day and age, being upright and kind is synonymous with being naive and inflexible. That's why you have to get stronger. You just need to become stronger. The scene transitions to the Chuang-Tam gang. The two Trong siblings were sitting and talking with the old man. I heard that at the Dragon Phoenix banquet this time, the girl from Chin Kiam Mon performed exceptionally well. This old man was Chuang Dai's son, the leader of the Chuang-Tam gang. He asked, "Is it the kid that Nan Kiet demanded to fight alongside with?"
Upon hearing this, Trong Nanhua covered her mouth and teased right away. That's right. It's just a pity she didn't even spare him a glance. But after seeing young Master Zich, it's not hard to understand why. Trong Nan Kiet was choking with anger, but couldn't argue back. You dare. She deliberately added, so pathetic, to be wrapped around the finger of an ordinary girl. The old man got angry hearing this and cursed, you useless fool, to be looked down upon by such a sect? Forget it, let this matter go. I heard the leader of the Hoyet Vuong Mon hanged himself. Nan Kiet, failing to understand, yelled out, just because his daughter broke her leg, he committed suicide. His sister Nan Hua, who was much smarter, sighed, sigh, what an idiot. Her eyes were as cold and sharp as a knife, and she hit the nail on the head. Do you really think it was suicide? It was definitely the work of the Bak Thien Ba family. Trong Nan Kiet only had his impulsiveness and zero strategic thinking. He widened his eyes and turned, What? Meanwhile, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Well said. The Bak Thien Ba family is exactly that ruthless. So you could say we followed the right people. Our Chung-Tam gang reached its current scale today, less than greater than, all because we have always been deeply loyal to the Bak Thien Ba family. They all laughed and talked merrily. Ha ha ha, as long as we don't offend the Bak Thien Ba family. Unaware that two people were standing on their roof. It was Zich Loi Can and his subordinate, Vo An. Quite lively indeed. Suddenly, the scarred man chuckled. If you knew what happened at Ko Kiem today, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to smile. Ko Kiem, the antique shop of the Chuang Tam gang.
But still, it's been a while since I've seen you dressed like this, young master. Today he wore an all-white outfit, looking distinctly like a handsome scholar. Loi Ken laughed, having planned it all. Ha! Clothes make the man. Anyway, the person I have to impersonate is the inner hall master of the Bak Thien Ba family. Did you bring it? Vo An presented a box and a human skin mask, right here. The mask made by your own hands is truly impressive, young master. It looked exactly like a sculpture. He took the compliment proudly. A face with such distinct features is even easier to make. But Vo An knew well, though you say that, your true mastery lies in. Whether it's the voice, facial expressions, or mannerisms, you can completely transform into someone else. Zich Loi Can looked at the item in his hand. If things go smoothly today, we won't have to worry about money for a while. The relationship between the Chuang Tam gang and the Bak Thien Ba family will also fracture. You must be careful, young master. Vo An wanted to say something. I know your disguise skills are masterful, but the main guy, utterly confident, interrupted him. I know it's impossible to completely become someone else, but in the dim of the night, if I take this thing out in front of an insatiably greedy old man, would he even retain his sanity? But no matter how cool he was still afraid of his mother. But if my mother finds out I brought this out, she'll probably scold me to death. Vo An, standing next to him, played along. The madam will understand. He looked over at him with a sarcastic tone. Vo An.
You've never been beaten by my mother, which is why you're saying that, right? Hearing this, he couldn't help but crack up. Haha, then please return quickly. I've confirmed that the real inner hall master is currently sleeping soundly at home. He won't be going out tonight. Just like that, the main guy put on his disguise and got to work. Inside the office of the Ko Kiem manager, the Ko Kiem manager stared at him intently. The inner hall master of the Bak Thien Ba family gracing our Ko Kiem with his presence. May I ask what important matter brings you here? The main guy in disguise didn't even bother to cover the tattoo on his arm, and his voice had changed as well. This, you mean? He placed the box on the table and suddenly leaned forward, staring intently at the other man. This matter must absolutely not be leaked.
No, not only that, you'll have to stake your life on it. The manager's eyes went wide instantly, his mind racing. Such a dangerous matter. It will definitely bring in a fortune. He hurriedly replied, "Please speak." Now the main guy finally opened the box, revealing a glow inside. "I want to sell this." The moment the old man saw it, his entire body froze on the spot. Could this be? Flawless beauty, exquisite carving, sparkling with different colors from every angle. Is this the wondrous treasure of the heavenly demon sect, the divine demon Jade Buddha? With something this precious, no wonder his mother would be him. The main guy nodded. Exactly. The more the old man looked, the more entranced he became. This is the real deal. This Jade Buddha is worth at least 500,000 taels of silver. His mind started working, calculating carefully. If I can bypass the Chuang Tam gang leader to make a private deal. Or maybe I offer 400,000 taels. No, without me, there's no way he could secretly sell such a divine artifact. Furthermore, keeping this thing is likely to invite disaster. I can even save a huge sum. His expressions didn't escape the eyes of the main guy sitting there. The old man actually dared to close the deal. "Let's settle it then. I'll pay you 200,000 taels. So shameless. He was speechless and asked back, 200,000 taels? 200,000 taels. He deliberately acted as if it was a tough decision. But in the end, he still said, "Fine. However, you must hand over the cash to me right here on the spot. Must be untraceable small denomination banknotes." Thus, he easily completed the mission and went to meet Vo-an. Seeing him before he even took off his mask, Vo-an said, "You've worked hard. Shichloi can pulled it right off. It's nothing. A piece of cake. Emptying Kokim's vault tonight should net us hundreds of thousands of taels. We must also take back the Jade Buddha." Vo-an worried. "I heard Kokim's vault has 12 impenetrable traps." Unfazed, smirked, "No trap in this world is truly unbreakable. Chon Tam Bang will suffer heavy losses this time." He had calculated every move. It will surely cause an uproar tomorrow. Plus, with Baek Thienba family's inner hall master visiting that day, suspicion is inevitable. But this is just the beginning. It'll bleed them dry like a leech. The next morning at Chon Tam Bang, Chon Dai's son panicked upon hearing the news. Ko Kim was robbed. The subordinate knelt down trembling. "We checked the vault. All traps were destroyed. The antiques and money are gone. There's just one suspicious thing," the steward reported. "Yesterday, Hallmaster Lam of Baek Thienba family came." The old man asked immediately, "Hallmaster Lam, the inner hallmaster. Why did he come?" The subordinate replied, "He deposited a demonic Jade Buddha statue." "Suspicious," the old man muttered. "He deposited such a rare treasure? And on the same day, everything was robbed. This is truly strange." He suspected. Did he stage it all? But he wouldn't dare come to me then. Did Lam Duan Nu play a trick? No, he's not that reckless. The only remaining possibility is that Baek Thienba family did it on purpose. Their business in Wuhan was always through us, maintaining a deep relationship. Why stab us in the back suddenly? His head ached as he thought. Just then, another man ran in shouting, "Gang leader, something terrible happened. The armory was attacked." Overwhelmed by the constant bad news, the old man screamed in madness. What is going on? So many weapons were all stolen. Elsewhere, a carriage sped through the forest. Shichloi Kan and Vo-an were inside. Kan inspected a weapon. "I didn't expect Chuang Tam Bang's armory to forge such fine weapons." Vo-an guessed, "These seem to be tributes for the Baek Thienba family." Less than greater than. Their plan was flawless. The traces left at the armory are enough to make them suspect the Baek Thienba family. Chuang Tam Bang's leader will have a huge headache now. Indeed, they can't directly demand an explanation anyway. Soon, the Baek Thienba family will hold the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Award ceremony. Before then, suspicion and paranoia will keep growing in the heart of Chuang Tam Bang's leader. The award ceremony. I heard the meritorious ones are chosen as Dragon and Phoenix, Miss Chin, who destroyed the traps, along with Duong Tu Shuang, who killed the damn Ma Trung. Thu Lian said she shouldn't be rewarded since she didn't do it, but becoming the Phoenix would greatly help Chin Kia Man. Soon it was time for the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Award ceremony. Crowds gathered from everywhere, making the place bustling and noisy. People greeted Zhao Lian politely. "Miss Chin, congratulations." "Thank you so much." She waved her hands shyly. "No, it's not like that." She sighed. He is the one who deserves thanks. I haven't seen him for a while. A few days ago, after they dealt with the bandits, they chatted. Will you live at Thuon Thien Mon from now on? He nodded. Yeah, I can't sponge off you guys forever.
No one in her family had complained. Xiaolian looked visibly sad. Since when did you care about such things?
Loikan chuckled at her reaction. Seems you can't bear to see me leave. She looked sullen. Thuon Thien Mon is very far. You're really leaving. He then said also about you being chosen as the Phoenix, there's no need to decline. Destroying the traps was entirely your own doing. Let's grab some barbecue after you get your reward. She agreed to his invitation. All right. She also asked, but why did you accompany me to the Dragon Phoenix banquet? You have no interest in these things. He reminisced. On the first day we met, Chamnan Kiet messed with me. At that time, despite the pressure from Chong Tam Bang, you still stood up to protect me. Loikan looked up at the sky. That was the first time. 10 years wandering the martial world. The first time a stranger stood up for me. He then smiled at her, showing why he liked her so much. Zhao Lian was initially surprised but felt deeply sympathetic after hearing his words. So your journey hasn't always been happy. He nodded. It seems a bit different from the martial world I had heard about. Recalling this made her curious. What exactly did he go through on his journey? Suddenly, a familiar yell came from behind. Trong Non Kiet pushed through the crowd. Was it really your own skill? Disgusted, Zhao Lian turned around. This guy, what does he want now? She asked bluntly, what are you talking about? He questioned her on the spot. Why were you the only one to escape the swamp? He glared coldly. How could you destroy such a massive trap? I didn't know your martial arts had become so formidable. Zhao Lian simply replied, I was just lucky.
But he wouldn't let it go lucky. You can't explain it, can you? Of course, you must have used some despicable trick. He drew his sword immediately, today taking this opportunity. Pointing it at her, he declared, I want to experience your unparalleled martial arts. He calculated inwardly, I will expose your true colors. She stared at the sharp, gleaming sword. What? He pressed her in front of the crowd. If you truly relied on your own skill to destroy that trap, then dealing with me should be easy. Draw your sword. She hesitated. A duel? This is a banquet. What are you doing? But the more she refused, the more relentless he became. Since you can't explain how you did it and refuse to show your skills, the men who thanked her earlier now exchanged looks. Well, I'm also curious how she did it. Everyone was helpless back then.
Trong Non Kiet grew even more arrogant. I hate to think it. But could Shin Kia Mon have colluded with those thugs? Before the banquet, I saw you hanging around a suspicious guy. She was utterly shocked, realizing she couldn't avoid the conflict. The kinder she was, the more she was bullied. She decisively drew her sword. Fine, if you want a duel, I will oblige you. The crowd murmured, oh, a duel? How interesting. The air of Chong Tam Bang is not to be underestimated. Nan Kiet attacked first, but she dodged it with a simple lean. He couldn't believe it. She dodged it? She was vastly different now. Not only did she dodge, but she also struck his neck. Their eyes met, and he was left in sheer panic. Trained by Sich Loi Can, dealing with small fries like Nan Kiet was now a piece of cake for her.
She not only slashed his cheek, drawing blood, but also knocked his sword away. His sword fell. Game over. The gossiping crowd instantly fell silent. Salian sheathed her sword. Is that enough? Now the mockery turned to Nan Kiet. Just one exchange. In a real fight, had be no match at all? Heh, Miss Chin went easy on him. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, how embarrassing. He stood frozen in the middle of the room, unable to speak, bearing the humiliation he brought upon himself. Standing nearby, Chuang Dai-sun couldn't defend him either. His eyes bulged. That wretched girl, how dare she do this in front of so many people? Suddenly he heard someone say, your daughter is indeed outstanding. It was Trin Y Thu talking to Lam Thien Tuai. You flatter us. She still has much to learn. You are truly too modest.
He instantly burned with jealousy. Since the antique shop and armory were robbed, I've been suspicious. Now Patriarch Lam of the Bac Thien Ba family acts like this toward a lowly Chin Kia Mon, it seems. Seeing Chin Kia Mon's rising fame, he wants to discard us for them. I won't let you have your way. Both villains simultaneously targeted the Trin family. That bitch. It'll finish off Chin Kia Mon tonight. That night, on the protagonist's side. Seeing him still awake, Vo An teased, can't sleep in a strange bed. Surprisingly, he nodded, yeah. But we have to start expanding the sects soon. There's a lot to do. If not for these matters, young master wouldn't have planned to leave Chin-Kiam-mon, right? Speechless, he replied, "You saw right through me." Voan wondered, why didn't you attend Miss Chin's awards ceremony today? He knew exactly what Salian felt. She always thinks she stole my reward. If I went, wouldn't it just make her feel worse? Voan was shocked. Since when did young master care so much about a woman? So he just said, "It's unusually quiet tonight, you should rest early." But his gaze drifted into the distance. Feeling a bit restless and uneasy, he muttered, "What a strange feeling." Over at Trong-Man Keat's study, his face darkened as he threatened, "Chin Thu Lien, bring that woman to me." His subordinate was confused. "Huh? You want me to kidnap the second miss of Chin-Kiam-mon? Are you planning to kill her?" This was Trung Q, Nan Keat's confidant. But he was utterly infuriated today. Just killing her isn't enough to soothe my hatred. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. Just then, Chong Dai's son walked in. Startled, he yelled, Father." Unexpectedly, their thoughts aligned. The old man declared, "Tonight I will wipe out Chin-Kiam-mon. Let them clearly see the consequence of daring to challenge our family." "Trung Q, you go too. We need experts this time." He immediately bowed, "Yes, gang leader." Nan Kiet immediately signaled him with a glance. And so the three of them went their separate ways, their plans overlapping. Meanwhile, at Chin-Kiam-mon, Za Lian suddenly woke up from her sleep. She sensed something and immediately sat up. She felt an uneasy anxiety keeping her awake. She glanced around the room. It was normal with nothing unusual. But she was still uneasy and grabbed her sword and ran straight out into the yard. The killing intent is too strong. Dozens of people are surrounding Chin-Kiam-mon. This is bad. It's really happening. The people from Chung Tum Bang have made their move. She ran as fast as she could. I must quickly warn my family. But right at that moment, an assassin slashed at her from behind. Luckily, she dodged it. She immediately counterattacked and took him down. This was her first time killing someone like this. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably, her eyes tightly shut. Trying to calm herself down, this isn't the time to dwell on killing. She hurried along, shouting loudly, "Mother, Tu Lien." Meanwhile, on Sich Loi Can's side, he wasn't asleep yet and was still sitting on the roof. Suddenly, Vo An shouted, "Young master, something happened." The person sent to monitor Chwazur Kiem Mon just reported back. Chin Kiem Mon has been attacked by dozens of suspicious individuals. Right now, Chin Kiem Mon might already. Hearing this, the main character's face instantly turned pale. The situation was indeed critical. Zhao Lian's entire house was set on fire and the assassins were attacking ruthlessly. She managed to kill quite a few of them, but there were too many to handle. She could only try to take down as many as possible. The mob surrounded her, pushing her into a corner. Trung Kyo stood outside the encirclement observing, "Little girl, you're not bad." He even thought to himself, as expected of the one our young master has his eyes on. But in your current state, how much longer can you last? He looked around the yard. The men of the house were beaten down, their fate unknown. Only the mother and daughters remained completely defenseless and trembling.
Zalian's mind was racing as she tried to think of a way out. I have to hold on. Father was also injured protecting the family. Now I'm the only one left. He offered a condition. If you just surrender, I will spare all of your lives. Suddenly her mind went to Zich Loi Can. Why at a time like this? Recalling when he said, "Are you an idiot? You actually believe those words?" Zalian snapped back to reality. Did I just hear his voice? But right now, just standing is too much for me. If I don't believe him, what else can I do? She subconsciously looked toward the door with hope, but there was only blazing fire. No one was coming to the rescue. Zalian gripped her trembling sword. I can't keep relying on Loi Can forever. This is my family's affair. I must fight to the end. As long as I breathe, I fight. Thinking this, she took the initiative to attack.
But she was quickly disarmed by them. Trung Kyo waved his hand and ordered, "Except for this bitch. Kill everyone else without mercy." Her mother hugged Tu Lien tightly, a sword in hand, her eyes closed tight. But just as the sword swung down, Sa Lian stepped in front of her just in time, blocking it barehanded. The man was utterly shocked, blocking a sword barehanded. It was true, she used her gloved hand, the mark on it glowing. But she was exhausted. After using this last resort, she suffered backlash and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her mother cried out in worry, "Lian." She slumped down dazed, finding it hard to even breathe. My body can't move anymore." Remembering his warning, you can even block sword energy barehanded. But your inner energy is still very weak. If you block it with your hands, you will be heavily injured. The bastard, furious, slashed straight down. You wench. Both her mother and sister tried to defend themselves, but she was powerless. Now she truly realized, if only I were a little stronger, then I could have protected my family, right? Right at that moment, he sensed a blue dragon flying straight at him from behind, its mouth wide open to attack. He had no idea what was happening. His body stiffened, and his eyes widened. There was a boom like a bomb explosion, flames roaring. He was definitely dead. The assassin was blasted to the side, dying on the spot. The other assassins immediately looked over. The Trin family was also completely confused. A familiar tattooed hand appeared, with blood still dripping from it. Salin's eyes welled up with tears, deeply moved. A sturdy back shielded her. Sichloi Khan had arrived. He didn't turn around, only asking, "Are you all right?" His heavy panting clearly showed he had run as fast as he could to make it in time. She burst into tears. Yeah. Now at ease, he turned to deal with the others. Daring to lay a finger on his girl, they were dead meat today. Behind him was the entire Trin family. He faced the horde of assassins alone to protect them. That bastard Trunkio didn't realize the danger and still dared to shout an order. Kill that brat first. All his subordinates immediately shot forward like arrows to attack him. But right now they were just courting death, not fighting. Whoever rushed up was punched to death barehanded by the main character. It had been a long time since he was this enraged, crushing an opponent's head with a single stomp. Trunkio watched from the outside in panic. What is that? Too fast, lost track of him. If they couldn't even see his speed, how could they fight him? Where did he go? He only saw his assassins falling dead like harvested wheat. Blood flowed like a river. When it was his turn, he was punched so hard his face mask fell off. The sword in his hand dropped, instantly catching the main character's attention. He grabbed it and recognized the mark on it right away. You are Chung Nen Kiet's subordinate. He deliberately thrusted the sword right next to his face as a threat. The man could only scream, "Please spare me." He spilled everything he knew. The leader of Chung Tum Bang ordered us to kill everyone, but I intended to spare that woman. He growled, "Why?" The man was so terrified he nearly pissed his pants, stammering, "Chung. Young Master Chung told me to bring her to him separately." Sichloi Khan squatted down close and asked, "Where is he right now?" What an obedient minion, giving up everything after a little threat. He's waiting in the forest to the south. I've told you everything I know, I beg you to spare me. But he wasn't stupid enough to let him go, decisively pulling his sword back. Things that you yourself have never done. Then don't beg others to do for you. Saying that, he stabbed straight into his neck. A severed head was the only fitting punishment for his crimes. As he killed him, the main character's face was no different from a reaper coming for his soul. Everyone in the Trin family was terrified stiff, not daring to utter a single word. Only Zillian was more used to it. She looked around the courtyard full of corpses. Loi Khan. Once again, because of me, you had to deal with these people. She walked straight up and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing her safe, Sichloi Khan finally smiled and said, "I'm sorry I'm late." Touched to tears, she said, "Why are you apologizing? Thank you for arriving in time." Just then, Vo Ahan rushed over shouting, "Young master. Thank heavens we aren't late." He even bowed to her with clasped hands. "It's so good that you are safe and sound." Confused, Salian hastily returned the greeting. The main character stood up and said, "Vo Ahan, take their whole family to Tan Fong Trang. Tell Su Kui to treat their wounds. Also, get ready. Tonight we bathe Chung Tum Bang in blood." He couldn't let these guys live in peace any longer. Vo Ahan immediately took the order, understood. Meanwhile, Trung Men Kiet, oblivious to everything, was still waiting at the meeting point. He looked around impatiently, and suddenly hearing a noise, he turned around. That guy should have arrived by now, why is he so slow? But the one who appeared was actually the main character. Seeing him, he was startled. "You? Why are you here?" He, on the other hand, smiled excitedly. It seemed that guy wasn't lying. However, he didn't kill him right away, suddenly yelling, "Run." The warriors of the Bakthian Ba family are coming. The guy naturally didn't believe it, glaring. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting coming here all of a sudden? Sichloi Khan put on quite an act. I was at Chin Kiam Mon when suddenly a group of assassins broke in. I hid first, and then a group of warriors showed up. They slaughtered the assassins and then took the people of Chin Kiam Mon away. Listening to their conversation, it seemed they were from the Bakthian Ba family. Hearing this, Nen Kiet panicked instantly. The Bakthian Ba family? Did someone manage to escape the encirclement and deliver a message? No, more importantly, they really did abandon us and chose Ching Qian. The main character deliberately added fuel to the fire. One assassin confessed before dying that they were sent by Chun Tum Bang and also mentioned you were here. Hearing this, Nen Kiet trembled with rage, clenching his fists and cursing inwardly, Trung Kyo, that mongrel. He even pretended to urge him, you should hurry and warn your father. His side might also. But this guy wasn't entirely stupid. He suddenly felt something was off. Wait a minute. Why did you come and tell me all this?
But that was the extent of his intelligence. He smoothly covered it up with a few words. Why? Your family must be quite rich, right? He was completely dumbfounded. What? These is life-saving intelligence. Give me 1,000 taels. Hearing that, he bought it immediately and turned away cursing, useless trash. But deep down, he believed it entirely. However, this intel truly cannot be ignored. So he just ran off. I have urgent business today. I'll go first. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll take your life. He walked right into the trap set by him. By doing this, he now knew where their whole group was located. At Chun Tum Bang, old Chung Dai's son panicked as soon as he heard the news. The Bakthian Ba family has intervened. Seeing there was no news for a while, I sent someone to check, and sure enough, only the assassins' corpses were left. I was still wondering what had happened. Nun Kit said immediately, Shin Kia-mon definitely couldn't handle those assassins, so it seems. What that kid said is true. We must quickly go into hiding. That girl Manhwa was smarter, immediately raising a question. Wasn't the Bakthian Ba family just considering choosing Chin Kia-mon? I thought that as long as they disappeared, everything would be fine. I didn't expect the relationship between those two families to have become this close. However, the old man had no reason to doubt it. If this is true, then we are certainly dead. After all, I know too much information about the Bakthian Ba family. He was too terrified to think of anything else. Any more hesitation and we will lose our lives for nothing. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he took out a chest full of glowing rare treasures. Take these and go to the safe house. As soon as the two siblings saw it, their eyes widened. Isn't this the luminous pearl? A single one can be sold for 50,000 taels. The old man explained, this is my life savings. There are over 100 pearls. Aren't you coming with us, father? I know Mak Hui of the Nam Nak Lean. I will go find him. The two of them discussed. Only Nan Kiet stared blankly at the chest of treasures. The old man had made up his mind. We hold intelligence on the Bakthian Ba family. The Nam Nak Lean will definitely be interested. Since things have come to this, we can only rely on the Nam Nak Lean. They had no idea that Loikin was standing on the roof hearing every single word. His expression was colder than ice, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Right at that moment, Voen appeared. Young master. The people of Chin Kia-mon have arrived safely at Tan Fong Trang. He nodded slightly. Good work. As for the situation here, it is exactly as I predicted. There is only one way to survive. Chuan Dai's son has no other choice. He also knew, if the young master's plan goes smoothly, this will also help us overthrow the Bakthian Ba family later. Furthermore, the relationship between the Nam Nak Lean and the Bakthian Ba family will also change, truly killing two birds with one stone. Less than greater than. Attacking the Chuang Tam Bang today was originally out of the plan. I didn't expect him to come up with a strategy so quickly. With things like this, I'm quite curious about what choice Chuo Man Kiet will make. Vo En turned and asked, will his choice change your decision? He had it all figured out. No. No matter what he chooses, tonight is his deathbed. Because he messed with his girl, there was no other option for him but death. In the fog-covered forest, there was a simple little house. The Trong Man Kiet siblings had arrived. I didn't expect father to prepare a shelter in this place. Manhwa looked around. It's much more shabby than I thought. If everything goes wrong, what will be our end? I can't believe we've fallen to this state overnight. I told you we should have eliminated that family sooner. Seeing him keeping a dark face and staying silent, she got extremely annoyed. Are you even listening to me? Why haven't you said a word this whole time? Right after she spoke, her body was suddenly immobilized, unable to move. Man Kiet betrayed them. He leaned in close. Go tell father. Tell him I'm taking all these luminous pearls to live on my own. He meant what he said, carrying the chest alone and dashing away like the wind. Still calculating in his mind, if things don't go smoothly, I'll have to hide and run away from the Bakthian Ba family for the rest of my life. But with these luminous pearls, I can live freely and comfortably for a lifetime. Better to save one life than all three of us dying.
Right then, a voice echoed in his ear. You seem to be in a good mood. Loikin was hovering right above him out of nowhere. He glared furiously. You bastard. You dare follow me. Not knowing his place, he drew his sword and attacked him first. Perfect timing. You've been an eyesore for a long time. It'll kill you. But as soon as the sword left its sheath, his face took a direct punch from him. His whole body fell straight to the ground, blood streaming down. The box also hit the ground with the momentum.
It was too late when he finally realized, what the hell? This guy has been hiding his true strength all along. Damn it, this is not the time to think about that. He was about to reach for the box when a foot stomped hard on it, pinning it down. The main character stood tall right in front of him, his voice ice cold. Were you planning to kill me? His eyes glared fiery red. I'm afraid it's the other way around. Trom Nan Kiet was terrified, gritting his teeth and wide-eyed. My instincts tell me, if I don't run right now, I will definitely die. His instinct wasn't wrong, but he fundamentally couldn't escape even if he ran. He didn't think twice when running away with a box, but now facing death, he thought of calling for help. Father. Father. I have to get back to Father first. I just need to beg him. No matter how much trouble I caused before, he never got angry at me. But before he could run for 3 seconds, Loikin kicked straight at him from the side. One kick could snap a large tree trunk in half, so what was Nan Kiet's body to him? His single kick knocked down an entire row of trees. Nan Kiet, running ahead, turned his head and panicked. He really is a monster. If he catches me, I'm dead for sure. While he was still thinking, a wooden stick flew past his head and embedded itself straight into a tree trunk. But this dart was no ordinary object. As soon as it pierced the trunk, the tree instantly exploded. He was chased by him like a dog, running and cursing. Damn it. He finally realized the problem and turned to yell. Why exactly are you targeting me? Is it because of Chin Kia Mon? Are you infatuated with that brat? How dared he call this girl like that brat? This bastard was truly stubborn and stupid, even daring to tempt him. Don't care about her anymore. My sister admires you a lot too. How about choosing her? My sister is way better than that brat. But the main character didn't care at all, saying right to his face, but your sister looks exactly like you. Nan Kiet was furious, rummaging through his pockets for something. This lunatic dares to insult me like this. On top of that, he mocked, isn't this reason for rejection enough? Turns out he was hiding something. With a wave of his hand, green gas filled the air. Go to hell. What he held was highly toxic poison. Just touching the skin would corrode flesh and bone. After spreading the poison, he smiled smugly. You idiot, let your guard down, didn't you? But before his smile could fade, 2 fingers flashed towards him like lightning. Fortunately, he covered his head and dodged. His strike hit the tree trunk directly, blowing the trunk to pieces instantly. He had been attacked like this all along but couldn't figure it out. What is this? It seems to be. He didn't even have time to think. Sich Loikin didn't kill him right away, just chased closely behind, occasionally triggering explosions around him. He couldn't escape even if he ran to his death. He also said, it's a lot like playing hide and seek, isn't it? This is the best way to destroy people like you. Nan Kiet was terrified. He knew he couldn't escape but didn't dare stop running, still acting stubborn inside. Humph, you think. I'll just obediently surrender and let myself be tied up? Saying that, he lunged forward again. But he didn't know he was still alive only because he spared him. Sich Loikin suddenly stopped and didn't chase anymore. He smiled, looking at Voan sitting on a high tree branch. He's definitely fallen into the trap, hasn't he? He didn't quite understand why did you let him go. Letting him go wasn't a release, because I have a way to make him die in far more agony. Voan had never seen him like this before, exclaiming in astonishment, young master. Suddenly, he took out the wooden chest. I have carefully stored the luminous pearls. Our short-term financial problems should be solved now. He didn't care much, just nodding. That's good then. Nan Kiet ran in circles and eventually had to return to the house from before. Seeing his father standing there, he was overjoyed. This is great. I'm saved. Meanwhile, the old man was shouting, really? Man Kiet, he was incredibly shameless, running straight over and yelling, Father, save me. The old man cursed as soon as he saw him. You rebellious son. In this situation, you dared to abandon your sister to run away alone, and even stole the luminous pearls. He was in no mood to hear the scolding now, quickly deflecting. Wait, father. That guy is hunting me down. I'm afraid the luminous pearls have fallen into his hands too. His entire body trembled involuntarily, biting his nails nervously. In that case, the assassins who went to Chin Kia Mon and Quinn Hatchtap were probably all killed by him. He finally got smart, but it was too late,
and the old man couldn't understand him. "What on earth are you talking about? Who is he?" He hastily screamed out the name. "It's that bastard, Sichloi Can." The father and sister were stunned, their faces turning pale. The old man, Chuang Dai's son, finally understood. "You mean, that brat killed all those experts single-handedly, stole the luminous pearls, and you managed to escape luckily?" He screamed. "That's right. Father, quickly help me stop him." But the old man still felt something was off, despite his constant cries for help. "But why don't I see anyone chasing you?" Nankiet froze completely and turned his head. Behind him was a silent forest. He was utterly dumbfounded. How was this possible? The brat hurriedly turned back. He must have seen you and ran away. But his old man's hand was already on him. The old man's murderous intent exploded. His face was full of fury, lips pursed tightly without a single word. Manhwa covered her mouth in shock. The old man dealt with his son himself. Just 3 seconds later, he coughed up blood on the spot. His hand tightly gripped his father's, his eyes bloodshot, grunting, "Father." The old man didn't talk much, cursing while striking him. "I already knew you were a piece of rotten wood that couldn't be carved, deceiving me for personal gain." His face showed total disappointment in him, and even betraying the family. Nankiet's hand gradually lost all strength and slid down. Before dying, he heard the old man say, "In the end, I still have to kill my own son with my own hands." His whole body collapsed backward, dying with his eyes wide open. Manhwa covered her mouth in fear, while the old man remained as calm as usual. "The luminous pearls must be hidden nearby. Let's search for them later." It seems hoarding that spot wasn't enough for him. He wanted to come back and cheat us out of something else. "Someone like that is no longer my son." "Go inside first. Someone is waiting inside." This vivid scene of him being killed by his father was fully witnessed by both the main character and Vo An standing on a nearby tree trunk. He asked his subordinate, "Have you notified that side?" He nodded, "Yes. The sketch of the house and the anonymous letter have all been sent." He looked eagerly into the house with delight. "This is getting interesting now." Inside the house, someone was waiting. The old man led Manhwa in. "Apologies for making the esteemed guest wait." The guy asked, "Did something happen?" The old man just replied, "I just executed a traitor. Since you brought me to a place like this, speak plainly if you have something to say." This newcomer was a subordinate of the old man Duong Nam Min. "Do you want to join the forces of the Nam Mak Lien?" The old man was still talking. "Just like I said, the Bak Thien Ba family has betrayed us. The intelligence in my hands." Then the whole room suddenly turned ice cold like a freezer. The door was kicked down by an immense force. As the crowd rushed in, the furious old man Chuang Dai's son turned and yelled, Who's there?" An old man walked straight in. "I received a suspicious secret report and came here just in case. It seems you're planning to betray us and join Nam En Hak Lien." The newcomer radiated an overwhelming, terrifying bloodlust. But it won't be that easy. The old man wet himself in fear upon recognizing the person before him. Chief Tactician Fan Loi of the Bak Thien Ba family? What is he talking about betraying? His mind spun. Didn't the Bak Thien Ba family betray us first? Chung Dai's son hastily explained, It's a misunderstanding. It's because today the Bak Thien Ba family saved the people of Chin Kiem Mon." But Fan Loi, confused, asked back, "Chin Kiem Mon? What nonsense are you babbling about?" The old man finally realized something was wrong. Why is he reacting like that? If it's not the Bak Thien Ba family, then who else could it be? Suddenly, it clicked in his head, his face turning pale. Sichloi Can. He finally remembered what his son had said earlier. The assassins sent to Chin Kiem Mon and Quin Hatch Tap were probably all killed by him. But by the time he figured it out, is it really that guy named Sichloi Can? His throat was already slit. Even the guy from Nam Nak Lien. And that woman Manhwa stared wide-eyed in horror.
It wasn't Fan Loi who attacked, but an assassin in black wearing a conical hat. No one knew how long he had been standing there. No one expected it. This guy? Does the Bak Thien Ba family have someone this strong? With another draw of the sword, Chuang Dai's son was sent to join his son. Manhwa panicked and rushed over. "Father!" Just then, Fan Loi's voice rang out again. "You're the captain of the White Tiger Squad of Nam Nyak Lien, right?" He warned, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is a warning." The old man stood gritting his teeth in furious frustration. "Damn it, I got dragged into a mess." The assassin then put his sword to Manhwa's neck. "How should we handle this woman?" The two locked eyes, and the final verdict was, "Kill her." The woman was slashed to death instantly, dying just as tragically as her father.
After it was done, Fanloy ordered, "Burn this place down." Outside, Sichloy Kan and Vo An were still standing on a tree branch watching the drama unfold. "I will go hire 50 reliable people first. Let them manage Tan Fong Trang for now. It'll perfectly serve as a front." The main character nodded, Next, I will quickly rope Chuang Tam Bang's business territories and partners to our side. But he trusted him implicitly. "You can handle those things, Vo An. Just don't let Tuba notice for now." He nodded, rest assured, but he still sensed something off. "Are you not satisfied with this outcome?" He shook his head. "No, wrongdoers must be punished. I don't have a shred of sympathy for them." For some reason, he was very different today. Having been by his side for so long, he noticed it immediately. "But why do you look so melancholic?" The main character didn't hide it either. Today had been an eye-opener. I originally thought this martial world was my father's martial world. That's why I started roaming since I was little. But I didn't understand anything back then. I just wandered everywhere. I didn't even know Vo An was following behind me. At that time, my only thought was to perform well for my parents to see. Vo An was genuinely shocked. Is that so? The more he looked at him, the more unexpected it was. A young master who is always enthusiastic in dealing with people and proactive in everything. But deep down, he wasn't like that. He had never confided these words to him before. "Do you think I actually liked roaming?" "Vo An, I was just a kid back then. I was only following my mother's instructions to travel and see more. I just wanted to show my parents my mature self. But the martial world isn't the one my father talked about." That was when I realized my father was only holding on to a pipe dream. He watched the roaring flames. These years wandering the martial world, what I learned wasn't chivalry. It was how not to be deceived, how to deceive others, and how to survive by any means necessary. Vo An stood listening, silently bowing his head with a sorrowful expression. Over the years, the young master had been through countless things and suffered a lot of pain. Many times, offering kindness resulted in swords pointed back at him. He had grown accustomed to the human nature in the martial world. In the past, I only hoped those things wouldn't leave a trauma on him. He could only sigh and console him. "You were still young back then, young master." He looked down at his hands that had taken countless lives. "Yes, I was young then. But I changed. I've gradually grown up."
But the martial world is still the same as before. Good people are treated as jokes, and evil dominates good. Only those ruthless enough can survive. That is the rule of the martial world. Now he understood. This martial world will never change. His eyes widened, growing even more defiant. So what exactly is the martial world that my father saw? What did he see that I couldn't? Vo An, I'm not like my father who only knows how to dream. I want to turn that dream into reality. Vo An looked at him, not daring to say a word. Young master, perhaps it's because you love your father the most that you try so hard to pretend to hate him. Whether it's robbing wealthy men or beating up unlucky wanderers passing by, the young master always tries to find a justified reason.
This is probably his final sign of respect for his father's teachings. It really is a complex and hard to understand emotion. The next morning at Tan Fong Trang. Gossip filled the air. I heard the leader of Chuang Tam Bang is dead. Chuang Tam Bang is finished. Trin Waithu was shocked upon hearing this. What's going on? His eldest daughter ran in to report. I heard the Chuang leader betrayed the Bak Thien Ba family and planned to join Nam Nak Lian, but was punished. I didn't expect such a coincidence. The whole family still remembered the scene from last night. But then again, I didn't expect young hero Zik's martial arts to be that formidable. We were saved thanks to him. Moreover, since when did he build such a grand mountain villa? I'm getting more and more curious about his background. Suddenly, the old man realized, oh right, where did Fu Lin go? His wife smiled brightly and replied, she went to cheer for him. I heard young hero Sich is participating in the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle. Indeed, he was now standing in the arena, while Sa Lin stood below, shouting, Sich Loy, fight well. Hearing his girl's voice, he immediately turned and smiled warmly. Seeing his confidence, she sighed in relief and thought, it seems he doesn't even need our cheering, does he? The announcer's voice rang out, next the first round of the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle qualifiers shall officially begin. This is the notorious boxing master of Guangdong, the tiger of Guangdong, Storm Fist Li Hak. Crowd looked at the muscular giant and felt. His opponent is a 20-year-old young man making his debut. 20 years old. He's still just a kid.
What a pity. He's about to lose his life here. Sichloy Kan. But that was just his outward appearance. He was now waving his hand, provoking his opponent first. The big guy immediately threw a punch, shattering the rocks and earth in the arena. But the main character dodged it and was now sitting flat on the ground. The other guy glared, panting heavily, looking extremely annoyed and scowling. Yet the main character wasn't scared at all. He even staggered to his feet, making the crowd burst into laughter. That guy sure runs fast. Seeing them laugh, Loikan played along and screamed, "Help! Save me!" The spectators mocked him. "Ha, with those cat-scratching martial arts, why bother entering the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle? Is the weapon on his back just for decoration?" Right then, the big guy swung a kick, but the main character leaned sideways and dodged again.
He rolled and flipped to dodge far away, not retaliating at all. Zhao stood watching in awe. Isn't that the lazy donkey roll? Ha ha. Laughter echoed through the sky. Everyone was enjoying it as if they were watching a circus. Someone even called out to him, "Hey, young man, give up now while you're not hurt. If you keep this up, you'll really lose your life." They even told the big guy, "You too, stop playing with him and end this early." But the big guy didn't look happy at all. Only the one involved knew the struggle. It's easy for you outsiders to say. This guy's movements are clearly full of openings everywhere. But every time he dodges my attacks by a hair's breadth. He hasn't even made a single decent attack. Just as he rushed forward, his forehead unexpectedly met his punch. No more joking around. He looked at his smiling face and panicked. This guy? He fell flat on his back without a single scratch on him. But this scene was truly hilarious. People in the arena only saw an elephant falling to an ant's punch. What kind of boxing style is that? My youngest son fights better than him. Hearing this, the big guy flushed red with anger. How could the crowd understand what he was going through? It looked that way, but it wasn't. In the blink of an eye, blood spurted profusely from his mouth. Seeing this, the crowd finally dropped their smiles. Now they knew fear. Everyone ran over to check. What's going on here? It's not a fake fight, is it?
But the crowd didn't believe the main character did it. They turned to each other and said, "I didn't expect him to experience chi deviation right now. Getting hit by a kid must have really hurt his pride." Only Shalian knew the truth. The announcement rang out. "Sich Loikan wins." But the crowd cursed him. "Get lost. If you have any shame left, just give up." She stood below, worrying for him. "Loikan, what kind of trick are you playing again?" He stood in the arena, still smiling warmly, paying no mind to the crowd's insults. Scene transitions to a house on the street. This place was a casino with all sorts of gambling games. A man slammed a stack of paper on the table and shouted, 1,000,000 taels.
Bet on Sich Loikan. It turned out this group consisted of Vo An, with the two old men Lan Di Thuong and Phien Vu Nak, and the lady Duong Hua An behind him. The whole gang was betting everything on him to earn some pocket money. The bewildered shop owner asked them, "Sich Loikan, you mean that lucky young man who passed the first round? Why bet such a huge sum on that guy?" But the three elders didn't care and smiled wickedly. "Then we'll also bet 3,000 taels on Sich Loikan to win." With these betting fanatics, the shop owner was overjoyed. "Haha, you want a huge return on your investment. The odds are terrifyingly high. If this person wins, the payout could be multiplied by 59. It seems everyone really loves taking risks." Phien Vu Nak didn't say much. He rummaged through his pockets. He brought out a shiny stone in a small box. "Can this poison-repelling pearl be used for betting?" The shop owner gladly accepted it immediately. "Of course. Please wait a moment. Let me check the banknotes and the poison-repelling pearl." The lady turned in surprise. "Since when have you been hiding this? Anyway, the more we bet, the better." But unexpectedly, the old man said, "I don't plan to bet that pearl on Sich Loikan." The old lady smugly asked, "Then who are you betting on?" The name he gave was Nameless Guest. The whole group froze on the spot. Nameless Guest? But that wasn't enough to make them retract their decision. The old lady just asked, "Who is that? Do you know him?" However, Phien Vu Nak said nothing, his face darkening, lips pressed tightly together, eyes flashing. The group immediately understood and laughed teasingly. "Looks like he entered the tournament behind our backs. And calling himself Nameless Guest too, how cheesy." The old man couldn't argue back. T. That name, I just came up with it randomly. Meanwhile, at Tan Fong Trang, Sich Loi can slam his cup on the table in anger, questioning, "Grandma, why didn't you stop him?" The old lady calmly picked up her food. "Don't worry. If you die, I'll find a place with great feng shui to bury you." After speaking, she glanced at Sa Lian sitting next to him. making her heart skip a beat. What's wrong? Her gaze is so intense. Turns out, she said, your name is Thu Lian, right? The more I look at you, the more you look like me when I was young. Hearing this, the two old men choked and spat out their wine.
The old lady didn't get it and pressed them. Speak up, doesn't she look exactly like me?
They reluctantly replied, very much so. The main character, however, only cared about Thien Vu Nak sitting next to him. He understood the old man's intention. An old man who cares nothing for wealth or fame suddenly enters the tournament. It seems he wants to test his skills against me. The others all turned to look, and the old lady smiled in amusement. Thien Vu Nak wasn't angry, laughing as he replied, since you let me know you've fully inherited the martial arts of the young miss and that man. His eyes glowed red. How could I hold back? The main character also smiled. Indeed, everyone was curious. After finishing their meal, he and Sa Lian stood by the lake to enjoy the view.
Suddenly, Shichloi Khan sighed. I'm in big trouble this time.
Not understanding, she turned to him. What's wrong? He confessed honestly, I'm not confident I can win. I have to win this tournament to make our sect famous and earn money to keep it running. She started worrying too. Really? Then what should we do? Unexpectedly, his solution was, I need to eat more meat. Sa Lian was speechless. You've already eaten so much today. Eating only meat every day, is that really okay? He nodded confidently. Yeah. I practiced a martial art that converts meat into vegetables inside the body. She couldn't even tell if he was joking or not. There was no such martial art. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, why are you here? Only then did she notice a figure standing on the roof, an eagle by his side. The man in the black cloak said just one sentence. Young master, you have crossed the line.
He understood immediately and glared back. You want to call me back? But who set that limit? It's my father, isn't it? Go back and report to him, got it? The man understood and immediately released the eagle. He disappeared and his expression remained as calm as ever. With such a vast world and a beauty by his side, how could he just go back when told? The eagle flew straight to a faraway place and landed on someone's arm. A letter has arrived. This place was Tui Lu Van Han. An old man read the letter. It's news of Loi Can. I wonder if he's become any more sensible. The old man, who looked exactly like the main character, asked unhappily, he still wants to conquer the world? No need to guess. He was Shich Tu Lam, his father. The place he stayed was indeed a fruit shop named Flowing Water, Drifting Clouds. People were bustling in and out, busy with work. The old man stood quietly at the doorway looking out. The woman approached from behind. I saw the eagle deliver the letter. Tu Lam replied, it's news of Loi Can. He still wants to conquer the world. She looked at the cold teacup on the table. Loi Can is our son, after all. He has every right to harbor that dream. But the old man still wouldn't accept it. Dreaming about it is enough. He suddenly asked, we've been living in seclusion here for 20 years now, haven't we? As if realizing something, he turned his head and decided, let's go. We're going to the Central Plains. On the other side, under heavy rain, Vo An stood reporting, young master, I just received a very strange piece of news. Following your orders, I've been buying intel from black market merchants. Word is someone wants to sell 300 heaven-splitting thunder bombs tonight. Hearing the name, he immediately knew. Heaven-splitting thunder. That's the explosive weapon used by the Righteous Faction Alliance, isn't it? He nodded. Yes, the power of even one cannot be underestimated. This seems shady. He understood right away. We must check it out. Let's tail the black market merchant and see exactly who this seller is. In the pouring rain, a man sprinted through the forest, calculating in his head. There's no turning back now. I actually sold all the heaven-splitting thunders. Until now, I've lived a perfectly double-faced life. One as an elder of the Northern Heaven Ba family, and the other as a spy for the Flying Swallow Society. He was Fong Tui Zan. But with the failure of the Dragon Phoenix banquet plan, the situation has changed. Those bastards from the Flying Swallow Society, how dare they push all the blame onto me? I'll give you one last chance. Detonate these heaven-splitting thunders at the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle. At that time, he was terrified, his jaw dropping. What did you say? But all he received was a warning. If you fail this time too, you're dead. He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Pulling tricks at the Dragon Phoenix banquet was already hard enough. The participants in the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle are all top-tier masters. How could I possibly do it? Moreover, because of the Dragon Phoenix banquet, Chief strategist Fan Loi has started to suspect me. If my betrayal of the Northern Heaven Ba family is exposed, I'll die.
If the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle plan fails, I'll also die. In that case, I can only take the money from selling the heaven-splitting thunders and run. As he was running frantically, an assassin suddenly leaped out of nowhere and slashed across his body, drawing blood. The old man couldn't react in time and was terrified. Are you from the Flying Swallow Society? No need for him to guess, the assassin directly cursed. Ruining the Dragon Phoenix banquet wasn't enough. And now you dare betray our Flying Swallow Society. Do you think our society is that easy a fool? Finishing his sentence, he slashed straight at the old man's face. The old man squeezed his eyes shut in fear, only thinking, I'm about to die. But nothing happened. The sword stopped inches from his face. The old man was stunned. What's going on? Why isn't he moving anymore? Could his acupoints have been struck? Who is it who could strike his acupoints? Just then, someone approached. Who would have thought that the one pulling the strings at the Dragon Phoenix banquet was an elder of the Northern Heaven Ba family? It was the main character and Vo-An, both wearing face masks. Actually, the old man couldn't recognize them. He could only yell, "Who are you?" The main character announced a name, the Justice Squad of the Righteous Faction Alliance. Vo-An was startled and turned to look at him, acting like this without any prior warning. And the old man, of course, didn't believe it. The Righteous Faction Alliance? How did this reach the Righteous Faction Alliance so quickly? He walked over and patted the assassin's head. Oh, but this guy from the Flying Swallow Society, his condition doesn't seem quite right. The moment he patted him, blue veins popped out all over the guy's face, his eyes bulging as if they were about to fall out. Blood began to seep from his eyes. Finally, he died on the spot, water splashing up blindingly white. It wasn't a normal death. His body exploded like a bomb. Even the main character didn't understand what happened. Looking around in surprise, the old man was also dumbfounded. What is this? Blood mixed with rainwater fell, turning the sky red. The scene was truly gruesome. Vo-An guessed they probably have a rule that if caught, they must use a self-destruct technique. Hearing this, the main character felt disgusted. I really dislike these bastards from the Flying Swallow Society. Shichloikan looked down at Tui Zan. You must know, right? What exactly does the Flying Swallow Society do? But the old man's face turned pale as he vehemently denied it. I don't know either. Refusing to speak, he forced him to, pulling out a green pill. I knew you'd say that, so I prepared this. Eating it will be extremely painful. The old man panicked at first glance. A poison pill? The Righteous Faction Alliance is the pillar of the Righteous Factions. How can they have a bastard like you? Furious, the main character shoved the pill into his mouth. Pillar of the Righteous Factions, my ass. The pillar has long been gnawed away by despicable scumbags like you. Poisoned, the old man screamed in agonizing pain. Save me. My whole body feels like it's being torn apart. He hastily begged. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Please. Only then did he throw another pill to him. Here, the antidote, drink it. Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier? Less than greater than. He also warned, take the antidote once a month. If you don't, you'll end up like that again. Trembling, he took it and confessed everything. After listening, he asked, so you mean 12 years ago they approached you and then you became one of them. With their help, you climbed to the position of elder in the Northern Heaven Ba family, and since then, they've been ordering you to work for them. Terrified and pale, he nodded. That's correct. I only know 1 or 2 people who pass down orders to me. He turned to say to Vo-An, a secret organization where members don't even know each other's faces. These guys are really careful. This guy was still useful, so he wouldn't kill him. All right, I want you to do 2 things for me. First, hand over all the intel you can get on the Northern Heaven Ba family to me. Second, when the Flying Swallow Society gives you orders, you must notify us in advance. As long as you absolutely obey me, I can guarantee your life. Even though he was on the brink of death, he still stubbornly questioned, why should I trust you? His eyes glowing red, he leaned in close to him. You shouldn't. You just have to. The old man shook like a leaf. Damn it. So I have to go back to the Northern Heaven Ba family. And after the Flying Swallow Society, I have to be a spy for the Righteous Faction Alliance. He asked anxiously, if I can't detonate the heaven-splitting thunders at the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle, I still won't escape death. Of course, he had already figured it out. You don't need to worry about that. I'll show you how to survive.
Vo-An looked at him and transmitted his voice. But what is the true purpose of those Flying Swallow Society bastards? Is it to bring down the Northern Heaven Ba family? If it's just for that, detonating heaven-splitting thunders at the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle. Without letting him finish, he understood and interrupted. Wouldn't that be making a mountain out of a molehill? They definitely have another purpose. Anyway, there's no use thinking about this now. We should just go do what we need to do, Voan. The next morning, the area around the arena was still just as crowded. This time, the main character kept acting with his clumsy cat-scratch martial arts, just like in the previous match. The crowd also gradually got used to it, cheering excitedly. Sich Loy can! Whether it's by luck or true strength, he's won again.
Who knows how long passed, but the crowd gradually shifted from amused to completely astonished. Amazing! Sichula can. Wow, Sichula can. And he had advanced to the finals. The first match of the finals is about to begin. Today he was wearing a bright red outfit. Sa Lian was the same as always, coming to cheer for every match. Suddenly, she heard someone whisper. Whether that kid made it to this round by luck or strength, we'll find out today. She stared intently at the high platform. Probably because this is the final match. Even the young masters of prestigious sects have come to watch. Up there we see the group of Duong Tu Suong and Lam Ha Ki. The martial arts tournament officially begins. Sich Loi Can of Tan Fong Trang. The opponent is the snake poison sword, Thu Tu. The guy sees him and sneers. Just a wet behind the ears brat.
Suddenly, Zalian stands close to the arena, covering her mouth and reminding him. The sword, there's poison on it. Will it be dangerous? Today is not the time to act. He asks curiously. Huh? Acting? It turns out he's been acting all along. There's no need now, because from the final round onwards, betting is no longer allowed. Moreover, he suddenly looks up. The old man Thien Vu Nyak, wearing a conical hat, has been standing there waiting for who knows how long. He also smiles at the old man. The final match is truly beginning now. Snake Poison Sword Thu Tu. True to his nickname, he uses a sword coated with snake venom, so he is despised everywhere he goes. But his level of infamy is also proportional to his danger, because the number of people who lost their lives under his poisoned sword is not small.
An old man watching from below even pities him. Still young, what a pity. Why is he so unlucky to encounter Thu Tu of all people? Less than greater than. The girl looks over anxiously. Is that guy really that dangerous? The old man nods. I heard just a graze from his venom and you can barely keep your life. Perhaps that's also why everyone who fought him in this tournament has died. On the stage, he is also eager to fight, holding his sword and grinning. I heard your luck is quite good, brat. The main guy tilts his head and chuckles mockingly. Seems like you have absolutely no confidence in your own swordsmanship. To the point of having to poison your sword. He doesn't seem surprised by these words. Those who dared to provoke me like that have all gone to see Yama. So let me send you on your way then. Finishing his sentence, he charges up to attack right away. However, as soon as he charges, his sword-holding hand is struck in an acupoint by him in a flash and the sword drops instantly. Without his sword, he can't do a damn thing. He just quickly stabs him with a blade, sending blood flying everywhere, and it's over. Even smiles excitedly, coldly dragging his blade in a straight line from his shoulder down to the back of his hand, telling him you won't be able to hold a sword ever again. He slices so hard and accurately that his middle finger is completely severed. A miserable defeat in the blink of an eye. His whole body slides down to kneel on the ground, his face blank as pain spreads throughout his body. Zalian stares with her mouth wide open.
Too fast and furious, it takes a few seconds for the crowd to process it before cheering joyfully. What is this? That kid actually took down Thu Tu in just one move. Duong Tu Suong is so shocked that he jumps up and slams the table. This is impossible! Is that guy really that strong? Before at the Dragon Phoenix banquet, he was clearly just a nobody. What kind of place is Tan Fong Trang? How can a nameless minor sect have such martial prowess? To think he's a rising talent. He keeps talking non-stop, but no one bothers to reply. Lam Ha Ki also realizes his true strength has far surpassed the standard of a rising talent. His eyes are glued to him. Where the hell did this guy come from? His goal. Is it really to take the top spot in the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle? That day, wherever the main guy and Exalian go, they hear cheers. That evil bastard who used snake venom to harm countless people finally got what he deserved. How satisfying. Young hero Zik, I knew you had this ability. Please continue to show off your skills in the next match. He happily waves and beams. Sure, make sure you all come watch the match then. Sitting at the table, still feeling smug. Hee, I'm really so popular. The girl doesn't say anything, just silently observing. Normally, everyone is too scared to approach those who made it to the finals of the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle. He really is a strange one. Suddenly, someone turns over,
But in this heavenly dragon great battle, the most noticed person is still that one, right? Nameless guest. With so many renowned masters, yet no one could even remove the bamboo hat he wears.
Two people sitting at the next table are talking right in front of him. Hey, you seen him fight, right? I did see it, but I didn't see anything at all. What does this mean? The other guy trembles as he recounts what I saw. No, what I heard was the sound of a sword being drawn, and the sound of a sword being sheathed. Just like that, the opponent was defeated. It was truly just like that. Zalian is scared hearing this, looking at him worriedly. How is this possible? The main guy's face is indeed tense. This is big trouble. The girl rarely sees this expression on his face. Even Loikan is this tense. So she asks, are you very worried? But what he's actually worried about is, I'm hungry. But I forgot to bring my coin pouch when I came out. The girl is speechless. Let me treat you. Really? Then first order me a roast duck, spicy stir-fried pork, sizzling beef, boiled chicken, and a jug of wine. The girl hurriedly interrupts. I only have 2 taels of silver. Six Loikan's face changes immediately, dropping his smile. So after we finish eating. Yet he still manages to say, well, we have to wash dishes for the boss, making the girl burst out laughing. Right at this moment, someone walks over. Let me treat you guys. Zalian recognizes her immediately, Miss Tiet. She also looks over, congratulations on becoming a phoenix. Looking back at the main guy, also, thank you for saving us at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. But the main guy rests his chin on his hand, not caring at all. Then you should be thanking young hero Duong. She replies bluntly, don't treat me like an idiot. He still ignores her. All right, think whatever you want. Zalian sits there stunned, Miss Tiet actually initiated a conversation with someone else. As the girl just ponders this, the main guy suddenly looks over to reassure her, Thu Lian, don't worry. My heart remains entirely faithful to you. The girl's face instantly turns red as a boiled prawn. What nonsense are you spouting all of a sudden? While he has a hearty laugh, ha ha ha. Tiet Bik Hua standing beside them as a third wheel gets annoyed, young hero Sich. You really are baffling. At the final match of the Heavenly Dragon Great Battle, it's even more crowded today than ever before. Some people turn to discuss, this day has finally come. This Heavenly Dragon Great Battle really had too many surprises.
Who would have thought those two would clash? Salian and the old woman Duong Hua-an also arrive. No, whether it's the arena or the atmosphere at the scene, it's completely different from before. She suddenly looks over and asks, are you very worried for him? The girl nods with obvious concern. Yes, I heard that seniors' martial arts are incredibly profound. The old woman also frowns looking at the stage. It's also been a long time since I saw Demon Sword demonstrate his martial arts. He hasn't met a worthy opponent in a very long time. Regardless of who wins or loses, no matter what, this match won't end easily. Now both are standing on the stage. The crowd below cheers roaringly. Nameless guest, I bet on you to win right from the start. Wow, the champion is definitely the nameless guest. Before fighting, the old man even tells him, even though you are the Mrs. Sun, a match is a match.
Even if I have to kill you, I won't regret it. Wanting to take his life this badly right from the start, Sich Loikan simply and calmly pulls out that cloth-wrapped blade. I know. It's time to use it. The two lunge at each other as fast as lightning. He tells the old man directly, therefore today I must also risk my life. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changes completely. A formation, huh? The two are still fighting intensely. Neither seems surprised. He smiles smugly and says, only this way can we unleash our true strength, right? Turns out he arranged it. So Lian asked the old lady in surprise, this is the first time I've seen a formation capable of changing the surrounding environment like this. The old woman nods. A long time ago, I asked the person known as the god of formations for this. Those outside the formation only see an illusion, not the real battle, because their martial arts cannot be casually displayed in front of outsiders. Only a few people present here can see the authentic battle, exactly the 4 of them, including Vo An and Lan Di Thuong. The girl widens her eyes in astonishment. So you mean Loikan and that senior. Both made it to the finals without even unleashing their true strength. Suddenly, the old woman advises, watch closely, don't miss any movements. Because you'll never see a showdown like this again. Both of them exchange blows evenly matched. Still managing to mock and taunt each other a few times, seems like you already predicted I could block this sword strike. The old man laughs out loud. Of course, a kid like you can definitely do it. The main guy starts going all out, his strikes becoming increasingly powerful. The old man gets even more excited. That's right. Put some more strength into it. Every single move can take the opponent's life. It wouldn't be wrong to say they are both about to lose their minds. Suddenly, blood spurts out. The situation is extremely tense. Zhao Lian watching turns pale. All three others widen their eyes in shock. The injured one is the main guy. His arm is slashed across, blood flowing down. The old man warns in a cold voice. The saying, "Even if I kill you, I won't regret it," is absolutely not an empty threat. His murderous intent skyrockets, eyes glowing red. Hurry up and unleash that martial art. Otherwise, it will be hard to keep your little life. Since the old man is pushing in this far, the main guy isn't afraid either. Then, let's officially begin. While standing normally, spiritual energy bursts forth, and the ground immediately caves in on the spot. All the dirt and rocks are shattered, and massive boulders even rise up from the ground. Zhao Lian is terrified to the core. This aura is demonic ki. Though I had vaguely realized it, I didn't expect Loi Can to actually be. He began muttering a spell. The demonic path originates from the wind. Old man Thien Vu Nak yelled excitedly, "Yes, that's it. Unleash it all. The thing every demon in the world yearns to see just once. The heavenly demon's exclusive martial art, the 9 disasters demonic path." First stance, wind strike. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. A massive force crashed into the old man. He barely managed to withstand the first move. But he knew, though this kid's inner energy isn't as strong as mine, its power cannot be underestimated. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot from the protagonist's sword, summoning thunder. Second stance. Lightning strike. A giant red lightning bolt shot forward from his sword. Impact sent dirt flying, forcing Zhao Lian to shield her face. He stood mid-air, gripping his sword and looking down. He saw the old man escape, charging up from the thick smoke. The two clashed, exchanging taunts. "You're truly formidable. You're the one who's truly surprising, kid." Their combined power was so immense it could actually destroy the arena. Celine trembled as she watched, to think he reached this realm. Compared to him, my martial arts are just child's play. Less than greater than. His fighting posture mid-air truly resembles a god. He used the 5th stance and a red dragon appeared behind him. It was the dragon strike. The dragon opened its jaws, rushing as if to swallow him whole. Old man Thien Vu Nak was completely stunned this time. The dragon bit straight down, leaving no trace of the old man. Lan Dithuong panicked and tried to rush in but was stopped by the old woman. The old man was still alive but looked miserable, tightly gripping his sword into the ground, struggling to resist. His body was battered, on the verge of death. Yet he still had the strength to look up and laugh out loud. Truly worthy of that person's bloodline. Ha! But he still refused to stop, drawing his sword. Fine. Let's decide the winner with one final move. Zhao Lian watched wide-eyed. "What is that?" The old woman replied, "Demon Sword's ultimate technique. It's the strongest sword stance that earned him the title Demon Sword." This old man was going all in. But the old woman also believed in him. If he uses the 7th stance, the ultimate move of the 9 disasters demonic path, he should be able to block it. But if he does, Demon Sword will. Unfortunately for him, Zich Loi can actually use the 7th stance, Demon Strike. His eyes glowed as he raised his sword high with both hands. At that moment, 2 people, one in white and one in black, held hands. Standing in a flower field, they asked, "What do you think about this?" It was the protagonist's parents. The old man seemed frustrated, conquering the world. Why does Loi Can have such a ridiculous dream? The woman held a rose. "You still don't know why Loi Can ended up like this? Naturally, it's because he inherited my bloodline. Did you forget? I was once called Rakshasa." Haha. As she finished, the flower withered and died. Ulam frowned in disbelief. "Your assumption is too arbitrary." But she insisted, "No, bloodlines don't lie. Because he inherited mine, Loi Can is now suffering from a heat syndrome. He is being tormented by an uncontrollable boiling rage and destructive desires. Right now, the protagonist was exactly like that, unable to distinguish anything, just slashing down. Zhao Lian stood there frozen in fear, unable to believe it was him. Suddenly, his eyes met her terrified gaze, and he immediately snapped out of it. His sword-wielding hands stopped. He only saw his girl. He didn't intend to fight back at all. The old man suddenly yelled, That kid. Where is he looking?" As the old man finished speaking, radiating power scorched his entire body. The girl panicked even more, her heart almost stopping, while Vo An frantically rushed forward. But very quickly, a black light engulfed the old man's spiritual energy. The protagonist was still alive. Vo An stopped in shock. Sixth young master. Huh? His move had switched to the unrivaled gentleman's sword, a righteous sword, no longer using the demon's sword like before. Demon's sword was planted in the ground and he held a different one. Zhao Lian was stunned. That sword is his father's sword, the one he said he'd never draw. His eyes were gentle like water as he executed each sword strike. A blue light flashed in the air, completely different from the terrifying demonic aura earlier. But its cutting power was no joke. Old man Thien Vu Nak would surely die if hit by this. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. He was still alive but covered in blood. Even though his arm was barely grazed, it felt like his inner energy was leaking out. What kind of martial art is this? The crowd stood silently watching. The old woman suddenly said, "It's over." Just as she said, the array vanished and the scene returned to normal. The crowd in the arena yelled in frustration. What happened? We can't see anything. Why did his sandstorms suddenly blow up? Right at the climax, why now? Zhao Lian looked around in surprise. Are we back in the arena? The old woman nodded. The array has been dispelled. We are back in reality.
Suddenly, several people gasped. Ah, that's nameless guest. The old man sat slumped on the ground, covered in wounds with disheveled hair. No one has ever knocked off his bamboo hat before. We can finally see who he really is. But then, the protagonist handed the hat to him, smiling gently without any disdain. The old man recalled the scene in terror. If that kid hadn't hesitated to unleash that move earlier, I would definitely be dead. He reached out to take the hat. It's a pity I couldn't see the seventh stance. Even as a demon, dying under the 9 disasters demonic art wouldn't be bad. He still managed to smile. I lost. The watching crowd was dumbfounded. What? Then the champion of this heavenly dragon tournament is. Even the prestigious families watching from above were speechless. Celine's face bloomed like a flower. The entire hall erupted in cheers. Sichloi Can! The youngest champion in history. A new hero of the martial world is born. Sichloi Can! But his eyes were fixed solely on that sword. That evening, at the Heavenly Dragon Tournament victory banquet, girls blushed with admiration upon seeing him. That's the champion, young Master Sich. Unbelievable. Is he that young? Young Master Sich, congratulations on your victory. Has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? He wasn't shy at all, nodding confidently. Of course, people say that all the time. Hearing that, the girls laughed wildly, laughing to tears, giggling loudly enough to startle anyone on the street. He added cheekily, I hear that a lot too. Salian stood nearby, forcing a smile. Haha, he's really popular.
They were about to flirt young Master Zich. If it's convenient, join us later. He turned away abruptly. Fulian, let's have a big feast today. She nodded with a worried face. Yeah, but don't you need to rest? I checked earlier, and the wounds look quite deep. He glanced at her playfully. What's wrong? Worried about me? She didn't deny it. Of course I am. Just then Lam Thien Toi appeared. So you're here, Miss Chin. She immediately clasped her hands. Patriarch, long time no see. The old man nodded. I was just looking for you. Unexpectedly, he got straight to the point. I think you and my Haki are a perfect match. What do you say, Miss Chin? Zhao Lian's eyes widened in shock. Me and young Master Lam. Young Master Lam. I haven't even spoken to him. Why bring this up all of a sudden?
The eavesdropping crowd murmured, What? What does this mean? Does the Bakhtian Ba family want to intermarry with the Chin Kiem sect? It seems impossible. But who can guess Patriarch Lam's thoughts? Seeing her silent, the old man added, I've been keeping an eye on the Chin Kiem sect for a long time. The more I look, the more I see that you and Haki are a match made in heaven. Salian was about to refuse when the protagonist stepped up, interrupting decisively. She already has someone in her heart. How could he just watch someone try to steal his girl? She looked at him in surprise. What did you say? Loi Can just smiled brightly. That person is me. The old men standing around were left speechless. How dare he speak to the patriarch like that? He must be crazy.
The old man was obviously furious, but still forced a smile. Haha, indeed. Worthy of being the Heavenly Dragon Tournament champion. Very confident. It's understandable that Miss Chin likes you, right? Unexpectedly, the protagonist showed no respect. Your grandson can't even compare to me. He even stated bluntly, I also really like Miss Chin. Stop eyeing her. The two blared at each other. The old man, extremely annoyed, still had to calculate. He dares to speak to me with such an attitude. Martial arts aside, this kid's guts are not small. Just then, the old man standing behind him pointed and scolded. So insolent. You win the Heavenly Dragon tournament and think you're above the law. What kind of attitude is this in front of the patriarch of the Baek Thean Ba family? The main character's face turns cold, tilting his head feigning innocence. So you mean because he is the great patriarch of the Northern Heavenly Ba family, I should just hand over the woman I like? The other guy chokes on his anger at his words. What? How dare you speak to your elders like that? You have absolutely no manners. Loikan doesn't stop speaking his mind freely. You adults are always like this. When things meet the standards you set, you beam with joy, but the moment something displeases you, you immediately curse and scold. But you never reflect on how outdated and dull those standards are. You don't even have the intention to do so. Zhao Lian looks nervously at his tightly clenched fist, Loikan. Normally in this situation, he would definitely laugh it off. She can't understand it. Why is he suddenly so agitated?
The old man is still standing there arguing. You brat, wait until you're older and you'll understand how impulsive your current behavior is. He calmly shakes his head. Probably not, because I won't grow up to be an adult like you. His gaze is sharper than a knife. Not everyone who is old deserves respect. Right at that moment, a voice interrupts sternly. Loikan, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Turns out both his parents have arrived, and just in time to witness this scene too. He looks over at Tu Lam. Father, you're here. Father, now you can see the two of them look exactly alike. The old man immediately charges forward. Humph, are you this brat's father? Take him home and teach him a lesson. Just how did you raise your kid? Tu Lam's face darkens, and before he can say anything, a woman's voice rings out from behind. Shut up. A bunch of old geezers like you should be staying in the back of the house hugging a chamber pot. The old man chokes on his anger again. You? What did you just say? Both Lam Thien Tuai and Sa Lian turn around in surprise. Hearing her voice, the main character's face softens considerably, and he chuckles. How dare you? Criticizing my son, huh? This beautiful and feisty lady is definitely his mother. Their sharp tongues are exactly the same. The whole crowd involuntarily shivers in fear as soon as they see her. Lam Thien Toi's face darkens. What's going on? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become indescribably terrifying? Nobody dares to say another word. Zhao Lian's heart is also pounding fast. Those two are Loikan's parents. The old man quickly lowers his voice. This seems to be a slight misunderstanding. Suddenly, he is interrupted. He's still young. No matter what the child said, you shouldn't insult his parents. Lam Thien Toai glares over with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, scaring the other guys so much he almost wets his pants. I misspoke. The old man already knew. She is absolutely no ordinary woman. He glances at Tu Lam standing behind her, and that other person. He clearly has no intimidating aura, yet he gives me an indescribably strange feeling. I need to probe their strength further. He immediately beats a hasty retreat. Your family is reunited. We will take our leave and not bother you any longer. Saying so, he leaves right away. His father finally speaks up to remind him. Your actions just now were too impulsive. You must pay more attention in the future. Loikan casually opposes him. No, I didn't do anything wrong. Father, you are always forcing me to follow those outdated customs. Please stop forcing me to do things your way, and don't make me follow those wrongful etiquettes either. Zhao Lian, standing nearby, also notices something is wrong. Loikan, the reason he's acting unusual today, picking a fight. Turns out it's because he knew his parents had arrived beforehand. He wanted his father to hear those words. His mother lets out a sigh. It seems standing between these two is quite exhausting for her as well. His mother walks up to him. His father also stays silent, but she doesn't scold him at all, only saying, We haven't seen each other for a while, and you've grown taller again. Let's talk when we get back. I have a lot of things I want to ask you. The scene cuts to Tan Fawn Manor. Old Trin Y Thu clasps his hands and bows his head. Your son saved our entire family's lives. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you both. The main character's parents also clasp their hands, in just thanking heaven and earth that my foolish son didn't cause you any trouble. Your daughter is truly both beautiful and well-mannered. Zhao Lian panics as she sits in the middle of the dining table. Why are they suddenly talking about this? The parents are sitting at both ends of the table, and the young couple is sitting in the middle. It's just like they're about to discuss marriage. The old man even praises, young Master Sitch is truly a person of noble character. He is indeed a pillar of talent in the martial arts world. Haha. Zhao Lian looks over at him in confusion. If it were normal, Loikan would definitely joke around and cheerfully accept the compliment.
Even though they are sitting at the same table, he is completely avoiding looking at his father's face. Suddenly, his mother glances over. She clearly notices Zalian looking at him in confusion. She seems to have figured it out and can't help but smile. She asks unexpectedly, "Your name is Thulian, right? How did the two of you meet?" Before she can even answer, he immediately cuts in, "We met by chance on the road, and we met again at the tavern." She sits beside him on the verge of tears. Even though he isn't wrong, it doesn't sound very nice. "Please, if you don't know what to say, just don't speak, okay?" His father, Tu Lam, starts preaching again. "It's good that you two are close. But after all, men and women should maintain a proper distance. Even people in the martial arts world are no exception."
He even glares at him. Usually, pay more attention to your words and actions. This time, Chan Loi looks right back at him, but still obediently answers, "Yes, sir." That's what he says, but after dinner, the two of them invite each other to the lake to look at the lotuses. She stands on the bridge, watching him walk on the water all the way to the middle of the lake to pick a flower. How can he stand so lightly on the water like that? When will I ever reach that level? Suddenly, Loi Chan speaks up. "Men and women should maintain a proper distance." Huh. Usually, pay more attention to your words and actions. He's repeating his father's words with a deeply furrowed brow, looking extremely annoyed. Is that all father has to say to me? I'll have to eat more meat tomorrow. She rests her chin on her hand and chuckles. It looks like he's very frustrated. Times like this show that he's just like a kid. Right, it's good to vent a little sometimes. He twirls the flower petals in his hand. Father definitely won't just let me go and conquer the world. She widens her eyes as she watches his performance and asks, "So, what are you going to do?" It seems he hasn't figured this out yet. With a flick of his hand, he makes the water splash everywhere, taking the flower petals with it. After a long while, he finally says, "I will rebel." Having said that, he hops right up and sits next to his girl. Zalian wonders again, "Is your father as powerful as you are?" Ken Loi bursts out laughing. "Haha, like me? Compared to my father, I'm still far behind." "Really? Could it be that your mother is also very powerful?" "Yeah, the two of them are known as the Twin Jades." "That's amazing. Plus, this is the first time I've seen someone so beautiful." But she hid her appearance and lived like that for the past 20 years. Furthermore, it wasn't just a simple cover-up. She used the reverse body disguise art to make herself extremely ugly. 20 years. That long. You get it too, right? If she used her current appearance to go sell fruit, what would happen? Moreover, my parents are forced to live in hiding. Zalian isn't stupid. Hearing this, she immediately wonders in her heart, just to live with the person they love they were able to endure for so long. Just what kind of hidden story is there? He guesses it right away. Why don't you ask? Aren't you curious why my mother knows the heavenly demon's exclusive martial arts? She didn't expect him to bring this up. Actually, I'm very surprised. And also a bit scared. But no matter what your background is, she can accept it all, replying with a gentle smile. Because you already have so many secrets, nothing can surprise me anymore. Hearing her say that makes him extremely satisfied. He's happy as long as the beauty doesn't reject him. The scene cuts to the heavenly demon palace. In the room, a man is kneeling and reporting. The young lady has appeared. Together with that guy? Yes. Then the other side must have definitely received the news too. Appearing after 20 years. Is it to go visit her son? The subordinate tells it like it is. Yes, young Master Zichloi can. Recently, he even loudly proclaimed he wants to conquer the world. The other guy is shocked upon hearing this. Conquer the world? He throws his head back and bursts into laughter. What an arrogant fool. This long, white-haired man sitting on the highest seat is Lu Chan Thean, the heavenly demon. The next day, the sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the sun is golden. The elders are weeding together. The lady seems very pleased. That kid Loi can even left a garden in the manor for us. We can use it to pass the time from now on. Why do you have to pull them out one by one with your hands? You don't get it. Tending to it by hand like this is where the fun is. She looks over at Thien Vu Nak and comforts him. Don't be too sad. The only difference between you and him is your martial arts sect. As a martial artist, you didn't lose it all. During the Heavenly Dragon Grand Battle, his final move. What kind of martial arts was that? Old Lan Di Thiong crosses his arms and replies, well, you'll find out sooner or later anyway. That sword technique is called the Milky Way Meteor Sword. It is the martial arts of the Gale clan, on par with the 9 Disasters demonic art. Thien Vu Nak's eyes widen in absolute shock. The Milky Way Meteor Sword and the Gale clan.
I have never heard of them. The old man explains because they have never interfered in the affairs of the martial arts world, but all the righteous figures owe them a massive debt of gratitude. You know that I have acted as a guardian for Loi Kan's father for the past 20 years, right? That is because he is the legitimate heir to the Gale clan. The Gale clan is to me just like the position of the heavenly demon divine cult in the heart of a demonic practitioner like you. Right at this moment, the main character walks over with a smile. I can't believe you didn't know about this. I heard you met my parents this morning. You looked over at Tien Vu Nak, Sr. This must be your first time meeting my dad, right?
The old man raised his head, furrowing his brow, and asked to be sure, the final move in the championship match. So that was your father's martial art? He nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's been a while since you've had such an exhilarating match, hasn't it? Unexpectedly, the old man was still in the mood to tease. Yeah, it is. But your dad, he's much more handsome than you. The main guy was instantly infuriated by that remark. Senior, you really have no taste. At this moment, in the room, two lambs stood looking out the window. From behind, slender hands hugged him tightly. She rested her head against her husband's back. What are you thinking about? Our boy, Loi Kan, of course. He looked at the luxurious scenery outside. Where on earth did he get the money to build this manor? She didn't care, just knowing that he's not the type to rob good people. You know this best. I have a favor to ask you. Tu Lam asked immediately. What is it? Let me handle Loi Kan's matter. His dream. It can absolutely never become a reality. She understood her son better than anyone else. That's exactly why he's so stubborn about that dream. Tu Lam couldn't help but turn around sharply. But this matter. She interrupted him. I have always respected and loved you deeply, but Toucan's problem cannot be left entirely to you. If you deliberately stop in this time, the two of you might never make peace again. Tu Lam held his wife's cheeks. You really are always worrying about Loi Kan and me. She had it all figured out. If you truly cut ties, both you and Toucan will be very miserable. I don't want things to end up like that. So even if I have to bathe this martial world in blood, I will not step back. The two hug each other tightly. Elsewhere, in a small house, it was raining heavily outside. Zalian took a sip of tea and scrunched up her face. Wow, so bitter. Even though I drink alcohol too, I really don't understand why people like this so much when it's this hard to drink. Loi Kan smiled and explained, those who like drinking alcohol, there are actually very few who drink it because they like the taste. She wondered, only drunks like the taste of alcohol, so what do they drink for? He looked at the jar of wine in front of him. Most people do it because they enjoy the atmosphere of gathering to drink together, and also the feeling after getting drunk. The body feels light, and it feels like all worries and sorrows melt away like snow. After speaking, he downed a glass. She noticed right away, although he didn't say it, it's clear his father's obstruction is bothering him greatly. She couldn't help but praise. Your alcohol tolerance is pretty good. He showed off again, smiling proudly, because there's nothing I can't do. She was too used to it, smiling with her eyes. All right, haha, now I can't even refute him anymore. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Because of that, today I'm planning to bring someone along. She was still asking, huh? Bring who? Nearby, a guy suddenly yelled, You still want us to give you a few more days, what do you mean? The shop owner and her daughter hugged each other tightly, pleading, Business has been really slow lately. He knew at a glance, that's hell's debt. It's the work of that filthy gang that calls itself the Three-Headed Sect. That guy is their leader, named Tham Luang Ku, but because of his cruel nature, everyone calls him Tham At Ku. Although his backing force is not public, it is related to the Bak Tien Ba family. Who would have thought that such a powerful, righteous force would use dirty tricks like this to make money? The woman was also hugging her daughter tightly and crying. If I had known you were behind this, I would rather starve to death than borrow money from them. Those guys still adamantly refuse to let it go. You're starving to death anyway. This shop will have to change hands by the end of the month. Just then, someone with a gleaming blade walked in the door. What's going on here? The shop owner quickly explained. Recently, ingredient prices have skyrocketed, so I borrowed some money from the neighbors. I didn't expect them to be the ones manipulating things behind the scenes. The old man holding the blade knew as soon as he heard, not long ago, a gang monopolizing ingredients appeared around here. So you use that trick to force people to borrow money. The old man glared, doing business will naturally come with all kinds of difficulties, so you should just come work for us. A few days ago, I saw you handle a troublemaker at the inn. You look quite capable.
I will pay you 40 taels of silver a month. The man's grip on the blade tightened and he growled, "Didn't I refuse you a long time ago?" The old guy cast a threatening glance. "Unless you're sure you can destroy our entire three-headed sect, I advise you not to do anything reckless. After all, you have to think of your family too. If something happens to you, what will happen to your family?" Loikan couldn't stand watching this scene anymore. Hey, how stingy. With only 40 taels, you want to buy off such a formidable person. That bastard turned around and was about to curse, "You little brat." But seeing it was him, he immediately changed his tone. "So it's the champion of this time's Heavenly Dragon battle. No wonder you don't know your place at such a young age. Do you know who our backing boss is? How dare you act so arrogant here?" After speaking, he looked at his underlings and ordered, "What are you standing there for? Ignore this brat. Smash the shop for me." Those guys immediately rushed up, kicking over all the tables and chairs, destroying and cursing. "Get lost. Starting today, this shop is closed." The shop owner's child quickly ran over, tightly grabbing his arm and crying, "Please, spare us this time. This shop is very important to our family." But in return, he pushed her aside and cursed, "You little brat. What the hell are you saying?"
Don't think I won't lay a hand on kids. Seeing him draw his sword, Salian couldn't hold back anymore and stood right up. Hold on. But as the underling was still saying, this kind of person should be uprooted as soon as possible, his head was pierced straight through by something. Blood sprayed everywhere. Looking closely, it was a chopstick. Everyone in the shop was shocked. The one who acted was naturally the main guy. That guy only managed to curse, "You bastard!" before dropping to the ground, dead on the spot. He calmly picked up another chopstick. "This debt, I'll pay it for him." He held up the chopstick and smiled, "Because he has to come with me." His smile was even more terrifying than the king of hell coming for a life. With just a pair of chopsticks, Sichloi Kan finished off this big guy.
The rest of them immediately cowered in fear. That kid. He actually used chopsticks. He looked over at the leader and smiled. Thinking it over, "I still think paying only 40 taels is too stingy of you all." He declared, "I will pay 1,000 taels a month, if that's still not enough. I can even help you find the Long Na gang leader." Hearing this, the big old man's face instantly changed. He couldn't believe he knew. "What? How did you know?" The Long Na gang leader. There was a time when just hearing his name was enough to make people tremble. For some unknown reason, one day he suddenly went on a killing spree, and then completely disappeared without a trace. Tong Triet Vin was also one of the countless victims who lost their loved ones. His intense desire for revenge drove him to search everywhere for the Long Na gang leader, but ultimately yielded no results. Later, he started a new family, intending to live peacefully for the rest of his life. The other guy saw the old man hesitating and quickly mocked him, not only helping you find the person, but also giving you a salary of 1,000 taels a month. You wouldn't actually believe him, would you? Zalian sat on the side observing. She thought to herself, "I wonder if it's because during the Heavenly Dragon battle, what everyone saw were just illusions created by the formation. So even though Loikan is the champion, everyone isn't as afraid of him as they were with previous champions." That was true, so they didn't know fear. The bastard even dared to threaten with a dark expression. In short, you only have two choices. Come work for us or pay the debt. Otherwise, you can only transfer this shop to me, and your whole family can sleep on the streets. Tone Triet Vin clenched his blade tightly. "I can't lose my precious family again." He still didn't quite trust the main guy, but can this really end everything today? Will it be because of this that ultimately? While he was hesitating, the main guy's voice rang out again. "No need to worry about them." His entire body exuded overwhelming killing intent as he smiled. "I'll help you clean this up once and for all. The conditions I offered are too great, right?" He gritted his teeth without saying a word, looking him up and down to calculate carefully. This guy not only found me, but also knows about the Long Na gang leader. Even though he's a bit strange, I find myself very satisfied with him. He still casually smiled, waiting for the old man's answer, but those guys couldn't stay calm anymore. The bald guy immediately turned to threaten him, wavering now. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Our backer is the Bakthien. While he was still talking, Loi Kan suddenly appeared behind him and used just a chopstick to pierce straight through his throat. That's for being too talkative. It wasn't his turn to speak here. Blood spurted out like a slaughtered chicken's.
The whole group saw that and immediately charged forward. Everyone attack! But the three swords thrusting forward only hit empty air. The main guy had leaped into the air and was hovering above their heads, leaving the whole gang dumbfounded and unable to react in time. This guy, where did he disappear to? By the time they realized it, the chopstick in his hand was no different from a sharp sword, thrusting straight down. The three of them spewed blood and died right on the spot. Their bodies rolled right to the feet of the leader.
Now he was also scared out of his wits. Boss, bastard. I thought he just got lucky to win the championship, but when he deals with my subordinates, it's as effortless as crushing a bunch of ants. As the vigilant thought popped into his head, I can't be careless. The main guy rushed right in front of him, piercing his chest with a single chopstick. Less than greater than. Before he died, he even managed to mock him. There must be quite a few people you've killed like this, huh? Blood sprayed profusely, and just like that, in less than a few seconds, the whole group of debt collectors was completely dead. After dealing with them, Loi Can looked over at Tong Triet Vin. Looks like I don't need to test you anymore. The old man didn't quite understand. What does that mean?
He highly appreciated the old man. With your abilities, cleaning them up is just a trivial matter, but you always endure it for your family. Furthermore, I really need you. The two began to discuss business. What do you need me to do? What you're best at? I want to hire you as the chief instructor of my sect. There's no one in this world more suited for this position than you. Seeing his wide-eyed surprise, he smiled and explained, Vo An told me all this. I don't actually know you. I came to find you because the person I trust the most recommended you. He bowed his head again, thinking very carefully. That's right. I've always tried to forget about this. Actually, what I'm best at isn't wrapping dumplings, but training martial artists. Maybe that's why? As soon as I heard his offer, my heart started racing. His face could no longer maintain its calm, unable to help but crack a smile. Deal sealed. Let's sign the contract. That's the way. The main guy was very pleased. All right, you don't need to worry about the matters on this end anymore. Zillian stood by and watched from beginning to end. Loi Can, he's really taking step by step toward his dream, even though others might say his dream is absurd. But the most important thing is that he's actually moving forward. He had genuinely recruited a renowned talent under his command. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Bakhtian Ba family, where the old man Fan Loi stood reporting. Something happened on the three-headed sex side. Lum Thien Tui furrowed his brows tightly. What? The people of the Tam Do sect completely disappeared overnight. When he reported, Lum Ha Ki was also sitting there. Although we haven't found out who did it yet, a few days ago, the Tam Dao sect had a conflict with a young man at the inn, and that young man is the champion of this year's Heavenly Dragon tournament, Sichloi Can. He immediately remembered upon hearing this. That guy again. What an eyesore. A nobody not only won the championship at the Heavenly Dragon tournament, but we also couldn't find anything about his parents' background. Lum Ha Ki was mad with jealousy. Anyway, it's probably just some unknown family. It just so happens that a banquet for young talents will be held in a few days. I have invited Miss Phoenix Chin. Let's investigate together. Lum Ha Ki to see his background. It turned out he had been playing along with his father all this time. Time flew by quickly, and that day arrived. The grand building was luxuriously decorated. Sa Lian and Sich Loi Can were already sitting and eating. She looked around and wondered, didn't they say they only invited young talents? But with this scale. He explained, these kinds of banquets are for the children of powerful families to expand their networks, so it can actually be considered a political event. She looked at the other young ladies. Is that why everyone is dressed so gorgeously? Looking at the main character happily eating, come to think of it, Loi Can initially criticized this banquet as childish and didn't want to come, but he ended up coming anyway. Suddenly, an old man walked onto the stage. Sa Lian saw him and wondered, what's going on? It was Bakhtum Ki, Deputy Hall Master of the Inner Hall of Bak Thien Ba family. Standing on the podium, he raised his eyebrows. Ladies and gentlemen, the most highly anticipated segment of tonight's banquet has finally arrived. He shouted, today we have invited two special guests. They are the ones chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix for this Dragon Phoenix banquet. Young hero Juong of Nam Nak Lin, along with heroine Chin of Chin Kia Mon. Sa Lian was startled to hear her name. Clearly, she didn't know about this at all. Yes, please come up to the stage quickly, you two. Today's special activity officially begins. They were forced to go up. The old man pointed and presented all sorts of games. The reward for this activity is a chance to chat privately with the dragon and phoenix. The highest bidder will have half an hour to sit and converse with these two.
The young lady sitting below smiled brightly. Ah, if I could talk to young hero Zeng, I'd be willing to spend 100 taels. Less than greater than. The old man's voice continued steadily. He had planned it all out. As mentioned before, half of the proceeds from this activity will be used to help those in need, and the other half will be given directly to the dragon and phoenix. Celine completely believed it and felt, it truly is a very meaningful activity. After all, it's for a good cause. The old man shouted, then let's start with the phoenix heroine Chin first. The crowd immediately raised their hands to bid, 10 taels, 50 taels, 100 taels. Someone has bid 100 taels. Miss Chin is indeed very popular. She stood there looking awkward. To throw away 100 taels for this activity, the disciples of prestigious sects are indeed extraordinary. The bids continued to rise, 150 taels. At this moment, Tiet Bikwa approached him from below. It's quite surprising, you didn't stop Miss Ching from going on stage. Her eyes were full of probing, I thought at least. You would go on stage with her. Sikloe Khan glanced over. About this, I think. Just then, a voice rang out, 1,000 taels. He immediately stopped talking and turned towards that direction. It was Lum Ha Ki. The whole room erupted. 1,000 taels? How is that possible? Baektoon Ki yelled, if no one else bids, I will count down the final 5 seconds. 5, 4. Lum Ha Ki thought he had it in the bag, his eyes sharper than a knife glaring provocatively at the main character. Their eyes met with fiery intensity, and Loi Khan immediately understood. So it's you, punk. Daring to mess with his girl, he would have to pay the price.
No one else dared to bid. The commoners were astonished, their jaws dropping as they whispered to each other. This amount upstarts like us simply can't afford it. As expected of the Baek Thienba family, they truly are extraordinary. Lam Ha Ki acted arrogantly, sitting high up with a smug face. Today, I will let you experience for yourself the huge gap in status between us. The fat man was still shouting, if no one else bids, I will count down the final 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Just as he reached 2, the main character immediately raised his hand and called out, 2,000 taels. Everyone looked at him in shock, and even Lam Ha Ki almost jumped out of his seat. Sa Lian also gaped, crazy. The whole room erupted once again. Someone bid 2,000 taels. Does he plan to spend all his Heavenly Dragon tournament prize money here?
The old man was still dazed when Sikloe Khan reminded him, you should count. He even counted for him. 1, 2, 3. The fat man was just a puppet on a string, hurriedly and panically looking up. There's a bid for 2,000 taels. Anyone else want to raise? Lum Hakim actually wouldn't give up so easily. He raised the bid again. 2,500 taels. The main character said without hesitation, 3,000 taels, 4,000 taels, 5,000 taels, 6,000 taels. The bids kept rising and Sa Lian was burning with anxiety. The situation is getting a bit out of hand. At this point, the main character was still bidding, 7,000. She quickly sent a telepathic message, Loi Khan. Don't bid anymore, the amount is too large. He then looked over, you don't want me to raise the bid anymore. Sa Lian nodded, yeah, isn't it just a half-hour chat? So he said nothing more. But Baek Thuren Ki secretly smiled smugly. Poor bastard, the total championship prize is only 5,000 taels. It seems beyond this amount, he doesn't have the money to continue bidding. Just as he was about to shout, all right, so the winner of this auction is... The main character suddenly slammed his teacup on the table. Wait. This time, he raised the bid even more fiercely. 10,000 taels. Zuan Tu Suan couldn't help but yell, what? Do you really have 10,000 taels? Sa Lian was rendered speechless. She had just reminded him. How could he do this? The others also turned to look at each other. 10,000 taels? This is too exaggerated. The fat old man panicked, not knowing what to say. He actually bid 10,000 taels. Even our young master can't just touch this amount of money casually. Moreover, spending it on this kind of thing, if the family head hears about it, there will be huge trouble. Even if it hurts his pride a bit, he can't continue to raise the price. But the more they played, the more fired up they got. It would be too embarrassing to give up now, so he continued. 11,000 taels. Do you still dare to raise? Sich Loi Khan secretly smiled smugly. 12,000 taels. If you feel bad for the money, just give up. The two went back and forth. As a man, it's only natural to give your all for the woman you admire.
13,000 taels. 14,000 taels. Still hurts, doesn't it? 15,000 taels. At this point, the main character suddenly stood up and burst into laughter. I give up. Deal. Ha ha ha. Lum Haki didn't expect him to do that, and his face turned deathly pale. Now the main character nonchalantly mocked, if the auction is over, then I don't mind speaking frankly. Honestly, spending 15,000 taels just to chat with a woman for half an hour? All the members of the Baek Thienba family, from old to young, had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. He even raised his eyebrows and added a sarcastic remark. Only a madman would do such a thing. Am I right? Those few words were enough to piss Lum Haki off completely. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly broke, wishing he could lunge forward and eat him alive. The fat old man finally started to panic. Damn it, at this rate, I'll be implicated too. Even if I have to cancel the auction result, I must save face for young Master Lem. So he hurried over to the main character, Zich, young hero Zich. This auction is not a joke. Do you really have 10,000 taels? If there was one thing he didn't lack, it was money. Slapping a banknote directly on the table. Then come here and check it. His hands trembled as he held the banknote. Is it a real banknote? Where did you get it? The main character was annoyed hearing that. I earned it myself. Yet the old man dared to doubt him. How did you earn so much money? No matter how outstanding your martial arts are at your age, it's impossible. He was crossing the line more and more. The main character's eyes, sharper than knives, glared at him. I highly appreciate your loyalty, but you're being a bit unreasonable right now. Am I obligated to answer your questions? The fat man looked so terrified he almost peed his pants, shivering and not daring to utter another word. He had to continue. Then please have heroine Chin sit next to young hero Lem. Next, we will begin auctioning the chat time with young hero Zeung. After the banquet ended, in another room, a man holding a piece of paper said, finally over. I must settle everything before those dragons and phoenixes finish their chat. It was Bak Tun Ki, glancing at the paper. Come to think of it, that little brat from Chin Kiem Mon is really lucky. Obviously, there's nothing worth looking at besides her face. Anyway, half of these 15,000 taels have been given to her. I guess I'll have to accept it. Less than greater than. He was already thinking, but if I pocket the remaining half of the donation. While he was rejoicing, Loi Kan suddenly appeared right behind him out of nowhere. Lum Haki will definitely be very happy. Seeing him, the fat man looked as if he had seen a ghost and shrieked, Ugh, ah, why are you here? Isn't this money meant to be donated to those in need? That's also why Thu Lin agreed to cooperate with you guys. Caught red-handed, the old man trembled. But before he could finish, his face was caved in by a punch from him. His whole body fell straight to the ground, feeling excruciating pain.
In panic, he looked outside and yelled frantically for help. Outside! What is everyone doing? But the main character had naturally taken care of them all. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. No one is coming in. Because I've put them all to sleep. They have no idea you're trying to steal money. Yet they risked their lives to protect you. What a pity. Indeed, outside the door now, not a single one was standing. They had all passed out cold. Loi Kan stepped directly onto the hand, tightly gripping the banknote. You asked how I make money? Now it was his. It's by robbing scum like you. You bastards will use any despicable means to cover up Lum Haki's actions. He looked straight into his eyes and growled, Did you think I didn't know? The old man's face turned deathly pale, completely drained of blood, terrified to the extreme. Just like that, the room was now filled only with the ceaseless thudding sounds of punches. In the quiet of the late night, two figures appeared in the forest, Sa Lian and the main character. You're saying he wanted to steal that money? Loi Kan nodded. That's right. So I took the money out. It has to be used in the right place. She forced a speechless smile. Haha, I really didn't expect young hero Lum to do such a thing. Suddenly, he asked seriously, During that half hour, what did you two talk about? She answered honestly, Nothing at all. Young hero Lum just kept drinking by himself. He had already guessed it. He probably wasn't in the mood to talk anyway. After all, he had played him so hard.
Zilli now spoke, but I didn't expect you to participate in the auction. Messing with his girl, how could he let it slide? That guy wanted to use you to protect his ego. How could I just sit back and do nothing? But you said you didn't want me to interfere, so I had to give up. She witnessed the whole thing from start to finish. But right at the moment of giving up, you still thought of a way to piss off young hero Lem. He smiled smugly. Even if I give up, I can't let him off easily. That's why I pushed the price to the highest. Suddenly, Zich Loi Kan's tone turned serious, gazing at her deeply. But if, under the bright moonlight, their eyes met, if the auction was truly to win you, you definitely wouldn't be able to imagine what I would put on the line. Seeing his affectionate gaze, her eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. With such a handsome face and a warm, deep voice, what girl wouldn't swoon over him? But he just said that and immediately turned away after speaking. Zalian's face turned as red as a tomato. She was secretly thrilled but too shy, not knowing what to say for a moment, thinking to herself, him. Why does he always have to speak so bluntly? Back at the Baek Thean Ba family, it was complete chaos with the sound of things being smashed. Lem Hakai was furious. You couldn't even get that money back. The fat Baek Thuan Kai's face was bruised. Actually, your subordinate was planning to take the money out while you were talking to Miss Chin. But that Sich Loi Kan predicted I would do that, so he intentionally came looking for me.
Sich Loi Kan again. Now just hearing his name made his face as black as the bottom of a pot. That guy. Who the hell is he? And what's with that money? It feels like he's playing me for a fool. Remembering the faces of the people secretly laughing at him during the auction, he was still bitter. Before, those guys didn't even dare to look me in the eye. And now he's made me lose all face in front of them. The fat man also found him to be a major eyesore, so he took the opportunity to suggest, we have to deal with him. Lum Haki glared at him. Deal with him? You plan to eliminate the champion of the Heavenly Dragon tournament? The fat man seemed to not have had enough of a beating, nodding firmly. That's right, I'll make him disappear forever.
The young master was at least more clear-headed than him. Hey, our Baek Thean Ba family is the one organizing this Heavenly Dragon tournament. If outsiders find out about this, we're doomed. Grandfather will definitely not forgive us. But the fat man still tried to provoke him. So you're willing to just let him go like this? Young master, your reputation is ruined. Everyone is talking about it now, saying that the Tun Fong Trong guy not only stole your woman, but also your money. Although that guy's martial arts are very powerful. But your subordinate has a way to eliminate him without anyone noticing. Being reminded of those things, Lum Haki's anger rushed straight to his head. His eyes turned blood red as he turned to him. You have a way to eliminate him? The fat guy said immediately, in the martial world, there's a group of people who specialize in taking money to handle dirty deeds. You mean you want to hire assassins? You think a few lowly assassins can kill the champion of the Heavenly Dragon tournament? Less than, greater than. But the fat guy thought he was smart. This is the most secret and safest way. There's no need to compare martial arts. We just need to wait for the moment he drops his guard to take his life in one strike. Lam Hakai was still hesitant. The overall strength of this Heavenly Dragon tournament is indeed lower than before, so this method is viable. But what if word of this gets out? The fat guy knew what he was worried about and immediately reassured him. Even if those assassins lose their lives, they will never betray their employer. Once you have prepared the payment, your subordinate will use various channels to traceably hide the source of the funds. This matter.
Only heaven and earth will know, and you and I. It sounded tempting, and Lum Haki outwardly agreed right away. All right, I'll have the payment ready for you tomorrow. But he had already formed a despicable scheme in his mind. In that case, once Sich Loi Kan is eliminated, I'll just get rid of this Baek Thuan key as well, and no one else will ever know about this. Thinking like that, he hypocritically added, if this is handled smoothly, I will definitely not treat the Vice Hallmaster poorly. The fat guy didn't suspect a thing, feeling pretty good about himself. Yes, you can rest assured and leave it to me. But in truth, neither of them was a saint. The fat guy also hid a dagger behind his smile. He took the bait. Young Master Lum, I won't let you have your way. Because after last night, I already betrayed the Baek Thean Ba family.
A conversation echoed last night at Baek Thuan Ki's residence. Long time no see, Elder Feng Thaw San. I wonder what brings you here to see me. Feng Thaw San, the main character's inside man. Met him and said right away, I'm here because I have an important matter to report. I heard that young Master Lem is extremely furious over the Rising Star banquet today. The fat guy nervously broke a sweat. That's, well. But before he could finish, Feng Thaw San cut him off directly. No, you're doomed. He'll soon issue an order to execute you. Baek Thuan Ki panicked upon hearing this. What? What are you talking about? How could he over such a trivial matter? Thaw San acted flawlessly. Trivial matter? You've been by young Master Lam's side for so long and you still don't understand his personality? Is this a trivial matter to him? Have you forgotten how many people lost their lives over a tiny mistake in the past? Young Master Lam will soon find a scapegoat for the humiliation he suffered today. Although you strongly deny it outwardly, you actually know it all too well deep down, don't you? The old man was absolutely right, and a few sentences were enough to shake the fat guy. His hand trembled as he held his cup. 11 years. Does 11 years of loyalty end up like this? Fa San started adding fuel to the fire. The Baek Thien Ba family is exactly that kind of place. My current situation is no different from yours. They are planning to pin all the blame for the Dragon Phoenix banquet incident on me. Don't you want revenge? I want revenge, and more than that. I want to keep living. And just like that, the two joined forces. Shifting the scene elsewhere, a few people met in the forest. Tha Zam returned from his trip to report to Loi Can. Baek Thern Ki has convinced young Master Lem the Kui Sap Mon will soon receive the assassination request. The main character was very satisfied to hear this. Feng Tha Zan, your status as an elder of the Baek Thien Ba family is still somewhat useful. He calmly replied, I told him that as long as he completes your task, he'll receive an amount of money that he couldn't spend all his life even on the run, and he agreed right away. The main character mocked. After all, one can't just sit around waiting for death. The old man's face darkened, frowning deeply, but he didn't dare say another word. After being caught secretly selling Bao Tian Loi last time, the main character had forced a poison pill down his throat. He stared at Loi Kan and Vo An in front of him. I always have to follow their orders, but this is just too crazy. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. What do you guys actually want to do? To change the assassination target to that person, this is no joke. Why would the main character answer him? He just tossed a pill over. This is the antidote for this month. You can go. He took the antidote and then just brushed it off. Fine, whatever you want to do has nothing to do with me. Anyway, at all costs, I have to survive. Thinking that, he left immediately. After he left, Vo An turned to him, young master. I didn't expect your previous provocation tactic on Lum Ha Ki to be so effective. He laughed and took off his hat. At that time, I just saw an opportunity not to be missed. That guy Lum Ha Ki thought the one he commissioned to eliminate was me. Wait until he finds out the truth. It will definitely be very interesting. Are you going to spare Baek Thern Ki's life? Spare his life? Aren't you fully aware of what that guy has done to clean up the messes for Lum Ha Ki? I instructed Feng Tha San to deal with him once it's done, but I don't know yet if we need to do it ourselves. Speaking of which, I'm very curious about the reaction of the Kui Sap Mon. Just thinking about it got him excited and fired up, seeing that the assassination target is that person. How will they react? At this time, on the other side, a subordinate handed over a scroll. We just received your first-class commission. The other guy took it. A first-class commission? The master of Kui Sap Mon said as he unrolled it, it's been a long time since we received one. But as soon as he saw it, his eyes immediately widened in shock. Seeing his hands trembling, the subordinate hurriedly asked, Master. The other guy was so shocked he could barely speak. Isn't this? He looked at the portrait drawn on the paper in horror. Zun Tu Zuong of Nam Nak Lien. Sich Loi Can rarely finish his work, finally having time to meditate. His eyes were tightly closed, channeling his inner energy to cultivate. Right at that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. What exactly do you want to do? The main character was startled, completely failing to sense when that person arrived. The person standing nearby was his dad, Sich Tu Lem. He stood there, glancing at him. The main character coldly replied with just one sentence, to unite the martial world. It has never changed. The old man sighed heavily and looked up at the sky, to unite the martial world. Why? The main character had never clearly stated the reason. Because I want to. That's all. The old man naturally couldn't accept it. That reason is not convincing enough. After exchanging a few words, he got bored and decisively stood up, because this reason was never meant to convince you. Everyone dreams of uniting the martial world. Why can't I think the same? As someone in the martial world, what is wrong with wanting to dominate the world? His dad was about to say something else, but he suddenly went silent, just frowning tightly at him. Loi Can continued, Father, you probably have many answers in your heart already. But among those answers of yours, none of them can convince me. He truly is my beloved son, he knew it, sighing helplessly. I feel the same way. Well, if the mountain won't come to Muhammad, Muhammad must go to the mountain. You say you want to unite the martial world. So, under what cause? He coldly replied, I don't like being at a disadvantage. You don't like being at a disadvantage. What does that mean? Father, who do you think this martial world belongs to? His dad remained the same as always. This martial world belongs to everyone in the martial world. You and I are both masters of the martial world. The main character already had an answer ready. I knew you would answer like that, but you're wrong. We are not the masters of this martial world. Although it currently seems like the four world overlords are ruling the martial world, in reality they are just when the tiger is away from the mountain, the monkey proclaims himself king. The true masters of this martial world are those who started the righteous demonic war 20 years ago. If they have passed away, then the position of master should be inherited by their descendants.
His dad stared at him. Do you really think they are the masters of the martial world? That's right. So you want to snatch the position of martial world master from them. Exactly. Even if you know who they are? Of course it's like that. As long as he can snatch it, it doesn't matter who they are. Yes. It seemed the old man had been enlightened quite a bit to remain so calm today, asking further, all right, so how do you plan to unite the martial world? Could it be that you want to bathe this martial world in blood? Speaking of this, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes, suppressing with force, eliminating anyone who resists? Of course, killing is inevitable. He had already anticipated that, and he also knew the old man hated seeing that the most. But he still said, if necessary, it's not impossible.
As soon as he finished speaking, he enraged his dad. The old man's killing intent soared to the sky, his green eyes glowing frighteningly bright, to the point that the birds in the forest flew away in terror. He flexed every muscle, trying his hardest not to beat his son up. The main character knew this, but wasn't afraid at all, glaring right back. The tension between father and son was like a drawn bowstring, ending every conversation just like this. His dad's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot looking at his son, wanting to beat him but unable to do so. In the past, have I ever been this angry? Dominating the world. What an absurd and arduous undertaking it is. No, the immense hardship still isn't the biggest problem. Does my son actually know how much sacrifice it will take to achieve this goal?
Does this ignorant brat know that doing so will make rivers of blood flow in the martial world? Losing friends, losing family, losing allies, only to end up with nothing in the end. Dominating the world is just such a cruel endeavor. Does this punk really understand those things? Furthermore, even if he actually succeeds, he tried very hard to retract his anger, acting normal and asking, fine, so after uniting the martial world, what do you plan to do next? He replied immediately, I will create a martial world better than the current one. But making one's own life good is already hard. Yet Loi Khan wants to make the entire martial world good. Even to death, the old man would think, that is fundamentally impossible. Because a better martial world, fundamentally. He suddenly froze on the spot at this point. The words on the tip of his tongue, but he still didn't dare to utter them.
Does not exist. In this world, there is fundamentally no such thing as a better martial world. That was what he wanted to scream in his son's face right now, but he just couldn't say it. His whole body turned to stone, questioning himself. Have I always thought like this deep down? Is it because I have changed? Or because I have grown old? Deep inside his heart, a voice seemed to be constantly echoing. That 20-year-old righteous newcomer from back then is no longer here today. Everyone changes eventually. He is no longer naive. It's just that he couldn't accept it. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Whether the martial world can become better or not is not something human power can interfere with. Only when everyone upholds their duty and acts chivalrously will the martial world gradually improve. Anyone can spout empty theories. Sixloy Khan told him straight up, but
right now, fundamentally, no one is doing that. If you want that, you must possess the martial world first. Just one sentence was enough to shut the old man up. Was he supposed to tell him to go out and experience the world more, so he would have to accept that this martial world isn't as wonderful as he stubbornly thought? But it's a person's belief. You can't just tell someone to change and they change immediately. He didn't want to say anything more either, turning and walking straight away. I'm leaving first. Shittu Lum stood stunned like a rooted tree, a piece of his heart crumbling. His world turned a bit grayer. On another side, Tongtrit Vin, who had pledged allegiance to the main character, was frantically practicing his swordplay. Shikloi Khan and Vo An stood on the city wall looking down. Even Vo An had to admit, head instructor Tong is truly working very hard. He nodded. After all, it's been too long since he held a sword. To regain his former form, he must be putting pressure on himself. However, he completely trusted the old man. He can definitely do it. Although the three-headed faction has been completely wiped out just in case, I've set people to protect head instructor Tom's wife and child.
And following your instructions, I've hired 50 martial artists. What you want to know is, how much is the pay? The highest price. That's how it should be. Money is the last thing you lack. Very good. After all, a martial artist hired for 10 taels can only do 10 taels worth of work. A martial artist hired for 100 taels can do 100 taels worth of work.
I believe Instructor Song can definitely train them into elites. Although there are still many shortcomings right now, everything is gradually getting on track. That's right. Furthermore, we have to take advantage of the time when the Baktien Bajia and the Namnyak Lian are fighting to the death. You've calculated everything. Well, proceed to take Wuhan first. It seems this matter will kick off at the Kui Sat Mon. On the other side, a dagger stabs straight into a picture of Zung Tu Sung as someone curses, "Bastard." The whole Kui Sat Mon is in a tense meeting. Which bastard commissioned us to do this? If we kill the heir of the Namnyak Lian, we're dead meat too. Doesn't he know that there are no eternal secrets in the martial world?
One guy speaks up. But this matter is a bit strange. We went to investigate the origin of the banknotes. The old sect master is a bit shocked. What? You could trace the origin of his banknotes. It's clearly traced that the bastard is Lum Haki of the Bak Thien Ba Jia. The sect master looks dumbfounded. Lum Haki. How did the conflict between these brats spread to us? Or maybe his grandfather isn't senile yet, but he's already senile first. While they are talking, a wave of killing intent suddenly floods in from nowhere. The whole group is startled, not daring to breathe heavily as they look out the door. Pausing for about 3 seconds, the room is as quiet as a mouse. The door opens. The person arriving is an old man with long white hair. The sect master immediately understands. An expert. This place is heavily guarded, yet he could barge right in. And what's more, we didn't even hear any screams. The sect master asks right away, "May I ask where you are from?" The old man replies, "Namnak." The whole group in the room is scared out of their minds, freezing up, their faces whiter than snow. Damn it. Has this matter already reached the Namnak Lian? The old man gets straight to the point. "I heard you received a commission." The sect master still tries to act tough. "We've received too many commissions recently. In today's world, everyone has someone they want to eliminate, don't they? This world is full of shameless people, and there are many who want to get rid of them. Thanks to them, we can make a living." The old man's eyes glare brightly, completely cutting the crap. "You definitely know which commission I'm talking about. Who is the client?"
A Kui Sat Mon member hastily explains, We absolutely cannot reveal the client's information. You know that full well." But as soon as he finishes his sentence, his head fucking rolls off. It was the old man who killed him, killing a guy with just one swing of the sword, without any warning. Blood splatters everywhere. The remaining guys are scared shitless. The old man is dead serious, issuing an ultimatum. "After I cut down 5 people, I'll ask again." The sect master remains stubborn. "Senior, you can't force an assassin to reveal their client's information." But as soon as he finishes speaking, his entire crew sitting around the table are decapitated on the spot. This old man is too terrifying, doing this with just one swing of his sword. He's absolutely furious, glaring as he asks again, "Who is the client?" The sect master looks at the rolling heads. Even his body is drenched in blood. If this continues, our assassination sect will disappear from the martial world. He is forced to tell the truth. "All right, I'll tell you. The client is Lemha Ki of the Baktien Ba family." At this time, the guy being mentioned has a face colder than ice, looking at Baktuang Ki's corpse on the ground. He waves his hand in satisfaction. A blue light appears. Baktuang Ki was the only one who knew I hired assassins, and now he is no more. This matter will remain a secret forever. He thinks to himself as he buries the corpse with dirt. Now I just need to relax and wait for the news of Sich Loi Khan's death. Just then, the main character's voice rings in his ear. "Why are you out here alone, without even a single guard?" Siglet Khan has been standing there since who knows when. He looks at him like he's seeing a ghost. "Why are you here? When did you arrive?" But he just stares at the spot where he just buried the corpse, which is now as flat as if nothing happened. He follows his gaze, feeling extremely annoyed. Unable to hold back, he glares and asks, "Bastard, who the hell are you?" The main character chuckles. "Curious, I can tell you, but the price is your life." Lum Ha-Ki shudders upon hearing this. Killing intent rises from his body. "Do you still want to know who I am now?" Ignoring his silence, he continues, "I am the eldest son of the Han Ven Lu Tui family.
Of course, it's still this highly convincing half-true, half-false identity.
He even carefully explains, "It means to live freely, like floating clouds and flowing water. That's the name of my family's fruit shop. Business is quite good." He grits his teeth in anger upon hearing this. "Did you come find me just to talk this nonsense? What kind of joke is this?" Suddenly, he changes the subject and asks, "Lum Ha-ki, up until now, how many people have you killed? Among them, how many truly deserve to die?" He frowns tightly in annoyance, feeling like he's being treated as a joke again, since earlier, you've just been babbling useless words. Whether they deserve to die or not doesn't matter to me, because the powerless deserve to be trampled on. The main character already anticipated this. That's right, this is indeed very much your style. Since I'm a filial son, I always hesitate over whether I should carefully reconsider my father's advice. His eyes flash wickedly, grinning widely in satisfaction. As expected, my method is not wrong at all. This martial world has too many scumbags like you. Lem Hakai only realizes it now, its killing intent. He quickly draws his sword. He's still smugly thinking, and not that easy to deal with. Then in a flash, there is no one in front of him. He thought he was going to finish him off. Who would have thought he just disappeared? There's nothing left around him, standing there all alone and bewildered. Sweating profusely, saying he isn't scared would just be a lie. Finally, he sheathes his sword and curses under his breath, "Zichloi can. No matter who you really are, you still can't escape death." To still be able to think like that at this point, he must be the most optimistic guy around. The next morning, in the bustling market, voices of laughter and chatter echo. "Please have a taste." The taste is definitely excellent, freshly picked this morning. Little sister Tu Lian is finally out playing like this after recovering from her illness, seeing everything as novel. Standing there clutching her cheeks with her mouth wide open, I can't even remember how long it's been since I last came to the market. She looks over at Zichloi Can with delight. "This is all thanks to you, brother. If you hadn't invited famous doctors from all over to treat me back then, I probably wouldn't have been able to leave the house for the rest of my life. How should I repay your kindness?" The main character smiles brightly. "Haha. You eating well and training hard is already the best way to repay me." The little girl immediately gets happy. "Yes. After I fully recover, I want to learn martial arts." That's a good idea. Celine stands to the side watching the two talk, smiling gently. Brother Loi Can has always cared about Tu Lian's recovery. Sometimes he really looks so caring. Suddenly, the main character turns to tease her. "Celine, why have you been staring at me all this time?" She blushes and turns away out of shyness. When was I staring at you?" "Oh, that reminds me, didn't you say you needed to buy something today?" The main character heads over to a nearby stall right away. They happen to sell it over there. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back after buying it." Just like that, he gets absorbed in shopping, leaving the two girls waiting. Now little Tu Lian turns around and covers her mouth to tease. "Haha, sister." So Lian immediately notices something unusual. "Why are you suddenly laughing like that?" "This kid is quite sharp," she saw right through it. "Sister, don't miss out on brother Loi Can." Sa Lian immediately feels a pang of guilt. What are you talking about?" The little girl looks him up and down, good-natured, humorous, and with outstanding martial arts. Where else can you find someone like that? Sa Lin doesn't know what to say. That. "I've been busy practicing martial arts lately. I've never even thought about these things." Tu Lian's words make her realize, what do I actually see Loi Can as? Even though I'm not sure what romantic affection is actually like. Just thinking about it makes her face turn as red as a tomato. Suddenly, a commotion rings out from afar. The few of them immediately look over. It's the rapid sound of horse hooves. A massive crowd of people riding horses is standing there. Everyone is surprised and chattering. What's going on here? Outside. Why are these martial artists here? Zichloi Can also looks in that direction. I feel like he should be arriving by now. It's just that his entrance is a bit too noisy. Salin doesn't understand. What do you mean by that? The main character smirks while staring in that direction. I invited a VIP here. Saying just that, he changes the subject again. I've finished buying the nourishing herbs for Tu Lian. Let's go home. The people riding horses arriving here are super crowded. The crowd of commoners standing around gossiping are also shocked. How could this be possible? The Lord of the Nam Nak Lian actually entered Wuhan fully armed. This cavalry is the White Tiger Squad, the martial artist group of the Nam Nak Lian. The other side is equally formidable. The head of the Bac Thien Ba Jia has personally come out to welcome them. It's the Great Heaven Society, the martial artist group of the Bac Thien Ba Jia.
Two major factions meeting right on the street in the market like this. What? What the hell is going on here? Lam Thien Twy, exuding sky-high killing intent, speaks first. Although I don't know what the Lord of the Nam Nak Lien intends by coming here, I truly feel incredibly disappointed. Is there really no better way to resolve this? Old man Zhuam Mam Min coldly retorts. I also feel it's a great pity, but regrettably, this is all I can do.
Lam Tin Twy frowns tightly, racking his brain. I have a bad feeling. That Zhuang Yum Min actually brought the White Tiger Squad into the territory of the Bakhtian Bajia. In a situation where his intentions are unclear, I shouldn't have met him publicly like this. However, if I act paranoid on my own territory, who will fear the Bakhtian Bajia in the future? Thinking this, he immediately puts on an arrogant face. Haha, what are you ultimately here for? The old man doesn't beat around the bush either, getting straight to the point. The people of the Bakhtian Bajia have hired assassins, intending to take my Too Soon's life. As soon as he finishes speaking, the smile on Lam Thien Twy's face completely vanishes. The crowd of commoners is also utterly shocked upon hearing this news. What?
They start buzzing with discussion immediately. The people of the Bakhtian Bajia hired assassins. They want to eliminate the heir of the Nam Nak Lien. Old Lam Thien Twy doesn't know about this incident, still talking tough. If this is indeed true, that person must be a traitor to the Bakhtian Bajia, scheming to destroy the relationship between the Bakhtian Bajia and the Nam Nak Lien. I swear I will definitely bring that person. But before he can finish his sentence, Zhuam Mam Min raises a hand to stop him. Wait, for the sake of our many years of friendship, I should still give you a warning. Don't be so quick to decide on that person's punishment. Lam Thien Twy has a sharp mind, understanding as soon as he hears it, his mouth shutting tight immediately. Could it be? The one who hired the assassins is Haki.
This matter must be resolved privately. His face darkening, he hastily suggests, this is where the people of Wu Han make their living. How about we change locations and continue talking? The old man is also agreeable. Haha, all right. I happen to be thirsty too. Please, this way. Sichloy Khan has seen all of this while sitting on a nearby roof. He also heard all the buzzing discussions of the commoners. What is going on here? With the atmosphere this tense, is a war about to break out? Nothing beats munching on beans while listening to gossip. How interesting. He stood up decisively. Things have progressed quite a bit. I should head back. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Great warrior." He stopped to listen, seeing an old man holding a picture and blocking a soldier. My son disappeared after joining Nam Yak Lien. Do you recognize him? But the soldier replied coldly, no, get out of the way. But the old man kept begging, please just take a look. Annoyed, the soldier said, I told you I don't know. People vanish every day in the martial world. It's no big deal. The old man desperately held up the picture. He's my only son, please. Furious, the soldier attacked. You annoying old fool! Seeing the injustice, the main character immediately took aim with a bean. Just as the soldier's hand was about to strike, you forced me to use violence! Loy Can shot the bean directly and turned to leave. So annoying. I'll break one of his fingers before I go. Right then, with a swish, the bean shot back at lightning speed. He quickly caught it between two fingers. It was the same bean he had shot out, now returned. He couldn't help but glance down. He saw that the thing that blocked the bean was a smoking curved blade. It was an old man with long white hair, holding a sword and standing between the two. That person is. The main character recognized him right away. The top expert of Nam Nak Lien, right? This is getting interesting. The guys below looked at him in confusion. What in the world is going on here? Who exactly are you? But why should he answer? He only stared intently at the old man below. The old man also recognized him. So it's the champion of the Heavenly Dragon battle. Low-level martial artists don't even get a chance to reach the arena, so it's natural they don't know him. But this kid is young, but his entire body exudes an extraordinary aura, so the old man drew his sword. People like him are truly rare. Shish Loikan looked at the hot-tempered old man and chuckled. I didn't expect you to draw your sword here. His eyes lit up as he stared straight at the old man defiantly, even though I really want to do the same. Right then, the voices of some servants could be heard. The leader of Nam Mak Lien has come in person. Seems like this is no small matter. I really wonder what he and Patriarch Lam are discussing privately. Are they about to go to war? The old man knew they were out in public, and the situation between both sides was tense, so he reluctantly sheathed his sword. He warned him, it seems today is not the time.
After saying that, he turned and left while the main character stood there flicking the bean. No need to be so disappointed. Well, settle this soon enough anyway. Elsewhere, Lam Ha-kai was slapped hard in the face, sending blood flying and leaving his cheeks swollen. The one who hit him was his old man, Lam Thien Toi. He cursed as he hit him. What on earth were you thinking? Why would you do something so stupid? How could the dignified heir of the Baek Thien Ba family hire the assassin's gate? And the target was the heir of Nam Nak Lien. After being slapped, Lam Ha-kai calmly took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood. He glared and asked coldly, "What heir of Nam Nak Lien? What do you mean?" The target I ordered the hit on was clearly Zich Loi Kan. The old man didn't understand a thing and widened his eyes. Zich Loi Kan? He continued coldly, "Grandfather, haven't you always taught me that anyone standing in the way of the Baek Thien Ba family must be killed without mercy?" Old Lam didn't doubt his grandson, just asked, "Then why was the assassination target changed?" "The Nam Nak Lien leader says he has proof you hired the assassin's gate to kill Duong Tu Suong." Now he realized he had been framed. Damn it, it must be that bastard Bok Thuong Ki playing tricks. What is he trying to do? He had to tell the truth. I was only following Bok Thuong Ki's suggestion, but I haven't seen him for days. I wonder if he ran away knowing his crime was unforgivable. He was the one who killed and buried him, yet he lied so smoothly now. Old Lamb's face darkened, his eyes widened, and his mouth twisted. "Are you saying he vanished right after helping you? That guy is our only lead to uncovering the truth." Lam Ha-ki understood instantly. "He's suspecting me." He made a guess. Maybe Bok Thuong Ki is also a traitor. He might be in cahoots with the mastermind behind the Dragon Phoenix banquet incident. But the old man couldn't believe it, his killing intent surging again.
If what you say is true, then our Baek Thien Ba family is about to be destroyed by traitors. Lam Ha-ki spoke until he convinced himself it was true. Exactly. That's why we must find those traitors and the one inciting them and wipe them all out. The old man finally let him off and turned to leave. "All right, I'll trust your words for now." Before leaving, he warned, "Don't disappoint me." He was temporarily safe but still knew. If the Nam Yak Lien leader makes this public, that old man will definitely take my head to appease them. But the Nam Yak Lien leader chose to settle this privately, so he must have other motives. Either way, as long as he doesn't target me, it's fine. Bok Thuong Ki died by my hands, so the truth is buried forever. It's a bit of a pity, but better than him being caught by Nam Yak Lien and snitching on me.
But why do I always feel like I'm being played as a pawn? Of course he is. The one pulling the strings is none other than Zich Loi Kan. The next morning, Vo-an reported to him, "Young master, I have done as you instructed and spread the news all over the streets of Wuhan." He nodded in satisfaction. "Good work, Vo-an. If the Wuhan Merchant Union and the Baek Thien Ba family join forces, keeping the Wuhan Merchant Union around will be an unimaginable disaster for Nam Nak Lien. Less than, greater than." Hearing this news, the Wuhan Merchant Union must be in total disarray. Vo-an quickly shared what he had found out. "I heard they'll gather tonight to discuss this." He was intrigued. A discussion, huh? It will definitely be interesting. Even Vo-an noted, "When I first heard about this bold plan, I was also startled. Until now, the commercial rights of Wuhan have always been in the hands of the Baek Thien Ba family. 30% of the merchants are directly managed by the Baek Thien Ba family, while the remaining 70% were managed by the Chuum Tam gang on their behalf. But with the disappearance of the Chuum Tam gang, these 70% are currently unmanaged. Normally, the Baek Thien Ba family would take over directly. Everything is going exactly according to the young master's plan. He had long guessed his master's intent. Aren't you trying to take over those 70% of commercial rights while the Baek Thien Ba family is busy with their dispute with Nam Nak Lien? Zich Loi Kan smiled. "For now, yes. But I wonder if the people of the Wuhan Merchant Union will obediently submit to me. These merchants only value profit. They won't easily be swayed by small disturbances into making hasty decisions. Moreover, they have long studied how to prevent martial artists from plundering their wealth. Therefore, the Merchant Union's armed forces are already very strong and highly united. They will surely use that as leverage, requiring you to think things through carefully." Less than, greater than. Vo-an asked again, "Is there any other way? You never wanted to use force to make them sign, and using force would definitely cause trouble later on. This is." The main character couldn't just talk this matter. I should go and meet them in person. That night at the Wuhan Merchant Union Hall, As the two walked into the courtyard, a guard immediately stopped them. Halt. No entry here, go back right now. Only invited members of the merchant union are allowed inside. Vo-An wasn't surprised at all, as expected. Probably because those attending the meeting have immense wealth. So when hiring guards, they only care about martial prowess, ignoring whether they are good or evil. The main character looked at him coldly. I am Sich Loi Can of Tan Fong Trang. Go inside and announce that I am very interested in this meeting, and I'll wait here. A nosy gatekeeper turned over. Sich Loi Can? Sounds like I've heard that name somewhere. But the guard blocking them yelled out, what Tan Fong Trang and Sich Loi Can? I don't know any of that. You don't look like a merchant anyway. I advise you to leave while you still can. His attitude was getting on his nerves. When guests arrive, you should announce them promptly. Isn't that your job? The guy couldn't argue back. He then started cursing. You wet behind the ears, brat. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? The bosses are meeting inside. What's a little punk like you going to do in there? Vo-An's face changed as he heard this. The whole group even dared to mock. If I weren't on duty, an insolent prick like you would have been beaten half to death by now. The main character was furious. Normally, they wouldn't even get a chance to say a second sentence. He clenched his muscles to hold back and gave one last warning. I didn't come here to cause trouble today. Go inside and pass on the message. The guard's sword hand trembled violently. You bastard, you've been. He actually dared to lunge forward and slash at him. Do you think I'm your servant? Of course, Vo-An couldn't let his master act. He rushed forward and blocked the sword immediately. His face was cold as ice and he growled, How dare you disrespect my young master? This idiot just realized, my arm. I can't move it at all. Before you could comprehend, Vo-An quickly gave him a bloody punch, knocking him out cold on the spot. As for him, he calmly stepped over the guy's head and walked on. But by now, the assassins inside had rushed out too. Quite a crowd, huh? They rushed forward to stop him, slashing and cursing. Where you think you're going, brat? He just kept walking leisurely, leaving these guys for Vo-An to handle. Vo-An single-handedly took on the entire group, sparing no one. Anyone who charged forward just ate a punch. There was no way they could touch the main character. Sich Loi Can practically strolled through a sea of assassins, casually instructing his subordinate, I didn't plan on fighting anyway. Go easy on them, Vo-An. By the time the main character reached his destination, Vo-An had finished off the entire mob. Now he stopped. Vo-An. Yes, young master. He placed his hand on the red-painted door. Killing intent surged, and he smiled cryptically. I guess we'll be a bit late, huh? Vo-An understood immediately and looked ahead. This aura. It's truly extraordinary. He walked straight towards the room. Young master, just rest for now. Leave this to me. But before he even touched the door, a guy wielding axes in both hands swung at him in an attack. Vo-An and the main character jumped back to dodge. This guy. So huge yet he moves so fast. Not bad. I have to finish him quickly so the young master can attend the meeting. But just as he thought that, he turned around and saw Sich Loi Can jumping up and kicking the guy. A kick so hard it literally caved his facial features in. Vo-An stood there looking completely dumbfounded. He just saw the big guy knocked out cold on the spot. Come to think of it, he hadn't even said a single proper word. After finishing him off, the main character turned around and chuckled. It's been a while. I wanted to stretch my muscles a bit. Let's hurry. The two continued walking in. Suddenly, he stopped, looked at the group on the ground, and called out, Hey, everyone. The whole bunch lying there jumped in sheer terror. Acting even better than me. I have to expose you. Vo-An didn't hit you that hard. Get up quickly. The whole group, faces bruised, immediately sat up. That guy is even more formidable. How is that possible? Inside the Wuhan Merchant Union meeting, everyone was sitting around the table. One of them spoke up. If we shake hands with the Northern Heavenly Ba clan, I'm afraid we'll invite disaster from the Southern Yu Alliance. You don't actually believe that rumor, do you? Even if it's true, Wuhan is still the territory of the Northern Heavenly Ba clan. We can't betray them. Another guy said, Didn't you see the leader of the Southern Yu Alliance stationed his troops in Wuhan yesterday? How dare you still say such things? Just like that, the two immediately slammed the table and argued loudly, You coward. Shut up. Then go rely on the Northern Heavenly Ba clan. They'll go report to the Southern Yu Alliance right away. The old man hurriedly stood up to intervene. Haha, everyone calm down a bit. We didn't gather here today to argue. One guy still tried to add, but suddenly he looked out. Have you all noticed it's been very noisy outside for a while? The other guy turned and replied smugly, The situation is quite chaotic right now. Maybe someone with bad intentions has come knocking.
But you don't need to worry. I brought an expert from the evil faction. He won't be able to get in. Lu Thang Dai was utterly shocked. What? What do you mean? How could you bring those brutes here? Innocent people will lose their lives because of this. Quick! However, before he could finish speaking, a knock came from outside. Excuse me, may I come in? That bastard looked out immediately, extremely annoyed. What's going on? What are those people outside doing? Old Lu suddenly felt incredibly anxious. Gulping, he looked out. Please come in. Shik Loi Kan walked straight into the room. Clasping his hands in front of his chest, Lord Lu, a pleasure to meet you. Introducing himself, I am Shik Loi Kan of Tan Fong Trang. Some of the old men in the room recognized him. Sich Loi Kan of Tan Fong Trang. Isn't he the champion of this Thien Long tournament? We heard the champion was a young man, but we didn't expect him to be this young. Old Lu smiled brightly. To make the acquaintance of the master of Tan Fong Trang here is also my honor. The guards outside were quite disrespectful. I apologize to you on their behalf. Vo An didn't need an invitation. He just pulled out a chair for him. While he spoke politely, no need. It was presumptuous of me to visit. Please forgive the intrusion. He also got straight to the point. Ah, what an unexpected guest. All right, this place is originally a recreation spot for merchants. I wonder what brings young hero Sich here in person today. Sich Loi Kan sat straight down on the chair. Ah, of course, too. His serious gaze swept over the group, to do business with everyone. The old man stared at him. Ha ha, business. What kind of business do you want to do? He directly pulled out a piece of paper. I plan to take over all the contracts you previously signed with the Chuang Tam gang. From now on, Tan Fong Trang will protect your merchant houses from underworld gang harassment. You all can look over this document first. Our signing conditions are inside. Hearing this, old Lu was startled. He held the paper tightly, looking it over and over. These conditions are too good. Do you guys really make a profit? But we can't sign it. He guessed right away, is it because of the Northern Heavenly Ba clan? At this point, the old man didn't hide anything. Young hero Zich probably knows that on the surface, we side with the Chuang Tam gang, but in reality, they are just a front. The one truly siding with us is the Northern Heavenly Ba clan. Thinking nothing of it, regarding this point, you don't need to worry. I am the champion of the Thien Long tournament organized by the Northern Heavenly Ba clan, and I've also built a new base, Tan Fong Trang in Wuhan, so it's perfectly legitimate. Moreover, even if any problems arise, you all can just say I forced you to sign. Old Lu panicked. It really was fucking coercion. His voice trembled. What is the meaning of this? But he didn't push too hard, just said that and stood up immediately. Then please think it over carefully and give me your answer afterwards. Seeing him about to leave, the old man quickly called out, then I'll speak frankly. Let me ask you one question. Why do you want to cooperate with us so much? The two looked at each other eye to eye. No one knows what he mouthed, but the old man's eyes bugged out so much they almost fell out, freezing stiff on the spot. As for him, he smiled and said goodbye, then see you all later. The others couldn't understand his intentions and just told each other, what's the deal with this guy? At least he should tell us the reason. Old Lu understood immediately that he just used sound transmission only to me. What the main character said was, I want to drive the Northern Heavenly Ba clan out of Wuhan. From now on, the Wuhan Merchant Union will be protected by me. I didn't expect him to say that. The old man couldn't believe it and finally burst out laughing. This young man is not ordinary at all. After days of killing, Zich Loikan finally had time to rest with his girl. Zhao Lian rested her chin on her hand and sighed. The weather is so nice. I get sleepy just sitting for a while. He agreed. Indeed, it's been a long time since we had such a peaceful moment. She caringly asked, is the matter with the Wuhan Merchant Union all settled? He shook his head but was very confident. Not yet, but they will definitely agree to sign. Why are you so sure? This is just like birds flying in the sky, fish swimming in the water. It's all just natural order. You mean because they are merchants, so in the end they will definitely choose the higher profit. She was quite smart too. Yeah, plus I gave him a perfect excuse to back out. However, what she cared about was, if so, will the Northern Heavenly Ba clan just stand by and watch? He reassured her immediately. Don't worry. They probably won't find out in the short term. Just the matter of the Southern Yu Alliance alone is enough to keep them busy. I simply want to snatch away half of their power before they can react. Ha ha. The more she heard, the more unbelievable it seemed. You're really amazing. How do you and Uncle Vo An manage to do all these things? He smiled proudly.
Of course, it's because Vo-An is thorough and reliable. If I had 3 more people like Vo-An, I could really sleep peacefully. Zalian's eyes widened. You really trust him a lot, don't you? He nodded briskly. That's right, don't you also have someone reliable like Vo-An? Yet she still asked innocently, who? His face lit up like a little sun, pointing at himself right away. It's me. She blushed and burst out laughing. What nonsense are you saying? But thinking about it again, she had to admit, but that's also true. Before I met Loikan, I never thought. I could possibly imagine I could trust someone not related by blood this much. He began to confide. When I first started traveling, although I could protect myself, I was still scammed by people no less than a dozen times. If it wasn't for Vo-An, I wouldn't have survived until now. She understood hearing you say that. It seems he really is the most worthy person of your trust in this world. He was always so proud when mentioning Vo-An. Of course, from childhood to adulthood, it's always been Vo-An by my side protecting me. To me, he is family. One day ago. Right upon meeting Sixloy Can, this guy Vo-An started teasing him. Did you have fun hanging out with Miss Trin? I saw you two by the lotus pond for quite a while. The main character frowned, quite annoyed, Vo-An. So you were spying on us the whole time. He quickly explained, to be exact, I just happened to see it. So he heard everything he said back then too, deflecting immediately. The Phi Yen Society has contacted Feng Tho Zan. I heard they'll meet tonight. However, seeing his face looking disinterested, he immediately noticed. Is something wrong? He replied, nothing. Suddenly, mimicking his demeanor from the previous night, how dare you be insolent to my young master? Without missing a single detail, he remembered every word clearly. After doing that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I keep remembering that line. Pfft, haha, you're blushing. Volan's face really turned redder than a rooster's butt, immediately arguing. I wasn't wrong. The main character was just teasing him, but actually cherished him dearly. I was very touched. Haha. Suddenly, he turned serious. But Vo-An, are you really going alone? I'm a bit uneasy. Thinking it was nothing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even though your subordinates' martial arts are not on par with yours, it's not like just anyone can defeat me, right? Loikan laughed self-deprecatingly. Maybe I'm getting old too, starting to worry over nothing. Vo-An was slightly surprised. Why would you say such things in front of your subordinate? But he just instructed him, stay safe, go quickly, and return quickly. He always had that same reply with a confident face. Yes, you can rest assured. On the other side, in the deserted forest, 2 guys were talking. Why didn't you detonate the Bao Thien Loi during the finals of the Thien Long tournament? The heavily cloaked guy stared at him and questioned. Feng Tho Zan, we spent so much effort to make you an elder of the Northern Heavenly Ba clan, yet you keep ruining things, from the matter at the Dragon Phoenix banquet to this time. Tho Zan still calmly explained, I have my own difficulties too. The Righteous Path Alliance has discovered that I am a spy planted in the Northern Heavenly Ba clan. Less than greater than. They also know about the existence of the Phi Yen Society and forced me to swallow poison. Now I can only barely survive on the antidote they provide periodically. In this situation, how dare I act recklessly? But the other guy didn't buy it, directly grabbing the old man's wrist tightly and shouting, do you think I'll believe your words? But upon checking his pulse, it was indeed true. You really are poisoned. So what exactly does the Righteous Path Alliance want you to do? Old Thozan told it like it was. They want to know the movements of the Phi Yen Society and internal news of the Northern Heavenly Ba clan. The hooded guy understood immediately. So right now you're not just a spy in the Northern Heavenly Ba clan, but also a spy against our Phi Yen Society? Then why did you confess this to me? Old Thozan stared at him and affirmed, because compared to those bastards from the Righteous Path Alliance, I trust you guys more. The guy was satisfied hearing this. I'll think more about how to punish you. Go first. They didn't notice someone was watching from a tree branch. It was Vo-An. He followed our instructions and fooled the Phi Yen Society. Otherwise, the Phi Yen Society would have definitely silenced him. He stood up. He still has value to exploit right now. We have to keep him alive for now. First, I'll go back and report to the young master. However, just as he stood up, the heavily cloaked guys suddenly appeared right behind him for a sneak attack. Turns out they had discovered him early on. Vo-An quickly attacked first to gain the upper hand. It's my fault for underestimating you. He struck several pressure points on the guy's body in one go. Vo-An just remembered. Right. These people have been struck with a demonic point technique. If their demonic points are hit, their bodies will explode. But that guy didn't explode at all. He just collapsed, his voice weak. This guy hit my demonic point. The hood of the cloak fell off and Vo-An froze as stiff as a rock. A little girl? This kid was Yen Thap too. She still managed to pull out something from her robes. Good thing I'm only paralyzed on the right side. Quick as lightning, she shot it straight into the sky. Vo-An was startled seeing the flare, a signal. Are you calling for backup? That's not right. Why didn't your self-destruct technique activate? Right when he was still bewildered, a guy rushed in from nowhere to sneak attack. Vo-An was injured, hit by him in close combat like that. Blood spurting from one arm. Eyes wide open in terror looking at the thing in his hand. That weapon is. The expert Hak Trao Bok Bin, Yen That. Yen That walked straight to the kid. I happened to be nearby, so I rushed over right away. What on earth is going on? Weren't you supposed to meet Feng Tho Zan? She replied immediately. I'll explain this later. Unseal my pressure points first. Sai, I told you to bring a guard, but you wouldn't listen. If you fired a distress signal, then Yen Tam should be arriving soon too. Vo-An quickly pulled something out of his clothes. I've never heard of this title before. But now one thing is certain. He also shot a flare straight into the sky. Damn it, I'm absolutely no match for Hak Trao Bok Bin. The girl was terrified watching it. He's calling for backup too. Don't unseal my acupoints yet. He's the one who eavesdropped on my conversation with Feng Tho Zan. But the other guy chose to rush forward and attack Vo-An, kill him first. He fired the flare but was panicking. Damn it, I wonder if the young master saw the signal. My death wouldn't matter, but if I die now, he'll blame himself for the rest of his life. Thinking that, he forced himself to fight, hoping for the best. But he was quickly beaten half to death by this guy, blood splattering everywhere. He made up his mind, no matter what, I have to hold on. But with his strength exhausted, he had no choice. Just minutes later, Vo-An sat there barely alive. His sword was shattered with only the hilt left. How could he even fight? The bastard Ian Thut remained completely unharmed. He stood before Vo-An, tilting his chin up. To think you could last this many rounds against me. What a formidable guy. But it looks like your backup isn't coming. Vo-An had already anticipated this. Tanfall Manor was too far away. Plus, it was dark. It was completely normal if the young master didn't see the signal. Raising his weapon, the guy said, let me send you on your way. But Ian Thup 2 shouted, wait. Not only does he know about our meeting with Feng Ta San, but he also knows our sex self-destruct art. He must be from the Righteous Alliance. Let's capture him alive first and extract some intel. It sounded reasonable, so he lowered his weapon. Capture alive, fine. But Vo-An panicked, extract intel. No matter how they torture me, I can endure it. But what if they use the soul-stealing technique or some weird drugs? Once they pry any information out of my mouth, the young master's entire plan. Everything could be ruined in a flash. What was the point of living like that, instead of that? He gripped the broken sword tightly. She suddenly noticed and looked over. What is he doing? Vo-An only had time to think, young master, please forgive me, before decisively stabbing the broken blade into his neck. Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy struck from nowhere, startling all three of them into stopping. The wind was blowing stronger and stronger. Something was diving straight down from above. Ian Thet reacted super fast, grabbing Ian Thup 2 tightly and dodging to the side. The sword Vo-An was thrusting up immediately dropped. He knew he was going to live. He smiled and asked, are you planning to blow up this whole mountain? Young master. Our hero arrived in time, his entire body glowing red, his killing intent skyrocketing. Seeing him injured broke his heart. He immediately said, if necessary, because for him, he never regretted anything. The other two stood silently behind him, watching him. Sikloi Khan checked on Vo-An first. You're heavily injured, but he shook his head. I'm fine. As long as he's breathing, he can still fight. Ian Tupthu looked at that person. Ian Tut knew, he's not from the Righteous Alliance. Seeing him empty-handed, he immediately taunted. You came without a weapon? Our hero was always honest to a fault. I already returned my weapon to its former owner. But to deal with you, he said while reaching into his shirt. He pulled out that glowing short sword. This is enough. Vo-An recognized it right away. That is, the ice jade hand that the young master and Miss Ching brought back when they went to buy the wind god armor. Although it's also a divine artifact. But looking at the other guy radiating demonic energy, he was still worried. But the skill of Hak Trao Bukbing truly cannot be underestimated either. Our hero twirled the short sword in his hand, getting into a ready stance. The bastard laughed with obvious disdain. Then let me see, if this little toy is really enough. Saying that, he immediately rushed up to attack. Surprise, his short sword actually blocked the guy's claws. Thought it was something, but it was too easy.
The guy's hands were already trembling violently. He screamed furiously. Not bad moves. His other hand stabbed repeatedly. But he wasn't stupid enough to stand still and let him stab. A few somersaults were enough to dodge it.
The two sides fought back and forth, evenly matched. He thought it would be easy, but just got slapped back to reality. You don't know your place. After fighting for a while, he understood. My guard wouldn't normally ask for my help. I think I understand the reason for this time. Your strength isn't bad. But this bastard just laughed disdainfully. Guard? He's so weak and yet he's a guard, how ridiculous. Daring to insult Vo Aun, he would teach him some manners today. This ignorant bastard was still gloating and talking trash. The way he desperately struggled also looked very. Before he could finish, the short sword in his hand slashed across, tearing his face open. One eye was completely ruined, blood spurting wildly. Yin Tup 2 was dizzy watching Yin Tet get beaten. Only Vo An had predicted this scene early on. He knew Loi Can's true strength. The guy, after being hit, cursed even more bitterly. You bastard! How dare you aim for my back? Our hero was annoyed hearing that. He could aim wherever he wanted. Why talk trash during a fight? As soon as he finished cursing, his whole body was slashed up by him before he could even block. He could only scream in pain, "You son of a bitch. I'll gouge your eyes out." But our hero wasn't satisfied yet. He leaped high into the air. Loi Can plunged the short sword straight down. Because of you, I almost lost him. A direct stab right into the top of his head. That wasn't enough. He had to stab from head to toe, completely splitting him in half to be satisfied. Even after fighting to that extent, he still had to say, "I'm so pissed." It was Inthup 2's first time witnessing such a scene, and she was scared out of her wits. How is this possible? Inthet, the 7th rank master of our Phi In Hoi. Now he was nothing but a corpse. Our hero suddenly turned around and glared at her. She just stood there, rooted to the spot, dazed. Did he just die like that? No. Powerlessly, she wanted to call out, "Mother." Meanwhile, on the other side, glowing butterflies were still flying around, sect leader. She turned around, "In 2, what do you want?" The old man reported to her, "Sect leader, Inthup 2 has sent a distress signal." But she was very calm. No need to worry, isn't Inthut always by Inthup 2's side? The old man was speechless, thinking to himself, no need to worry. I should be the one saying that to the sect leader, shouldn't I? Her only daughter sent a distress signal, yet she's so nonchalant. But sometimes she considers her daughter more important than her own life. Who could possibly understand what she's thinking right now? Of course, the sect leader has her own reasons for doing this. Thinking that, you could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, she thought of something. Come to think of it, things haven't been going smoothly lately. It's quite concerning. Could Yinthup 2's distress signal be related to this? I'm also a bit worried about this. If it really is, then. Their eyes met, and the old man continued. Yinthup 2's current situation is undoubtedly very dangerous, but she remained as calm as ever. It's fine. Today, Yin Tam is near her. The Yin Tam she mentioned was precisely the white-haired, completely bald old man. Everyone simultaneously looked up and saw him appear. As soon as he saw his face, he immediately roared, "What an arrogant kid. Didn't even bother to cover your face, just boldly walked right in. Why would he need to cover it?" He calmly replied, "As long as I eliminate all Phi In Hoi members present here, it's fine. I don't have time to cover up." The moment he finished speaking, the old man flashed forward and struck, and Sichloi Can immediately raised his hand to counter. Both of their eyes widened as they glared at each other. When masters fight, ordinary people can't even keep up with the action. They just flicker in and out of sight. Vo An shielded his face in confusion. Ugh, this aura. It can actually match senior magic sword Thien Vu Nak. No, it might even surpass him. But unexpectedly, our hero was pushed back forcefully by the old man. Luckily, he still stood firm. The old man Ian Tam glared at him with disdain. Vo An watched anxiously. Young master. He got pushed back. Our hero was also quite shocked. Sichloi Can stood firm, shielding Vo An. But the old man realized it. Your breathing is too heavy. It seems your internal energy is completely depleted. Are you still going to fight in your current state? Of course he is. He's not afraid of anything. He draws his short sword to fight. With a single slash, the other guy blocks it with his sword. The two forces clash and explode like a bomb. Yen Tam notices it. What's with this dagger? It looks like a toy. Our main guy retorts right away. It's no toy. This thing is very expensive. The old man charges forward and thrusts his sword. Nonsense. The two of them fight evenly matched again. Neither gives in. The old man sneers. You've got guts. with just a tiny dagger. How can you last this long? The old man's glowing red horizontal slash is no joke. It snaps the tree behind Vo-on in half. Luckily, he dodges it. The main guy quickly throws his short sword forward. It shatters several large tree trunks instantly. After throwing it, he quickly pulls the blade back. He just glances at Vo-on's situation, and the old man suddenly appears behind him to strike. How dare you get distracted while fighting me? But the main guy leans and dodges it immediately, ignoring the sneak attack. The two fight further and further away. Vo-an grips his blade tightly and realizes it. Damn it, young master deliberately lured him away. He looks down at his heavily wounded body. Not only did I fail to protect young master, but I've also become his burden. Suddenly, he hears that woman call out, "Hey, your master was not far away." She smiles mockingly. Did he just abandon you and run away? But Vo-an actually wishes for that. I'd prefer he did exactly that. She is still scoffing. Haha, I didn't expect you to trust him so much. Just then, a voice echoes in her ear. Yenthap 2. Is this Yentam's telepathy? The old man orders. Activate that thing. She snaps out of it. By that thing, do you mean? Yentam speaks while fighting our main guy. I know the guild leader also gave you the authority, even though I originally planned to eliminate him myself. But better safe than sorry, we can't leave him any chance. This girl is still green and a bit hesitant, but that thing has never actually been used before. But she does it anyway, shooting a green smoke flare into the sky. Loikan sees that smoke while fighting. He sneers. Old man, what trick are you playing now? He sensed it early on. His breathing is getting increasingly chaotic. Even so, every move he makes is still incredibly ruthless and astonishingly fast. But no matter how ruthless he is, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Suddenly, the old man stops and stares at him. I'll just ask you one thing. Why do you keep interfering in our business? Surprisingly, he guesses right on the mark. Do you want to unite the martial world? If so, you'll make a lot more enemies in the future, brat. Meanwhile, at Bak Thien Ba family, Lam Hakai asks Lam Thien Twai, do you really want to keep pushing for that? Marriage between the Miss of Chin Kiem's sect and me. Because of Kwisat's sect, you've given Nam Nak Lian a lot of benefits. Under these circumstances, we shouldn't intermarry with a clan like that. But before he finishes, the old man slams the wine jug onto the table. Those small benefits mean nothing. It won't affect my grand ambition to dominate the Central Plains at all. Chin Kiem's sect is a minor faction, but their reputation is excellent. Plus, their daughter made it into the Dragon Phoenix list, so the situation is very favorable. Lam Haki hears this and knows it. He's becoming greedy for fame. He speaks up immediately. But I'm a bit worried about the relationship between Chin Kiem's sect and Sich Loi Kan. I heard Chong Tam Gang attacked Chin Kiem's sect before collapsing. It must be related to him. What do you think? The old man acts indifferent. Probably. They might have taken down Chuang Tam Gang, but the Bak Thien Ba family isn't easily messed with. If Chin Kiem's sect refuses this marriage, then I can make them pay for it. Haki still feels something is wrong. Make them pay? Just how powerful is this Sich Loi Kan anyway? But this guy already harbors a scheme in his heart. Can I eliminate that old man? If so, the Bak Thien Ba family will be mine. So he cheerfully agrees. Then, well, do as you say. The Dragon Phoenix banquet is over. He'll head back first. Yes, your father has passed away, and there's no one to run the house, so I'm not at ease. Suddenly, the old man asks, Humph, is his manor called Tan Fong? A new wind. I used to have that thought too. But this martial world does not welcome any new winds. Those who wanted to reform the martial world are either dead or gone. Their thinking is too simple, even foolish. Reforming the martial world is nothing but yearnings and delusions. Everyone talks about Sich Loi Kan's ideal like that, but only he stubbornly refuses to yield. The old man curses while fighting. How foolish. Risking your own life just to save a subordinate. His face is slashed and bleeding from the attack. The old man's eyes glow red as he goes for a thrust. Too bad, you don't have any chance of winning. But our main guy has never been afraid of anything. Having no weapon, he blocks the sword with his bare hands. He grips the old man's sword with one hand and thrusts his short sword forward with the other. Why don't I have a chance to win? He's definitely dead this time. But the old man is tough. He immediately channels energy into his other hand. Where are you going? Then let me crush your head first. The close quarters combat is incredibly tense, where a single move is enough to kill. Old man, you have a big mouth for someone about to die. Saying that, he stabs the short sword straight into his neck. The old man's blood spurts out like a geyser. He's a goner for sure now. But this is never enough. He won't let him die that easily and thrusts again decisively. If you want to aim for the head, you have to go all the way. Somehow, he's still not dead. Even he is surprised. You're quite lucky. It just pierced your cheek. You won't die right away. However, Yen Tam takes this chance to do a horizontal slash and escape. He still has enough strength to hold his sword. Tisk, how stubborn. It's been a long time since I've bled. Sixualiken holds his blade horizontally and smiles. You'll be bleeding for a long time. Suddenly, his hand stops mid-air. But that woman over there, her status in the Fai Yen Guild must be quite high. Is it really okay to leave her alone? Even though neither my subordinate nor she can continue fighting right now, I'm still a bit worried, so. He takes the initiative to suggest. Let's call a truce here and go our separate ways. The old man glares, speechless. You're really an incomprehensible guy. What if I refuse? Why ask when you already know? If you refuse, we just keep fighting. Then it can only be a fight to the death. This bald guy is still super confident. Even though he's the one who will definitely die, I really can't leave Yen Thap 2 there alone. Besides, I already let her use that thing. They're destined to die on this mountain anyway. Thinking so, he agrees instantly. Fine, I'll let you go. And so he supports Vo-An as they run swiftly through the forest. He still looks like he has plenty of energy left. Vo-An is severely injured. Young master, I'm sorry. He just reassures him. Hang in there a bit longer, I'll treat you properly once we get back. You realized it too. They've been tailing us this whole time, and what's more. Suddenly, a whistle blows ahead. The two of them are surrounded by a bunch of assassins throwing nets. This is the Hodiep Hoyet Du. Their numbers are increasing exponentially. Elsewhere, Zhao Lian is practicing by herself at home. While practicing, she suddenly feels confused and wonders, why am I suddenly recalling that moment? At that time, the main guy asked her, do you know what kind of people in the martial world are the easiest to deal with? Zhao Lian shakes her head. Who? The answer is righteous heroes, because they are too easy to read, always insisting on justice and kindness, absolutely never violating their own principles. That's also one of the reasons there aren't many righteous heroes left. She understands. So, they just don't live long? Loikan can't help but laugh. Basically, they all become prey for villains. Haha. My father always used to say that justice and chivalry uphold this martial world. But words like justice or chivalry are just ways to escape reality. What truly rules the martial world is force and money. Look, even a despicable scoundrel like Lam Haki can act like a king. That alone says it all. I will absolutely never forgive them. Zhao Lian looks at his serious face and feels scared. You won't forgive them? So you're also planning to kill young Master Lam? He made his decision, as long as he does something worthy of death. He asks suddenly, Fu Lian, do you think I'm being too extreme? She doesn't even dare to look at him. Honestly, I don't know. But I think at least. Before everything ends, please always ask yourself that question. Loikan nods. All right, I will try my best. Thinking about this, she is no longer in the mood to practice and decisively puts her sword away. Loikan and I live in different martial worlds. Perhaps his is the true martial world. But a martial world without righteousness and heroes is too tragic. If only there comes a day when Loikan no longer has to worry about these things. Suddenly, someone called out, Fu Lian, you're here. Turning around, she saw her older sister, who announced, the Northern Heavenly Ba clan has sent a matchmaker to discuss your marriage with young Master Lam. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking her so much she screamed, What? While his girl back home was about to be snatched by another guy, our main character was still carrying Vo-An through the forest. Neither of them could understand. We've taken down dozens of them. Why are there still so many? It seems they communicate using whistles. As soon as the whistle blows, they immediately swarm out. Just then, they spotted an assassin in the crowd, raising a whistle, getting ready to blow it. Shikla Khan quickly kicked a stone straight at him. He had barely blown it twice before the stone completely smashed his mouth. Just like that, the entire group of assassins was wiped out by him alone in the blink of an eye. One guy suddenly lunged out of nowhere for a sneak attack. Before he could even touch him, a broken sword pierced straight through his forehead. It was Voan's throwing knife. He was injured, but not useless, still helping out effectively. Finally getting a moment to rest, looking at the corpses on the ground, these bastards, what kind of people are they anyway? Their bones were broken. They suffered fatal wounds, yet they didn't utter a single groan and just kept charging. The main character recognized it immediately. They'd been drugged. Probably some sort of narcotic that takes away pain and fear. After this frantic fighting, Vo-an was exhausted. These tough guys keep coming wave after wave, and young master's internal energy is nearly depleted. I'm such a burden. So he said, "Young master, go on ahead, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Sichloi-can immediately understood his intention. What? You're planning to stay behind and buy time for me to escape. He wasn't very surprised and just asked back, "Can't I?" Of course, he couldn't leave his comrade behind to escape alone. "No, you can't. If you can't walk, I'll carry you." Vo-an's face turned pale, and he stubbornly refused. This subordinate refuses. He could still joke around. Seems like you can still hold on. Back and forth, he still insisted. In short, young master, head back to Tan Phong Trang first. If this continues, it'll be bad. But the main character became serious and stopped joking. I brought you into the martial world, not for you to do things like this. Vo-an smiled helplessly. Anyway, if anything happens to you, young master, I won't be able to live either. He didn't say much, just turned around and walked away, then die when that time comes. Who knows, they might pop out from somewhere again later. It's best we leave quickly. Since he had made up his mind, there was no changing it. Vo-an could only sigh helplessly. Anyway, young master, just go back to Tan Phong Trang first. If this continues, it's not good. The two talked as they walked. Come to think of it, Phum Tho San probably realized we aren't from the Righteous Alliance. He didn't care at all. We drugged him anyway. He can't do anything. He kept blabbering. Even so, your identity is exposed, young master. It's unclear how the Flying Swallow Society will act next. The main character was saying, "Well, figure this out when we get back," when suddenly, a light flashed from nowhere, shining right in his face. Loi-can snapped a branch behind him with lightning speed, leaning forward and throwing it immediately. Vo-an, standing behind, didn't even understand what was going on before the branch was hurled forward. It aimed straight for the tiny mountain far away. They just saw a slender hand unfolding a fan over there. It gently fluttered, releasing an aura that completely controlled his thrown stick. The small stick flew gently, curving along with the direction of the fan, losing all its killing intent. Finally, it fell straight to the ground. A voice rang out from under an umbrella. That child. Is his name Sichloi-can? I only know one person with the surname Sich. This was the society leader herself. She was also standing on the mountain looking straight down at him. Their eyes had likely met. The subordinate behind her replied, although it's true that no one has ever used the butterfly blood net before. But hearing that the society leader would come to check personally, this old man is truly surprised. She nodded, I'm very curious. Just who exactly is he? Even Yen Tam was no match for him. But in the end, they still managed to save Yen Thap Tu. Yen Thap Tu isn't injured, just extremely furious at being deceived by Phum Tho San. However, she figured it out just by hearing the situation. No, Phum Tho San was fooled by them too. He confidently felt, regardless, the butterfly blood net has been cast, he's destined to not live much longer. She turned around to leave. That's hard to say. Let's go for now. Previously, I heard someone named Sichloi-can won the Heavenly Dragon tournament, and I was still suspicious. But it seems he looks exactly like him. She had gotten a clear look at his face. Vo-an only understood after seeing him throw it. Young master, is there someone over there? He nodded. They're gone. I've never met this person before, but I have a very bad feeling about this. The person on that mountain was definitely not to be trifled with. The next morning, Selien couldn't sleep all night. She ran to this bridge and stood there thinking. The Northern Heavenly Ba clan actually came to propose. This is so absurd. At a time like this, where on earth did Loi-can go? She unconsciously thought of him and then got startled, feeling guilty. No, that's not right. This is my marriage. Why should I go looking for Loi-can? Right then, a voice rang out from above. Is something bothering you? She looked up, saw her future mother-in-law, and was startled. She exclaimed loudly, Auntie? Who knows how long the older woman had been sitting there. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling. I've seen you sighing constantly since early morning. Watching her gently float down beside her, she was flustered and didn't know what to say. Ah, that's... I was thinking about martial arts. She lied, but her face was full of flaws, thinking guiltily. To be honest, it feels a bit embarrassing. But the older woman saw right through it and laughed. Is that so? They started talking. During your days here, I see you seem to practice martial arts every day. Why are you working so hard? She spoke honestly, pouring her heart out. Actually, I hope my family can be happy forever. For that to happen, I have to become really strong. She laughed in her own words. That's why I persistently practice. Is my dream too simple? Ha ha. But the older woman listened very attentively. Simple, but not easy to achieve. Her hands gripped the railing tightly. Furthermore, after becoming strong, I want to tell Loi Can. Her round eyes shone brightly, confidently asserting that heroes like him don't have to die young and a martial world guided by goodwill truly exists. This demeanor was exactly like the old man Tu Lam when he spoke of his ideals, even surprising the older woman. Suddenly changing the subject, I heard someone came to propose to you. Do you think that's the marriage you want? She naturally shook her head. I don't know. Young hero Lam and all. I think one should marry someone they like. The older woman smiled softly. Yeah, you have to return to the True Sword sect today, right? I really hate to see you go. Zhao Lian turned and smiled gently. I will miss you very much too. Suddenly, the older woman said, if you need help, come find me anytime. That night, on the northern Heavenly Ba clan's side, Lam Thien Toai sat in the master's seat, asking in a harsh tone. The True Sword sect still hasn't replied. Fan Loi reported, yes, the matchmaker said. They want to ask their daughter's opinion first. The old man's face immediately scrunched up like a monkey's butt, extremely annoyed. Ask their daughter's opinion? They dare say that? He figured it out. It must be because of that Sich Loi Can. What the hell does he count for? The True Sword sect dares to slight the Northern Heavenly Ba clan's proposal for him. Doesn't the True Sword sect realize the price they'll pay if they refuse? Fan Loi clasped his hands and bowed, maliciously asking, do we need to prepare in advance according to the plan? Lam Thien Toai nodded. Yes, go prepare. Tomorrow I want to have a little chat with the True Sword sect leader.
They were plotting their dirty tricks again, it seems. I still have to personally tell him who is destined for Miss Chin after all. Meanwhile, on Sich Loi Can's side, he was slaughtering frantically without stopping. These assassins kept swarming like ants, endless to cut down. After dealing with them, both were panting heavily from exhaustion. Voan grew more worried. Damn it, these guys. Wave after wave, they don't even give us a moment to catch our breath. Plus, young master has used up quite a bit of internal energy treating my injuries. If this continues, although thinking like this is really selfish, but if he gets mad at me, I'd actually feel a bit better. He just kept sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the main character turned around and instantly saw through his thoughts, scolding him. So useless. You can't even beat that kind of people. Voan burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's right.
Who knew the main character would add a devastating blow later on? When you have a kid, I'll tell them this story in detail. Voan deflated upon hearing this. Regarding that, you'll definitely be faster than me. The main character smiled with his eyes crinkling. Haha, who knows? Maybe we'll end up as in-laws. While laughing and chatting happily, Loi Can's face suddenly turned serious as he cursed. These bastards. A whole bunch of them were sitting right on the branches ahead, their eyes glowing red like beasts stalking prey, having been discovered by him. Seeing him look up, the whole group swooped down like moths to a flame. Voan panicked, grinding his teeth. Damn it, there are too many of them. Suddenly, the main character looked in a direction, his dog-like sensitive ears perking up. Watching the whole mob charge at them, Voan could only scream, Young master, dodge, quick! He naturally shook his head. No, if he dodged, they would swallow Voan alive. He used his toes to kick the swords on the ground straight at the assassins. The whole lot of them were instantly killed by the blades right there. The main character took on the entire group all by himself. Fighting without rest, hands planted on the ground, he nimbly dodged up and down, weaving through and attacking relentlessly. He forged a bloody path straight through and shouted for Voan to follow. Voan, this way! He yelled, Young master! He didn't understand what he was doing, but just ran after him first. He asked as he ran, Where are you suddenly trying to go? But after running a few steps, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, his eyes widening in horror. This place. Right beneath their feet was a 1,000-foot-deep abyss. The main character used his lightness skill to keep running, while he just stood there panicking. Even if I use lightness skill. He stood helplessly watching the main character jump down, only able to scream, Young master. The bottom was pitch black. Only his bright red shirt stood out under the moonlight, his arms spread wide in a free fall. Suddenly doing mid-air somersaults like an acrobat, He continuously called out for him to jump along. Vo-en. His face showed no fear, teasing with a smile. What are you standing there for? Jump quickly. Vo-en gritted his teeth, not daring to, but staying behind also meant death. In the end, he decisively jumped down. The worst that could happen was being smashed to pieces, but he also completely trusted the main character. Unexpectedly, as soon as he jumped, the others followed. Damn it. Looking at them made him speechless. They were like moths to a flame now. These guys. Are they? All crazy. But there was also him, not crazy yet he jumped down too. Seeing that he was about to fall on a huge rock, his heart leaped into his throat. Damn it. In the nick of time, a strong tattooed hand came from nowhere, grabbing his collar tightly and pulling him back. It was none other than the main character, who dragged him by the collar and dashed through the air. Vo-en gaped. Young master. He had calculated everything and perfectly gauged the distance. Just like that, both of them fell straight into the river. With a loud splash, they sank into the water. But they were still alive, quickly swimming up to the surface. They escaped.
Vo-en hurriedly looked up. These people from Phi In Hoi. How could they have better lightness skills than Sick Loi? Wherever they fell, they smashed straight into the cliffs and died. The main character looked on with satisfaction. As expected, my guess was right. They just have numbers. Their basic martial arts are garbage. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, you jumped down a bit too decisively just now. Sick Loi Can smiled. I haven't swam in a long time, just suddenly felt like giving it a try. In a flash, it was already morning. The two stood watching the sunrise over the river for a while before saying to each other, let's go. They survived this ordeal. That evening, at the bustling market with crowds of people coming and going, Cao Lian walked through the crowd, lost in thought. I wonder if father has returned home yet. I originally planned to have dinner ready before he came back. This morning, the Bac Thien Ba family sent someone to pass a message to father, but the old Zix Thu Wai immediately said, if you don't want to, there's no need to discuss this marriage any further. I will go and explain it clearly to Patriarch Lem. However, she couldn't dare to believe it. Although I believe father can handle this well, I still feel a bit worried deep down. Suddenly, a few people on the street looked at her and whispered, isn't that the daughter of the head of Chin Kiem Mon? Hasn't she heard the news about her father yet? Cao Lian just realized, what's going on? The atmosphere has been weird all this time. Even a vendor told her straight to her face, I don't sell my stuff to the daughter of a murderer. Leave now. Cao Lian was confused. Huh? What do you mean? He frowned in annoyance. Seriously, her father committed a heinous crime and she still has the nerve to show her face on the street to buy food. Unexpectedly, he revealed shocking news. In broad daylight today, the head of Chin Kiem Mon massacred the entire Li Han Trang, leaving no survivors. Cao Lian's body instantly froze in terror. My father? The surrounding crowd said, it seems she still doesn't know. That makes sense. If those martial artists from the Bac Thien Ba family hadn't passed by and talked about it earlier, we probably wouldn't have known either. He usually seems so righteous. Besides, weren't the master of Li Han Trang and the head of Chin Kiem Mon on very good terms? I heard they were drinking together, got into an argument, and started fighting. Luckily, the Bac Thien Ba family has already arrested the head of Chin Kiem Mon, so we can rest easy. Hearing this, Cao Lian's face immediately darkened as she realized everything. The Bac Thien Ba family arrested father, so this was a trap. Because father refused the marriage, they took revenge on him. She hurriedly ran off as fast as she could. I have to get to the Bac Thien Ba family first. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Will father be okay? Just past the turn ahead is the Bac Thien Ba family. Right at this moment, she saw a familiar figure appear right before her eyes. It was Zich Loi Can's mother. As soon as she saw the girl, she said, I've been waiting for you. Cao Lian exclaimed in surprise, Auntie. In the main hall of the Bac Thien Ba family, Lam Thien Tui was already sitting there. I'm so glad to see you again. Miss Chin. He was hosting both of them alone, the two sides sitting opposite each other talking. I didn't expect Madame Liu to come along as well. She smiled and spoke bluntly. After all, the world is a dangerous place. Letting her go out alone, I truly can't be at ease. He stared fixedly at her, unable to take his eyes off her. Truly beautiful. To think that bastard's mother is such a great beauty. He got straight to the point. You all came here to see the head of Chin Kiem Mon, right? It's such a pity. This matter has a huge impact. You can't visit him right now. But she had lost her patience and casually cut to the chase. It's so unexpected that the head of Chin Kiem Mon could commit such a crime. It's as if someone had set it up in advance. Being hit right on the sore spot, he still tried to act innocent.
This old man can't believe it either, but witnesses have appeared. We will need about 5 days to thoroughly investigate this matter and give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Hearing this, Salian felt somewhat relieved. In 5 days? That's great. I still have time to think of a plan. But what kind of dirty trick is he playing after all? She immediately retorted, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. My father could never do such a thing. The old man nodded, of course. Miss Chin doesn't need to worry too much. Our Baek Thean Ba family will also find a way to help our future-in-law clear his name. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood, feeling deeply anxious. This person hasn't given up on this marriage yet. He's threatening me. If I just agree to this marriage, he will help father clear his name. Why is he so stubborn? He suddenly dismissed his guests. Miss Trin, it's getting late. You should head back first today. He then turned to look at her. Also, Madam Liu, well meet again. She smiled with a hidden meaning. Well meet again. On Sichloy Khan's side, he thought they had escaped danger, but they were still being closely tailed by the assassins. Damn it, those guys. There's an endless number of them. He couldn't understand where they found so many people. The main character had to take action again. There's no other way. I was planning to save some energy. I guess I have to wipe them all out in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands glowed like burning fire. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the air. The main character recognized it immediately. This whistle. It's not like the one we heard before. The guys charging at them suddenly retreated. Huh? Those people. They all actually retreated. Vo-an didn't understand. So weird. Why suddenly like this? Unexpectedly, he calmly guessed a bunch of reasons. Finally, looks like they were scared of me. It's also possible that it's time for them to take their medicine. Or, me knew, someone ordered them to retreat. Anyway, surviving was enough. Vo-an wanted to leave quickly. Whatever, let's just head back first. Miss Chin is surely still waiting for you. Loi Kan nodded firmly and confidently. Right. The two of them were actually able to have a teenage chat. Have you ever held Miss Chin's hand? The main character felt embarrassed saying it. They had been together so much, but not yet. Vo-an turned to tease him immediately, deliberately dragging out his words. Is that so? How could Sichloy Khan not understand his thoughts? It's not that I don't dare to, I just want to respect her feelings. Vo-an, who clearly had no experience, asked seriously, do women really want this kind of respect? The main character burst into laughter and stepped forward, delivering a biting remark. Vo-an, you sure know this bunch of theories like the back of your hand, huh? Vo-an was completely petrified. The two walked and talked. I wonder how things are at Tan Fong Trang. It should be fine after all. My mother is already keeping watch. Meanwhile, on his mother's side, she escorted Sa Lian all the way home. She gratefully gave a gentle smile. Thank you for coming with me to the Baek Thean Ba family today. She shook her head. It's nothing. I was originally planning to directly rescue the head of Ching Kiem Mon, but it's a pity. I couldn't sense his aura. So Lian was no longer overly worried. Now, there's still time. I'll think of another way. She nodded comfortingly. Don't worry too much either. I will also help you think of a plan. Lian stood listening, but her mind was entirely on her man. Looking at this, Loi Kan and his mother are really very alike. Always having such a majestic and awe-inspiring presence, just being beside him makes people feel at ease. The two finally said goodbye to each other. You should go back and rest now. Then I'll take my leave first. She walked back alone in the quiet late night. Seeing that Lian had safely left, she finally spoke up. Come out quickly. A whole group of people immediately appeared. It turned out they had been following for a long time, but she just hadn't bothered to expose them. She smirked mockingly. You look like a mangy toad, but your eyesight is quite good. You ugly old man. The scene shifted to Sichloy Khan, who suddenly asked, Vo-an, you probably still don't know, do you? My mother. Just how ruthless she can be. Right now, the woman in her son's words was pulling out her hairpin, and demonic energy flared up, painting the sky crimson. Surrounded by a bunch of men, she didn't panic at all, just gently pulled out her hairpin. The fat, lecherous leader smiled with narrowed eyes. The master wants to see you privately. He ordered us to bring you back quietly and absolutely not to scratch your face, so be a little obedient and don't cause any trouble. She glanced over the group coldly. Lum Tien Tui, I've heard of his lustfulness for a long time. It's highly likely he will lose his life because of this bad habit. Let's not talk about this anymore. Among all of you, I will only spare one person's life. Who wants to live? Hearing that, they didn't realize they were about to meet their maker and threw their heads back in laughter.
Ah ha 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 ha. If we could die at the hands of a beauty like you, it would be considered a good thing. Her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. It seemed she didn't need to spare anyone, and she swung the hairpin. You bastards! You're very much like a dog I used to raise when I was little. He was about to charge forward, but her hand was as fast as lightning, instantly stabbing the guys around him to death before he could even finish cursing. You damn bitch!
Every single one of them died an ugly death. In just a few seconds, she disposed of all those guys with just 2 hairpins, very similar to how the main character killed people with chopsticks. What is this? This damn bitch? Blood splattered all over the place. The fat guy stood watching the flying blood and the corpses scattered everywhere. His face was drained of all color, not daring to say another word. After finishing the job, she gave it a flick, and the blood flew completely off the hairpin. She slowly pinned her hair up again. Don't worry. Beautiful as usual, looking slender and graceful, not resembling someone who just killed people at all. She reached her hand straight out in front. Didn't I already say so? I will leave one survivor. Since there is no pen and ink available, I guess I'll just have to borrow your forehead. The words she left on his forehead were, 3 days. After reading it, Lum Tin Twai didn't quite understand. 3 days? Van Looy beside him reported, the others are all dead, only he survived to return. This old man who didn't know his place sprawled on the long couch with a beauty by his side. All dead? It seems her martial arts aren't bad either. So stupid he hasn't even realized the problem. It really gets more interesting the more I look at it. Van Looy spoke up again. Patriarch, forgive my presumption. This matter needs to be handled carefully. Sect leader Trin has already been labeled a murderer. Even if his name is cleared later, his reputation won't be the same. So is it really necessary for us to push for this marriage? The old man replied coldly. Do you think I'm still stubbornly trying to push for it?
If the Bakhtianba family gives the word, even if we force him to eat shit, he'd have to obediently do it. Yet he dared to reject my proposal. If I just kill him directly, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Fan Looy understood and smiled wickedly. So your intention is... The old man had already schemed. That brat will definitely come begging me to save her father. Before sending Trintniathu on his way, I have to let him watch this good show. Receiving the order, the guy looked at the fat man kowtowing on his knees. Yes, sir. So what should we do with this guy? Hearing that, he was startled and screamed, Spare my life. But before he could finish, he was stabbed to death. Dying with his eyes wide open, right on the spot, Fan Looy glanced without saying a word, and the woman didn't dare to look, furrowing her brows and trying to endure it. After killing him, he even cursed, looking as wretched as a ghost, yet you still dared to show your face. Our Bakhtianba family doesn't need such trash. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. 3 days, huh? She definitely won't find sect leader Tring. I'm really curious to see what she'll end up doing. At this moment, by the window of the young lady's room, white flowers were blooming beautifully. The girl was scribbling all over the paper, crossing things out. I've been to so many places, yet I haven't found even a single clue. If I keep searching the Bakhtianba family's businesses like this, will I really be able to find my father? It was Jia Lian, unable to sleep late at night due to anxiety. Racking her brains, he couldn't blatantly hide my father in a place like this. No, I should still go check out Li Han Trong tomorrow, even if it's just a glimmer of hope.
Suddenly, the words on her gauntlet lit up. The wind god armor is reacting. She immediately threw the window open. Who's there? Seeing the main character already standing there, she couldn't help but shout joyfully, "Le Can, you're back." It was indeed him. Trying to compose herself, she smoothed her hair and asked, "When did you get back?" He replied, "I just got back not long ago." The first thing was always to reassure her. I heard from my mother. Don't worry too much about sect leader Chin's situation. Salian immediately asked with concern, "Thank you. Is Uncle Vo On all right?" "Yeah. His wounds have all been properly treated. How many of the Bakhtianba family's businesses have you investigated?" He was still talking when she suddenly startled with worry. "Your face. What happened to your face? Why is there a wound?" He turned away, losing his cool. "Oh, this? No need to worry. It'll heal in a few days." But she understood just by looking. "Even you got hurt. It seems the situation at that time was really critical." But he playfully teased, If I'm hurt, you can imagine how the enemy ended up, right? Haha. She genuinely worried for him. Yet you still came here. Are you pushing yourself too hard? I'm really worried about you and sect leader Ching. Because he had found a way, he had to tell her right away. But you know that following the current method makes it very hard to find sect leader Ching. I have a more effective way, though you definitely won't like it. Zhao Lian had actually thought about it. Loi Can is right. But what she wanted was to officially clear her father's name, and then make Lam Thian Tui suffer the punishment he deserved. I think my father would definitely want it that way too. Hearing that, he smiled helplessly and looked up at the sky. You sound exactly like someone. Her eyes went wide. Who? Who else could it be? Just someone. It was none other than his old man. For some reason, he always clashed with him, but ended up liking the girl who resembled him the most. On Tu Lam's side, he saw the two swords he had left behind. Silently, without saying a word, just standing there in a daze. Switching scenes to the Baek Thian Ba family, he was always seen sitting at his desk. He stole this business deal, I must make him pay. Suddenly stopping to stare straight ahead. The shadow on the floor clearly showed an assassin standing behind him, sword in hand. Should I eliminate him right now? But he waved his hand and shook his head. No need. Step back. The old man laughed in amusement. I already knew he was gutsy. Right as the candles in the room went out, window flew open, the wind blowing the pile of papers off his desk. Loi Can appeared. The old man was stunned upon seeing him. But I didn't expect you to be this gutsy. The first thing he said to him was, looking like this, your features are exactly like Lady Liu's. He was madly infatuated with beauty, maybe even really wanted to screw him over. The main character stepped forward. Tut dat. I heard from my mother that something very interesting happened between you two. The old man furrowed his brows tightly. That's right. She gave me 3 days. Your arrogant and bossy personality is exactly like your mother's. He suddenly confided. To be honest, I had that thought earlier. I've been enjoying a peaceful life too much, satisfied with everything I have. Even a woman who doesn't understand the world dared to refuse my invitation. This simply wouldn't have happened in the past. The old man had already figured it out, and also you stealing the Wuhan Merchant Union contract. Can you bear the consequences of this? Loi Can laughed and sat on his desk. Ha ha. Although talking about this is somewhat interesting. But I came here today to sell something. He didn't understand at all, sell something. Starting with the nonsense again. But only he knew. My mother giving you 3 days is already treating you very generously. But isn't a lifespan of 3 days too short? At a time like this, what you need the most is the signature product of Hanvan Lutui, famous for its sweet and delicious taste. Saying this, he placed the item right on the desk. Turning with a smug smile, a peach that helps extend lifespan. Want to buy it? This bastard understood immediately here. If it can extend lifespan, then the price definitely isn't cheap, right? The main character got down to business. This time, I want to make a loss-making deal. You just need to release sect leader Ching and clear his name. But the old man had calculated it all. What an absurd deal. If I do that, the Baek Thian Ba family will become the enemy of the martial world. And the families cooperating with us will also turn their backs on us. We would be the ones truly making a loss. The main character didn't intend to give him a chance to refuse, glaring a warning. Paying this small price to keep your life is already a huge bargain for you. But the old man pushed it back towards him, this peach. I feel like you're the one who needs it more. If he says so, then fine, he chuckled helplessly. If you want to die, then just die. Before leaving, he only said, you really don't know a good thing when you see it. That I'll see you in 2 days. After saying that, he disappeared, leaving the old man with an extremely nasty look on his face. On Tu Lam's side, he was still rooted to the spot in front of the two swords. Suddenly, his beloved wife's voice rang out behind him. Are you admiring these weapons again today? She slouched on the chair, staring at him. Does it bother you that much that little Can returned them to you? He simply replied softly, I want to know the reason. She stood up to reassure him. Don't overthink it. These weapons belong to us in the first place, so he just returned them to us. He finally looked over at his wife. You're right. But speaking of which, you gave the Baek Thian Ba family 3 days. What are you planning to do after 3 days? She had already tossed that matter to the back of her mind. That was just a little prank I played on them. Anyway, little Can will definitely resolve this before then. Just like you. Were you worried it'd wipe out their entire family? The two held hands tightly. How could I? I'm thinking of a way to clear sect leader Chin's name. This definitely isn't the first time the Baek Thian Ba family has committed evil deeds. I just don't want any more innocent people to be harmed. She nodded. Little Can probably thinks the same way, but the old man remained calm, even though Loi Can will feel doing so is pointless. But I still have to make a trip to the Righteous Alliance. The intervention of a third party with no conflict of interest should be able to help the sect leader clear his name. She knew he would be like that and laughed. That really is your style. The two gazed at each other passionately like newlyweds. Over at Li Han Trang, Six Loi Can brought Sa Lian in to investigate. The inside full of corpses and blood. We managed to get in. But it seems no one has bothered with this place after clearing the bodies. Just as I expected. She looked around. They never had any intention of investigating this. He also guessed, probably wanted to lock it down first, then set it on fire to burn the place down 5 days later. The guards have all been put to sleep by me. We can thoroughly inspect this place.
Now he finally told her. Also. As usual, I gave Lum Tien Tui a chance to atone, but as expected, he refused. Zalian could only reply, "Thank you." Shocked inwardly, Loi Gan, he listened to what I said last night and then went to the Baktien Ba family. If Lum Tien Tui refused, without needing her to ask, he said right away, "After finding the sect leader, I will deal with Lum Tien Tui my way. Even though I'm not sure what my mother is thinking, I must definitely eliminate him." The two walked around. First, based on the traces at the scene, there was definitely more than one killer. But their martial arts don't seem to be high. Because Li Han Trang is just an ordinary household, they were able to pull it off. Suddenly he looked over at the chicken coop and startled. Tu Lien, that spot is a bit strange.
These chickens only lay eggs on this side. There are no eggs on the straw pile inside. She followed his gaze, looking closely. That's true. Suddenly, both of them jumped in surprise. Why is there a child here? The boy was buried deep under the straw. He was brought back to Tan Fong Trang by the two of them. Celine sat beside him, taking care of him. He finally fell asleep. The boy just woke up and cried out in fear. Hugging her tightly, he screamed, "My mother, my mother." This child says that 2 days ago, someone attacked Li Han Trang. 2 days ago, at Li Han Trang. Loud screams filled the air. "Help, save me." Someone hit him in the straw pile and instructed, "Absolutely do not come out. Keep your eyes shut tight and stay hidden. Don't move either. I will come get you in 3 days." She tearfully told him so.
Just then, someone shouted behind her, "There's someone over here too! Search thoroughly!" She panicked in fear and piled more straw on the child. No, this won't do. They'll definitely find this place like this. His mother must have wanted to distract those villains. Ultimately discovered, there's still one bitch here. Just like that, the child witnessed his mother being stabbed to death with his own eyes. The guy even said, "Just need to check the backyard one more time and we're done, right?" Even in her dying breath, she used all her strength. She pulled out an item from the kitchen and threw it right at the assassin. His flesh was severely burned. He immediately hacked her to death, cursing madly, "Damn it, I thought she was already dead."
To protect her most precious child, the boy must have fainted after witnessing that scene, which was a blessing in disguise. Those intruders surely couldn't have expected that someone was hidden in that small pile of straw. It was his mother who risked her life to protect him. The more Zalian thought about it, the more she pitied him, shedding tears. In the other room, Vo An also felt it, losing his only relative. That child is so pitiful. Sich Loi Can had it planned. "I want to let the boy stay at Tan Fong Trang temporarily. How is your body? Fighting while injured, your body definitely won't be able to handle it." He squeezed his eyes shut and sighed helplessly. "At a critical moment like this, your subordinate can only lie in bed. I really have no face to look at you." He smiled at him, "Then get well soon. Without you, I have to do everything myself." Vo An's face suddenly sank in sadness. Having said that, that mother didn't know martial arts at all, yet she fought to the bitter end to protect her child. She probably didn't expect this to become the most important clue. Things in this world are all unpredictable. Though I shouldn't say this, it's really thanks to her. I've set people to investigate every single place related to the Northern Heaven Ba family, and I didn't expect to actually find someone with burn marks. Furthermore, they are in a completely unexpected place. The main character immediately turned away. "Just rest, I'll go take a look." Suddenly, he looked up. "Young master, although it's a bit ridiculous for your subordinate to say these words in this state." Vo An frowned tightly and reminded him anxiously, "Please be careful. I always feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems." But the main character already knew. I think so too.
This time, I probably won't be able to return safely. That night, Shikloi Kan stood surrounded. Lam Tiantoi's distant relative, Lam Minqiu. Word has it he withdrew from the mundane world and hid deep in the forest to study. But does studying require such tight security? He introduced himself. I am Shikloi Kan of Tanfong Manor. I want to see Lam Minqiu. But those guys just looked at each other with sneers, clearly not intending to let him in. They shouted just one sentence. Kill him! The main character attacked immediately. I knew you guys would do that. A palm strike straight to the first guy's stomach. These small fries were basically no match for him. He alone was enough to finish them all off. The more he fought, the more enthusiastic and excited he got. He placed his sword across his chest. How can you treat a guest who formally stated his name like this? Isn't that a bit too much? With a cold, sharp gaze, he glanced at the guy standing there. What do you think? The newcomer was a guy who looked like a refined scholar, standing perfectly straight, wearing a black hat. Do you know how expensive it is to hire them? He still smiled and teased, a scholar's house hiring such expensive guards. It's definitely not to protect books. He looked straight at the house, certain in his heart. Could it be that there's something inside you can't let me see? There was only that one small house in this forest. Shikloi Kan glanced at him. I didn't expect you to hide in this toxic, wild forest. I went through a lot of trouble to find this place. Lam Minqiu was extremely annoyed. Coming uninvited late at night is truly the height of rudeness. From his sleeve hidden behind his back, he took out 2 huge darts. Then let me personally teach you what manners are. The large, sharp dart emitted a glowing red, killing intent. He recognized it at first glance. It was the judge's brush. Mocking him, are you the kind of scholar who does despicable things but still considers himself noble? He closed his eyes. Then let me. Shut your mouth first. After speaking, he threw it straight down from above. The judge's brush exploded like a bomb, blowing several corpses into the sky. Only his underlings died. The main character was completely fine and immediately thrusted his sword at him to counterattack. This Lam Minqiu was quite something too. He could fight him one-on-one evenly, and even he had to praise, it's a pity someone with such strength has to hide in the deep mountains. If so, I'm even more curious about what you're exactly protecting. His gaze was cold and sharp. Sparks flew as they stared at each other. Be as curious as you want, anyway. You won't have a chance to see it. After speaking, he threw another dart. This time he recognized it was aiming at the Danzong acupoint. Baihui acupoint, Lingdai acupoint. You're aiming at all the vital points, but... Against him, it was like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. How could I let you succeed so easily? The two were evenly matched, exchanging blows back and forth, neither yielding to the other. Suddenly, the sword in Loi Kan's hand spun rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he slashed across his chest, drawing a spray of blood. Lam Minqiu's entire body was thrown off the ceiling down below. He collapsed in pain. After this strike, his combat strength dropped significantly. The main character smiled, gripped his sword, and mocked. So what you wanted to teach me wasn't manners, but the skill of running away. Annoyed and provoked, he glared and cursed. Shut up. But he knew clearly in his heart, damn it, I'm no match for him. I clearly intended to stop him at the door. But now I have no choice but to use that method. He actually turned and ran. The main character's eyes lit up as he chased right on his heels. Master Lam, since you are openly luring me like this,
then I'll just have to follow you inside. As soon as the two entered the house, the formation instantly activated, glowing green. Who knows how many complex formations in this house were glowing blindly. Shikloi Kan looked around without any fear. I was already very curious about what was inside here anyway. Thank you for personally inviting me in. The bastard raised the brush-shaped weapon in his hand and smugly threatened. Then let me see if you can remain so calm in my formation. Every following moment will feel like an eternity to you. Red ink flowed out from the brush. As if hypnotizing others, you will sink into endless hallucinations and pain. He was secretly plotting, already thinking, I didn't expect you to walk right into a mousetrap. You brat are about to die. But even if he died, he wouldn't believe that he wasn't affected at all. He even swung his sword and cursed, just relying on this measly formation. His face instantly drained of color and fear. Did you think you could trap me? He said as he delivered an earth-shattering blow. After this strike, half of his soul was scared away, almost sending him to the afterlife. Meanwhile, on the other side, two lambs stood silently in the yellow-lit room. Recalling just now, the old man lowered his head in embarrassment. I perfectly understand the reason why you came to our Righteous Path Alliance, although it's hard for me to believe that the Chin sect leader would do such a thing. But Laihan Manor is ultimately a family directly under the Northern Heaven Ba family. It would be more appropriate for them to investigate. Thinking about it made old man Two Lambs sigh heavily, looking out the door. You're here. The person arriving was Vo An. The two talked. You look better than last time. Sorry for making you worry, but why exactly were you looking for me? Suddenly, old man Two Lamb mentioned, a few days ago, I talked to Loikin once. No, rather than a conversation, it's more accurate to say I unilaterally forced him. Because at that time, I was just afraid he would stir up another storm of blood and slaughter in the martial arts world. He suddenly confided. However, as time went by, his words kept echoing in my mind. He once said that nowadays no one upholds the so-called righteousness anymore. Loikin roamed the martial arts world alone at a young age. He must have gone through a lot. Back then I thought, as his father and master, I should patiently wait for him to open up on his own, so I didn't ask anything. But even today, even if I ask, you probably won't tell me anything anymore. I called you here just to pour out some words from the bottom of my heart. I really am a failed father, aren't I? Their eyes met. This question was too hard. How could Vo An dare to answer? The old man added, I don't even know what exactly made him become the way he is now. On Loikan's side at this moment, his strike was so powerful that it punched right through the ceiling. He hadn't killed him yet. You still have some use, so I spared your life. I have many things to ask you. For example, the thing that has been constantly hitting my nose since earlier. Is this stench of blood? Beneath his feet lay a massive pool of blood. While he was fighting, his old father at home asked Vo An, who could only reply, even though your subordinate doesn't fully understand the young master's thoughts. But I have a guess. You don't need to worry too much, just give it a listen. The main character just stepped on that pool of blood and walked on. And the old man at home also gradually opened up. It seems indeed something has happened. Tell me, when he roamed the martial arts world as a child, what did he exactly see and what did he go through? Since he was a child until now, the old man had never truly found out. Vo An told everything as it was. When the young master was little, he knew several people known as the Four Heroes of Qinghai. When he was with them, it was always full of laughter. Haha, this kid speaks really bluntly. Loikan comfortably told them, when I first entered the martial arts world, I met too many bad people, which really shocked me. There were even times I doubted that what my father taught me was wrong.
At that time, the main character was still young, his eyes still sparkling with innocence. But after meeting you seniors, I finally understood that my father was not wrong. In the martial arts world, there are indeed people who always uphold righteousness and chivalry, like you seniors here. One of them even told him, as a person in the martial arts world, it's only natural to be like this. Toucan, you must engrave this in your mind too. Among those four, the young master particularly liked one person. It was this one. Their friendship also grew deeper day by day, until then that incident happened. That day, Loi Kan stood in the crowd, eyes wide in disbelief, while whispers echoed around, acting so righteous to everyone's face, but doing this despicable thievery behind their backs. But this is the first time I've seen someone executed for stealing. He stole from the Trong Ki Merchant Guild. The Righteous Path Alliance is only doing this to curry favor with Lord Trong. On the street, a long line of people all saw the brother the main character loved the most with his hands bound tightly, and the guy escorting him even shouted, "Listen closely, everyone. This person illegally broke into the residence of an innocent citizen and stole property. It's a heinous crime. Being a martial artist yet committing an act that violates martial arts rules like this." That person said nothing, only turned to look at him in the crowd with a bitter smile. That guy's shout, "Tomorrow noon he will be publicly beheaded," hit his face like a hammer, leaving him in absolute panic. That very night, the main character sneaked into the cell to visit him right away. He only said, "Hugh Ken, you shouldn't have used force against them. They are just fulfilling their duties." He explained, "I only knocked them out temporarily." "Why didn't you tell the truth just now? The ones who stole were clearly the other three heroes." But he only sighed and replied, "The number of commoners who were swindled out of their money by Lord Trong is not small. The brothers just wanted to help them get their money back. Therefore, even knowing that stealing is wrong, we had to do it." The main character questioned anxiously, "Senior, you were fooled.
If they were truly righteous people, they wouldn't have pushed you out to take the blame. I was the one who asked clearly and voluntarily got caught. But he had given up, sighing, compared to a useless person like me, letting them live on will be more beneficial for the martial arts world. If you plan to persuade me to break out of prison, extinguish that thought early. If I disappear, they will definitely be hunted down. Furthermore, he raised his dark-circled eyes to look at the sky. As long as I can protect my sworn brothers, I wouldn't regret dying. The only thing that makes me uneasy is that after I die, you will definitely be very sad. Hearing this, the main character's heart grew even heavier. He even consoled him. You fool, you're not a child anymore. Why are you crying? Pour me a glass of the wine you brought. The next day, that person was actually beheaded in the white snow. Thinking back now, Vo-An was also helpless. I don't know what the young master was thinking at that time. He stood in the crowd watching that person get beheaded, then turned to look in the opposite direction. 3 bastards were still feasting, without any sorrow or shame. Today, we only drink the most expensive wine. Everything has been settled smoothly. This wine goes down so smoothly. They even mocked. The chivalry of people in the martial world is truly great. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. For the first time, the main character felt that this was the true face of the martial world. He only said one sentence to me. In the current martial world, there is basically no place for benevolence and chivalry. After hearing this, Tulam also seemed to understand. Because he wanted to believe in the existence of martial world chivalry, Loi Can risked his life to persevere. But the martial world used the most cruel way to trample on it. So when facing me, he only felt deep betrayal and endless rage. Vo-An suddenly spoke in a low voice. Although I shouldn't intervene, the young master often says this. My father's martial world is really boring, but the person who wants to create a father's martial world the most is also him. This sentence completely shocked the old man, unable to believe his ears. On the other side, the main character was glaring angrily around. This place was basically a prison cell, a brutal torture room. Dead bodies were everywhere. The stench of blood was overpowering. Lam Min-shu ran in panicking. Over there, but he saw everything. You bastard. His face darkened. He glared and asked him through gritted teeth, What exactly have you done here? Just looking at him was enough to make him piss his pants and step back. I just followed orders. Because simply killing those who disobey wouldn't satisfy Patriarch Lam. He was still talking. I didn't want to do this kind of thing either when he was grabbed tightly by the wrist. He was about to scream and beg, wait, but he forced his arm to the ground and decisively raised his sword. With just a lightning-fast sword strike, his arm was severed. After chopping off this hand, he continued coldly, There's still one hand left. Now you can't write or be a scholar anymore, but you still have some use, so I'll spare your life. However, both of his hands were gone. His face was flushed, looking even more evil than a demon. Although I don't know if this is a good or bad thing for you. The scene shifted to Zalin. She was still taking care of that kid. His fever has gone down and he can sleep now. That's great. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Lian. She hurriedly looked up and shouted happily, Father. She rushed out to greet him. Oh my God, why are you so haggard? He smiled and replied, I'm fine. Her mother and youngest sibling also ran out just in time. The whole family looked at each other happily. Everyone is here. The younger sister explained, Loi Can said it's very dangerous outside and advised us to stay at Tan Fong Trang for a while. But what exactly is going on? The old man now spoke, Young hero Zich saved me. I've been locked in a dungeon this whole time. Zhao Lian was scared upon hearing this. A dungeon? If it weren't for Loi Can, I don't know what would have happened to you, father. Her father smiled reassuringly. Haha, I'm fine, don't worry. But who is that child? Her mother explained, it's the child that sister and brother Loi Can saved. He panics whenever he leaves sister, so we brought him here. Trin Wai Thu was moved upon hearing this. That child was also saved by young hero Sich. I really don't know how many lives young hero Sich has saved. They continue talking, how should we repay him? Is young hero Sich all right? No, I must go find Loi Can and thank him. But the old man stopped Sa Lian. No, young hero Sich must be very tired too. Let him get a good rest today. Actually, he was walking with his father into the bamboo forest. While walking, old Tu Lam suddenly stopped. He exclaimed, the stench of blood is so strong. Loi Can calmly explained, I just made him suffer the appropriate punishment. The old man seemed unhappy. Do you think relying on your high martial arts skills to kill wherever you go is justice? Doing it your way, even if you bathe the whole martial world in blood, it will get you nowhere. He couldn't understand and asked for the first time, "Father, do you value the blood of people in the martial world that much? But I value innocent people even more, and the blood of the weak who cannot defend themselves. To create a martial world that no longer makes ordinary people bleed, less than greater than." He bluntly declared to the old man to save time. "Whether it's an evildoer like Lam Thien Toi or those who want to get in my way, I will kill them without mercy." The father and son looked at each other. This time the old man wasn't angry anymore. He only noted, "I can feel your anger and sorrow, but I can't tell which emotion is stronger." However, the old man was about to say something. Suddenly Vo An appeared. "Young master, you're here. Sorry for interrupting your conversation," he announced. "The Bac Thien Buff family has sent people. They said because the young master attacked Lam Min Chu, they want to capture you for questioning." He turned to the old man and said, "I'll go to the Bac Thien Buff family now." He turned around. "Before I leave, I want to ask you one last question. Do you still want to stop me?" The father and son looked at each other, still as tense as before. The old man didn't reply, just reminded him, "This matter can't be resolved just by eliminating Lam Thien Taui. Although you feel the process isn't important, you have a close relationship with the head of Chin Kia Mon, so you'll be suspected of covering for him. This matter can only be handed over to the Orthodox Alliance to resolve so everyone will believe in his innocence." The main character was very disappointed with him. "Do you still believe in the Orthodox Alliance even now? Haven't you seen with your own eyes how the Orthodox Alliance now has to look at the Bac Thien Ba family's faces? You don't think that just because they step up, Lam Thien Taui will immediately listen, do you?" The old man still tried to argue, "But if you just kill whoever you want, that's not acting for justice, but personal revenge." The main character decisively walked past him, "And not forcing you to believe me, therefore." His voice was colder than ice as he warned, "Don't you get in my way either." Saying that left the old man speechless. It was the first time his son had openly confronted him so fiercely. The old man stood frozen, not even angry like usual. Vo An hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you planning to go right now?" He nodded. "I was planning to go to the Bac Thien Ba family anyway, so it's a coincidence." He didn't forget to remind him, "Don't tell Fu Lin, lest she worries. I have something I want to show great hero Sich." On the Bac Thien Ba family's side, dead soldiers were scattered on the ground. Lam Thien Toi was sitting on a high chair. I know these young men are no match for you. That's enough for a greeting." He had already laid out his crimes. "Not only did you snatch away the head of Chin Kia Mon, but you even dared to touch my family. So you must have mentally prepared yourself, right?" The main character wasn't afraid, looking straight at him. "Your loyal dog, Lam Min Chu, has agreed to testify against you. Everything has been exposed. If he doesn't want to die by your hands, he can only betray you. I also conveniently retrieved the criminal orders you sent to Lam Min Chu earlier. He didn't burn them, but kept them very carefully. It seems he didn't trust you at all either." He looked straight at him. "With things at this point, do you still refuse to confess your crimes?" But this bastard wouldn't admit it even if he died. He waved his hand. "I'm sick of hearing your nonsense. Deal with him." A clear voice rang out and a guy stepped forward. The blade in his hand was huge. He looked like a tough guy too. Sich Loi Can smiled at the guy who just appeared. "A guy like you is actually willing to work for him. It seems money is indeed a good thing. You used to be known as the #1 venerable of the evil faction, a master of the previous generation." Thien no. They didn't care about his sarcastic remarks. Lam Thien Toi even ordered, "It doesn't matter if you smash this room to pieces, just unleash all your strength." Right after that sentence, Thien No charged forward with his weapon in both hands. The two of them fought fiercely. Fighting this old man was pretty intense too. As you fought, he realized, "You're channeling inner energy into your sword to block my attacks." He knew it. "After all, I can't use this cheap weapon to deal with you." Blocked the attack of the evil faction's #1 venerable. With just a few moves, the whole building was ruined. That old guy raised his sword straight up and slashed down. "These little tricks are useless against me." However, before he could finish his sentence, the main character kicked him right in the neck, making him spit blood. His sword was real, but his limbs were top-notch. He only now blamed himself too careless. But victory belongs to us. It turned out there were two of them. A guy wearing a hat sneak attacked from behind him. Sich Loi can quickly turn around to block his sword. 2 against 1. Looking at him, he recognized him immediately. "You are."
2 days ago, when I came looking for Lam Thien Toi, you were the one standing next to him. Duan Yet Lam Thien Toi's shadow guard. He raised the sword in his hand, preparing for the next stance. "It seems this matter can't be ended early. The scene shifted elsewhere. Old man Tong Triet Vin was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Don't be complacent and think you're the best. To not let down the treatment you are receiving, you must become stronger." The old man was training his soldiers. On the city wall, Voan and Tu Lam stood looking down. Even the father had to praise. What a good martial arts instructor. Voan nodded and explained. Yes, he was once miserable because he couldn't pay his debt to Hades. It was the young master who saved him and gave him the instructor position. His wife and children are also living peacefully at Tanfong Trang now. Not just them.
There is also Huavo Tiet, the master of Kui Tiet Mountain Villa, who became a cripple out of guilt after losing his family. Along with that child who became an orphan, and also the head of Chin Kia Man. If the young master hadn't stepped in to help, I don't know what their fate would be now. Looking at the things the young master has done, truly, I've always thought that he is a very unfathomable person. Tu Lam finally sees his son differently and acknowledges him. You're right, that child is truly unfathomable. Early experience in the martial world really makes a difference. Meanwhile, Shichloi Kan is still fighting fiercely and even mocks them. You're supposedly two great masters of the Northern Sky Ba clan, yet you gang up on one person. Aren't you ashamed?
Lam Tien Tui looks down from his high chair, thinking, his calm facade is useless. Tien No alone is enough to give him trouble. Plus Don Yuet's invisible attacks, he surely can't handle it. Even if he's lucky enough to defeat one of them, but he is quite mistaken. Kan is fighting exceptionally well, and only the other two are bleeding. The old man chuckles inwardly. As the battle drags on, he'll eventually fall into a disadvantage. Just as he's fighting intensely, the cheap sword in his hand shatters. Speechless, a sword breaking in his first real fight. He should have kept his parents' sword. The assassin lands a few basic slashes, breaking Kan's sword into pieces. It shatters completely. Loi Kan channels spiritual energy into the broken pieces to keep fighting. But soon, he's left bare-handed against two notorious assassins.
Lam Thien Tui taunts from above. You're quite stubborn. What does this have to do with you? Trying to play the righteous hero. The MC hates that word the most. A righteous hero? Me. The arrogant old man sneers. Exactly. A bunch of dreamers chasing silly chivalry and honor. Do you know where all those self-righteous fools ended up? In their graves. Yet I am here, at the very top. Kan openly despises him and coldly warns, I'll drag you down from there soon and throw you straight into a grave. Lam Thien Tui is furious and orders, still acting tough, sever his limbs. The two immediately lunge at him. Since the MC has no sword, he fights bare-handed, emitting a demonic purple light from his palms. Just then, a blinding streak of light shoots down from the sky. It's a sword wrapped in white cloth. Everyone is surprised, even Woi Kan is shocked. Why is this overly familiar sword here? He immediately looks up at the figure standing on a distant roof. His eyes widen in amazement. It's his dad. The old man stands there and asks his son, Did you come here alone just to endure this? All four turn to look at Tu Lam, especially the two assassins who are now terrified. Lam Thien Tui purses his lips, secretly assessing. That guy. A ride without a sound. Tu Lam just stands there watching him even though he could easily wipe them all out himself. Shichloi Kan stares at the sword planted in front of him. What do you mean by giving me this sword? I thought you opposed this fight. Tu Lam stays silent for a moment before speaking. You're grown now. I shouldn't interfere anymore. From now on, this sword is yours. It's been a long time since the MC saw his dad this serious. Before you can say anything, the old man sets a condition. I only have one request. The two assassins stand silently, getting caught up in the moment too. Tu Lam advises, when it truly comes down to killing, I hope you think carefully before acting. If you still feel they deserve to die after careful thought, it's not too late to strike. That's enough for him. It's not like he ever kills the innocent. He accepts and grabs the sword. He unwraps the white cloth and affirms, I will engrave it in my heart. The battle continues. Those two are doomed now. Now that he has a sword, let's see how they fight back. They also notice, compared to earlier, the atmosphere has completely changed. But the two reassure themselves as they charge. Relying on a single weapon won't be enough to turn the tide. Well, see about that. One swing from his sword is enough to send both flying away. He perfectly stabs the hatted assassin. With this sword, there is no way they can break it. Fighting even harder, he says, truly different. With this sword, I can end the fight quickly. He thrusts the sword continuously, effortlessly fighting one against two. The bastard Lam Thien Toi is enlightened. He's stronger than I thought. His father's actions were strange too, so... He immediately orders Pham Loi next to him. Send word to call them back here. After ordering, he looks down at the fighting MC. Looking at you reminds me of my youth. Sich Loi can still manages to mock him. I hope you're not talking about your looks. The old man's face darkens. I was once full of youthful vigor too, but I didn't waste it on useless things like you. While others massacred each other for various titles, I built a solid fortress. That is the current Northern Sky Ba clan. The MC becomes alert. A solid fortress. Unfazed, he talks while fighting. Because you've been hiding in there forever. That must be why you've lost touch with reality. You think no one can touch you. His words hit them hard, absolutely undeniable. Loiken leaps high using his signature move. Now I'll prove to you that it's all just your illusion. Unleashing Galaxy Meteor's sword stance. First stance, falling meteor. Time to send them to their ancestors. Elsewhere, two lambs stands on a hill looking down. Loiken, I finally understand the path you want to take. Unlike the heavenly demon who wants to conquer the martial world, or the Takfong clan choosing to live in seclusion, and even your parents who rejected the martial world, it's completely different. My son, though I don't know what you'll become, many years from now, whether you can succeed in creating your own martial world or not, but for now, keep walking your path. He has finally let go. While the old man stands there thinking, the MC has already killed the two assassins. There's no one left here worthy of being his opponent. They're all wiped out. Holding his blood-stained sword, he stares straight at the old man above. Are you ready to step down now? Provoked and utterly furious, he yells, Bring me my blade. Too enraged to sit still, he barks, I'll deal with him myself. Pham Loi hurriedly tries to stop him. Clan leader, I've sent the message. The Great Sky Society will be here soon. They are the clan's elite army. Maybe we should wait for them. Before he can finish, his head is blown off by a palm strike. Blood spatters everywhere, leaving the women pale with fear, while the others dare not make a sound. To think he'd kill his right-hand man in a split second like that. After killing him, he coldly glances over. It's because you always told me not to intervene that things have come to this. Oozing with murderous intent, he clicks his tongue and stands up. A bunch of useless fools. Grabbing the blade, he says, to make the leader of the Northern Sky Ba clan personally step in. I must admit you have some skill. He actually steps down. Thien. No, lying on the ground, gasps his last breath. Clan leader. I'm so sorry. But right after, his face is mercilessly stomped to a pulp. He even swings his hand to kill the black-clad assassin. To think you spared your opponents. I don't know if you're too arrogant or just stupid. The MC laughs, because I have to think carefully before I act. The old bastard is going crazy with rage, his eyes glaring as he charges. So when facing me, can you still do that? The MC reacts quickly, spinning around to strike back. You're no exception, however. I plan to use some flashy moves here. His face shows excitement without a trace of fear. The two clash in battle. He steps back a bit and declares, now it officially begins. Even showing a bit of mercy, I'll give you 3 chances to atone, but saying that only angers the old man more. That tone, as if you hold my life in your hands, is really irritating. His murderous aura skyrockets. Let me tear your mouth to pieces first. The move he uses is Heavenly King Blade Stance. First stance, black first blade. Looks fierce, but even as he slashes straight down, can easily blocks it. The two opposing powers clash and exploded loudly. The whole building shook like an earthquake. Only the two of them were unafraid, while the rest were terrified, looking up at the ceiling. This place is going to collapse. Get out of the way. As soon as those words were spoken, the roof blew up. The two of them stood under the open sky and fought. Hearing the screams of the servants, he looked at him in confusion. Do you not care about the lives of your servants at all? Lam Thien Toi was as despicable as ever, not caring at all as he rushed forward to attack. They are just lowly servants. If they die, I'll just buy new ones. He felt disgusted. What a sickening guy. Suddenly, he didn't want to spare him at all. He then slashed straight at his wrist. Blood spurted out. It was too fast for him to block. He could only glare and curse, you bastard. He cut the tendons in my right hand. While the old man was still looking at his hand, another punch came flying. First crime. Massacring the innocent families of Li Han Manor. His entire body was punched through the wall. Everyone present was terrified. He knew the guy was still alive. Even death won't absolve your sins. He dashed back out to fight. I was too careless. He swung his sword horizontally at him.
Loi Kan dodged and mocked him. Careless? When was the last time you fought someone with your life on the line? You usually just order your subordinates around. It's been a long time since you killed someone yourself, right? I realized it after just a few exchanges. The old man was triggered, turning his shame into anger. You fool! You think you're invincible just because you have some skills. Once the Great Heaven Association arrives, you're done for. Let me show you what true power is. At that moment, the troops of Bakthian Bajia charged in on horseback. Seeing the massive swarm of soldiers, he gloated, "Even if it's you, you're no match for them." His face remained unchanged, having anticipated this. About that. If the Great Heaven Association doesn't launch a full-scale attack, that's a different story. The charging soldiers of Bakthian Bajia had to break abruptly, because Vo-On had already brought his men to block them. What is that? Vo-On and Tong Triat Vin stood at the front, with hundreds of trained men behind them. The old man quickly noticed. About 50 people have arrived. Vo-On nodded. The young master was right. After the previous clash, both Bakthian Bajia and Nam Nak Lian are highly on edge. The young master said, if the Great Heaven Association marches out in full force, it will provoke Nam Nak Lian, so Bakthian Bajia will only dare to deploy a portion of their troops. Could it be that when the young master planned the Nam Nak Lian incident, he already calculated to restrain the Great Heaven Association this way? Vo-On decisively drew his sword. This scale is the perfect opponent for the Vanguard squad's first real battle. Let's charge. Both sides rush into close combat. Lum Thien Tui, still oblivious, asked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Because he was distracted while fighting, he was slashed across the body right after asking, feeling excruciating pain. Falling to his knees and relying on his sword to stay upright, Loi Kan calmly passed judgment. Cutting your leg tendons is the punishment for instigating Lum Min Chiu to slaughter the innocent. This is your second crime. Even death won't absolve it. He smiled, his eyes gleaming. Now, there's only one crime left. Just then, his soldiers ran in to report, "Patriarch, my lord." With only 3 mere lackeys, he dared to yell, "Kill this bastard, kill him." The 3 of them overestimated themselves and charged at him. In the end, they all met the same fate. Things were also going smoothly on Vo-On's side. Soon, all the men of Bakthian Bajia were dealt with. Blood flowed like a river and corpses littered the ground. Lum Thien Tui's face looked dreadful, wishing he could devour him alive on the spot. Six Loi Kan looked at him and gloated, "You're the only one left." The old man stood still, not daring to charge recklessly anymore. This feeling, it's been a long time. After the righteous and demonic war, I use every trick in the book to grow Bakthian Bajia. Collusion, compromise, threats, and sneak attacks. I've walked the line between life and death countless times, painstakingly building it for 20 years. Who would have thought? He looked at the young man who was young enough to be his grandson. Could this really be how it ends? Finally, unable to hold back, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" The main character chuckled, repeating the same line. The heir of Hanvan Lutui, the #1 fruit merchant in Tanhai. But this time, the introduction was longer. The young master of Tanfong Manor, the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Battle, a wanderer roaming the martial world. Besides these, I have many other titles. Do you want to hear more? The old man understood. Ha ha ha, you bastard. It was too late for him to realize. I thought he was a dog, but he turned out to be a tiger. I thought he was a tiger, but he was actually a blue dragon holding the wish-granting pearl all along. But he still refused to give up, gripping his sword tightly. Fine. So what if you're a tiger or a blue dragon? I, Lum Thien Tui, even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. While their son was in an intense fight, his parents were having a date under a tree. Do you remember something you said before? You said, "Little Kan inherited my bloodline and is being tormented by destructive desires within." That's also our family's bloodline. But Tu Lum shook his head. I don't think so. You are a good person. Moreover, even if what you say is true, you wouldn't be controlled by it. So let's wait and see. Let's see if our son, will he become a righteous hero of the world or a supreme conqueror? The main character was a hybrid of 2 bloodlines, both dominant. Only kids make choices. He took both, righteous hero on the left, supreme conqueror on the right. With both fighting together, Lum Thien Tui was nothing but a name. His dad had said, "We must let him make his own choice." Before slashing down, he also thought, my hesitation. But looking at that cruel face, he told himself, forget it. Why bother hesitating? After all, I just want to see blood. With one hand, he struck the old man's abdomen with demonic energy. Just one strike was enough to crush his internal organs.
Lem Thien Twy realized it too late, his face grimacing. My Dantian. He stared intently at him, really wanting to kill him. But the old man screamed in terror. Stop, stop. Isn't crippling my Dantian enough? Of course it wasn't enough. He had to slash a few more times to be satisfied. His blood fell, the game was over, and his body collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore. Zichloi Can mocked with disdain. How does it feel to become a cripple who can't even tie up a chicken? He remained stubborn. Are you going to give me a lecture before killing me? He bluntly stated his crimes. You slaughtered everyone in Lai Han Manor, brutally tortured those imprisoned in your dungeon, and ultimately murdered them all. Over the past 20 years, how many people have you killed? His face was colder than ice as he looked at him. You truly deserve to die. But I won't kill you myself. I will hand you over to the Righteous Alliance. The righteousness of the martial world must be protected by everyone. I heard this saying until my ears bleed, so I want to give it a try. Hearing this, Lem Thien Twy felt overjoyed. You fool. If you spare my life now, you will definitely regret it later.
However, the girls standing there suddenly trembled, picked up the swords from the ground with dark expressions, and glared at him in pure hatred. You actually killed everyone in the secret dungeon. We wanted to die, but didn't dare to. Living miserably as your playthings was all for our families. He looked over, knowing exactly what they wanted to do. You wenches dare. He really wanted to make a move, but was utterly powerless. If the meridians in my limbs weren't crippled, I could kill them all with a single palm strike. He hastily turned to him. Kid, didn't you say you'd hand me over to the Righteous Alliance? Then protect me quickly. Stop those crazy women. The main character looked at them. All were trembling with tear-stained faces. Fret's right. I did say it'd hand you over for the martial world's justice to handle. Hearing this, the old man smirked immediately. But
he changed his mind. Their choice is also a form of justice. As soon as he finished speaking, the swords in the girl's hands simultaneously thrust forward. Even at death's door, he still glared and threatened them with a raspy voice. Do you think you can live in peace after killing me? But the girls couldn't care less right now. They only knew. You said before that as long as we obeyed you, you'd spare our families. The girls channeled all their resentment into stabbing him furiously. I did everything you told me to. Why? Why did you kill them? What goes around comes around. Lo Can's mom's prophecy was spot on. He really died at the hands of women. Stabbed to a pulp, the main character just stood aside with closed eyes, not stopping them. Go to your grave and continue repenting. On the other side, Tu Lum stood on a dry branch in the middle of the lake to rest, thinking of his precious son. When I first brought him into the martial world, he was just a clueless kid. Time really flies like flowing water. Suddenly, the lake's surface rippled as his son arrived. You're back? The main character stood behind him. Yes, Lum Thien Twy killed himself. His dad was a bit surprised. Not killed by you, but died on his own? He also guessed, with their patriarch dead, Baktien Bajia surely won't let this go. But the main character wasn't afraid. That's not a big deal. It's just that the plan to use his words to clear the righteous sect leader's name has gone down the drain. Tu Lum nodded. Let the Righteous Alliance handle this matter. Today, I handed Lum Min Chio and the evidence over to them. Now that things have come to this, they can't just sit back and ignore it. Furthermore, among the victims mentioned in the letter, there are also missing members of the Righteous Alliance. The main character was slightly surprised. It's amazing that the Righteous Alliance is willing to step up. The old man replied, because they are also people of the martial world. Speaking of which, aren't you regretting it? He asked. Regretting what? He could still joke around now, giving me the gentleman's sword. The old man turned his head and smiled. I hope you can use it well. Don't make me regret it. It had been a long time since the two had such a normal conversation. The next day, in the courtyard, everyone was already waiting. Everyone respectfully clasped their hands together. As soon as Zichloi Can appeared, the whole crowd immediately shouted in unison, Greetings, Sect Master. He looked seriously at the crowd. Yesterday was your first real combat experience and everyone did very well. But to be honest, you will continue to face life and death battles like that in the future. Several guys with bandaged wounds turned to each other and said, I have a bad feeling about this. With such a high monthly salary, I don't care if it's dangerous or not. Understanding their thoughts, he said immediately, anyone who wants to leave can do so now. Don't worry about how others look at you and don't feel awkward. For those who stay, I only promise you one thing. I will absolutely never treat you as sacrifices. I will use my entire fortune to keep this promise. Therefore, mentioning this, his blood was boiling, and he shouted, "Are you willing to conquer this martial world with me?" The whole crowd became much more confident and excited, with all their fears vanishing. Shouting in unison, "We are. We swear to follow the sect master with our lives." His parents were sitting under a tree, hugging each other affectionately. His mom now felt entirely relieved, seeing how he leads everyone. It seems he has truly grown up. Moreover, the misunderstanding between you two has been resolved. His dad hugged her tighter. "I'm sorry for always leaving you caught in the middle to worry and suffer." She playfully invited him. "Now that we don't have to worry too much about little Can, do you want to roam the martial world with me?" But he replied, "Before that, I want to take little Can somewhere." She was startled and turned around, taking little Can along too. The scene shifts to the heavenly demon palace. Shikshtu Lam remembered that old man Lu Chan Tien, although I don't know how the old man will react. But I still have to pay my father-in-law a visit. Hearing these words, she was completely shocked and a bit panicked. I should have visited a long time ago. It's quite embarrassing to say. She comforted her husband. "Visiting your parents is fine, but my father." Tu Lam interrupted to comfort her. "He surely won't welcome me, but he is definitely waiting for you to return." She frowned worriedly. "You might be in danger." "I know, but it's for Loi Chan's future." The couple immediately understood each other. "You're worried that if they meet later something bad might happen, right?" So she agreed. "All right, let's go." To the heavenly demon palace. The martial world has been shaken these past few days, with chatter echoing in every tavern. Have you seen the notice posted by the Righteous Alliance? Of course, it's great that the head of the Chin Kiem sect has been clear of his false charges, but it would be even better if they could just tell us the truth about Patriarch Lamb's death. I heard it was a reclusive master from the righteous faction who couldn't stand it anymore and took action. There are plenty of rumors like that. Some say it was an assassin from the Nam Mak Lin. Others say the champion of the Heavenly Dragon tournament did it. Some even say it was due to their own internal conflicts. Will the Baek Thin Ba family just decline like that? Probably not. If Patriarch Lam were still alive, he might have become the public enemy of the martial world, but now it's hard to tell. At the headquarters of the Baek Thin Ba family, exactly as Lam Haki had calculated, with that old man dead, he would just usurp the throne. Yet now he didn't look happy at all, clenching a piece of paper so hard his veins popped out. Frowning in anger, to think that my grandfather died in such a ridiculous way. At the Nam Nak Lian headquarters, the old men were sitting around discussing strategies. Even Thien No and Doan Muyet have vanished without a trace, so that side must be in complete chaos right now. This is a perfect opportunity to overthrow the Baek Thin Ba family. But currently, we still don't know which faction intervened in this matter. We must be even more careful about this. But the old man Duong Nam Min had already made up his mind, ordering, "Assemble the White Tiger Squad." At the Fa Yen Society prison, the female leader and two subordinates walked straight inside. One of them asked, "Society leader, there aren't many left." She replied coldly, "Keep going." "I'm getting a little bored, and I just heard some interesting news." She decided, "Let's go to Wuhan." Now all three factions are targeting this place. The most peaceful place was where the old masters stayed. Londi Thuong and Tien Vunyak chatted back and forth. "So Loi Can has also helped those miserable women find shelter, right? Like father, like son, Loi Can really cares for the weak." Both old men suddenly looked at the old woman Duong Hua An. "Are you listening to what I'm saying?" She didn't say anything, just stared at the crimson sky, frowning in annoyance. "I'm listening. The world situation is about to face a massive upheaval." Outside in the bustling market, the theater troops started reenacting the play about Lam Thien Tui being killed. To think that in order to frame the master of the Chin Kiem sect, you murdered all the innocent people at Li Han Manor. You, who exactly are you? When dealing with evil, there's no need to declare one's name. Everyone watching applauded endlessly. Zhao Lian happened to watch the whole thing and was stunned. "I didn't expect a play with such a plot. Who hired them to perform this? This way, the truth about my father's innocence will spread faster." She smiled gently, guessing it right away. "The only person who would do this for me is him." Right then, the main guy appeared right behind her. "I think so too." The two of them stood in the crowd, looking like a perfect match. "Don't you think their acting has improved? To prevent the Baek Thin Ba family from causing trouble, I stationed guards around the theater." She didn't know what else to say, but, "Is that so? Thank you so much." He asked in surprise, "Didn't little Chin come with you today?" She told it like it is. "That child we found at Lai Han Manor is now very close to Tu Lian and doesn't cling to me anymore. My father even said he wanted to teach him martial arts." He nodded and smiled, teaching him martial arts. That's good too. Zhao Lian looked at him closely, feeling something was off, although your expression, tone, and attitude are the same as usual. I can still feel it. Whenever your hands are stained with blood, your mood becomes terrible. So she decided to cheer him up, calling out loud, "Loi Can." She had been standing at that stall without him noticing, waving her hand and calling, "Let's try this too. I heard that if you write a wish on a lantern and release it into the sky, it will come true." He walked over immediately. "Haha, a wish? Here, just write your wish in this spot." The two watched the pair of lanterns fly into the sky, and Zhao Lian wondered, "What did you write?" He smiled, deciding to keep his secret. "It's no fun if I say it out loud. You didn't tell me either, right?" She couldn't argue with that. That's true. Suddenly, he looked over. "Thank you. Thank you for praying for me." Zhao Lian's face turned completely red. Feeling guilty, she looked at the sky lantern flying in front of them. "What? Don't tell me you saw it." Her wish was peace for my family. Praying for Sich Loi, Can to conquer the world. The main guy was thrilled reading it. These 2 taels of silver were well spent. Releasing sky lanterns is quite fun. In short, I hope all our wishes come true. The lantern light shone on her beautiful face, her eyes glistening, and the main guy was completely mesmerized. The distance between them was very close, and stepping forward decisively, he reached out to hold her hand. But right at that moment, his sixth sense gave a warning, making his heart skip a beat as he immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Nothing appeared, it was just water. Zhao Lian looked over worriedly. "Water?" He saw it, there was a pink light floating in the distance. That's it. He had to tell her, "Thu Lian, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to buy some tonics for little Chin? You just walk around by yourself for a bit." After saying that, he immediately darted off. As soon as he reached the middle of the lake, a bunch of assassins rushed in to attack. There were quite a few of them, and their movements were agile. Both sides fought intensely, but it seemed they didn't intend to kill. In the blink of an eye, they all stood in 2 rows on the lanterns, solemn as statues. Even he had to praise them. This aura is truly not ordinary. In front of him, a guy in red had somehow appeared and stepped forward. He stared at him and grumbled, "Calling me here, what exactly is it for?" He flicked the water from his hands and tilted his head. "Well, I should say, I'm a bit curious about your true strength." Both of them flared up their spiritual energy to intimidate each other. This guy had long brown hair and stared at him. "Although I've heard you running around claiming to be the world's overlord, I didn't expect you to take care of Lam Thien Tui. It seems this slogan isn't just a child's fantasy. What exactly do you want to do?" Sich Loi Can didn't even have to think, and replied immediately, "I will destroy all evildoers like Lam Thien Tui and unite the martial world. Then I'll create a better martial world." After saying all that without missing a detail, he asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know me?" But he just found it amusing. I never expected to hear these words from the mouth of Tuyet Ha's child. Hearing him say that, his mind immediately clicked. Could it be that you are? Late at night, Lam Tuyet Ha stood alone under a tree, her face thoughtful as she recalled that day. It was the day her dear husband said, "Before that, I have to take Loi Can somewhere. I have to pay my father-in-law a visit." From then until now, she had been thinking about it non-stop. Father definitely won't welcome little Can, but sooner or later they will have to meet. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared. The newcomer was Lu Tuyet Zan, the young master of the heavenly demon sect. Seeing her, he smiled. "It's been 20 years. We finally meet again." Her eyes widened in astonishment, shouting, "Brother," and immediately running over to hug him tightly. The two chatted and laughed happily. "In the past, when I opened the fruit stall, you came to visit me a few times, didn't you? Even though you only watched from far away each time. Haha, so you noticed. But seeing you living happily, I can rest assured. I also got to see how much your son has grown." You probably know that over the years, someone has always been reporting your son's situation to me. When I heard the news of Lam Thien Tui's death, I was very afraid that the child would follow in his father's footsteps. But after meeting him in person, I realized the boy is nothing like his father. She smiled. If I had to say who he takes after, compared to his father and me, little Can is actually more like you. But for the young master to leave the sect is not an easy thing.
What exactly is the purpose of your trip this time? Now he finally spoke. First, to visit you. Second, to pay a visit to the Supreme Demon Empress. Upon hearing this, Tuyet Zan was startled and opened her eyes wide. Father. He, as expected, even until now, he still hasn't given up on that dream.
That's right. Although I might just be worrying for nothing. If my guess is correct, then it won't be long before the martial world is swept up in another storm of blood and slaughter. Your son's life will also be in danger. The only one who can stop father is the Supreme Demon Empress. Over at the Baek Thienba family, everyone had gathered. The patriarch died right inside his own mansion. I heard the martial artists present either died or fled. They must have run away fearing punishment for failing to protect him. The surviving servants also gave conflicting accounts. How did things end up like this? Lam Haki now sat in the host's seat. You are all elders of our Baek Thienba family. I invited you here today not to investigate my grandfather's death, but as the new patriarch, I want to quickly clean up this mess. Su Ba, head of Thiet Thung Mon, immediately objected. Young Master Lum, things are still unclear. It's too early to talk about succession. But he wouldn't listen. Unfortunately, investigating the truth isn't easy. Most survivors are terrified and claim they couldn't see clearly. Some even spewed nonsense that those women killed him. Given the situation, outsiders are eyeing us like hungry tigers. The old men looked at each other. I heard the patriarch summon Zik Loi Kan of Tan Fong Trang that day. Could it be him? Does that even make sense? They argued so loudly they didn't notice someone entering. Even though they say his martial arts are outstanding, he's just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. The main character walked straight in and said, "Are you guys talking about me?" The old men instantly fell silent in shock. They looked at the door and yelled, You are. There was also someone else coming with him. He clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am Zich Loi Kan of Thon Thien Mon. Lam Ha Kai glared at him. Zich Loi Kan, what do you think this place is to dare show your face here? He stood tall and calmly announced, My Ten Fong Trang is officially renamed Thon Thien Mon. I came here just to let you all know, and to tell you the cause of Lem Thien Tui's death while I'm at it. Lem Thien Tui committed countless heinous crimes. He brutally tortured and eventually murdered many people, and he did it just because they disobeyed him or because he wanted to take some woman. An old man immediately flared up upon hearing this. Bastard. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Being interrupted, he immediately warned in a deep voice, Shut your mouth. I'm not here to beg you. His murderous aura scared the crap out of them, shutting them up instantly. Who exactly is this guy? Lam Haki only cared about one thing. So you mean? You did all this, right? As soon as he finished, the crowd buzzed again. Is it really him? Impossible. Who is that guy? But the old man beside him finally spoke up, taking off his hat. I killed him. I am Lan Y Tium. The old men panicked upon seeing him. How is this possible? Unbelievable. They even dared to yell. Senior Fitch Lich Kiem retired from the martial world over 20 years ago. How dare you impersonate him? Left with no choice, the old man drew his sword to quickly prove it. He swung a few magnificent fluid sword strikes. They all looked up at the sky, checking closely to see if it was genuine or fake. Now they finally believed it. A dragon appeared on the roof. It's definitely him. It's Fick Lich Kiem. They immediately clasped their hands, doing a complete 180 and shouted in unison, Greetings, Senior Fick Lich Kiem. He glared seriously and repeated, Everything young Master Sich said is true. I executed Lam Thien Tui myself. Furthermore, I executed him as the right guardian of Thun Thien Mon. Lam Haki couldn't believe it. Fick Lich Kiem is just the right guardian of a sect. If he is only the right guardian and not the supreme guardian, then does his sect have someone even more powerful? He continued, Listen closely, everyone. I came here today to give you a chance. Although our sect executed the villain Lam Thien Tui, we do not intend to forcefully annex the Baek Thienba family. They all felt the chill down their spines at his arrogant tone. However, if anyone wants to leave the Baek Thienba family, Tung Tien Mon is ready to take you in. Rest assured. You don't need to fear any pressure from them. We'll discuss this further in a few days. I'll take my leave now. He didn't even bother looking at Lum Haki's face, completely disregarding him. That night, in the very room where Lum Tien Tui used to sit, he cursed inwardly in frustration. Damn Sikla Khan, he ruined my entire meeting. Everyone is definitely weighing which side to join now. Seeing a silhouette outside the window, he said, It seems you're no longer trying to hide your tracks. He had been standing there for a while. If he could meet his grandfather directly, what was he in comparison?
He walked up to him and smiled. Your grandfather and I also met in this room. Back then, I came to sell him a life-extending peach. Hearing this, he immediately knew. Grandfather definitely refused, so you killed him. He told him the truth. It's a pity, but I didn't kill him. He made too many enemies. Even if I didn't intervene, plenty of people wanted him dead. Lum Ha-ki. How does it feel sitting in this position? Do you think you're any different from your grandfather? He nodded firmly. Of course, I'm not as stupid as that old man. He was already scheming inside. If he wants to bargain with my life, I'll agree, at least for now. His eyes lit up with anticipation. So you came here this time to sell me that wonderful peach? But he just shook his head. No. I don't have any peaches to sell you. He didn't even bother giving him a chance.
Hearing that, he had no choice but to yield, sitting with his head bowed and chuckling dryly. Ha ha. Truly, a leopard can't change its spots. He gritted his teeth. So are you going to kill me now? Sichloi Can didn't even lift a finger. If it were a short while ago, I definitely would have. But I changed my strategy now. He picked up the wine jug and poured. Are you really that merciful? If what you say is true, it's truly surprising. Before he could finish, he was cut off directly. Lum Ha-ki. Warning him of just one thing. Don't follow in your grandfather's footsteps. I came here this time just to tell you this. He understood immediately. Is this a warning? But when he looked up, the man had disappeared. What a ridiculous guy. The next morning, on Sigla Khan's side, Tong Triat Vin was still training the troops daily. You must put all your strength into every single move. Old Lan Di Thrum stood beside him looking down. The number of martial artists is growing, but this was nothing to him. It's still far from enough. What do you think? The old man evaluated them. You mean them? Their momentum is great, their movements are well paced. They are all usable talents. Sikla Khan saw right through him and teased with a smile. You know full well that's not what I'm asking, so why beat around the bush? You seemed very happy yesterday. The old man couldn't help but laugh. I thought past 70 I could step away from worldly affairs. I didn't expect that going out for a walk after so long would feel so great. It had been a long time since he was this cheerful. He was truly grateful to them. With your help, Senior, my actions are much smoother. Besides, surely many will choose to join us because they trust you. Suddenly, the old man asked, I heard the young master of the demon cult came looking for you. It must be related to the heavenly demon, right? He nodded. I'm only guessing as much. I feel like the martial world is about to be in turmoil again. It's quite worrying. Although I have no intention of helping you conquer the world in times like these. The old man furrowed his brows deeply. There really is a need for a sect like Thrung Thien Mon. Sichloi Can had calculated it all. I know. We have now announced the existence of Thrung Thien Mon to the world. Su Kwai will definitely be busier now. The guy who was sitting and working suddenly jolted. Just looking at the pile of scrolls on his desk gave him a headache. Damn it, why is there so much work to handle? It was too late for regrets now. It seems I've stepped onto a path of no return. One wrong choice unexpectedly led me to this point. He had checked on him earlier. Su Kwai, is Tulian's treatment going well? It's nothing major. It's just that when you used to go around scamming people, you led a bunch of thugs, right? I want to form them into an intelligence unit. They are all sharp, street-smart folks. They can definitely become the third largest intelligence force after the Beggars sect and the lower 5 sects. He broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. It was so unpredictable. Is this an insult or a compliment? One day he came to him and asked, how about you be the tactician? He refused. That won't do. But Sichloi Can smiled brightly and coaxed. Take it easy. Don't feel too pressured. This is just a temporary position. Temporary. It had lasted until now. He thought it over and felt relieved. Having Su Kwai as the official tactician and successfully inviting you as the right guardian, it really feels like a proper sect now. The old man crossed his arms and asked back, fine, but do you really think things will go as you wish? I mean absorbing a portion of the Bac Thien Ba family's forces. He nodded, smiling smugly. We have to push for this. Everyone is eyeing the Bac Thien Ba family right now. Well, just take this opportunity to walk away with their most elite members. As for Lam Ha Kai, he stood by the window looking out at the rain. He recalled his words, don't follow in your grandfather's footsteps. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, cursing inwardly. How dare he compare me to that old man? I won't die that easily. He was determined. I will definitely be the longest surviving member of the Bac Thien Ba family. Down the courtyard, two guards were pacing back and forth. They seemed very dissatisfied. Seriously, making us patrol all night in this heavy rain. The young master is the only bloodline of the Baek Thienba family. Everyone is definitely keeping an eye on him. As soon as they finished speaking, both their heads rolled off. They died with their eyes wide open. Someone actually snuck in late at night. They were dressed in concealing cloaks. The leader told his subordinates, "I will go to Lam Haki's quarters myself. Keep a close watch on the surroundings and signal if anything happens." They immediately replied, "Understood." Today is Lam Haki's last day. Meanwhile, in his room, completely unaware, he was leisurely pouring tea. Suddenly, he felt something was off. How strange. It's unusually quiet today. Are there night guards posted in the hallway? A subordinate reported, "It's all arranged. Not even a mouse could slip in, please rest assured." Little did they know a giant mouse was already lurking right outside the door. Lam Haki stood up. All right, the rain is getting heavier. The two men, one inside and one outside, were separated by just a single door. The guy outside holding his sword was extremely nervous. He knew for sure, there's only one chance. I must kill with one strike, then retreat immediately. Deciding this, he rushed in at once, but there was no one inside. He froze. This was clearly Lam Haki's room. Just then, an attack came from behind. He immediately felt a pang of panic. Not good. He turned around to fight back right away. But his hood and cloak were torn apart, fully exposing his face. Damn it, I've been discovered. To make matters worse, a deafening rumble, like the sky collapsing, echoed above his head. Before he could even react, a massive iron cage slammed down on him. He was completely trapped inside. A trap? They were just bait. Unworried, he raised his sword to slash. A flimsy iron cage, I'll just cut it. But no matter how hard he slashed, the cage remained intact, while his sword shattered completely. A voice rang in his ears. Don't waste your energy. You can't cut through it. It was Lam Haki standing outside, smiling. To deal with those who dare to assassinate me, I specially crafted this iron cage. Captain of Nam Nak Lian's White Tiger Squad, Mak Hui. I really didn't expect such a big rat to sneak in here. From what I know, you are the Nam Nak Lian's leader's most trusted subordinate. I wonder how much your pathetic life is worth. Just then, a pitch-black iron ball rolled to his feet. Both of them noticed it at the same time, having no idea what it was. Then, with a loud hiss, thick smoke billowed out from the ball. Vigilant crowd shouted, "Young master, watch out, it might be poisonous. You need to leave first." But it wasn't Mak Hui's doing. He himself looked around in confusion. What on earth is going on? Only Lam Haki could be heard yelling. Everyone calm down. He's locked in an iron cage anyway, there's no way he can escape. Mak Hui was trying to figure something out. Is there really no way to cut this iron cage open? Then a flash of light suddenly slashed across. The familiar tattooed arm. He recognized him immediately. That person is. Why is he here? The one who came to save him was Zich Loi Kan. White smoke filled the room, and only the frantic screams of the guards could be heard. You must leave first. Wait, why? Everyone calm down. He's locked in the iron cage anyway. There's no way he can escape. Lam Haki looked on, his face grimacing in panic. He disappeared. The premium iron cage he was so proud of was now split in half, leaving his underlings dumbfounded. How? How is this possible? He hurriedly ordered, "Search the area immediately." Suddenly, a subordinate walked up behind him and suggested, "The White Tiger Squad leader has probably left the Baek Thienba estate by now. The rain is too heavy to track him easily, so it's better to reinforce the guards in the manor first. What do you think?" He turned and saw the man, feeling instantly relieved. You came just in time. Elder Feng Tho San. They went into a room to talk privately. You were right. They did come for a sneak attack. How did you foresee this? The old man lowered his head and recalled about that. It was the main character and Vo An who told him, I don't know the exact day yet, but let's reinforce our security over the next 3 or 4 days. There's news that Nam Nak Lian is making a move. They might target Lam Haki first. But he didn't say that, merely acting mysterious. The late family head Lam was always wary of Nam Nak Lian. I just learned a bit from him. Our situation is quite chaotic, so I had a feeling they might fish in troubled waters. Lam Haki immediately smirked. Thanks to you, we avoided a disaster. The old man nodded modestly. It's a great blessing that the young master is safe. However, he knew clearly in his heart, It's still too early to relax, young Master Lamb. Even though they forced me to drink poison, so I have no choice but to follow their orders. He couldn't understand, but what exactly is Zich Loi Kan's goal? What will he order me to do next? He just helplessly followed along. I still don't have a single clue. On the other side, a figure dashed through the forest. This old man was Lu Kiem, the top expert of Mam Mak Lien, rushing frantically while worrying sick. This is really bad. He recalled what his old family head had said. We just received a report that this assassination plan might have been leaked. If the intel is true, the current situation is definitely critical, so go head first and take a look. The White Tiger squad will follow. The more the old man thought about it, the more worried he became, frowning deeply. I must hurry. Just then he saw two figures ahead, Zich Loi Kan and the White Tiger guy talking. He panicked and felt a jolt, that guy. He recognized him as the young man who shot the bean from the roof that day. Killing intent immediately surged to the sky and he drew his sword right away. He aimed straight at the main character and slashed, and Zich Loi Kan quickly drew his sword to block it. Why are we fighting the moment we see each other? Zich Loi Kan glared and immediately asked, why are you suddenly attacking me? The old man didn't have any evidence, but his intuition was spot on. Whenever something involves the Bac Thien Ba family, your shadow is always there. The White Tiger guy stood there and hurriedly shouted to intervene, Senior, there seems to be some misunderstanding. This person saved me today. I was discovered by Lam Haki, and my life was hanging by a thread. The old man didn't buy it, still glaring at him. Saved you? But why were you there? The main character had to lower his sword to clarify things. I didn't come here to save him. His killing intent also rose, speaking seriously. I came looking for Lam Haki because there's a grudge between us. He once plotted to harm Miss Chin. They exchanged a few words. You mean Lam Thien Toi's plot to wipe out Chin Kiem Mon? So. But this old man was notoriously suspicious and already harbored ill feelings towards the main character, so he leaned in close. Everything that happened today was just a coincidence. Do you think I'll believe that?
They locked eyes, neither willing to back down. If he doesn't believe it, so what? He really did save White Tiger, so the old man couldn't do anything to him. White Tiger spoke up for him again. Senior, if this person hadn't intervened and saved me today, I would have been dead. No, if I were taken hostage, it would definitely implicate the Alliance leader. Zich Loi Kan just smiled. It seems your time wasn't up today. He didn't have time to argue here either. All right, believe it or not, it's your choice. There's nothing left for today. I'm leaving. White Tiger also turned to advise the old man, let's go back and report to the Alliance leader first. But the old man stood still, holding his sword across his chest, watching him leave. I just have a feeling something isn't right.
But White Tiger seemed quite convinced. That kid is indeed very strange. But if he orchestrated this whole thing, he should have proposed some conditions to Nam Yak Lien, instead of just walking away like that. Old man Lu Kiem frowned deeply and bit his lip in extreme annoyance. It's hard to say. We should observe him a bit more. On the other side, Voan stood talking with old man Phuong, both of them unable to hold back a laugh. With our young master's acting skills, Ma Kui will definitely treat him as his savior. Less than greater than. Although this is considered a gain, maintaining the mutual restraint between the Bac Thien Ba family and Nam Yak Lien is our biggest achievement. Fung To Zan will also gradually earn Lam Ha Ki's trust. We still have many uses for him. Voan nodded. The young master will become busier too, because he is about to head to the Heavenly Demon Palace.
Old man Fong understood immediately. It seems he wants to handle urgent matters before leaving. Voan, always cold on the outside but warm on the inside, said, even though there's no need to worry about him, I still hope nothing happens before then. Zich Loi Kan handled his business and stood on the treetop, admiring the scenery. He had it all figured out. The rain just stopped and the air smells so pleasant. Maybe I should just cultivate here today. Suddenly, a faint fragrance lingered in the air. This scent. How lucky. This flower only blooms for a few days in this season, yet I managed to find it. Below the tree were two glowing blue flowers. He jumped down immediately, instantly thinking of his girl at home. Would she like this? Just then, a blinding light flashed behind him, and something flew past. Luckily, he tilted his body and dodged it in time. The object pierced straight into a dry tree trunk with immense power. If it had hit his neck, he would have been dead meat. Looking closely now, it was a throwing knife with a red silk ribbon tied to its end, bearing words written in black ink, making his eyes widen in surprise.
Not just one, a series of energetic forces appeared all around, hurtling straight towards him in the blink of an eye. Sichloi can hurriedly jump high into the air to dodge all these attacks. Consecutive throwing knives tied with black and yellow ribbons flew at him. They formed a tight formation surrounding him with no gaps, but the main character wasn't scared. He calmly looked around and smiled. This formation is quite flashy. What is its purpose? Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up, and a pitch-black abyss immediately appeared beneath his feet. The ground cracked and shattered, and he actively jumped down the hole. It's unknown how much time passed before his feet touched the ground safely. He dusted off his shoulders, but the most important thing was that the blue flower in his shirt was still intact. Almost ruined it. Now he finally had time to look around but this place. At first glance, his eyes widened in shock. The ground was as fiery red as flames. Flowers. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "No, it's butterflies." The red flowers he saw instantly fluttered their wings and flew around chaotically. Wherever they flew, they lit up the area. Now he could also see two massive stone lion statues. They were guarding a place called Fong Mong Lao, tall and majestic, but chillingly gloomy. Shichloikin smiled. Fong Mong Lao. I heard of it.
He reached out to catch a butterfly, his eyes filled with immense anger. Even though I don't know who it is. At the top of the towering rocky mountain was a small wooden house, and the surrounding space was entirely red. He stared fixedly in that direction. But this kind of invitation really ruins the mood. However, nobody appeared from that house for a long while. Shikloikan chuckled helplessly. What kind of trick is he trying to pull? Just then, he noticed something was off about the lion statue. Its legs suddenly moved, stomping down fiercely, instantly shattering the rocks and earth. Their eyes glowing bright red, they stepped out one by one. One with blue eyes, one with red eyes, leaning their giant heads down and staring intently at the main character like prey.
Since it came to this, he had to butcher them. Shichloikin reached out and drew his sword right away. The two beasts also went berserk at the same time, roaring ferociously. It turned out the person here didn't act directly, but let the two stone lions deal with it first. He looked at them and smiled. More interesting than I thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vo-An stood on a high mountain looking down. He was wondering, they must be talking by now. With him in there, I really don't feel at ease. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear, Vo-An. He whipped around to look. As soon as he saw who appeared, he was startled out of his wits, his eyes widening in terror, and immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Bowing his head and shouting loudly, the divine cult is invincible. The heavenly demon is immortal. The other man smiled. It's been a long time since I heard you say that. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. This man was Pham Kang, the commander of the Red Fox Squad. The Red Fox Squad is the guard unit of the Heavenly Demon Clan. The two stood facing each other, talking. We were both young back then, little brother. You have now become an honorable martial artist, and I have become the commander of the Red Fox Squad. Vo-An furrowed his brow, showing guilt. This subordinate deserves to die 1,000 times. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the terrifying memories. 20 years ago, as the youngest member of the Red Fox Squad, my mission was to protect the young lady. I loyally followed the young lady, so when she wanted to leave the martial world, I held fast to my belief to protect her and left with her. But doing so made me no different from a deserter, though I didn't regret my choice at that time. Still, I have no face left to confront my seniors. Hearing this, his face darkened as he muttered, a crime worthy of death. The old man, completely calm, reassured him. What are you talking about? You've always dedicated yourself to protecting the young miss and her young master. Isn't that just fulfilling the mission of the Red Fox Guard? Vo-An, you have always been a member of our Red Fox Guard. Hearing this, he was overwhelmed with emotion and shed tears. Senior, your words mean everything to me. The old man announced, the brothers of the Red Fox Guard all miss you. The young master has agreed, go say hi to everyone. In another room, the young master of the Heavenly Demon sect smiled at the woman in front of him. You are as beautiful as ever. Senior Supreme Demon Empress. Prater. The old woman sat comfortably before him. Honestly, why do you talk just like that, Loi Can? They exchanged a few words. Really? I heard you've been tending to the fields lately. Prater. Farming has its own little joys. She sighed and asked, anyway, is the sect leader doing well? Prater. He replied calmly, same as always. He thought to himself, he's probably glad that Senior Demon Empress isn't around. Prater. Actually, I came to see you about my father to ask for a favor. He still hasn't given up on his dream. Prater. Over 30 years ago, he started the righteous demonic war, and he's still obsessed with it now. In the entire martial world, only you can change his mind. I can't just watch the martial world be bathed in blood again. The old woman, familiar with this, looked out the window and sighed deeply. A dream, huh? Uniting the martial world. Everyone is trapped in that dream. Prater.
A dream that no one can actually achieve. Shikloi Kan was the same, so now he had to fight two giant stone lions. The blue-eyed one opened its mouth wide, ready to bite down. It took a massive bite. But it only bit into thin air. After the blue one, the red one attacked, but they were just big and no match for him. Shikloi Kan even teased them. You two coordinate quite well. In that case, he dug his feet into the ground, kicking up dirt and rocks. He leaped into the air and swung his blade at the monster's belly. I'll make sure you can't get in my way anymore. As he spoke, the monster's leg was sliced clean in half. Slicing one leg was nothing. Cutting all four was the real deal. Just like that, the giant monster was beaten to a pulp. With only two stumps left, it couldn't fight anymore.
It collapsed to the ground, thrashing about. Now only the red one remained. A barrage of laser-like slashes rained down on both beasts. In the blink of an eye, the stone lion shattered into 1,000 pieces. Shikloi can finish them both off in a flash, fast and furious. But this only made him more annoyed at the bastard behind this. Moving stone statues. Looks like someone enjoys bad jokes. Let's see who this so-called deity is. He headed straight up to the house on the towering mountain. He opened the door and entered. Inside, it was completely ruined. Chairs and tables were overturned and cobwebs covered the path. It seemed untouched for a long time. Shikloi can guessed. It looks like someone used to live here before it was abandoned. Suddenly, a noise rang out. She had appeared. She looked straight down at him. You're right. Standing on the second floor and fanning herself, she said, it's more like a house frozen in time. It's about the same age as you. Seeing her posing there, he instantly recognized her. You're the one I met while chasing the Fai Yen Hoi. Who exactly are you? Why did you summon me here? She walked right down, stood before him, and used her fan to lift his handsome face. Such a curious child. But her next words were, I have something. I want to show you. Disgusted, Shikloi Kan swatted her fan away. I don't know what you're trying to do, but how do you know about Fa Mong Lao? The female leader smiled smugly. Your father knows this place best. Go ask him. Meanwhile, the demon empress looked at the guy named Lu in surprise. The only one who can stop the sect leader is me.
He was absolutely sure, thinking to himself, because the strongest demon isn't my father, it's you, demon empress. But she firmly shook her head. You're wrong. Frowning, she told him the truth, because I am a demon. The 9 disasters demon art is the supreme technique among all demonic arts. Whoever masters it can summon the heavenly demon soul. Moreover, a demonic practitioner cannot disobey the heavenly demon soul. You know this well. The young master understood immediately. The demon empress dares not disobey my father, and my father can't guarantee victory against Tatfong the Jia. And Tatfong the Jia doesn't dare oppose the supreme demon empress. This chain of mutual restraint is truly exquisite. She finished explaining to make him understand, so I can't stop the sect leader or interfere. He finally conceded, I didn't think this through.
His head aching, he calculated silently. It must be because of the previous sect leader that she can't interfere. So even if I found the demon empress, she can't stop my father. Recalling the slaughter and bloodshed, he felt discouraged. Is the martial world really returning to that era? As for Zhao Lian, she stayed up late waiting for her man. Burning with anxiety, she thought, it's so late and he's still not back. It's almost dawn. Even though Loi Kan is incredibly strong, the things he does are just as dangerous. She was right beside him multiple times, yet she stayed the same, prompting Shikloi Kan to ask, what are you thinking about? She shook her head. Nothing. I just feel uneasy lately, and I keep worrying if something might happen to you. Who wouldn't like being worried about by their girl? He smirked right away. Fu Lian. He confidently comforted her. Don't worry. Too embarrassed, she got defensive and teased back. Honestly, who's worried about you? Haha, you always come back safely anyway. But Shikloi Kan confidently affirmed, I promise. Yet now it was so late and he was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Lian was incredibly anxious. I don't know where he went or what he's doing. I'll just wait for Uncle Vo An to return and ask him. Woikim will be fine, right? While she worried here, he was being treated to a feast by a beautiful woman over there. The female leader picked up her cup of tea and offered it to him. Care for some tea? But he didn't even touch his chopsticks and got straight to the point. What you want to show me definitely isn't this. Leader of the Phi Yen Hoi, what exactly do you want? She wasn't surprised. So you already know who I am. Shixloikan immediately showed off. My intuition has always been pretty accurate. Losing interest, she put the tea down and stood up. It seems this isn't to your taste, so we'll stop the tea here. She turned and walked away. Let's show you what you want to see. You must have heard what the martial world was like during the righteous demonic war. As she spoke, she opened the door. But you certainly never seen it with your own eyes. Before him was a scene of billowing smoke, fierce fighting, and countless deaths. Everything happening before his eyes felt as real as if he were right there. He saw the weak kneeling, clinging to their enemies' legs and begging, "Please, I beg you. If you take this too, well, starve to death." But all they got in return was a curse to get lost. How dare you, you bastard. Then they decapitated the poor guy.
The female leader explained, at first, the righteous demonic war was truly just a conflict between martial artists, but neither side could end the battle because they were equally matched. As their front lines stretched longer, innocent people began to suffer the collateral damage. Have you considered this? Sichloikan had naturally calculated it all. If I were going to let that happen, I wouldn't have started this to begin with. She snapped her fan open again. Then you must obtain a few things. He glared at her, questioning. Obtain a few things? She replied, the power to completely overwhelm the heavenly demon sect and Tatfong the Jia, and the mental readiness to confront them. You also know that relying on your own strength alone is far from enough, right? But
the light behind her grew blinding. Without a word, she pushed him forward with her fan. What if I could grant you this power? How about it? Vines began to cover the main character's body, tightly wrapping around every knuckle. Vines bloomed with glowing white flowers. He could indeed feel that abundant source of power. They wrapped tightly around him, trapping him, as a giant red butterfly flew over and landed on his head. The scene changed again. He stood there with a mountain of corpses below him. Blood was flowing like a river. He was tightly bound, witnessing the disaster with his own eyes. The female leader's voice rang out, to change this martial world, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. But what if it costs the lives of those around you? As she asked, he instantly thought of Vo An and his girl, Zhao Lian. He was shocked, his eyes wide in panic. You can't protect everyone on your own. Therefore, she took the opportunity to extend her hand towards Sichloikan, enticing him. Take my hand. The main character seemed hypnotized, slowly reaching his hand out. She smiled in satisfaction as their hands were about to touch. Suddenly, he shifted his hand, tightly grabbing and squeezing her wrist. He's handsome, not stupid. More sober than sober, he told her straight to her face. If a mere soul-stealing art could control me, I wouldn't have boldly claimed I wanted to unite the martial world from the very beginning. Suddenly, a breeze blew and petals scattered across the sky. Space shattered into pieces, the formation disappeared, and he found himself back in that forest. Her voice echoed before she vanished. Don't make such a hasty decision. Think about it carefully. We'll talk more the next time we meet. It was already morning. He had actually been trapped in her space all night. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, I was stuck for quite a while. On the other side, she returned to the room. The old underling sitting there quickly spoke up. I should have made the formation a bit stronger. I'm truly sorry. But everything is within expectations. She seemed very pleased, smiling brightly. But it's been a long time since I've encountered something this interesting. I'm very curious about what will become of him. No matter what he faces, no matter what he loses, will he be able to endure it? As soon as the formation disappeared, he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette appear right in front of his eyes. Tu Lien. It was unclear how long she had been standing there, but she didn't seem to notice him. He realized, I'm still inside the formation. It wasn't until it was completely broken that she sensed him, turning around joyfully. Ah, found you! Seeing her looking for him, Sichloikan also smiled in delight. Zalian hurriedly asked, It's late at night. Why did you come here? You didn't come back yesterday. I heard you went to the Bakhtian Ba family's place. The main character guessed. Could it be? He smugly teased her. Are you worried about me? Her face turned bright red. even though I knew nothing would happen to you, but... He craned his neck to hear the rest. But what? She only dared to mutter, I was really worried about you. Seat Loi Kan laughed happily. Haha, so you didn't sleep all night? There's nothing to be ashamed of when worrying about the one you love. Zalian turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling. Let's go back together.
Everyone is waiting for you. He was moved to tears and nodded immediately. Yeah, let's go back to Thuong Thien Mon. The two went home to rest. After an unknown amount of time, she opened the door. She kept smelling a faint fragrance in the air. It took her a while to realize it was the small flower he picked for her yesterday. She picked it up and inhaled its scent. Sich Loikan hadn't left yet. He stood on a nearby roof, gazing at her passionately. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Suddenly, Voen appeared. Young master, you're here. What are you looking at? Following his gaze, he chuckled and teased. No wonder you're staring so intently. Sich Loikan didn't bother to hide it. Voen, you'll understand when you truly like someone. He also knew what happened. Speaking of which, yesterday's matter was quite a surprise. I didn't expect the leader of the Phi Yen Hoi to suggest an alliance with us. Moreover, her claim that she can suppress the forces of the demon cult and the righteous sects is truly hard to believe. He recalled, this matter. It doesn't sound entirely like bragging, but she seems to have an ulterior motive for approaching me. Looks like I need to have a talk with my father. The two of them just stood there talking. I'm sorry, I should have been by your side. He nodded. Weren't you busy handling the task I gave you? Thanks to you, Uncle was able to meet his old comrades before he died. Vo An's face darkened in frustration. Don't judge me by my current appearance. Everyone used to treat me like a little brother, and I cherish them a lot too. Knowing everything, he smiled and asked him, Haha, but Vo An, do you have any regrets? He had never regretted it since he started accompanying him. You know the answer. Why do you even ask? He teased again. What if one day you suddenly regret it and feel like you should have followed the seniors back then? After all, I always order you around to do a lot of things. He didn't care and even liked it. Haha, the more tasks you give me, the more it proves you trust me. Both understood each other and looked ahead. It's almost time for the appointment. That's right. Starting today, the situation is about to change again. In the large forest, several suspicious masked men were heading in the same direction. Among them was Duong Dao Chin, the master of Duong Phi Dao Mon. He pulled his hat down lower and looked around. Just as we expected, everyone is hiding their true identities. Some are even wearing human skin masks. We have no other choice. However, he knew very well, after all, this is a betrayal against the Bac Thien Ba family. A few days ago, the families that had been forcibly annexed by the Bac Thien Ba family all received a letter from Sich Loi Kan, the master of Thuong Thien Mon. Although the letter merely stated an invitation to Thuong Thien Mon for a chat, everyone understood the underlying intention. Thinking back, he still felt, even though entrusting a newly established sect, it feels no different from gambling. In the middle of his thoughts, a loud shout rang out. I knew it would come to this. Since when did a crowd of people appear blocking the way? He panicked and stood frozen. That person is the master of Thiet Thuong Mon, Su Hu Ba. The people beside him are all from sects that took the lead in helping Patriarch Lam do those shameless things. It seems the news of today's gathering has been leaked. Without giving them a chance to object, the old man immediately drew his sword. I anticipated that traitors would come here, but I didn't expect this many. It seems you still know shame, hiding your faces so tightly. A bunch of underlings standing around also drew their swords. The masked men screamed in terror. Stop. Sect Master Su. What are you doing? The old man Su Hu Ba tightened his grip on his sword. You all know very well how the Bac Thien Ba family treats traitors. The others were terrified. Wait, hold on. But the old man was too fast and dangerous. He attacked in the blink of an eye, swinging his sword straight down and shouting, execute them all. However, the sword was deflected and shattered the moment it struck down. Both the attacker and the victims were completely shocked and froze stiff. The group looked over and panicked even more. Leaves, tree leaves. Who is using this? The only person capable of this was none other than Sich Loi Kan. He stood on a large branch looking down. This world is truly ridiculous. To think the lackeys of that beast in human skin, Lam Thien Tui, would dare come here to demand murder. The old man Su Hu Ba was startled. That guy is... He yelled at the top of his lungs. Are you acting so recklessly just because you rely on your martial arts? Or are you this arrogant because you have Senior Pitch Lich Kiem backing you? No matter how arrogant you are, a tiny Thuong Thien Mon is no match for the Bak Thien Ba family. He sneered upon hearing this, plucking a leaf with his hand. I'll give you a warning, too. I wonder where this leaf will hit this time. His eyes widened, glaring down at him frighteningly. Will it be your weapon or your neck?
The whole group craned their necks to look at him, swallowing hard in fear, not daring to say another word.
Seeing them quiet and obedient as puppies, he then jumped down to the ground.
All right, invited guests, please come this way. I'll lead the way for you.
The whole group immediately dispersed and left, ignoring Suhu Ba, who stood there helplessly, not daring to move his sword anymore. His underling looked around and asked, "Are we just going to let them go?" The old man's face darkened with rage. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Frowning in anger, yet still at a loss for words, he muttered, "It won't be long. It'll definitely make them pay for this. Whether it's that little brat or those traitors." Shichloi Can led the whole group back to his place. As they walked into the courtyard, he told them, "This is the first time this place has been opened to outsiders."
This place is soundproofed, so you don't need to worry about the walls having ears. The group only now dared to take off their hats and look around, stunned and amazed. How is this possible? Is this really Thuom Thien Mon? I knew Thuom Thien Mon would be big, but I didn't expect it to be this massive. Moreover, I can sense the auras of countless masters. It must be the martial guard of Thuom Thien Mon. Old Duong Dao Chin couldn't believe his eyes. This scale, this combat power, Sec Master Zik's martial arts, plus Senior Fick Lich Kiem. Just what kind of divine being is this person? Now he finally got down to business, looking at the group and saying, "So we are now in the same boat. Although we all started for our own interests, from this moment on, I will consider you all as allies bound by trust and righteousness." His eyes shone like stars, confidently declaring, "You absolutely will not regret your choice today." The scene shifts to another gloomy room, where an underling bowed with clasped hands and offered a piece of paper. "We just received a top-tier commission." The leader sounded fed up. "A top-tier commission? The matter with Namnyak Lien last time caused us heavy losses." He opened the paper with anticipation. "Right now, we really do need a big job." He seemed satisfied, slamming the paper onto the table. Damn it. 100,000 taels of silver. With this amount of money, one could live like an emperor for the rest of their life. However, it would be a pity to turn it down. But if I accept it, I have a premonition that something bad will happen. His body oozed killing intent. "Summon everyone for a meeting." As quickly as possible. This time, the target on the commission paper was Shichloi Can. The group sat around the table for a meeting. I have a bad feeling about this, but with such a high reward, wouldn't it be a shame to give it up? As long as we disguise it as a natural death, no one will probably suspect us. Is there a way to eliminate him? Haven't you heard that Pitch Lich Kiem is also in his sect? If we fail, we will be the ones in danger. The leader waved his hand to cut them off. Then we need to send someone who absolutely never fails. The group looked over and guessed it. Could it be? Call Kui Han here. But one of them questioned, although Kui Han is the top expert of our assassin sect and has never failed, isn't he currently on a mission to assassinate that creditor? Those people not only have high martial arts, but their guards are also very skilled. It will probably take more time to complete the mission. The old leader didn't care to listen. His eyes widened as he growled, "No." If Kui Han has made his move, he must have finished the job by now. The Kui Han they were talking about had just slaughtered a room full of people. His methods were truly terrifying, murdering brutally without batting an eye. That night, Shichloi Can was still enthusiastically practicing his Qigong. While practicing energetically, his eyes suddenly widened, scared out of his wits. Out of nowhere, an aura blasted straight toward him. A voice echoed from the roof, "You're still far from it." He leaped on his tiptoes straight to the person's side, that's for sure. It was the old lady, the Supreme Demon Empress. The two sat stargazing and chatting. "There is no moon tonight, but the sky is full of stars." "Grandma, what is it?" "Grandma, what was the martial world like when you were young?" "Which aspect are you talking about?" "Yes, all aspects." She told him, every aspect was better than now. People's hearts were also kinder. Who dares to sit leisurely in an inn and eat peacefully nowadays? At the slightest provocation, weapons are drawn. He was speechless and chuckled awkwardly. It seems the Supreme Demon Empress shouldn't be saying things like that. "Ha ha. I heard the title of Supreme Demon Empress was bestowed upon you by the patriarch of the heavenly demon cult 2 generations ago. The old lady recounted, that's right, when he ascended to the position of cult leader, I was about your age. He was the dream and ideal of all the demon sect members.
Eventually, he became the cult leader. Although his time was short thanks to his guidance, I was able to comprehend countless martial arts insights. Suddenly, she felt something was off. Why do you keep asking about the past today? You're not some old person who doesn't have much time left to live. After his conversation with the guild leader, he suddenly felt doubtful. Grandma, is everything I am doing right now the right thing? The old lady looked up at the sky. You used to dream of dominating the world. Are you regretting it now? He naturally didn't have the word regret in his dictionary, his eyes calm. No. Once I've decided to do this, I want to take the most righteous path. Seeing he didn't regret it, she just commented, so far, I'd say you're doing okay. He smiled brightly. That's a really strict assessment. She added, an assessment like this is already considered excellent. Because the path you chose is exactly like this. If you aren't ruthless, you simply can't move forward. Gaining power means standing above others. Are you confident you can make them submit willingly instead of using force to make them bow? There will definitely be a path in this world that only you can walk to the end. Don't rush, just take your time. The so-called human heart, once twisted, will only become more evil as time goes by. If your original intention was good, then never forget your original goal for the rest of your life. You can learn from your father in this regard. That way, even after a long time passes, you will certainly still receive good appraisals.
She shared from the bottom of her heart. Sich Loi Kan was so moved, he almost cried and turned to hug her immediately. That's why I like you, Miss Duong. She dodged quickly. It's too hot. Stay away from me. You're so heartless. Then chat with me for a bit longer. It's late. It's time to rest. Lam Ha Ki finally received the news of the betrayal. He sat for a long time looking at his teacup. After my grandfather passed away, they simply don't take the Bak Tien Ba family seriously anymore. Someone is going around bragging that they executed my grandfather, and Nam Nyak Lien actually dared to send assassins after me. Fung To-san immediately chimed in. This subordinate is just as furious as you, young master, but the urgent matter right now is to reorganize internally. Revenge must wait for the right opportunity. If so, we must hurry. So that you can officially inherit the position of family head. Lam Haki was thrilled, but he knew. But currently, there is no faction supporting my succession. If we rush it, I'm afraid it will invite rebellion. The old man still deliberately persuaded. Young master, you are the only bloodline of the Bak Thien Ba family. If we don't quickly unite around the new family head as our core, Nam Nak Lien will definitely launch an all-out war. He had to admit this, Elder Fung Tho San. You are right. The Bak Thien Ba family must revive its prestige under the leadership of a new head. For now, let's focus our forces on defending against Nam Nak Lien. As for that Sich Loi Kan, there are countless people who won his life. He won't be lacking me. In the quiet forest, 2 guards were walking and talking. The moon is dim and the stars are sparse tonight. We need to increase our vigilance. Our Thuam Thien Mon is currently the center of attention in the martial world. We must be more careful when patrolling. Suddenly, one of them tapped the old man Su Hu Ba on the shoulder, noticing something. Someone's here. Only now did the old man notice. That's right, there really are very soft footsteps. We have to search around here. The other guy pulled a flare from his chest, ready to use it. Request backup. Both looked around cautiously and shouted, Who's there? At this time, the main character was startled and turned around, clearly sensing it, killing intent. There was a masked man killing people. His guards couldn't fight back at all. He raised his blade, preparing to stab downwards. I didn't expect these guys to be quite strong. Well then, I'll just have to kill them. But before he could even move, there was a clang, and the blade in his hand went flying up into the sky. Falling and sticking straight into the ground, the guard's face lit up with joy. He just saw a familiar tattooed hand tightly gripping the assassin's throat, while the guard who almost died shouted, Sec leader. He still had the leisure to look over at them and ask, Are you guys heavily injured? Both of them smiled broadly. No, sir. Both of us subordinates are perfectly fine. He ripped the mask off the guy's face. How dare you? Come to my courtyard to kill my people. You've got a lot of nerve. Who sent you here? But he couldn't say a word. Blood just gushed out of his mouth. He killed himself. He actually bit down on a poison capsule hidden in his teeth. He immediately concluded, an assassin. The guard looked on in panic. Without even a moment of hesitation, what a ruthless guy. He threw the assassin's body to the ground, feeling something was wrong. That's not right. His expression just now clearly showed he was scared out of his wits.
It seems that to him, there is something even more terrifying than death. The guard crawled over and asked, "An assassin? Who was his target?" Loikan shook his head. "I don't know. Search his body and see. There seems to be something in his shirt." As soon as he saw the picture, he panicked and yelled, That! Isn't that the sect leader?" He understood. These bastards. The guard's face turned pale as he looked at him tentatively. Humph. Daring to hire an assassin to kill a sect leader. The sect leader will definitely be furious. Unexpectedly, all the main character cared about was, "I don't look that fierce." The guard was completely speechless. "Anyway, it's good that you're not hurt, sir." But he knew it wasn't over yet. Daring to draw him this ugly, it's not over yet. The real culprit is someone else. He's probably about to make his move soon. It was indeed true. Another guy also had his picture. He had just finished eating and tossed a bone onto it. This meat is really tough. The spy I sent hasn't returned yet. It seems everything went exactly as I predicted. He's probably dead by now. He smiled wickedly. This mission is truly worthy of me handling it personally after all. On the main character's side, Loikan even had the two guards examined. Old Man Fong held their wrists to check their pulses. Fortunately, it missed the vital spots, and there was no poison on the sword. Both guards were very sensible, troubling the strategist to treat our injuries personally. We really feel bad about it. We've made the head instructor worry. We will recover quickly and return to training soon. The old man immediately scolded, "What are you talking about? Resting is also a form of training. Strategist, let me take the night watch tonight." But old man Fyong disagreed. With Instructor Tong here, would they even be able to sleep well tonight? The main character added, "The strategist is not wrong, so you should practice resting more too. Lately, you've been busy handling all sorts of things in training. You haven't had a proper rest." Old Tong bowed his head, frowning tightly. This subordinate is ashamed. Loikan nodded and turned to leave. "Then rest well. See you tomorrow." The old strategist wondered, "Where are you going?" He had made up his mind. "From today onwards, I will practice outside. Instructor Tong doesn't need to worry too much about me." He truly meant what he said. Otherwise, that assassin might come and kill his guards again. At first, everything went according to plan, and the place remained peaceful. Every night, Loikan would go out to the vast field to practice under the moonlight. The moon is clear and the stars are bright. The air is also very fresh. It's truly suitable for practicing. Suddenly, a noise echoed, sometimes far and sometimes near. An assassin charged out from the darkness with a sword for a sneak attack, but he easily leaned to the side and dodged it. It was the assassin who came to kill him, his eyes glowing red like a beast pouncing on its prey. You knew I was lying in ambush. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. "That's right. I've been waiting for you to show up." He slashed horizontally again, forcing him to jump back. What an interesting guy. The two rushed in and fought evenly matched. The entire grassland was flattened, destroyed by their fight. His weapon was very strange. It could be detached and reassembled. Eventually reassembling into a perfectly straight sword, he smiled smugly and bragged, "First time seeing this kind of weapon. Are you panicking?" But Loikan criticized him right to his face. "Not at all. I was wondering why you use this kind of weapon. Could it be because your swordsmanship is too poor?" The guy's dark-circled eyes widened in anger. "How dare you speak such arrogant words? I think that sword on your back is just for show." It really was just for show because he didn't mean to use it in this fight to deal with someone like you. My bare hands are enough. The assassin was thoroughly humiliated, rushing forward furiously. "Keep showing off, you're definitely going to die." The weapon in his hand transformed nimbly, changing swords again this time. As he spoke, he managed to lean to the side and dodge cleanly. He suddenly pressed a switch, and the long weapon popped right out. Ah, this thing. In a flash, it turned into a long iron whip. Loikan leaped high into the air and looked down disdainfully. It doesn't look like it'll be of any use. The angrier he got, the harder he fought, and the whip in his hand extended even further. Racking his brain to calculate, he dodged or neutralized all my moves. In that case. Suddenly, the whip wrapped around the main character's waist. He was scheming, then I'll just cut him in half. But before he could carry out his plan, Loikan only needed 2 fingers to pinch one of the chain links. Pulling it hard and straight, he dragged the guy right forward. Helpless, he had to use his bare hands to throw a punch. I'm very curious. Finishing his sentence, he punched the guy's face in, blood splattering everywhere. Now even his parents wouldn't recognize him. The assassin couldn't react in time, falling flat on his back.
The main character was just seen glaring at him and asking, "Just how many people have you killed with this weapon?" But he was knocked completely out cold, unable to say anything, lying completely flat. His face was swollen and bruised, only now realizing the truth too late. This guy is much more formidable than the rumors. He's only 20 years old, how could he?
Now he could only accept it. The mission has failed. In the end, he'll have to bite the poison like those clowns. But before he could bite down on the pill, something was shoved straight into his mouth. It was his own iron sword, but the main character anticipated what he was going to do and stopped him immediately. He even glared and warned him, "Don't even think about it." He couldn't die even if he wanted to, struggling to utter the words. "You, what are you going to do?" Shik Loi Kan's face was as cold as ice. "Did you think you could die so easily? I still have to get something from you." On the other side, the leader of the assassin group was still holding on to hope. With Kui Han taking action, he will definitely bring that guy's head back. I'm starting to look forward to it. To think I could decide the fate of others. It truly is an interesting thing.
But just as he was feeling proud, he opened the door to see a pool of bright red blood right in front of him. A voice behind him startled him. "Just got back?" It was the main character, appearing right behind him like a life-claiming demon, growling, "I've been waiting for you all day." The old man gulped in fear. Damn it, this guy is showing up here now. That means the commission mission failed. He frowned deeply and asked, "Is Kui Han dead?" The main character finally let him go, crossed his arms and replied, "I spared his life. Just pay me the compensation and I'll return him to you." He didn't quite understand compensation. Unexpectedly, he knew everything. "Didn't you collect 100,000 silver taels for this mission? If it fails, you have to compensate 10 times the fee." He finally understood and gritted his teeth. "Are you telling me to give you 1 million silver taels?" Exactly what he meant. You're a quick learner. He had to think this through carefully, using 1 million taels to exchange for Kui Han's life. But looking at the pile of fingers mixed in the pool of blood, he had it figured out. Someone who can no longer be an assassin has no value left to Kui Sat Man. He clenched his fists so tightly his veins bulged. "What if I refuse?" The main character laughed. "Then I'd naturally be very grateful." A gaze sharper than a knife swept across his face, which was purple with anger. "Because then I'll have a reason to kill you and take all the money." In the end, he had no choice but to pull out a pile of documents. "This is all of our assets. You didn't actually think we could cough up 1 million taels immediately, did you?" He nodded. "Fine, I'll collect the rest monthly." Yet he still dared to ask, "But aren't you afraid of doing this to us? Assassins will absolutely not spare anyone who messes with their livelihood. Those people are usually extremely selfish, but they become unusually united when faced with something like this. To eliminate you, it's possible that all the assassins in the Central Plains will strike together." Shish Loikam was so scared he calmly walked past him. "That's great. Coincidentally, I have quite a few things that require money lately. Just send them all here." The old man was furious, his hands trembling violently, clenching his buttocks, cursing inwardly. "Then I'll grant your request. Even if I have to mobilize every assassin, I will take your head and my money too." Suddenly at the door, he stopped abruptly, however. "It seems I can't just leave like this." The old man, thoroughly confused, turned to him in panic. "What?" He warned him, "You will regret this endlessly. As time goes by, every day you'll think you shouldn't have given me the money, even losing your appetite over it. Every month when you hand over the money, you'll feel as resentful as if you were scammed. Then you'll definitely develop the urge to steal the money back, right?" He didn't miss a single word, yet the man still turned to him with wide eyes. "What are you talking about?" But he read him like an open book, turning his head back with an eerie expression. "Don't tell me. You already have that thought right now, don't you?" The old man, both angry and terrified, yelled, "What kind of person do you take me for?" But his murderous intent flared up. Actually, thinking about it carefully, me too. He took a few steps forward, and the old man immediately backed away in fear. "I was actually just bluffing earlier. If all the assassins in the Central Plains targeted me, how could I live in peace? I would definitely regret it too." He calculated 100 steps ahead. "Then I'll think, I should have just killed you then. I shouldn't have spared your life, leaving endless troubles behind. I should have killed the leader of Kui Sat Man then. I should have just been ruthless. Even in my dreams, I would endlessly regret not killing you then." At this point, he was cornered, stiff with fear and dumbfounded as he listened to him. "Therefore, if I just leave like this, I'm afraid it won't be good for either of us." His eyes were bloodshot,
like a cornered dog ready to bite indiscriminately. What nonsense are you sprouting?
But as soon as he finished speaking, Loikan struck him with his single palm, sending him flying straight out the door. Bright red blood spewed from his mouth. He groveled on the ground, unable to resist, and screamed, "You bastard! You didn't keep your promise." He stepped directly on his hand to warn him, "If you ever dare to accept an assassination request against anyone related to me in the future, then I will dismember every assassin in the martial world, including you. Is that clear?" Seeing his eyes blazing with fury and his overwhelming murderous aura, he was scared shitless. He finally had to bow his head and agree, "I understand." The next day, Old Tong was frantically practicing his sword in the courtyard. Suddenly, he heard a voice, "Starting your cultivation early in the morning." It was Zich Loi Kan, and he quickly bowed his head. "Sect leader." He walked towards him. "You were the one who worked the hardest when the martial artists faced trouble this time." He hurriedly shook his head. "Don't say that. Thanks to your concern, everyone recovered so smoothly." Suddenly, his voice trailed off. "This subordinate is extremely grateful." The main character noticed something was wrong. "You've been rushing your cultivation lately. Does it have to do with your family's enemy, the leader of the Long Na gang?" The old man finally spoke up. "Actually, a few days ago, this subordinate went to find him, but I've struggled to survive until now, precisely hoping for the day to avenge my family. But after getting there, what I saw was no longer the man he used to be. His family and subordinates had all abandoned him, and he dragged his diseased body around, living alone in a ruined house. In the end, I still couldn't bear to do it. If it were in the past, I would have definitely struck a lethal blow. So over the years, he isn't the only one who has changed. Now that my heart is so soft, I don't know if I'm still qualified to teach the Tanfong squad. And the martial artists who were attacked this time too, if only I had taught them more strictly." He understood his feelings and interrupted him directly. "That's exactly why the Tanfong squad needs you. You're a good teacher who knows exactly when to draw your sword and when not to." He was still about to say, "Sect leader, am not as strong as you say." Suddenly, the main character reached into his pocket and took something out. "I intended to give you this when you took the position of head instructor. Take it, open it, and see." As he spoke, he handed over a brown wooden box with an image of a dead tree carved on it. He opened it immediately, and the light inside instantly illuminated his entire face. This rich fragrance. It was a brightly glowing golden pill. Without letting him wonder, he said it himself. "It's the Great Restoration Pill." Hearing the name, Old Tong was shocked to his core. "What? No, it couldn't be the Great Restoration Pill from Shaolin Temple. I heard there are only 3 left in the martial world." Seeing his serious face with no hint of joking, the old man broke into a sweat. "Is it really the Great Restoration Pill? Why give something so precious to me?" Now it was Zich Loi Kan's turn to be surprised. "Why are you asking why? You're my subordinate. Besides, you're helping me handle a very important matter." Loi Kan wanted to let him know that following him would never be a loss. "Think about how much work I intend to make you do to give you this. You'd better prepare yourself mentally." The old man looked at him, then down at the pill, still unable to believe it. Even though I knew the sect leader was an unpredictable person, the Great Restoration Pill is more important than life itself to people in the martial world. He thought to himself, someone actually sees my value as higher than the Great Restoration Pill. If he values me this much. He was now at peace, ready to dedicate himself fully, clasping his hands together, smiling brightly, and bowing immediately. "Understood, sect leader." They looked into each other's eyes, and the main character was extremely satisfied. "Then I am naturally willing to go through fire and water for him." When this reached Voan's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he yelled at the top of his lungs, You gave him the Great Restoration Pill?" "The Great Restoration Pill is a miraculous medicine. Even you, young master, have never used it, have you? Why?" The main character didn't care. He had it all calculated. Instructor Tong's position is very important. What's there to regret about a mere pill? After all, I will eventually conquer the entire world. By then, he could have as many pills as he wanted. Vo-An sighed helplessly, as expected of the young master, but still. What he wondered most was, where did you get the Great Restoration Pill? Could it be? He guessed right, the wooden box in old Two Lamb's hand was freaking empty. The old man was radiating murderous intent, boiling with anger. To top it off, his precious son added some fuel to the fire, admitting frankly, "I stole it." In the house, Two Lamb was taking an old woman's pulse, and her son standing next to him kept thanking him profusely. "Doctor, thanks to your miraculous skills, my mother's daily mobility is much more convenient now. She's no longer in pain and sleeps well at night." He let go of her hand and replied modestly, "Don't call me a doctor. I am not a doctor. Your mother's illness requires persistent treatment. You must definitely come tomorrow." He supported his mother back while bowing his head. "Yes, sir, I am truly incredibly grateful. I feel really ashamed coming empty-handed every time we visit for treatment." Suddenly, seeing someone walking in from outside, they even exclaimed, "Oh, the next patient arrives so quickly." The father looked at his son in front of him and nodded. "Come in." He explained casually, "There are really too many people who don't dare to see a doctor because they don't have money." But the main character saw through it all. Not charging money is one thing. More importantly, your method of regulating blood vessels and meridians is something an ordinary doctor couldn't possibly do. To be able to think of a way to use martial arts to heal people, you truly live up to your reputation. Old Tu Lam looked at Loi Kan and asked, "It's good to be able to help them. How did you handle the urgent matter you mentioned earlier? We should also head to Thien Ma Kung now." He sat down on the wooden barrel. "This is still my first time meeting my maternal grandfather. But why didn't you ask me? Aren't you curious about what I took the Great Restoration pill for?" The old man knew his son's personality too well. Is it necessary to ask?
You surely used it where you felt it should be used. That was also why he wasn't furiously venting anymore. The main character was even more surprised that he was so easy to talk to. "That's right. I gave the Great Restoration pill to someone worthy of it." Tu Lam smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Actually, coming here this time, there is one more thing I want to ask you." He was halfway through speaking when a guy came in coughing violently. "Is the doctor in?" Shich Loi Kan immediately stood up and left. "It seems you really aren't free right now. I'll ask next time." He agreed right away. "All right." He even proactively set up a meeting with him. "Anyway, we still have many opportunities in the future, so let's talk next time." The father and son looked at each other with understanding.
It had been a long time since they lived together so harmoniously. Yes, then wait for me to get back and we'll talk. On the side of the old folks' residence, the Supreme Demon Empress held a teacup and asked with a smile, "How is it? This is my new tea, is it good?" Sa Lian took a sip. "The tea's aroma is very rich. Thanks to your blessing, I get to enjoy such delicious tea." The two old men were immediately jealous and clamored. "Are you going to let us drink a bit? We've been fixing farm tools all day." She clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Tisk, if I didn't tell you, would you have done it? Look at Fu Lian, I don't even call her, yet she comes to help every day." The old man frowned deeply and advised her, "Miss Trin, don't waste your effort. What does a tiny patch of garden count for? Even if that person over there dug up an entire city, she wouldn't break a single drop of sweat." She beamed. "I also came because I find it very interesting to work and chat with you." She was extremely pleased with her future granddaughter-in-law. How can even her words be so sweet? "Right, didn't you say you have an appointment today?" Now she finally said, "Loi Kan said he would introduce me to a very good place today, suitable for practicing martial arts." Hearing this, she knew immediately. It truly is the most beautiful age, isn't it? He. She blushed brightly. "No, it's not what you think." "All right, don't be late. Hurry up and go." "Yes, I'll come again tomorrow." Just as promised, Sich Loi Kan took Sa Lian to a place filled with fireflies, her eyes shining with delight. It's truly beautiful. The two of them took a walk together, the scenery like a dream. I didn't expect there to be a place like this. The main character looked around. "I come to this place often. It's spacious and scarcely visited, very suitable for practicing martial arts." She looked at the sword wrapped in white cloth on his back and smiled. "Loi Kan, have you started using your father's sword to cultivate?" The two talked happily. "That sword is called the gentleman's sword, right?" "Yes. Any practitioner of swordsmanship would want to have this sword. But the ultimate goal is actually..." At this point, his face grew very serious. "The heart sword realm. It is the dream of every swordsman, the ultimate goal for all, and an ideal that is hard to reach." Zhao Lian was shocked, her mouth agape. "Could it be that you?" He instantly guessed her thoughts and smiled brightly. "I'm still far from it." "Ha." The girl finally understood. "I see." However, something felt wrong in her heart. "Wait, why do I suddenly feel relieved? It's definitely not because I don't want Loi Kan's martial arts to improve. Could it be because I don't want the gap between us to be too large?" While she was thinking, he suddenly called out, "Let's make that our cultivation goal together." Zhao Lian agreed immediately. I hope we can both reach that realm." The two looked at each other passionately in perfect harmony, the distance between them getting closer and closer. Suddenly he asked, "Fu Lian, She was still in a daze and softly replied, "Mm-hmm." Unexpectedly, his next sentence was, "You felt the killing intent, right?" Just then, a man with glowing red eyes slashed his sword straight at them, completely jolting her awake. That guy's slash was incredibly powerful. His arm tightly wrapped around his girl's waist.
He pulled her close to his body to protect her. He stared intensely at the man in front of him. This aura is really familiar. The people from Phi Yen Hoi who were hit by the demon numbing powder earlier had this aura too. He didn't deny it, very observant. Then you must also realize that you can't escape alive today, right? He quickly set her down firmly. Tu Lien, hide here and don't move. Right after speaking, he dashed forward like lightning to attack. The two sides began an intense fight. For daring to ruin the romantic atmosphere with his girl, he had to chop this guy to pieces today. In just the blink of an eye, Sich Loi Kan's hand, lightning fast, punched the opponent right in the face. But his strike hit the man's chest, and he realized, why can't I pierce through? The man even gripped his wrist tightly, mocking him with a smile. Are you scratching an itch for me? The situation was bad. He had to draw his sword immediately. Both swung their swords, while one of his hands was still held tightly by the man. They both slashed at each other simultaneously, but his sword was a step faster and struck the man's head. He was slashed before he could even bring down his raised arm. Half of his head was sliced off. I didn't expect you to take 3 of my moves. He finally exploded into pieces. This guy was not normal at all. Upon exploding, dark tendrils flew straight at him and wrapped tightly around his sword. Zalian, watching from afar, panicked as purple-black smoke surrounded him and screamed, Loi Kan! He hastily shouted back, Thu Lien, don't come here. But she had already run straight toward him.
She tried to hold onto his hand tightly without letting go. That light pulled him with too much force. Loi Kan hurriedly shouted, Fu Lien, let go. You'll get hurt. Some invisible force is dragging me underground. At this rate, even you will. The girl quickly thought, even Loi Kan is helpless. What can I do? Although I don't know what I can do, but... She clenched her teeth and mustered all her strength. She swung her sword with her other hand, stabbing it straight into the ground as an anchor. The anxious girl yelled, I absolutely will not let go. The main character couldn't even speak properly, helplessly scolding, You idiot. He looked down at his lower body. What on earth is this smoke? It keeps dragging me down. Its suction was so strong that the sword in her hand couldn't take it and snapped in half. It eventually shattered into pieces. Both watched in panic, their eyes widening in shock. She was also dragged along. Right then, Salian's arm was deeply cut by something, splashing blood everywhere. His eyes widened in heartbreak at the sight. He had to forcefully twist himself out of that thing, otherwise his girl would be more severely injured. Seeing this, Salian's eyes lit up. Loi Kan, my hand is slipping. But he deliberately pried her hand off. Fu Lien. He waved and smiled. Wait for my return. After speaking, he let go and pushed her flying away from the hole. Salian's heart skipped a beat. Her memories flashed back to the day on the suspension bridge. At that moment, it felt like her heart had just skipped a beat. And all the happy times they spent together, his love and care appearing clearly before her eyes. Thank you. Just like that, their hands parted, and he was dragged straight down. He vanished underground in a flash, despite Zalian's screaming and calling Loi Kan. She hurriedly turned around to look behind her. The sword was still planted there, a short distance away from her. It was his sword. The person was gone, but the sword remained, still radiating spiritual energy. Loi Kan. Ah. Back then, Sich Loi Kan was still tiny. His parents stood there seeing him off, his mother carefully instructing. Learn how to grow up before coming back. His youthful face beamed with a bright smile. Yes, mother. I will definitely go and see the entirety of this world. On his back, he was carrying 2 swords even bigger than his body. Lu Tuit Zan, reminiscing about that memory, couldn't help but reach out to touch the sword. But she eventually stopped. The sword had been returned to her by him long ago. Suddenly, the door opened, and her husband walked in. He asked curiously, Is something wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at the Hellblade? She shook her head. Nothing. Just suddenly recalled some old memories today, remembering when Littlekin first stepped into the martial world. The old man let out a sigh, although the boy doesn't know it. Since that day, I've never had a good night's sleep. But as long as it's something that can help Littleton become stronger, I won't hesitate. He is now even more exceptional than we expected. She silently agreed, then said, but sometimes I also wonder if he has grown up too fast. The old man shook his head. No, it seems like. Suddenly, both froze and looked at each other in shock. Below the main gate, a female figure was sprinting towards them.
The girl tightly clutched the main character's blade in her hands. As soon as she saw it, she guessed, something has happened. On the other side, Zichloi Khan suddenly snapped his eyes open and woke up. He was lying on a long couch in a strange room. Startled and panicked, he sat up and shouted, Thu Lien! But he only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. Checking his body slightly, my inner energy has disappeared. While he was still confused, the sect leader appeared again. You can't break that seal. As soon as he saw her, his eyes filled with extreme disgust. Leader of Fi Yen Hoi, it really is you. She walked over to him. You're quite good waking up so fast. A normal person would have met Yama while being dragged down here. He just glared at her. Did you create that black smoke too? I've never heard of it before.
She sat on the opposite chair, resting her chin on her hand. This? It doesn't matter. How have you thought about my previous proposal? This again. He let out a sigh. Haven't you known the answer for a long time? Although I don't know what grudge you have against my father, nor why you want to dominate the world. Lo. Kan firmly stated with an icy expression, but I don't intend to share the martial world with anyone. His attitude made her very annoyed. Even though I think highly of you, you still chose the path to hell. She sneered. What can you achieve relying only on a bit of childish courage? But the main character wasn't angry. He smiled and retorted. Childish. You were once a child too. Do you feel that your childhood was completely meaningless? It's a pity that most adults in the martial world today are not even as good as a child.
That's why kids like me step up, right? Because we can't let adults like you manipulate the martial world. Hit a nerve by his sarcasm, she glared furiously and threatened, If you have rejected my proposal, then there is no reason to keep you alive. I will send you to a place that will make you deeply regret your choice today. But he wasn't scared and glared back at her, as she continued, Go there and experience it yourself. See how useless you truly are. The scene switched to a wasteland, with dust and smoke filling the sky. Two guards pushed the large gate while asking each other, What's going on? So many experts escorting a single carriage. I've never seen anything like this before. Just who are they bringing here this time? The carriage had barely stopped when they yelled, Get out of the carriage, quickly! One man held a paper and read it. So damn slow.
2,857. It was a white-haired old man. 58. It was a square-faced young man. 59. It was a girl with disheveled long hair. Reading this, he suddenly looked down at the list. What's going on? Another person? A man walked out, his hands still tightly bound by shackles. 2,860. It was Zichloi Khan. He even yelled, From now on, this is your name. When called, you must answer immediately. He couldn't believe he'd end up in a situation like this, clicking his tongue in disgust. Seriously, this name is really long. The guy holding the list glared and shouted, Stop babbling and get inside. He calmly asked back, Shouldn't we be given something to eat first? Those whose numbers were called were escorted into a gloomy room with guards on both sides, while a man sat on a high chair in front of them. They're all here. He tapped the armrest. Yeah, I've been waiting. Radiating an intense murderous aura, he stared down. I was wondering who on earth warranted so many guards escorting the carriage today. Looking at your calm demeanor, it must be you. He looked right at our guy. Eyes wide, he asked, What is your name? Our guy calmly replied, Zichloi Khan. He even asked back, And what is your name? The man laughed in amusement. Hee, your internal energy is sealed. Your hands are tied, yet you still don't understand the situation, kid. But he still gave his name, Mong Ak. This wicked bald guy is the great evil wolf Mong Ak. The young man standing next to him flinched. Mong Ak, ah. Hearing the name was like seeing a ghost. He hastily kneeled and kowtowed. Please, spare my life. Ever since I entered the martial world, I've heard the great name of Lord Mong Ak. Please spare my life. The guards turned to look at each other and chuckled. The old man reached into his pocket. Fine, I will give each of you a chance. But before the young man could celebrate, Something was suddenly thrown right into the middle of their group. It was a sharp dagger, he ordered. As long as you can kill one person among you, the rest will live. Prisoners looked at each other in an uproar. What is the meaning of this, forcing us to slaughter each other? The bald guy sat still, observing. Suddenly he was startled.
Because our guy's voice rang out, killing one person. It's not hard at all. As he spoke, he held out his hands, his whole body emitting a blazing red aura that even made the old man flinch. He immediately smirked in amusement. Exactly. Nothing is more important than your own little life. Have you decided who to kill? Well, you're all just a bunch of nobodies anyway. It doesn't matter to me who dies, hee hee. Suddenly a guard tilted his chin up and called them, "Hey!" They rubbed their chins and laughed lecherously. "Keep that, woman. It's been a while since I've had any fun. Let me satisfy myself." The guy next to him chimed in, laughing so hard his body shook. "He's at it again." Our guy was annoyed. "You want to lay your hands on that woman?" He remained stubbornly arrogant. "In this place, women are a rare commodity. Hee hee. So if you want to kill the others." The young man immediately turned to look at the blade. Damn it, if he gets the sword, he'll be in danger. It's better to strike first to be safe. He acted as soon as he thought of it, but just as he reached out to grab the blade, our guy stopped him. "Don't touch that sword." He completely froze up in shock. He warned him, otherwise you'll be the first to die, but the young man gritted his teeth and refused to understand. "Why would you say that? At this rate, we're all going to die." With a resolute gaze, he stared intently at the bald Mongak, because that guy is incredibly filthy. On the side of Sich Loi Kan's parents, his dad had already received the sword from Sa Lian. The couple stood talking to each other. Fortunately, Fu Lian's wound isn't too deep. Vo An knows a bit about the Phi Yen Hoi organization. Tu Kan previously bribed some people from the Phi Yen Hoi, so Vo An knows how to approach them. Tu Kan apparently also intended to scout them out more. He made his decision. I will go bring Loi Kan back. But his wife suggested, let me go instead. Her reason was, there are still many patients waiting for you to treat them. But he had it all figured out. I'll find a doctor to cover for me for a few days. I can't let you go alone. She immediately squeezed his hand. Don't worry about me. I promise you, I will definitely be back before the full moon. On the other side, our guy was also bluffing the crowd. My mother often says this. There's no need to flatter the wicked. Once they realize their opponent is easy to bully, they will push even further. Moreover, the more evil they are, the more true this is. All the guards standing around gasped in shock. This guy really has some nerve, daring to talk to Lord Mong-ak like that. The young man once again glanced at the blade stuck in the ground. What a madman, adding fuel to the fire in this situation. At this rate, we're all going to die. It's still not too late to strike, he thought, and acted immediately, lifting the blade right away. The guard standing outside started speaking up again. Hey, you understand, right? Don't kill the woman. But he was just calculating. Offending him brings no benefit. The first person he targeted was the one he considered the weakest. Old man, sorry about this. But just as the blade swung down, Sich Loi Kan intervened in time and knocked it away, and casually struck the guy, sending him flying straight into a pillar. It almost stabbed right into the guard's face, leaving him completely stunned. Ah, this bastard! He had already warned him once, but he wouldn't listen. It seems this isn't the first or second time you've done these dirty tricks, huh? But the guards still rushed in and surrounded Lo Kan. The other three were scared to death. The old man hurriedly rushed to shield the girl. Miss, get out of the way. The guards thought our guy was an easy target and fought to attack him. Leave this one to me. But before they could even lay a finger on him, our guy punched them, sending blood flying. The square-faced guy also swung his sword down. You bastard! I'll chop off one of your arms first. The whole mob couldn't even hit a handcuffed man. He dodged. He dodged it? Hey, he's up. Up there. The guards were many but couldn't even take him on alone. They couldn't understand, just relying on external martial arts, how could he pull that off? Now they couldn't even keep up with his speed. This is impossible. Where did he slip off to this time? In just a split second, Loi Kan suddenly appeared right behind him out of nowhere. You'll still continue to do evil in the future, won't you? He was at death's door but still stubbornly roared at the top of his lungs, shut up. Furious, our guy kicked him straight in the neck.
instantly taking him out. Why ask 3 times about something so obvious? He was definitely dead this time, as he used both legs to snap his neck. Seeing him die from a broken neck, everyone present panicked, while he nonchalantly jumped straight down to the ground. Suddenly, from behind his head, a hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed his head hard into the ground, shattering the tiles. Blood splattered all over the ground. The sneaker attacker thought he had him, breathing heavily. Truly a monster. The surrounding guards looked over in panic, Lord Captain. To think you'd personally make a move. Another guy asked, Lord Mong Ak, should we kill him? The bald guy was already terrified seeing our guy kill. No wonder they sent so many guards to escort him. If his internal energy wasn't sealed then. Suddenly, our guy's voice rang out, you have to keep your promise. Surprisingly, Loikan still lifted his head up as usual. He looked over at the young man's corpse. Didn't I? Kill one person already? Blood was dripping from his mouth, but he was still wide awake. The bald guy stared with wide eyes, lips pursed in bitterness. Cutting to a brothel bustling with people coming and going. A heavily made-up woman swayed around the room. It's so crowded with guests today, too. The old man following behind her bowed. It's all thanks to the madam's blessings. Just then, a girl ran up in a panic. Madam, a guest just arrived. From the first beauty to the 10th beauty, the guest called for all of them. She was shocked upon hearing this, her eyes wide with amazement. Called for all 10 great beauties of our establishment. An ordinary rich man wouldn't even dream of it. The girl wasn't finished. Furthermore, the guest also requested the madam and the chief manager to come over together. The more she listened, the more confused she got. Called for us. Ah. In the private room, several girls sat around the table talking happily. You talk so wittily. Time just flew by in no time. Hi.
Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Sorry to intrude, the madam led the old man in. I heard you were looking for me and the manager. In her heart, she was thinking, even calling for the 10 great beauties of the house. Let me see what kind of divine figure this is. But when she saw our guy's mom sitting there, her eyes widened in terror. In all my life, I've never seen a woman so beautiful. Tuyet Zan sat among the beauties, legs crossed, resting her hand, drinking tea and coldly looking at them. It seems everyone is here, so let's get down to business? The lady rested her head on her hand, looking straight at the people in front of her. Get down to business? The woman didn't quite understand, sneaking a peek and asking, the business is... Thinking in her head, that girl. She's not just simply beautiful. What is with that suffocatingly overwhelming aura around her?
Lu Tuidzan put down the cup, staring at them. Among you, there is one person connected to them. The lady got straight to the point, Fa Yen Hoi. The girls sitting around the table looked bewildered and asked back, Fa Yen Hoi, what is that? Never heard of it before. Looking at those innocently guilty faces, the lady annoyedly waved her hand once, and the girls instantly fainted on the spot. But there was one guy who didn't react at all. So it's you. He was the old man standing next to that woman, guiltily backing away right then. The member of Fa Yen Hoi. He was Hong Chi Yen Nu Bat. He couldn't believe it. She actually hit everyone's sleeping pressure points at the same time. Caught red-handed yet still stubbornly arguing. It seems you have misunderstood something. But the badass lady had noticed a detail. When you heard the name Fa Yen Hoi, only your muscles stiffened for a beat. Tell me everything you know about Fa Yen Hoi. His face was cold, still denying it to the end. I have never heard of this name. Lu Tuyet Zan furiously warned. I never repeat myself a second time. He's about to die, but still doesn't know his place. I'm just the manager of this restaurant. I really don't know anything. But before he could finish, his shoulder was pierced by a sharp object, blood splattering everywhere. It was a chopstick. His eyes widened as he screamed in pain. Ah. The lady didn't say much. She reached for another chopstick and started counting. The bastard clutched his wounded shoulder in agony. Why are you treating me like this? Liu Twit San just counted, ignoring him. 49, 50. That's 50 chopsticks. The beautiful lady rested her chin on her hand, smiling at him. You can still deny it at least 50 more times. Over to Sich Loi Kan. The shackles on his hands were removed. Guards started protesting. Lord Mong Ak, you already spared his pathetic life. Is it really okay to just let him go like this? The bald guy sat silently on his high chair, staring down. He was recalling the main character's earlier look, lying in a pool of blood but still raising his head to question him. Didn't we already kill one? He was furious, grinding his teeth but couldn't do anything. I can't let this guy make me look like I break my promises in front of my subordinates. With great difficulty, he managed to say, "It's fine."
I'm really looking forward to the moment he finds out the truth. Just like that, the heavy doors opened and the main character was set free. He looked at the scene outside, his eyes wide with shock. Just as the bald guy had warned, he would soon find out why that place was called the livestock pen. Cutting to the female guild leader, she stood in a flower field talking to her subordinate. That boy has probably arrived at the livestock pen by now. Something interesting will happen soon, right? The old man reminded her. To think you didn't eliminate him, this move seems to be a mistake. But she always loved toying with the main character. Doing this will make him realize his own weakness and incompetence before he dies.
Hearing this, the old man stayed silent but thought to himself, although I don't know if that's the only reason you did this, but I really can't tell what consequences this will ultimately bring, guild leader. Sichloi Cam was let out eating and talking with the other two prisoners. We have a place to stay, and we even get free food. He ate his rice ball while wondering, there are too many strange things. I really don't understand what this place is used for. The old man eating next to him looked at him in disbelief. You say that, but your expression is way too calm. He even had the mood to say, the food here is really terrible, isn't it, senior? The old man acted humbly. What senior? I'm just a silkworm breeder. Just call me Tam No. Suddenly, they saw the square-faced guy sitting nearby. He didn't hold a grudge against him for wanting to kill him earlier. He just offered him a rice ball. Eat a little.
The old man smiled warmly to reassure him. It was a matter of life and death back then. You only did that to survive. I don't blame you. The square-faced guy felt ashamed hearing this. Old man. About that, I wronged you earlier. The main character also looked over and praised, Senior Tom No is really kind. But the old man just smiled and replied, Haha, now that we've fallen into this place, what's the use of dwelling on the past? Just then, from a distance, someone ran over frantically, screaming, Spare my life! I can't. Just die like this. He was sprinting towards Loi Khan. But before he could reach them, he got hit. It was a stone thrown straight at his head by his pursuer.
He collapsed right in front of him. The pursuers had caught up, wielding clubs. So annoying. 2,785. Let's go. But he still begged, please, please spare my life. One of them said, don't worry, we won't kill you. They laughed maniacally, cornering and threatening him. Well, just make you wish you were dead. Ha ha ha. The main character found the sight unbearable. He stood up abruptly and asked, where are you taking him? They finally looked over. Who's that guy? Since they asked, he introduced himself immediately. I am Sichloi Can. The group took the chance to yell at him. This guy actually introduces himself. Must be a newbie, huh? The square-faced guy from earlier sat off to the side, staring blankly. Those guys were about to rush up and beat him. Let me teach you the rules here. But before he could even raise his hand, his face was caved in by a single punch from him. Everyone watched with their jaws dropped. The others, knowing they couldn't win one-on-one, yelled to each other, this guy knows martial arts. Get him. Loi Can snatched a club from them. I'll teach you a lesson too. You'll be hearing my name quite often from now on. While the whole group was still dazed, what nonsense is this guy spouting? He jumped up and smashed the club down. Over in the other room, the door burst open. A guy covered in blood frantically ran in. There's an intruder. Right after saying this, he dropped dead on the spot. Everyone in the room panicked. Diu Dam, In Nit Tam slammed the table, stood up and shouted, what is the meaning of this? They just realized that all the guards in the hallway were dead.
Damn it! Get the messenger pigeon ready immediately! After reporting the situation, we need to retreat at once. He hurriedly gave orders while picking up a pen to write. But before he could write a few words, his whole body froze in panic. Everyone in the room stared in his direction. What is going on? A woman. Ah! The lady didn't say a word, just placed a fresh, bloody head on his table. Now she mocked, getting a bunch of useless trash like this to be your guards. What a pitiful fool. Diodam wet his pants in terror. This woman. Who on earth is she? On the other side, the main character was also engaged in an extremely intense fight. He crushed them with a single strike of his club, challenging them, if you want to attack, come at me all at once.
This mother and son duo were unmatched in combat. The mother reached out and grabbed the old man. So what if you're the Fai Yin Guild? Meanwhile, the main character pointed his club in warning, no matter who you are. Both mother and son had the same core principle: kill without mercy. The two of them were in different places, but both fought to the end, facing weak opponents who aggressively charged at them while talking big. The one who must die is you. The lady's slender, graceful hand reached out, effortlessly blocking the opponent's descending sword. With just 2 moves, his own sword split his head in half. The lady even smiled at them. Let me teach you guys a little more. The things the lady was about to say were exactly what the main character was thinking too. Rule number 1. Your footwork must be faster than your opponent's eyes. The moment the sentence ended, he had already finished off one guy. Yet they still stubbornly charged forward, attacking and cursing. Cut the crap. The main character fought them all while preaching. Rule number 2. Anything you can grab is a weapon. People are no exception. He grabbed the nearest guy by the neck and used him to bludgeon the rest to his heart's content. Swinging that guy around just once took out several of them. He suddenly held him tight in front of him, raising a large piece of wood high with one hand, ready to stab down. Do you know what the final rule is? On the other side, his mom and also finished off the entire group of assassins at once. One lucky guy managed to escape, running for his life like a madman. He barely managed to say, "She's a monster," before he was suddenly yanked backwards. The lady didn't even need to move her feet. Just standing there was enough to drag that bastard back through the wall. Now he finally recognized the technique. Telekinesis? His neck was tightly gripped by her without letting go. The third lesson she taught her son was, don't give your opponent a chance to live again. As she finished speaking, she snapped his neck on the spot. On the other side, Sichloy Can had also stabbed that bastard to death. This is exactly the lesson I have for my son. In just a few short minutes, not a single person in the room was left alive. Du Dam lay flat on the ground on the verge of death. You indeed found the right place, but it's too late. The lady looked at the bird flying outside without a hint of anger. Are you talking about the messenger pigeon? Must be off to report to your superiors, right? He shivered in fear, his eyes wide. You know everything. The lady nodded, lifting her dress. That's right, thanks to keeping you alive, things have become much simpler. Now you're not even as useful as that pigeon, she said as she raised her long, slender leg high. He stared at the leg pressing down on his face, completely confused. What do you mean? But that was all he had the chance to say. His head was crushed under her foot without her changing expression. I need to chase after it before that pigeon disappears. Cutting back to the main character, the guy he saved hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Thanks to you, I managed to keep my life. He asked him curiously. Those people have temporarily retreated, but where were they planning to take you anyway? And what did they mean by making you wish you were dead? But the other guy didn't know anything either about that. No one knows. I only know that whoever is taken away never returns. They call themselves the Konthu sect. Every few days, the Konthu will issue an order. Then they will go capture some people, regardless of age. The number of people they need to catch is usually fixed, so someone else will probably be taken in my place. The square-faced guy standing nearby listening sighed. Sigh. I really don't know what is going on. I just got drunk, and when I woke up, I was already in the prison carriage. It turned out all of them were kidnapped and brought here. He turned to ask the old man, Old man, what's your story? The old man bowed his head, recalling. I am somewhat like him. Let's just go back to our rooms and rest first. The main character didn't say another word, silently observing them. Dusk fell, and the sky gradually darkened. The old man quietly opened the door and went outside. Just stood there with his head tilted back, looking up at the towering cliff. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. You're still not asleep? It was Zichloy Can, standing there since who knows when. You can't sleep either? He nodded. I'm not used to the bed. I can't get a wink of sleep in a new place. Now he finally had a chance to talk to the old man privately. But you seem to know a lot about this place. Mind telling me a bit? The old man forced a smile. Haha, there's nothing to hide. The old man told it like it was. It's just a very cliché story. I used to make a living day by picking herbs. And they came looking for me. Since they always made me find dangerous poisonous herbs, I guess they definitely weren't using them for medicine. Even though my wife kept begging me not to do things against my conscience. Less than greater than. But I had already tasted the profits by then, so I wouldn't listen to a word. Eventually, while I was out picking herbs, my wife took our son and left. Much later, I finally felt remorse and went looking everywhere for them. Ultimately, I found out my wife had died of illness long ago, and my son was nowhere to be found. After that, I went everywhere asking for news about my son and stopped working for the Fai Yen Hoi, and eventually got dragged here. Mentioning the heartbreak, he ground his teeth, although a scumbag like me doesn't deserve to live, if by some chance I make it out of here alive. His old face looks sad. Even just once is fine. I want to see my son again. He had the same determination as him. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way out of here. I also have someone I want to see. It was Hao-Lian, his girl, practicing her sword skills at home, eagerly waiting for his return. He closed his eyes. I can even imagine what she's doing right now. He tied his hair up. To get out, we first need to break the internal energy seal. Although dealing with those guys earlier wasn't a problem. The old man looked over curiously. But do you have a way to break the seal? If he did, he would have done it already, but it wasn't a dead end either. No, so I have to go investigate the Khan Thu sect first. Cut to the Khan Thu sect's base. Those bastard guards were bragging to each other. I heard some guy beat up our grunts today. Those guys got beaten to a pulp. If Master Khan Thu finds out, they're definitely going to get an earful.
One of them smiled mockingly. What was that guy's name again? Shichloi Kan. What a ridiculous name. He said that without realizing his buddies sitting next to him were getting knocked out one by the main character standing right behind them. After beating them up, he quickly slipped away, leaving them sitting there cursing at each other. Damn it! Why did you hit me out of nowhere? What the hell are you talking about? When did I hit you? There's a rock on the ground. Which bastard is playing tricks on us? While they were arguing, he managed to sneak inside and saw a pile of papers. But he still didn't see anything important. Why is it hidden so well? Let's look closer. Skimming through them, nothing useful here.
But a book caught his attention. These bastards. 2,533, 2,534. He didn't quite get it. What on earth have they been doing? Just then, the sound of a door opening rang out, making him jump. That scared the crap out of him. He managed to hide before the guy could see him. The guy walked in muttering and cursing. Some guy escaped halfway through today. What a pain. Hurry up and clean this up. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks and stared in one direction. Why is the roster book out here like this? Could it be? Who's there? He said while looking up, locking eyes right with the main character hiding on the ceiling. Their eyes met, his face flushed. Oops, busted. Time to fight again. Cut to the large house inside the cliff. The servants panicked as soon as they saw him. Sir, you've returned! One asked submissively. Nothing happened over there, right? Another ran after him to attend to him. Are you tired, sir? He looked all high and mighty, wearing a gold necklace. Seeing their attitude, he knew something was wrong and immediately asked, What's going on? Why is it so noisy today? He was Khan Thu, the leader of the Khan Thu sect. The terrified servant still had to shout his report. We haven't caught number 2785 yet. Please give us a new number. We'll go catch him right away. Some weird guy interfered and ruined everything. But how the hell did he just open the door and see Shichloi Kan casually lounging on the sofa snacking on food? Worthy of being premium dried meat, it tastes amazing, and the room was surrounded by corpses. The whole group stood frozen. Taking a closer look at his face, they immediately shouted in unison, That's the guy! Watching them walk in, he wasn't afraid at all and even looked at him defiantly. I didn't plan to do this at first, but someone spotted me. So I figured I'd ask what the hell you guys are up to. Khan Thu gripped his sword tightly. He decisively drew his sword. I heard a new arrival was pretty extraordinary. Turns out it's you. How bold. Before the sword was even fully drawn, he immediately lifted his chin and glared, warning him first. Bold? Put that sword away right now. If you dare draw it, I'll kill you. Khan Thu, number 26. He read the exact number, making the guy freeze in absolute terror. You? How do you know? Loi Kan stood up and dusted his hands off. I looked through the roster. Out of all the previous numbers, you're the only one left alive. He put on a convincing act. You were definitely dragged here too. Just got lucky to be picked by Mong Ak, which is how you got this position. But if I secretly report that you can't even manage me, do you think hell let you keep this job? Or maybe I'll just kill you right now and go ask Mong Ak for the Khan Thu position. These words pissed him off completely, but he didn't dare to strike, only observing him from head to toe. This guy. Not only did he figure out my background through the roster, he even dares to threaten me. He really is no ordinary person.
He looked around the room full of corpses again. Besides, even though these guys have no internal energy, he took them all down by himself. Facing an unbeatable opponent, negotiation is the best policy. He acted on his thoughts and decisively put his sword away. So, what do you want? If you're going to say something stupid like telling me to stop catching people, you'd better shut up. He looked straight at him, the exact opposite. This bastard didn't understand shit, getting completely played by him. Could it be? Meanwhile, outside the tile-roofed house, the girl stood there checking herself all over for a long while. It's been so long since I bathed. I must look terrible. She recalled when the main character saved her, whether it's someone like me or the others. Why does he care so much about me? Besides, he knows full well that doing this is very dangerous. Suddenly a voice rang out. Your name is Jia Nian, right? He held the food out to her and asked with a smile, Want some dried meat? I brought back a lot. She blushed with embarrassment, quickly stepping back and waving her hands. Don't come near me. I smell bad. He could tell. I see you're always bothered by this. He told her seriously, Follow me. And so he led her to a secluded cave with a large tub of water inside, while he personally stood guard at the door. Compared to dried meat, you probably need this more, huh? If anyone comes, I'll chase them away for you, just bathe in peace. If you're shy, I can step a bit further away. Looking at his back, she felt much more at ease. No need, just standing there is fine. Jai Nian looked at the tub of water, touched. He actually helped me find a place like this. He must have carried the bathtub here himself. It must have been exhausting.
He even had the presence of mind to reassure her. Although the food is bland and living conditions are inconvenient, please bear with it a little longer. I'm looking for a way out of here. But she wasn't happy at all. So what if I get out? For me, here and the outside world aren't much different. With this appearance of mine, she lifted her hair, revealing that half of her face was horribly scarred by burns. He clearly understood the worry in her heart. I know someone who can fade scars. Needless to say how overjoyed she was, practically screaming, Really? I've seen every doctor with even a little reputation, but no one could. Who is this doctor you're talking about? He explained further, Not a doctor. It's my grandmother. Actually, my parents might be able to do it too. She thought he was just joking to comfort her, helplessly touching her face and thinking to herself, I knew it. That's basically impossible. But my parents ruined my face like this and then abandoned me. Those people treated me like a monster just because of my scars. It turned out they were the ones who threw hot oil on her face. I used to think everyone hated me. He's the first person to treat me this well. The more she thought about it, the more tears streamed down her face. She couldn't help but ask, Why are you treating me so well? In her heart, she secretly hoped, even though it's impossible, but what if? But the main character said it straight, Because you remind me of the person I like. If she ever fell into a situation like this, I hope someone would treat her the way I'm treating you. Jai Nian lost all hope and wiped her tears. She really is a blessed woman. She must be a good person. He nodded. Yeah, after we get out of here, I'll take you to meet her. But she didn't really believe it. Leave here. That's probably impossible. She thought that in her head, but still beamed with a smile. All right, then take me to meet that old lady too. Promise me. He smiled slightly and nodded. It's a promise. The next morning, inside the cell, Zich Loikan stood there looking at the numbers tattooed on his wrist. The guy sat there with a pen and paper. Prisoner number 2760, confirmed correct. He looked at it, speechless. I can't believe they actually burn people's flesh just to verify their identities. A terrified underling glanced at Khan Thu sitting there. I thought he would change his mind by this morning. I didn't expect him to actually come. But are you really going to do what he said? He just stayed silent, recalling last night's conversation. If you're going to say something stupid like advising me to stop catching people, you'd better shut up. No, the exact opposite. He had told him, take me with you. Now he was even more certain. That madman. It seems his proposal last night wasn't a joke. So he told his underlings, anyway, it's my right to decide who to send. This isn't an issue, but... He said that, but his heart was burning like fire, unable to sit still. If Lord Mong Ak finds out he's more useful, I'm dead meat. If I don't quickly eliminate this root of disaster, it's very likely I'll get dragged to that place too. He said out loud, he volunteered to go, I have no reason to stop him. But in his mind he thought, you fool,
Do you think you can be as arrogant over there as you are here? You will regret your arrogance.
Loikan seemed to sense his killing intent, turning to glare at him right after getting ready. He sat on the high chair, looking down with an evil smile. Then, let's hit the road. He just followed the three of them, looking around and wondering, is this place entirely controlled by mechanisms? As soon as he asked a question, he became alert. These mechanisms are very intricate. You better not try any tricks. The main character glanced over them once. Try what tricks? Your judgment of character is really beyond words. As soon as he finished, he suddenly attacked the two accompanying guards. Kamthu immediately turned around and drew his sword. You bastard. But before he could even finish drawing it, he took a straight punch right in the face. Too fast and too dangerous. After taking down all three by himself, he walked over to the stalagmites he had been eyeing earlier. These stalagmites, there isn't a speck of dust on them. It seems someone touches them frequently. I couldn't find a way to restore internal energy at the Kamthu sect's main base either, so I have no choice but to look elsewhere, he said as he turned the stalagmite around. Immediately, a door opened in the space. He looked around, even though this is a gamble. No matter what, I must find a clue to break the internal energy seal in here, and I have to hurry before that guy gets here. Thinking this, he sprinted away like the wind. Right at that moment, over on the other guy's side, an underling ran in to report, Lord Mong Ak. Someone has escaped from the beast cage. He's heading to that place. Hearing the news without any rush, he just laughed with amusement, cough, cough. I don't even need to ask to know who it is. Struggling desperately to lift the restriction, huh? Slowly propping himself up to stand, fool, there is absolutely nothing in that place. It was time for him to deal with him. Well then, I should also go. Catch a mouse now. Shishloikan also knew his place and ran non-stop. Getting caught by him would be a huge trouble. The bald guy arrived just as the guard woke up, kneeling and begging, Please, please forgive me, Lord Mong Ak. That guy ran to that place on his own. He glared and ordered, There's nowhere to hide in here anyway. He surely couldn't have gone far, searched thoroughly for me. Understood, Lord Mong Ak. The rod in his hand poked down at the guard's head. As for you, you're still alive, that's great. Hearing this, the guard was so scared he nearly peed his pants, looking up tremblingly. Lord Mong Ak, saying that truly terrifies this humble servant. However, his hand holding the rod flared up with killing intent, poking so hard that the guard's eyes bulged out blood red, looking like they were about to drop to the ground. Lord Mong Ak. There was no way you could survive. The old man pierced his head with the rod, killing him instantly. Just like that, the main character smoothly arrived in front of a room with a silhouette working inside. He looked at the silhouette and wondered, why is there a doctor here? An eye with black sclera was pulled open. Let's see. Finally, a decent one. On the hospital bed, a shirtless young man lay there for the old man to examine. I heard his martial arts aren't bad, and indeed his bone structure is marvelous, though it's just passable. But using this kind of person won't reach the peak. This old man was Mi Duok Su. Holding a needle, he muttered, The guildmaster surely knows that too. Suddenly, the room's door slightly opened. He was so focused on his work that he didn't even notice the main character sneaking in. Using this mediocre material, we can't create a masterpiece. If we want more excellent results, his eyes caught sight of a bunch of various vials on the table. He then looked at the shirtless guy lying there, covered in acupuncture needles. The old man's eyes widened with ambition. Then we need matching ingredients. As soon as he finished speaking, the main character sneaked up behind and struck the back of his neck. A single palm strike was enough to take half of the old man's life. The evil pharmacist's entire body collapsed to the ground, completely knocked out cold. Shichloikan understood the situation. They kidnap people here just to do this kind of thing. Come to think of it. He stood with his back turned, not noticing the guy on the bed twitching. He walked around the work table once. Doesn't look like any special herbs. What the hell are they doing? I need to search a bit more. While looking, he suddenly startled. He quickly leaned back and dodged right away, almost getting fatally sneak attacked by the guy on the bed. He had to do a somersault to evade. At this rate, this is a bit troublesome. He had to fight barehanded again. However, looking closely, something felt wrong. But that guy, what exactly are these people? Broken bones and fatal wounds, yet they don't even let out a sound, just blindly charging forward. He realized, are they exactly like the people I met on the mountain before being brought here? Could it be they all came from here? Just getting captured and brought here, before even understanding what happened. He was like a fighting machine, throwing tireless punches with an emotionless face. The main character blocked his punch with both arms crossed in front of his head. I can't kill him. I must find a way to wake him up. Thinking so, he calmly called out, "Hey, I'm not an enemy." He actually paused, stuttering in confusion. Not an enemy. Ah. Seeing their condition, he grew even more furious. Guildmaster of Fa Yen Hoi. What on earth do you want to use these living people for? On her side, she was standing on a bridge talking to the old man when a servant rushed over shouting a report. Guildmaster. She turned and asked, "Is there something urgent?" With no trace of worry on her face.
The guy was sweating profusely, panting heavily as he reported. On Yennu Bat's side, Yenni Tam has suddenly lost contact. She merely guessed, there must be an extremely dangerous figure approaching this place. The subordinate asked without thinking, "Please forgive my talkativeness, but could this be the doing of that guy in the livestock pen? Why not eliminate him before things blow up?" However, before the fool could finish, she got annoyed and coldly waved her fan. Instantly, his head fell straight into the lake, blood spurting wildly. "You already know you talk too much." The old man standing nearby darkened his face and looked over. Guildmaster. He clearly saw her hand holding the fan trembling. "Your hand is shaking like that. It seems you haven't fully controlled it yet, huh?" She explained. "After using the great art, it will tremble for a while." The old man only found out now. "You never told me you had this symptom." She bluntly interrupted. "It's fine. If you're going to advise me to give up again, save your breath." He looked at the corpse in the water, feeling some fear. "All right, let's drop this for now." But even Yenni Tam was ambushed in the blink of an eye. "You can guess who came, right? We must seize the time to eliminate Sick Loi Can, then go into hiding for a while." But she annoyedly asked back, "Do you think I'll lose?" The old man knew there was no talking to her, sighing heavily. "Phew. The reason you always refrained from killing Sick Loi Can. Never mind, what's more important now is that your physical condition can't deal with his parents." She had it all figured out. The one coming can only be a woman.
He wondered, only his mother? We still don't know for sure yet. She looked into the distance and guessed, that person would absolutely not use that method. In her mind, she recalled Tu Lam's appearance. Because he would absolutely never become so ruthless. I knew it from the first time I met him. That actually makes things better. That woman is the bloodline of the heavenly demon. She smiled smugly. I have an even higher chance of winning instead. She made her decision. Let's go to welcome the Rakshasa. On Sich Loi Can's side, a while later the guards finally rushed into the room. Lord Mi Duoksu, are you all right? This guy is still alive. Damn it, that person actually made it here. The old man sat up with a pounding headache. What on earth is going on? His hands were trembling violently. Hurry up! Catch that guy and bring him back to me. He stole my medicine. It was exactly like that. The main character ran like the wind down the corridor. You gotta run fast when you steal something. His brain worked at full capacity calculating. Just give me a little more time. I must find a hiding place before Mong Ak arrives. But it seemed he planned too far ahead. The moment he thought of it, the guy appeared out of nowhere, swinging a sword horizontally. It squarely hit the main character's stomach. His strike was both fast and vicious, yelling like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. Here I come. Just one sword strike sent the main character flying far away, crashing his entire body into the wall and shattering it to pieces. Sich Loi Can lay sprawled on the ground on the verge of losing consciousness. He walked over step by step. I thought you would resist for a bit longer, giving up so soon. Have you given up struggling? Suddenly he saw some white vials drop from him. What is this? He stared intently at his chest. Medicine. Huh? He immediately threw his head back and burst into laughter. Ha, you're planning to try this medicine? It seems you're truly getting desperate, huh? He guessed it right, the smile on his face froze. Wait a minute. Could it be? Indeed, the main character's body was changing. Did you already take the medicine? The main character's heart pounded madly. Sich Loi Can's eyes snapped open wide, fully awake, he had revived. His body changed, purple veins bulging all over his neck like worms. Mong Ak stood there staring at him lying on the ground. You brat are even crazier than I predicted. Do you even know what those things are before daring to eat them? Do you think that's medicine to help you regain your inner energy? His hand suddenly twitched, too noisy. You've been blabbering non-stop since just now. He couldn't comprehend it, furrowing his brows. You brat. In the past, whoever took Mi Duok Sus medicine suffered excruciating pain. If they didn't die, it would take them days to barely open their eyes. Yet now Loi Kan was standing up normally, even stronger. He couldn't figure it out. How on earth did you manage to withstand it? He stood there tiredly, panting out puffs of smoke. About 15 minutes ago, when he first got the vial of medicine, he opened it right away. To lift the restriction on my inner energy, I must find out which bloodline is being suppressed. He couldn't help but click his tongue. I don't have a single clue right now, so I have to forcefully stimulate it. If so, then I need to use some strong medicine. Who knows, this medicine might suit me perfectly. Thinking so, he tried it immediately. What was there to be afraid of? Now this bald bastard also knew he took the medicine, grinning craftily. So that's how it is. Haha, I've been a bit bored lately. Having something interesting occasionally isn't bad. He looked at him coldly. Something interesting, huh? The great evil wolf Mong. Ak, you truly live up to your notorious name. Earlier, I thought your name sounded very familiar. Upon seeing the weapon in your hand, I remembered. Although you were once renowned in the world for your formidable martial arts, that title only came after you annihilated the longtime Trang, right? A cruel and vicious great evil wolf, sparing not even children. And your reason for doing so was simply wanting to obtain the rod of longtime Trang's master. It was the very rod he was holding in his hand. The old man was provoked to the core and charged into battle immediately, but the main character jumped up and dodged it. He still tried to act as if he didn't care. Haha, because it was worth doing. He was about to charge forward again. You bastard, where do you think you're running to? Suddenly, the main character turned around and tapped directly on his shoulder. The old man held the needle, pressing his lips tightly and glaring furiously. That me duox sus silver needle. How dare you play this tasteless prank on me?
His hand completely bulged with blue veins. A single tight squeeze was enough to crush and shatter the needle. Damn it! The main character ran like the wind, the bald man chasing close behind. I will make you regret this. Sich Loi Kan managed to run, however. My head hurts like it's going to split, but the medicine's power is constantly stimulating the bloodlines in my body. I'm about to find out which bloodline is suppressed. Right then, a soldier ran up from ahead, shouting loudly, Lord Mong Ak! He's over here! The bald guy instantly appeared, holding his staff with both hands, charged forward and smashed it down, saying, Catch him! He hurriedly drew his weapon to block it immediately. But his strength was so immense that the sword in his hand completely shattered. It only lasted a few seconds before blowing up to pieces with a loud bang. Both stood in the middle of the bridge, with a deep pit below. Sich Loi Kan looked around. The smell of oil is so strong. What exactly have you done? Now his eyes finally looked down below. It was entirely a pile of skulls and bones. God knows how many people had lost their lives here. He even growled with a laugh. What's there to be surprised about? This is a place to process livestock. Either they die or they turn into something worse than beasts, or they become strong. Everyone here will eventually become one of those three types. Of course, the Fa Yen Hoi only needs the strong. The rest can only be disposed of. Hee. He understood what he meant, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot as he slowly drew his sword. Dispose of. Pouring oil to burn people to death? It'll make you pay. Die. As he spoke, he lunged forward to attack right away. He still managed to dodge it. What a pity, but this place. He cursed while fighting is your grave. His internal energy was just sealed, otherwise this guy was just small fry. He could easily take him on. The bald guy got hit and bitterly thought, ah, you idiot. How dare you challenge me using only external martial arts? Anyway, he's been popping pills recklessly. His vital energy must be out of control by now. Thinking so, he yelled out happily, you're done for. He launched a powerful palm strike that sent him flying far away. Loi Kan was hit so hard he sprayed blood from his mouth like rain. He watched him struggle to get up to keep fighting. Tisk, there's no way you don't know you've reached your limit. Why are you so stubborn? He couldn't die here, because someone is waiting for me. All the people you've eliminated, and even the ones you call livestock and locked up, they all had people they cherished or dreams they couldn't fulfill. His eyes widened terrifyingly, just wanting to eat them alive right then and there. I won't let you trample on those precious things. The bald guy gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke. Willpower. He's relying on just that to last until now. Even though I don't know what the hell he's babbling about, but everything ends here. The two charged at each other for close combat once again. They were evenly matched, fighting as tense as a drawn bowstring. He managed to punch him, drawing blood, but it wasn't enough. You idiot, even so.
He looked at the broken bridge, feeling smug as he saw him falling down. You still lose. But our main character reached out and firmly grabbed his ankle.
Mongak's eyes widened in shock. You still want to keep struggling? Of course. Now the situation changed into him holding the bridge's edge with one hand and tightly grabbing his leg to throw him straight down with the other. He couldn't believe his eyes. What's happening? My body can't move anymore. His entire body went stiff, and the staff in his hand plummeted down. The blazing fire was burning the bones below. He glared at him with contempt. You cunning bastard. Now he finally realized it as he remembered. The previous attack was just a smokescreen. This one was the real deal. He struck a needle into my yamen acupoint, paralyzing my whole body. As he free fell down, he suddenly figured it out. Could it be? This fire was also part of his calculation? But it was too late. He would burn to death down there. Not even God could save him now. As for our main character, he still managed to cling to the ground and climb back up. His whole body was exhausted as he staggered forward. I have no strength left to walk. Luckily, I know which bloodline is suppressed. Now I just need to find a way to break it. But before he could even rest, he was startled by a surprise attack the moment he opened the door. You are. A massive force knocked him backward. In this critical moment, his mind only remembered his first girl, and the whole group of Voan, the old tactician, and the other old men. Especially his parents. I promised them. It'd just go for a bit and come right back. But now he was lying here, covered in blood. Perhaps he was about to meet his ancestors. The door opened wider and wider. Shichloikan looked in astonishment at the person coming.
He never expected it to be that bald guy. They had crossed paths twice but never really had a proper fight. How the hell is he here now? He was blown away before even seeing his face. The old guy stood looking at him sarcastically. No matter how much you struggle, you can't break that seal. That is an obscure evil art that few know about. You definitely can't break it. Seeing him like a lifeless corpse made him even more gloating. This ending is a bit bleak for you. Images of the past appeared in his head. Back then, his mother came and asked, "Have you finished cultivating?" "Yes, mother. You said you had something to tell me today, right?" "That's right. It's about the Qiuhuo Ma Kong." Since childhood, he was taught by his mother. Qiuhuo Ma Kong can suppress all demonic and evil energies in the world. Therefore, prodigies from Shaolin or Wudang might be able to defeat Qiuhuo Ma Kong, but those who cultivate demonic or evil arts can absolutely never beat it. That's why Qiuhuo Ma Kong is known as the absolute demonic art among demonic arts. Loikan listened attentively and nodded slightly. I understand. But mother, why was my internal energy sealed by their evil arts? Is it because I haven't cultivated enough? But I obviously cultivate to the point of coughing up blood every day. After being locked up in here, I haven't been lazy for a single day. Even so. He just couldn't understand. Why can't I overcome this evil art? His mother understood the situation right away. Because you yourself are resisting this power, right? In your body. Hearing this, he suddenly couldn't hear anything anymore. Her words from back then now jolted him awake, his eyes widening. On the other side, his mother had almost caught up. The trees here were so withered that nothing could survive. The ground was covered in corpses. That bastard sat leaning against a tree, looking at the lady in fear. Who exactly are you? Why are you doing this? The sword in her hand was soaked in blood. Because of you swallows, of course. You took my son away. I'm very pissed off. That ignorant bastard even threatened her. You'll definitely regret crossing our Fa Yen Hoi. The lady burst into laughter. Regret? I haven't even regretted betraying the demon sect to go into hiding with that man. The same goes for what's happening today. He even dared to say, whatever you do is useless anyway. That guy is already dead. How dare he say her son is dead? Before he could even finish his sentence, his entire head was split in two. Shut up, Yen That Bat. Back to Loikan's side, he still had a bit of strength left to fight the bald old man. The two stood facing each other, locking eyes. I didn't expect to meet you again in a place like this. He stared at him. After my internal energy was sealed, I could feel it clearly. A hair-raising, suffocating feeling. A sense of oppression. This old man is too strong. To fight him in my current state. The old man held his sword and reached out. You were just lucky last time to escape alive from my hands, Yen Tam. Getting into a threatening stance. Let me do it today. Send you on your way once more. After saying that, he thrust his sword straight at him. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. No matter the outcome, I can only face the battle. He threw a punch, but the guy dodged it just by leaning his body. After this punch, he also noticed his arm. The tattoo faded. Is it related to internal energy? But he didn't care. He spun around and launched another kick, but the guy caught his ankle firmly and held him back. With a swim of his arm, he threw his entire body onto the ground. Blood spewed out again. Obviously, there was no way he could be his opponent in this miserable state. But if he didn't want to die, he still had to resist until the end. I can't even dodge in time. He was furious. I clearly mastered the Kyuhwa Matsong, so why? The old man also turned to mock him, always hiding and sneaking around like a rat. How annoying. After saying that, he swung his sword, and a series of blood-red moves intertwined in the air. The entire building instantly shattered to pieces. He looked very miserable now. Damn it, why can't I still lift the seal? I just remembered what my mother said back then, inside your body. It's filled with fear. He couldn't understand, what am I afraid of? That old man activated his skill, Tai Heavenly Master's 14 demons subduing swords, and pierced him with a sword. The entire long sword went right through his abdomen, making him spit blood. The two of them floated in midair. He stood still in pain, unable to move. The bald old man furrowed his brows and stared at him. Impressive, you actually dodged a vital spot. But it's useless. If I just loosen my grip a bit, you will surely die. Less than greater than. His hands gripped the sword tightly, quite puzzled. This is the sword technique of the Manhwa sect. As a member of the righteous faction, why are you a lackey for the Flying Swallow Society? He smirked and retorted, you dare to mention the righteous faction. How ridiculous. Look at how heavy the demonic aura on your body is. Every time you fight, that demonic aura must be ready to erupt, right? In the end, you will definitely succumb to that destructive desire. But what he said hit the nail on the head. Is that so? So this is my fear. If I use the 7th move of the 9 calamities demonic arts, demonic sword. The 7th move, demonic strike stance. I'm afraid that using the 9 calamities demonic arts will make me lose control sooner or later. But he once lost control in front of Sa Lian, and she didn't blame him at all. Even when using the 7 omens halberd, demonic strike stance. He recalled his girl's gaze, immediately gripping the opponent's sword tightly with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the bald man's sword shattered into pieces. The demonic aura within him erupted. If even Sa Lian could accept it, what the hell was he afraid of? The surge of demonic aura violently shot straight into the sky, leaving a huge hole in this place. The bald old man's eyes widened as if they were going to pop out. You. He couldn't believe it. How could he break the restriction? Before he could finish, he got his face smashed by his palm strike. He told him, I have overcome my fear, because now there is someone who can hold me back. In an instant, the bald man was blasted away, his head severed from his neck. He looked down at his hands again. This time is different. Before, every time I used demonic arts, true chi would run wild in my body, but this time it feels much more stable. He clenched his fists tightly, no matter what. Remembering the prisoners in this place, they are truly pitiful, and the cruel ones must pay the price, especially the female leader of the Flying Swallow Society. Sich Loi regained his strength and made up his mind. I must destroy this place. On his mother's side, it was raining heavily. She was still standing by that tree. It's raining so heavily, I expected that this day might come. Because after little Can was born, although we live very happily, this happiness seems to come with demonic faction and righteous faction. The price is becoming enemies of both. The Flying Swallow Society, although I don't know which side they belong to, they are extremely disgusting. The one who could take little Can away must be a very formidable master, yet I couldn't find any information about them. Indeed, this martial arts world is incredibly vast. It's completely impossible to fathom its limits. Just then a horse carriage arrived. The group looked around in confusion. What's going on? What's all the noise? Where is Lord Yen Thap Bat? And there's no sign of the livestock meant for Lord Mong Ak. Suddenly, they spotted the lady and shouted in unison, over there. There's still a woman. But the moment Auntie Lou turned around, they all pissed their pants. What's wrong? Why is her aura so terrifying? What exactly happened here? She walked step by step towards them, who were standing in a daze. What happened? I tore them apart, broke them, and smashed them. A lot of things happened. As she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the leader of the group had his throat slit, spraying blood immediately. He touched the blood in panic. My neck. It seems to be pierced through. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Just the killing intent alone is enough to make one feel the fear of death. She threatened and interrogated. Where is the pen? The place your flying swallow society uses to lock people up? Lead the way.
Cutting back to the prisoners, they worriedly told each other, with this heavy rain, why haven't we seen young hero Zich all day? His whereabouts are always so unpredictable. He must be meddling in someone else's business again somewhere. The old man's face looked down in worry, but calling that the main guy once promised to help him. Once the restriction is broken, we will be able to get out. After getting out, I'll help you find your son. The old man just felt he seems like a good person. The square-faced guy nodded in agreement. That's right, I owe him a favor too. Suddenly, the old man looked to the side and saw someone approaching. It was Jian Yin, he called out to her. Perfect timing. I see you haven't eaten anything today either. Come share some food with us.
The square-faced guy also looked over and teased. Old man, you really nag a lot. She's not a 1 or 2-year-old kid anymore. A grown woman like her definitely doesn't like hearing you nag. The old man chuckled. When you get old, you tend to nag more. The girl holding a rice ball smiled happily. It's so strange. When I was outside, everyone avoided me like a plague. I didn't expect to meet such good people here. It's all thanks to his blessing. Less than greater than. She then remembered the day he stood guard while she bathed. I was too emotional then, and didn't even get to say thank you. When he comes back, I definitely have to thank him. Suddenly, she was startled and looked away. The rice ball she hadn't eaten yet rolled onto the ground, eventually being trampled to nothing. By the time Zich Loikan returned, it was too late. The square-faced guy had been killed. The others stood around whispering. It's probably because he risked his life to save that old man. He wanted to stop the Khan-Thu sect from taking them, and this was the outcome. Wasn't there a girl too? That girl also wanted to save the old man, and ended up being taken away as well. In another room, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the evil pharmacist standing there muttering. No movement for a long time. It seems Lord Yen Tam has dealt with that guy. Hard, this is too hard. Making young people stronger is very easy, but making an old man young again is indeed very difficult to do. Just then there was a scream outside. Wait, hold on. You. Then with a crash, the door was smashed to pieces, and a guard was thrown inside, crashing right into the evil old pharmacist. With heavy eyes, he tried to look up and only saw someone approaching. A familiar voice rang out, sorry, and late.
Jiang Hian, lying on the ground, covered in blood, smiled at him. She looked in terrible shape. I knew you would definitely come. Young hero Sich. Originally, I planned to take advantage of their inattention and sneak out with Grandpa. But we were discovered, so they beat me half to death. Her voice trembled as she tried to ask, Where is Grandpa? He looked at the old man lying on the bed, covered in acupuncture needles. Grandpa is fine. That's great. He looked at the girl to comfort her. We'll be out soon. Just hang in there a little longer. We need to hurry and find my grandmother to help remove your scars. But she was completely exhausted. Young hero Sich, you know that. I can't hold on anymore.
There were a few times I wanted to give up, but to wait for you, I've managed to hold on until now. Whether it was the first day or the day you helped fetch my bathwater, I still haven't been able to say thank you. Even if you were just lying about helping me remove my scars, it's okay. This is the first time in my life. The first time I have hope for life. Thank you so much. Her eyes slowly lost their light. Loikan watched with pity. Wait. Don't give up. Hold on. Hold on just a little longer. But after saying this, she breathed her last, a contented smile still on her lips. His hand stopped midair. He exhaustedly buried his face in despair. No, please don't. I thought I could help everyone. Get everyone out of here. Help the old man find his son. Help you remove the scars on your face. I thought I could do all those things, but...
The evil pharmacist was still alive, trying to sit up and curse, You bastard, here to ruin things again. Just when he needed a place to vent his anger, he turned and glared at him. Up until now, how many people have you killed using this method? My count is 2860, probably around that. Countless people have lost their lives at your hands, or have been turned into incredibly disgusting monstrosities. The killing intent radiating from him made the pharmacist tremble in fear. This guy, such surrounding pressure, this oppressive feeling. A suffocating rage, his face turned whiter than paper, trying to explain. But he looked as if he had completely lost his mind, only wanting to turn into a demon and destroy them all. Why are you still smiling? I just find it too ridiculous.
The fact that scums like you get to live while they lose their lives, this world is so ridiculous. I can't even protect an old man and a woman, yet someone who wants to change the world like me is also ridiculous. He pointed 2 fingers straight at his forehead. You have any way to revert the mutated people back to normal? This old geezer was still stubborn and argued back. Becoming like that is actually a good thing for them. They were just a bunch of nobodies. It was I who granted them power and physiques they wouldn't even dare to dream of in their lifetime. Even if there is no way to reverse it, so what? Before he could finish, demonic power shot from his 2 fingertips, piercing through his brain and killing him on the spot. Loikan looked at his corpse on the ground. You bastards. Truly beyond saving. Outside, the guards were also frantically searching. Is that guy still alive? I saw them heading towards the evil pharmacist's room. Quick, go invite Lord Mong Ak and Lord Yen Tam here. Of course, before killing anyone, he still remembered his dad's advice. When it's truly necessary to land a killing blow, you must think it through carefully before acting. I have always kept this saying in my heart. Today, I also acted according to it. I have thought it through very carefully, Father. Today, I will take these beasts worse than animals. Kill them all. None of them deserves to live, no matter how many times he thinks about it. The whole mob still dared to yell, finish him in one strike. Charge. Those guys immediately rushed forward to attack. Sichloi Kan didn't need to say much. He just charged in and slashed continuously. The whole group looked terrified that guy. So what? He's all alone, and what's more, he doesn't have a weapon. Who said he didn't? As soon as they finished speaking, he snatched a blade from one of them. The crowd panicked as they saw him perform a horizontal slash. It's a blade. Stop him. But the guy was already sliced in half. How the hell could they stop him? Everyone who rushed up was slashed to death, yet the leader kept screaming, stop him. I told you to stop him. Damn it. How many people has that guy cut down with just one blade? They let their guard down for a few seconds, and he was already right on top of them. He fought while feeling it. It's always like this. Whenever I use my mother's martial arts, it's like losing my mind, leaving only one desire. That is killing intent. An unstoppable thirst for blood. He fought until the enemy screamed, this guy is a demon. If he was a demon, they were worse. He raised his sword with both hands and slashed straight down. If someone who destroys trash like you is called a demon, then I'll gladly be one. In the blink of an eye, the building was completely destroyed by him. Demon. I'm sick of hearing that. But I will never let killing intent control me again. As he stepped out of the building, he saw a crowd standing outside. What's going on? I heard a loud noise from the Konthu sect dormitory, so I ran over to see. Who is that young man? Sichloi Kan told them, there's no time, everyone must escape quickly. Some still didn't understand, so he continued. It's good that everyone is gathered here. Does anyone among you know medicine? I used to run a small clinic. I also studied medicine for a while. He had figured it out. I found the bloodlines they blocked with drugs. He then told them, I will call out the pressure points. Please perform acupuncture on the martial artists. This will lift the internal energy restriction. Everyone was shocked. Lift the restriction? That Mong Ak guy? He delivered the good news right away. He's dead. There aren't many of his subordinates left either. Those who have recovered their internal energy, protect the others and get out of here. Crowd shed tears of joy, covering their faces and crying, can we really leave here? Go home? Thank you. Thank you so much. I always thought I would definitely die here. The last time I told my family I was going to work was 2 years ago. I told my pregnant wife I was going to buy a watermelon for her. Looking at them, he also thought of himself. Now I can finally keep my promise. The promise. The moment he let go of Sa Lian's hand, the promise to return. I have to return quickly too. She must be waiting for me. Indeed she was. The girl was following the demon empress up the mountain. The old lady frowned. The path is so difficult, yet you followed me without even asking where I'm going. The girl patiently replied, I believe you must have your reasons for doing so. The old lady knew Loi Kan's situation is making you very sad, isn't it? Mentioning this, the girl's eyes teared up. If only I were a little stronger. I've always been on the receiving end of Loi Kan's help, but I've never been able to do anything for him. The old lady understood. The people Loi Kan met in the martial world were all those who wanted to use or rely on him. That's why he closed his heart off so early. You are the first person who wanted to protect him. Perhaps because of that. Since meeting you, he seems to have changed somewhat. He learned to smile from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, even if you feel you only ever receive his help, you need to look further. If you keep obsessing over what's right in front of you, you won't see anything. Everything in this world just passes by in a hurry. You'll only end up drowning in regret. But if you cast your gaze further, you'll see through everything, where we are and where we are heading. The girl understood. You're right, Grandma, but I'm always controlled by my emotions first. Sadness, sorrow, anger, love, fatigue, loneliness. They give me no time to look further. The old lady seemed to see through her thoughts. You feel you lack talent, don't you? Salian nodded in admission. Yes.
You practice martial arts every day, never slacking, and even kept training when your father was taken away. Since Loi Kan disappeared, you haven't had a good night's sleep, always wielding your sword in training. If you don't believe in your talent, then believe in your own effort, and prove the power of that effort right here. They had arrived. Before them was an old building covered in cobwebs. Salian's eyes widened in amazement. This is. The woman told her, from here on, you must go on alone. The trials of this sword demon tomb cannot be passed with mere ordinary courage. Are you mentally prepared to risk your life? Salian was not afraid, only thinking of him, Loi Kan. Since meeting you, I've understood one thing. That is, if there comes a time when you must risk your life, absolutely do not hesitate. Just like you. Thinking of this, the girl confidently nodded, yes. Meanwhile, Loi Kan, standing with the crowd, suddenly felt a jolt of shock. The people he helped were happily checking themselves. How is this possible? I can feel my internal energy. The restriction has really been lifted. We can't delay, everyone hurry. Suddenly, someone asked him, young hero, aren't you coming with us? He sensed something, his hand tightening its grip on his sword. You guys go first. As soon as he spoke, he raised his sword and blocked his sneak attack right then and there. Someone was attacking, and his power was not ordinary at all. Suddenly, a blast of sword chi surged through, blowing a huge hole in the ceiling. The crowd screamed in terror. Who on earth is it? Even the main character had to admit, this spine-chilling feeling is more intense than I thought. This guy is extremely dangerous. The others pulled each other and ran away. Let's go. Go quickly. Well, just be in his way if we stay here. Young hero, take care. I will never forget this kindness. Loi Kan looked at the guy looming in front of him. You actually stood by and watched me take out so many from the Fa Yin Hoi and only show up now. It seems your mission is only to observe me. He sized him up from top to bottom. Martial artists temper their bodies and minds through cultivation, and the depth of their power can be clearly seen in their eyes. Although an expert's gaze can suppress opponents, the gaze of someone who has surpassed the expert realm is extremely calm. He coldly dropped a line, what does the life or death of others have to do with me? Looking at his emotionless eyes, bored, indifferent, transcendent. Is he that kind of person? But this man was now interested in him. But watching your martial arts, I find it very interesting. As expected, the only thing that could make him reveal himself. He raised his sword. I want to personally spar with you. Knew it. Is it this? He wasn't afraid at all. Bring it on. Fine. If he's that kind of person, then I have to use a fatal blow. He activated his skill, 9 Disasters Demon, 6th form, basic stance. The two clash right away. At first, they were evenly matched, their fight making the world explode around them. After just a few moves, the bastard had to marvel. This martial art surpasses my imagination. He performed a horizontal slash, and he easily blocked it. Suddenly, he felt the demonic chi, disliking him even more. A demon like you will definitely be mesmerized by this martial art. Fighting fire with fire, he showed him. The two fought more and more fiercely, neither giving an inch, fighting tirelessly. But the main character was slashed once. A long trail of blood spurted from his neck. His strength is immense. That being said, having experience fighting these guys, are you Yen yet? But he was a bit off as the guy introduced himself. I am Yen Ni. He wasn't even the top guy and was already this strong. Suddenly he leaped high into the air, flickering in and out of sight. Pretty good for someone so young. But the age gap cannot be bridged. Finishing his sentence, he unleashed a skill, Absolute Shadow Sword First Form. Severing Shadow. A barrage of pitch-black streaks rained down directly on him. Loi Kan hurriedly raised his sword to block. Several consecutive strikes caused dirt and rocks to explode violently. Dust and smoke blurred everything. He used the debris to bury him alive in a small mound. Waiting about 3 seconds with no sign of him, he frowned and turned around. Looks like it was my illusion. I thought you'd be more formidable. But just as he turned to leave, the main character unexpectedly burst out from the pile of rocks.
Holding his sword with both hands and slashing straight down. His eyes glowing brightly, he warned him, "What you think is your right, but I don't have time to waste with you here." Elsewhere, old Tong was still training the soldiers. He was yelling in frustration, "Where is everyone's spirit? Is your sword draw that slow?"
A guy in the crowd asked nervously. "Yes, instructor. When will the sect master return? The Bakhtianba clan is eyeing us, and the sect master is not here." The old man himself didn't even know, frowning and bowing his head in thought. What on earth happened to Sir Ali? Is waiting the only thing I can do? He could only say to brush it off. Doesn't everyone understand the sect master very well? Instead of spending time worrying about the sect master, it's better to use this time to improve your own strength. The wall guard, tactician, and Voan assess the situation. Everyone is starting to waver. It's not that they aren't loyal to the sect master, but in this situation, it's natural to feel uneasy. The old tactician still held out hope. Nothing has actually happened to the sect master. Before he could finish, Voan standing nearby interrupted. The young master will definitely return.
He trusted him absolutely. He will definitely return. At this same time, in the dilapidated house in the forest, Zalian is still practicing martial arts here, but the situation doesn't look good. A group of people in black clothes with yellow talismans on their foreheads are surrounding her. She frowns in deep concentration. This is definitely an array, but the pain feels incredibly real. If I die here, it's all over. No, even if I have to risk my life, I must survive and get out. Loikan said he would return, so I must survive and escape this place to wait for him. On the main character's side, he is also frantically slaughtering. After exchanging a few moves with him, he realized, it really wasn't my hallucination. This guy's power is unfathomable, but he can't control it at all. Instead, he's being led by it. What a pity. I won't be able to see him when he fully controls that power anymore. As for him, he's already been slashed a few times and his internal energy is depleting. I can't drag this out any longer. The other guy watched him charge like a moth to a flame and wondered, does he want to finish this quickly? All right, then let's settle it with one strike, using this move. Absolute Shadow Sword's second stance, Soul Severance. 9 Disasters Demonic Art 7th stance, Demon Eradication. Both unleash lethal moves at the same time to decide the victor. The two murderous auras fiercely clash against each other. They are truly evenly matched. Even Loi Kan is intimidated. The power is too immense, I need to channel more energy. Just a bit more. Trying hard to withstand it. Just a little more. Suddenly, he feels something wrong with his body. This feeling. My body is burning like fire. It's as if a fireball is churning inside. Could this be chi deviation? No, that's impossible. To make matters worse, the sword in his hand is flimsy. It shattered after blocking for just a few seconds. His opponent's sword slashed straight down, coming within an inch of wiping our main character out. In the nick of time, a red light flashed between them out of nowhere, blocking the opponent's downward slash. The familiar sword appeared at the perfect moment. Even Yenni was startled and froze in place. His mom has arrived. She blocked that strike, saving her precious boy from certain death. The main character turns to look in absolute shock. His mom breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I'm not too late. The body that was burning like a fireball has completely cooled down. Sich Loi Kan, having escaped death, is much calmer now, glaring coldly at the guy. He hastily retreats to a safe distance, staring intently at his mom's weapon. What a strange blade. She smugly twirls the blade behind her back and brags. It's a very rare blade indeed. Loi Kan, have you regulated your chaotic ki? He nods, it's done. She glances over her son. Look at his condition. If I had arrived a moment later, that thing would have awakened. But as long as he's alive, it's fine. Good. We'll talk later. She says while hoisting her sword, ready to fight again. Yenni blocks the strike, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. She completely ignores him, glancing at her son. Watch closely. After speaking, she charges into battle. This is both a fight and a chance for her to teach him some new skills. Shikshloikan stands on the sidelines, watching with his mouth wide open. The other guy is equally shocked. This is the first time. I've met an opponent like this. How could he possibly be on her level to fight back? He's simply toyed with in the palm of her hand. Appearing and disappearing, he can't even pinpoint her location. Meanwhile, his mom lectures as she fights. I really don't understand. You clearly have this level of strength. Why are you wasting your life like this? He still acts aloof. I am merely cultivating the way of the sword. Life has no meaning to me. The fight between the two is incredibly intense. He senses it. This woman hasn't used her full strength yet. If that's the case,
Then I'll just have to force you to go all out. No sooner thought than done, he activates his skill. Absolute Shadow Sword, third stance. Heart Severance. However, as he swings his sword hand, a glowing red slash cuts straight down from above. Blood spurts violently as his arm is slashed straight through by his mom. Even the main character watching from outside thinks, the world, it's been cut apart. His mom is using the move. 9 Disasters Demonic Art, second half of the first stance. Straight Severance Thrust. Yenna's arm is completely severed and falls aside. Now he doesn't even have his sword hand anymore. She scoffs and mocks him. Someone who has never borne the weight of life surely has shallow swordplay. This is the first time in his life Zich Loi Kan has seen his mom use this move, completely stunned in disbelief. Mother, why did you give up this martial art? Could it be that for the family you had to give up certain things? Recalling when he left to step into the martial world, his mom told him, grow up to be a real man before you come back. At that time, he smiled brightly and affirmed, yes, mother, I will definitely go and see this entire world. That day, even though I acted strong and walked away, the sight of my mother's back remained deeply engraved in my mind. During that time, I felt truly heartbroken, and even a bit self-pitying. But one day later, when Voan appeared for the first time, I still remember telling him a few things about my mother. As he gradually experienced the hardships of life and started bleeding for the first time, he couldn't help but ask bitterly, Voan, does my mother not love me? I was so young, yet I had to travel to such a faraway place. Was she not worried at all? He gently explained to him, the young miss made this decision because she wanted to protect you, young master. After all, everyone has their own fears. He naively asked again, are you saying there's someone in this world strong enough to make my mother afraid? At the time, I vaguely thought the person my mother feared was someone in the martial world, but now I understand. My parents are the common enemies of both the righteous and demonic paths. What they feared was leaving me all alone in this world. So they hoped that even if I were alone, I could still live a good life. He tightens his grip on the broken sword in his hand. But even now, I am still not strong enough. The enemy my mother severed an arm from with just a few basic moves was the very same guy who almost took my life. That bastard Yen Ni still hasn't given up. Fight with 2 hands if he has 2. Fight with 1 hand if he has 1. He retrieves his sword, even if it costs me an arm. The outcome still won't change. He roars as he charges forward to slash. Absolute Shadow Sword, 4th stance. Heaven's Severance. 9 Disasters Demonic Art, second half of the second stance. Windbreak Thrust. But she shows no fear, standing tall and watching him as a blazing red energy erupts from her body, blocking his incoming slash. He is completely baffled. This isn't anybody protecting Chi. His grip on the sword tightens. But whatever. I'll just cut you to pieces.
The main character watches in panic. The chi flow has changed. No matter how incredible Mother is, she hasn't cultivated for over 20 years. He quickly shouts, Mother, let me. But she isn't that rusty yet. Class is permanent. She grips the large sword with both hands, readying her stance, and calls out to him. Loi Kan, focus your mind. He stands still on the side, watching with wide eyes. The space around Yen Ni goes pitch black, and he stands there staring blankly, completely bewildered. How? How is this possible? The main character also notices. Darkness, this is. His mom silently appears right behind him. Was it you who couldn't control your body just now? I think it might be related to this. Turns around in sheer terror. This woman's entire body is radiating an intense demonic aura. What kind of martial art is this?
While the main character realizes in shock. This is the pinnacle of demonic arts. As long as you can comprehend its ultimate essence, you can summon. The heavenly demon soul. It is a demon with flaming eyes. Yen Ni stares in horror. Heavenly demon soul. What is that thing? Her hands gripping the sword now look as if 2 demonic hands are holding it with her. Yen Ni is petrified on the spot. Could this martial art belongs to the heavenly demon? Before he could even finish his sentence, his body was sliced in half.
His body was torn to shreds, blood spraying like a river. Without a change in expression, she taught him a lesson. Anyone who cultivates demonic and evil arts can never defy the heavenly demon soul. Everyone will submit to you. Shikloi Khan finally understood. His eyes were truly opened today.
Could this martial art actually be the heavenly demons? But by the time he realized the problem, it was too late. His mother took the opportunity to teach the main character a lesson. Anyone who cultivates demonic and evil arts can never defy the heavenly demon's soul. All of them must submit to you. Witnessing this for the first time, Shikloi Khan was frozen in shock. He just stood there watching the guy's corpse collapse in front of him. To think she could subdue such a formidable expert with just one move. This is the true Nine Calamities demonic art. His mind greatly broadened, he finally understood. This is the realm I must challenge. Over at the flower-filled garden, the guild leader walked ahead, still followed by that old man. Guild leader, please calm down. You tried to dissuade her. His mother has probably arrived, with your current physical condition. But his words fell on deaf ears. That's exactly why I must go there, isn't it? Annoyed, she glared at him with a warning. Absolutely do not stop me again. The old man finally had to shut his mouth. Guild leader. She ignored him and kept walking straight. Looking at her back, he felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Will I never be able to see that child from the past again? Back then, she was just a little girl. He walked up behind the little girl and asked, "Are you here alone again? Do you miss your parents?" She turned around, her face as calm as ever. No, I'm watching the butterflies. The old man sat down next to her. Oops, did I scare all the butterflies away? Ha ha. Suddenly, he held out some steamed buns to the little girl, smiling brightly. Eat them while they're still hot. The kid looked at the buns and suddenly covered her mouth to giggle, prompting him to ask, "What are you laughing at?" She took one. From now on, whenever I see meat buns, I'll probably think of you. Sorry, this is the only thing I know how to make. But mister, your buns are the best. That's because I've made hundreds of them. As she ate, the little girl wondered, why do you only know how to make this? He looked up at the sky and sighed softly, because that child really liked to eat them. Next time, I'll make something else for you. Now, looking at the cold back in front of him, he still held on to hope. However, I believe that in some deep corner of the guild leader's heart, traces of that child still remain. If only you stop the grand magic, she will be able to return to her original form. So, he still decided to speak up, guild leader. I beg you one last time, please stop. Please change your mind. She stopped in her tracks, her face colder than ice as she turned her head to look straight at him. The two of them remained silent for a long time. If it were anyone else, their head would have rolled by now, but because it was him, she couldn't strike. Over on Shikloi Khan's side, the battle had ended. A lot has happened here. If it weren't for your intervention, mother, I might have. She cut him off directly. No, even without me, you could have done it. Didn't you feel your body burning? Reminded, he recalled, right, what exactly was that about? His mother finally told him, it's the heavenly demon's soul. Isn't the heavenly demon's soul only summoned when the Nine Calamities demonic art reaches great completion? I haven't. It must be because in a critical situation you kept struggling and yearning for victory, yearning for a greater power. That is what stimulated your heavenly demon's soul. However, your heavenly demon's soul should not be fully awakened yet. That's why you couldn't defeat this guy. She knew clearly in her heart, but something like this is unprecedented. A moment of carelessness, and you could be dominated by the heavenly demon's soul instead. The only thing you can do now is, she advised him, keep cultivating. Then continue quietly doing what you need to do. The main character understood, the things I need to do. If Mother is already this formidable, just how strong must the heavenly demon's soul of the heavenly demon be? But even someone this powerful couldn't realize the dream of conquering the world. Although I've known it for a long time, I only now have to sincerely admit it. It turns out my dream is truly difficult to achieve. His mother understood his words. Perhaps, but you see, as people get older, they no longer dream unrealistic dreams. However, dreaming is the privilege of youth. She still had absolute faith in him. Therefore, my son, you don't need to be afraid. If your heart is uneasy, you won't be able to step forward. That is life. You just need to always hold on to the belief that whatever you encounter in life is a good thing, and steadily keep moving forward step by step. Shikloi Khan understood it all, smiling with determined eyes. Yes, I will engrave it in my heart. His mother looked at him. Let's go back, everyone is waiting for you.
But he couldn't just leave like that. I still have things to do. His mother looked him up and down. That child's eyes are a bit different now. He definitely went through something here. But just like before, he will surely overcome it resiliently and gradually become an adult. He was fully fledged now. From here on, you must walk your path alone. With that said, she turned and walked away. Things like today, you will experience countless more times in the future. Even though I always experience it when the time comes, pain and disappointment. But even so, Sich Loi Khan looked at the sword wrapped in a white cloth she left behind, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was her message. You must still continue walking on your own path. Thought he stayed back for something else. It turned out he was building graves for his 3 friends.
This is all I can do for you guys. The faces of the old man, the girl, and the square-faced guy appeared in his memory. When you reach the other side, you must forget what happened here. Forget this terrible world. He stood up to leave. Afterwards, come find me again. I will definitely create a better world. Although this place has collapsed, it is not over yet, because this will definitely happen again somewhere else. Suddenly, the space around him turned pitch black, with dark purple auras swarming everywhere. It was erupting from the ground, carrying a sky-high murderous intent. A figure appeared right behind him. Sich Loi Khan wasn't surprised. As long as this person is still alive. His eyes glared with resentment. You came right on time. The leader of the Phi Yen Hoi. She still disobeyed the old man and came here. Seeing how she appeared, he recalled, it's definitely the dark art I encountered before. Is it the dark art of the Phi Yen Hoi's leader? His gaze shifted to the old man who was always by her side. Or is it his? She smirked, long time no see. She immediately probed, why are you here alone? I thought your mother would have arrived by now. His eyes flashed as he stared at her. This is something I need to handle myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The angrier he got, the more delighted she was. Although it's a pity I couldn't meet her. Seeing your dejected face is satisfying enough. These past few days in the livestock pen, you must have realized just how weak you are. Every word she said fueled his anger. He clenched his fists, incredibly frustrated. What is this place? Why on earth did you do this kind of thing?
She always acted high and mighty. I told you, you're not the only one eyeing the world. So, to conquer the world, I definitely need a group of immensely powerful subordinates who are absolutely loyal to me. He couldn't help but remember the sight of skulls and bones piled high like a mountain. And just for this reason, you brazenly exploited those innocent people? It's too cruel. Furthermore, I still can't fathom her martial arts strength. Sometimes she seems weaker than me, while other times it feels like she's much stronger than Yen Ni. Meaning, this woman is extremely dangerous. Even so. His hand touched the large sword on his back. Having it here made him feel much more reassured. It's time to use it. I must eliminate her too. She immediately fanned out her fan and glanced at the old man as a warning. Do not interfere, or I will absolutely not forgive you.
He understood and nodded. So she plans to eliminate him right here. Eliminate that person's son. He stood there, recalling his past of heavy drinking. After losing my loved ones, I lived an aimless and bleak life every day. Until one day, seeing the person walk in, he guessed right away. Aren't you the young master of Fong Mong Lo? He came looking for me. The old man didn't understand and asked, what brings an esteemed young master here? This martial arts hall has been abandoned for a long time. You certainly aren't here to learn martial arts. The young man nodded. Actually, not long ago, I saw the village kids bullying a little girl. I heard that child is an orphan. He replied casually. In times of war and chaos like this, there are countless orphans. He nodded. True. But with a child that small, having no one to care for her, I'm still very worried. Whenever I have free time, I'll come check on her. Hearing this, the old man guessed the implication in his words. Your family background has many secrets, so you can't take her home. So you want to ask me to help take care of her. What's the use of asking someone like me for such a thing? This young man was too lem in his youth. I often hear my father mention you. I know what kind of person you truly are. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted. That's all in the past. He understood. It was too presumptuous of me. Sorry for disturbing your peace of mind. Then I shall take my leave now. But before taking a few steps, he called out and asked, how old is the child? Tu Lam stopped and said, 12. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in shock. 12. Maybe because my only daughter's life also ended at 12. I want to see that child grow a year older, 2 years older. Eventually what she looks like when she grows up. That's why he often brings her steamed buns. You haven't even had a bowl of veggie porridge all day? You look so pale. Eat this. And my time, which has been frozen since the day I lost my family, has started flowing again through that girl. They've been together since, and now she's grown up. What a long-lasting bond. Shich Kan swung his sword and rushed to attack her. She remained the same, wielding a thin fan with immense power. A simple flick turned into a sword strike. Their fight was incredibly tense. It was his first time fighting her, and he realized she changed her attack direction with just a single gesture. She pulled back her fan and sneered. Staying here a while has improved your skills, though it's useless. She then lunged straight at him. The fan acted like a sharp sword, striking with deadly accuracy. Luckily, he dodged in time. Her move was strong enough to shatter a mile of rocky mountains behind him. He kept up his relentless sword attacks, aiming for a quick victory. She moved lightly like drifting clouds. She fought as if playing a fun game. How terrifying is her power. This person is like, sometimes a human, and sometimes another entity. Just a few rounds in, and he was already sweating bullets. He really wanted to ask, who exactly are you? She was so strong that he had to use his skill. 9 deviations demonic art. First stance, wind cleaver. She glared angrily, jumping up and staring down at him. Even outmatched, she boldly declared, I am the one who will erase this martial art from the world. Kan was caught off guard by her. What? She dove from above with her fan, radiating killing intent all around. He was getting nervous. The bizarre feeling from this power is getting stronger. Dropping his guard for a moment, he was slashed by her fan and bled. His blood splattered onto her pale face. But the old man watching was extremely anxious. No, this is bad, just as I thought. Seeing her hand trembling violently, he knew right away, the great art is still unstable. He obviously noticed the weakness too. I don't know why, but you have exposed a flaw. He seized the chance and struck at her. Yet she still blocked it. Their weapons clashed with an earth-shattering boom. Kan lunged like a wild beast, holding his sword high with both hands and slashing down. His eyes glared fiercely, wanting to devour her alive. Leader of Fi Yen Hoi. Remembering what he had seen here, his anger boiled over. You'll continue to inflict pain on people, trample on their hopes, and take their lives. I must eliminate you and end this right here. These cheap tricks won't fool me anymore. But just as he slashed down, a dark purple aura covered the space, and she vanished without a trace. Sich Kan's eyes widened in astonishment. Out of nowhere, the old man rushed in between, taking the fatal blow for her. Blood spat from his mouth. With half his life gone, he still managed to say, I know. She was utterly terrified and shocked. No, please, don't. Even he was caught off guard and couldn't react. He landed a hit, but it was on the old man, and she still escaped. Completely bewildered, he thought, what is going on? Worse still, in just a few seconds, both the old man and the leader vanished without a trace. Letting her escape by a hair's breadth made him furious. He roared out, leader of Fi Yen Hoi. Cut to a flower field thousands of miles away, where a swirling dark purple aura appeared. The bewildered leader looked around. Where is this? A weak voice suddenly echoed. Do you remember? You used to love coming here. She turned in shock to see the dying old man who brought her here, saving her life. You also ate steamed buns here many times. She quickly dropped to her knees beside him. Don't. Why did you do that? With my current state, I was more than capable of handling him. Though dying, the old man cut off her stubborn rant. Wiyet ni. His eyes dimmed and slowly closed. I haven't called this name in a long time. Recalling the past, he said, that time was so wonderful. I should have stopped you before things got this far, but I really couldn't bring myself to do it. Because that was the only path for you to keep living. Instead of dissuading you, I even cultivated dark arts myself to help you. His eyes shut tight. Finally, can you promise me one thing? She cried out in pain. What do you mean, finally? Don't jinx it. Using his last breath, he advised, let it go. The past, the rage, Fi Yen Hoi, and the world. Even if he were both destined for hell, until then, at least live a normal life.
Moreover, saying this, the old man's eyes suddenly glowed blood red as he roared like a demon. That person! He definitely is hiding something from us. After spitting blood, he died. Panicking, she called out, Yen too! Uncle! But he was dead, dying miserably with his eyes wide open. Looking at the dead old man, her heart turned completely cold. Uncle! I am the one who killed you. She closed the old man's eyes as she spoke. It's because of my stubbornness and delusion, and my stupidity. She just sat there, her tears wetting his face as she cried out, Uncle. The past you mentioned, I will let it go. I won't do such childish things anymore. But
I cannot agree to your other requests. I'm sorry. I knew early on that that person was hiding something from us. It's obvious just looking at the changes in my body. Her eyes widened like a madwoman. But this is also my own choice. Even if this body is torn apart, I must complete the great art and conquer the world. She picked up the fallen fan next to her. And also, Sixloy Can, the one who killed you. Making a blood oath, I will definitely eliminate him. Having said that, she turned around and walked away, leaving him lying there. Cut to another location. The tactician breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, I can finally rest easy now. Madame Lu is back, so the sect master is surely returning soon. Vo An beamed with a smile. It's great that the young master is safe. While the sect master was away, the villa remained peaceful, all thanks to you, tactician. The tactician feigned modesty. This small matter isn't worth mentioning. Before the young master went missing, most of the sects under Bac Thien Ba Jia had already pledged allegiance to Thuong Thien Mon. Lam Haki will definitely punish them, and Thuong Thien Mon has a duty to protect them. If we can't protect them well, our reputation will plummet, and the affiliated sects will abandon us. While he was scheming, someone ran in screaming, T-Tactician, we have new intel. We found someone preparing to attack Thuong Thien Mon's affiliated sects, but surprisingly, the attackers aren't Bac Thien Ba Jia, but the Night God squad of Phong Van Fan. The tactician grew anxious upon hearing this. Everything is proceeding according to that plan, but I originally factored in the sect master's combat power. Now that things are like this. He asked the subordinate, where is the Night God squad heading? He reported, there are two squads. One is heading to Duong Thi Dao Mon, and the other to Bak Jia Trang. Upon hearing this, he immediately guessed, Bak Jia Trang is more powerful, so the Night God squad is likely heading there. The martial arts of the Night God squad leader are also among the best of the four overlords. It seems we'll have to ask Right Guardian, Senior Fik Lich Kiem, to make a trip to Bak Jia Trang. Vo An immediately nodded in obedience. Understood. Then I'll lead the Tan Phong squad to Duong Thi Dao Mon. Over at Duong Thi Dao Mon, the sounds of fighting and slaughter rang out endlessly. Ah, charge! Leave no survivors. Yelled to his subordinates, quickly get the women and children to safety first. He had calculated everything. Though we are still trying to hold out, the power gap is simply too huge. Is it a crime to abandon a beast in human skin, like Lam Thien Toai, and join Thuong Thien Mon? At this rate, our sect will surely be wiped out. Vo Am was also there. A single swing of his blade was enough to slay several men at once. The old man looked on confused. You are, Vo An shouted to reassure him. Thuong Thien Mon is here to help. Let's fight back together. The crowd's arrival boosted morale. Thuong Thien Mon hasn't abandoned us. Everyone, give it your all and slaughter the enemy. The enemies were beaten till rivers of blood flowed. Thinking they were about to win, they panicked. Why did they suddenly appear like this? Thuong Thien Mon belongs to Fich Lich Kiem. Vo An thought while fighting. Luckily, everything is as the tactician predicted. The Night God squad leader must have gone to the other side. This should end quickly. Just then, a sneak attack from behind nearly cost him his head. Vo An was carrying hard this time. He had to turn around immediately to see his opponent's face. Taking a glance, he was shocked. This aura, could it be? He's the captain of the Night God squad, Lo Not Thien. Looking at him, he mocked, Why are you so surprised? Looks like you weren't expecting me. After a few words, both sides immediately rushed in to fight. Vo An was a bit intimidated. If I fight him, I won't be able to protect the Duong Thi Dao sect at all. I must quickly send someone to inform Senior Fich Lich Kiem. But before he could do anything, he took a near-fatal hit. He was still smiling smugly. It's over. But that move wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the old man right behind him. By the time Vo An realized it, its sword aura. He shouted a warning. Sect leader Duong, get out of the way. But who knows if he could make it in time. He was too fast and dangerous. In the nick of time, dark clouds and lightning gathered in the sky, rumbling loudly. A bolt of lightning struck straight down from the sky right where the old man was. Everyone looked over in absolute shock. A familiar crack was left on the ground. The sword aura has disappeared. Everyone looking at this mark recognized it. Could this dragon-shaped crack be Senior Fitch Lich Kim? But the voice that rang out belonged to someone else. Too bad. Voan looked up, a bright smile appearing on his face.
It's me. The one who unleashed that strike was Sich Loi Kan. He was sitting on the roof, looking down imposingly. The whole crowd below all looked up. They joyfully cheered out loud. It's the sect leader. Wow! The sect leader has returned. That guy immediately turned to look. Is that person the sect leader of Thuong Thien Mon? I heard his martial arts are superb, but he looks too young. That martial art of Fitch Lich Kiem just now. Could it be a trick? Real or fake? If he wanted to verify it himself, he had to jump in. I'll know once I try. With that, he thrust his sword straight at him to attack first. Sich Loikin didn't even need to budge. He sat still and swung his sword just once, making this bastard's head bleed instantly. His entire body was split in half and fell straight to the ground. Now you know. After the storm passed, the old man swallowed hard, still trembling. Just now, I thought our sect would surely be wiped out this time. I didn't expect you to arrive in time. Thanks to you, we were able to avoid this great disaster. He calmly looked at him and replied, protecting my subordinate sects is what my Tuong Tien Mon should do. Has the Bak Tien Ba family carried out any other revenge attacks? The old man bowed politely. Not yet, but how can I ever repay your kindness? Just then, someone ran up. Sect leader, about that. The old man got the hint and left immediately. Apologies. Then this subordinate will excuse himself and not disturb you two. Now Voan and he finally had a chance to look at each other. He smiled proudly, unable to close his mouth. I knew you would definitely return. But, young master, are you all right? He knew nothing could get past him. As expected, Voan, you are the most observant at times like these. Those people from the Phi En Hoi are even more ruthless than we thought. The freaks we met on the mountain last time were all manufactured by them in batches. Even though that place has collapsed now, it's not over yet. The leader of the Phi En Hoi has also escaped. But compared to that, the situation here is even more troublesome. Voan looked around, catching on, and continued. Although the Bak Tien Ba family dragged Fong Van Tan down with them just as we planned, I didn't expect them to act so quickly to deal with their traitorous sects. He nodded. It's already happened. Let's make good use of it. He understood immediately. Make good use of it? Looks like he already has a plan in mind. Let's set this aside for now. Why don't I see through Lien?
Voan suddenly frowned deeply. About that, the young miss. The girl is currently still fighting at the Demon Sword Tomb. She frantically slashed and killed until she was exhausted, but it was still not over, she tiredly calculated. What day is it already? Let alone sleeping. I don't even have a moment to catch my breath. She's clearly exhausted, but the men with talismans stuck to their faces are fighting more and more fiercely, like zombies that can never be fully killed. Losing focus for just a moment, she was blasted far away by his palm strike. Her whole body flew through the wall into a room full of pure white statues. Her whole body ached as she struggled to crawl back up. Her limbs were shaking uncontrollably. My body can't move anymore. I dropped my sword too. Now I've truly reached my limit. But there were still 3 more coming in, so she had to push through whether she wanted to or not. Right at this moment, the mark on her palm glowed brightly. She looked at it in surprise. The Wind God armor. She remembered what the main guy had told her. We each have one. When a god approaches, the glove will react. She looked at the 2 guys rushing towards her during this time. Loikan, he, has saved me so many times. She had to make up her mind. I must find a way to become stronger too. She jumped up to dodge the incoming attack and only then realized these sculptures are holding real swords. Right then, a cloaked man thrust his sword at her. Luckily, Zalian jumped to the side and dodged it immediately. She quickly grabbed the sword in the hands of the nearest statue. Having a weapon was great, and to top it off, this sword was no ordinary one. As soon as it was unsheathed, its spiritual energy shone brightly. She quickly delivered a horizontal slash, and blood sprayed from the guy's body. Only 2 left, and she finished them off in just 3 seconds too. Zalian even looked down in surprise. This feeling. It's definitely not an ordinary sword. The other guys rushed in again.
in overwhelming numbers, as if they could never be fully defeated. But with a strong sword, she was much more energized. Let's try that again. Blood from those guys even splashed all over the statues. Finally, it was over. Zalian leaned against the door and walked out. She let out a sigh of relief. Success. She dragged her feet out step by step. Loi Can, you're back? But there was no one in front of her.
Celine's eyes were filled with disappointment. The wind god armor clearly reacted. Could it have been my hallucination? But why do I feel like my vision is gradually blurring? Her body couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Right then, a familiar tattooed hand reached out, fully embracing her in his arms. Sick Loi Can really did come. He widened his eyes, looking at the girl he missed day and night now collapsed in his arms. He reached out and hugged her tightly, satisfying his damn longing. That night, the silver sword was placed neatly on the wooden cabinet. The main guy sat by the bed, watching over the girl as she rested. But it was already midnight and his girl still hadn't woken up. Her face and limbs were covered in scars, showing just how exhausted she had been lately. After gazing at her to his heart's content, he finally stood up and went outside. Voan was already standing there. You're here. He reminded him, it's time for you to set off. He looked at him and said, that guy Feng Tho Zan has completed the task we gave him, but that's still not enough. I've already instructed the Duong Thi Dao sect to keep the secret. Now is the time to officially expand our territory. Meanwhile, at Thiet Thuong Mon affiliated with the Bac Thien Ba family, a guy asked his subordinate, is there still no news from the Night God squad attacking the Duong Thi Dao sect? He nodded, yes, not yet. The old man Su Hu Ba, sect leader of Thiet Thuong Mon, frowned deeply and thought, how strange. It should have been finished long ago. Why? Could Phong Van Than's Night God squad have messed things up? As expected. From the very beginning, I didn't agree to let them get involved in this. A few days ago. In the room, Lam Ha-Ki sat on a high chair looking at the two old men below. A large number of families affiliated with the Bac Thien Ba family have all surrendered to Tuam Thien Mon. No matter what method is used, we must strictly punish them. But Nam Nak Lien is currently eyeing us. We must think of a way to deal with him first. That old man spoke up. This subordinate has a plan. He looked over immediately. Elder Feng Tho Zan, what is your plan? Taking the opportunity, the old man rattled off. This is a plan that can both show the outside world that the Bac Thien Ba family is still strong and resist the attack from Nam Nak Lien. That is to drag Phong Van Than into this. Lam Ha-Ki and the old man Su Hu Ba froze, staring in shock. Phong Van Than, how do we drag them into this? He acted all mysterious, young master. You once hired assassins to deal with Duong Tu Suong of Nam Nak Lien. To cover this up, the previous family head ceded some benefits to Nam Nak Lien. You still remember, right? We just need to see those benefits to Phong Van thankful, on the condition that they help us deal with those traitors. Thinking back on it now, Su Hu Ba finally found it fishy. Feng Tho Zan. Why did he propose this plan? Nam Nak Lien and Phong Van Than. Doing so is no different from letting two fierce beasts fight over a piece of meat. If we're not careful and they find out, the Bac Thien Ba family will fall into a crisis. But what's done is done. There's no better way now. He was burning with anxiety. Still no news. Something must have gone wrong. He quickly gave the order, go to Duong Thi Dao Mon to check the situation immediately. His subordinate grinned broadly. Yes. If the Da Then squad has struck, surely not just the men. Even the women and children won't escape death. But before he could finish, a beam of light flew out of nowhere and pierced his head in a flash. He dropped dead right in front of the old Su Hu Ba. The old man jumped up in horror. What is the meaning of this? He looked at the newcomer, startled. Who are you? He remembered. It was the guy with the old thunderbolt. I executed Lam Thien Toi as the right guardian of Thuong Thien Mon. Although our sect has eliminated the villain Lam Thien Toi, if anyone wishes to leave the Bac Thien Ba clan, Thuong Thien Mon is willing to take them in. Seeing him standing here again, he screamed in panic. Thuong Thien Mon's sect leader.
Shik Loi Can smiled wickedly, tilting his head to look at him, greeting him casually. Long time no see, Su Hu Ba.
The old man turned pale with fear and pointed. Why is this guy here? He stepped over the corpse, walking closer to him step by step. To wipe out all my people, you came up with quite a brilliant plan. But what can you do? Although dragging Phong Van City down is not a bad idea, the Dothan squad has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, he frowned in disbelief. What? How do you know? Even so, he stubbornly argued back. That's not right. What do you mean wiped out? That's total nonsense. Who could possibly wipe them out? He ignored him, mocking him with disdain. Believe it or not, the ones who wiped them out
Was the Bok Ho squad of Nam Nyak Lien. The news struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he was clearly suspicious. Why would Nam Nyak Lien help your subordinate clan? Did they find out our Bak Tien Ba clan is about to yield profits to Fongvan City? He ignored him. That has nothing to do with me. I'm here this time just because you dared to mess with a clan under Thuong Tien Mon. I'm here to hold you accountable, so. He glared fiercely and declared, I will take your head. The old man instantly flinched, but he still had a way out. He stomped heavily on a hidden mechanism stone, laughing smugly, in your dreams. The floor immediately caved in, revealing 2 secret doors. A horde of assassins leaped up from below to attack him. They surrounded him, thrusting their swords and screaming, Kill him quickly!
Just another bunch of small fry. Loy Can jumped high into the air without a hint of fear. He looked straight at the old man running away. You there? Stop struggling. You won't escape. Suddenly, he saw his hand press firmly on a rock. He was slightly surprised. That bastard. There was actually a door there. Before leaving, he turned around and smiled smugly. Thanks for the information. He jumped down and yelled, Wait, where are you going? But before he could chase him, those soldiers blocked him with their swords. He was definitely acting, deliberately letting himself be blocked, yelling dramatically, Stop right there. But the old man was too busy running for his life to notice, still shouting, Stop him. The stone door slowly closed tight, leaving him outside shouting, Suhuba, don't run.
This old man was quite something, racking his brain while running in the tunnel. Even if I don't know whether his words are completely true, I must hurry and report to young Master Lam. He stood outside, pounding his fists on the stone wall. Wait! I told you to wait! Damn it! I didn't expect this kind of mechanism here. Suddenly he stopped, his expression doing a complete 180 as he smiled sinisterly. Suhuba, I put so much effort into sending you off. You better make it very clear to him. Voan also appeared right behind him, surrounded by the corpses of the soldiers. Young master, your acting has improved. They will definitely believe that Nam Nyak Lien did it. Besides, to make the play more realistic, we even hid Nam Nyak Lien's hidden weapons there. I really didn't expect you to use this trick, young master. He was so incredibly cunning, no one could match his slyness.
He tilted his face and smiled smugly. If you want to use the 2 tigers fighting over food scheme, you have to be heavy-handed like this. He had it all figured out. From now on, the situation in the martial arts world will completely change. Finally done with this. Let's head back first. Someone is waiting for me. Looking forward to it. Vo-An understood immediately. Hee. Are you talking about Miss Trin? He chuckled. She is waiting for me indeed, but the one I'm talking about is someone else. He couldn't guess who it was for a moment. Someone else? It turned out he was going to see his dad, Tu Lam. The old man looked his son up and down. You've lost weight. He looked at his old man and teased. Those Phi Yen Hoi people feed their prisoners terrible food. The old man suddenly explained, I was actually planning to rescue you.
It seemed both were awkward about this, his eyes even widening in disbelief. Father, you actually know how to say such things? It had been a long time since they were this affectionate. It's indeed hard to say. He was also in the mood to tease back. Looks like getting kidnapped once in a while isn't a bad thing. The old man was speechless and scolded, You little brat. The 2 stood there chatting for a long time. Father, there's something I want to ask you. He got right to the point. It's about Phi Yen Hoi, about a woman. His dad's face turned serious immediately. Sich Loy Can said bluntly, The leader of Phi Yen Hoi seems to know you. No, it's not just a simple acquaintance. It seems there was some kind of grudge between you and her. His dad looked a bit guilty and explained right away, I've never done anything to create a grudge with a woman.
I only found out about this Phi Yen Hoi after you were taken. He could believe this. Father never lies. Then what is the leader of Phi Yen Hoi's reason? The old man continued. I heard about it. What happened this time was really dangerous. If you keep going down this path, you'll definitely face similar things. What are your plans for the future? He already knew this without his dad telling him. I know very well. The path I have to take is one stained with blood. But even if I don't walk it, someone else will. So I decided to see it through to the end. Sometimes I really can't think things out carefully before acting, but I swear. He was ready to make a promise. I will absolutely never do anything to bring shame to you. Tu Lam looked at his son in surprise. His appearance had changed a lot, but his words remained the same. When Sichloi Can was just a child, he also widened his eyes innocently and said, "I will definitely become the greatest martial arts hero in the world." At that time, you just thought they were a child's words. But now that he was fully grown, he still held on to that ideal. He burst into laughter, choosing to trust him. "You've really grown up now." He didn't hide it or beat around the bush. "Like you said, I'm all grown up now, so please tell me the truth. Don't you really suspect any woman?" He even added, "I won't tell mother. I'm not a kid anymore, I can understand these things." The more the old man heard, the darker his face became. The scene shifted to Lam Ha Kiss' room. He saw Suhuba running in and immediately asked, "What does that mean? How could the Da Than squad be completely wiped out by Nam Nak Lian?" The old man hadn't even caught his breath, struggling to get the words out. It seems the news has been leaked. Thuan Thien Mon's sect leader also knows about this. Hearing this, Lam Ha Ki instantly crushed the cup in his hand to pieces. His eyes bulged with rage. "Zich Loi Can. Why is everything related to him?" "No, it's fine. Our original plan was to cause a conflict between Phong Van City and Nam Nak Lian, right?" Suhuba agreed, "That's true. But there's something wrong with the current situation." "You're not wrong, young master. Only the old man Feng Tho Zan remained calm. This is actually a good thing. It's just that Phong Van City might suspect that the Bak Thien Ba clan is behind this. So it's best we notify the city lord of Phong Van City about this immediately."
Lam Haki agreed at once. Elder Feng makes sense. Go do it right away. However, Suhuba immediately became suspicious. Elder Feng Tozan, he watches as the situation is about to spin out of our control. Yet he can still say those things. His heart was burning with anxiety. I really don't know if things will fall apart beyond repair. After talking with his old man, Loi Can was back training in the bamboo forest. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene there, the stables. So many people died here, and they were all innocent. And yet I couldn't save them. But Mother's heavenly demon soul is truly extraordinarily powerful. If I want to protect the people I cherish and change this entire martial arts world, he made up his mind, I must gain even greater power. His tense face suddenly broke into a gentle smile, changing expressions faster than flipping a pancake. He didn't need to turn around to know who had come, immediately smiling and asking, "You're awake?" It was his girl Sa Lian, standing there beautifully stroking her hair. "Yeah, that bowl of porridge was delicious, thank you." He was still as vain as ever. "Delicious, right? I'm very confident in my cooking." He also praised her a bit. "The formation of the demonic sword tomb is incredibly powerful, yet you didn't back down at all, as expected of you." Sa Lian looked down at her scarred hands. It was too real inside, it didn't feel like a formation. I can still clearly feel the sensation of swinging my sword. He suddenly became serious. "You don't need to risk your life like that. You still have other paths to take." She understood. "You're saying this because you're worried about me, right? But compared to being protected by others, I now want to go protect others even more." Since she said that, he didn't stop her. "You've grown stronger. You are a true master now." Zalian beamed with joy. "Hearing these words from you, I'm quite embarrassed. After all, my current martial arts cannot compare to yours at all." He turned his face away modestly. "I'm still far from perfect. Whether it's actual combat skills or internal energy, I need to keep cultivating." He didn't look like he was joking at all, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Loi Can. Loi Can is clearly so strong. To think he has the bamboo endurance technique. But she was very optimistic, clenching her fists to encourage him. "In other words, we still have a lot of room to grow. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what realm we can cultivate to." He looked over at Sa Lian, who was smiling happily, and suddenly said deeply, "I really miss." She startled, freezing in place. So sudden. But she didn't want to hide anything anymore, me too. But he pulled a fast one. "Missed the sky here and this scenery too." She was totally embarrassed and hurriedly changed her tone. I really miss the sky here too. The scenery is very charming too." "Ha ha." Her face flushed red, smiling awkwardly. Now he said, "And Fu Lian too. I missed you the most." The girls suddenly turned around. Their eyes met and they couldn't help but smile. Their relationship has taken another step forward, becoming closer and closer. Scene cuts to Phong Van Than Vu Han Branch. Hong Tan, the chief tactician of Phong Van Than, clutched the scroll tightly. "I must report this to the city lord immediately." But just as he reached the door, he heard a desperate scream from inside. "Please, city lord, forgive me." He immediately knew.
I've come in a bad time. But he still had to open the door. Subordinate Hong Tan has a matter to report. He was met with a bloody scene all over the floor. The man stood in the middle of the room holding a blood-stained sword and growled terrifyingly, "Tactician, you're just in time." This musician played a wrong note, so I chopped off one of his arms. Should I take his head too? Hong Tan looked at the miserable old man kneeling on the ground. Chopping off an arm is enough to punish him for his sin. He will never be able to touch a musical instrument again. But before he could finish, the man's face was kicked away. His whole body rolled straight into the pool. Wrong answer.
What are you doing here? Hong Tan hurriedly offered the paper. Report, the Night God Squad has been completely wiped out. The old man grabbed it, his blood boiling with anger. How could this happen? The Night God Squad was destroyed by Nam Nak Lien. The tactician calmly explained, this subordinate has sent people to investigate. It could also be a trick by the Bak Thien Ba family. The old man glanced at the miserable musician who died with his eyes wide open. All right, whoever it is, I will personally turn them into that state. His eyes widened fiercely. He was Tu Do Ba City Lord of Phong Van Than. He ordered his underlings, quickly find the mastermind behind this. The next morning in the peaceful garden, voices were heard. This hoe is very sturdy and works well. The demon empress looked up and smiled, asking, "You're here." The old man Fitch Lich stood next to her with his arms crossed. Yeah, why did you buy a new one? The lady shook her head. I didn't buy it. Fu Lian gave it to me. The old man immediately guessed. It seems to be a thank you for leading her to the demon sword tomb. She really is a rare child. But since you're here, you probably have something to tell me, right? Speak. Nothing could escape the old lady's eyes. He finally told her, last night, Loikan came to see me. The boy said he wanted to handle this matter himself. The two of them continued talking. You look a bit disappointed. Since ancient times, it's better for people to be peaceful when they get old. At this age, there's no need to cause bloodshed everywhere and get a bad reputation. Has that kid really grown up now? The old man looked tired. He's been an adult for a long time. A proper 20-year-old young man. It's only you who always treats him like a child. But the lady felt differently. It's not like you're an adult just because you reach a certain age, right? When he truly starts facing this world, only then can he be considered a real adult. At this moment, under the flower tree, Zalian was practicing her swordplay. She closed her eyes tightly. I can feel a mysterious aura on the sword. According to Grandma, this sword is called the Lady Sword. This sword is beckoning to you. She didn't quite understand and asked back, the sword? Is calling me? That's right. You said that in the cultivation cave, this sword attracted you immensely, didn't you? Zalian spoke truthfully. Yes, at that time, my eyes were completely drawn to this sword. The lady chuckled and handed back the sword. Worldly affairs are indeed interesting. This sword, together with the peerless treasure sword known as the #1 sword of all time, the gentleman's sword, are a pair. While she was lost in thought, Zichloi Cam was already sitting leisurely on the tree. You look like you have a lot on your mind. She was startled and turned around. Loi Can, you're here. He jumped down right beside her, guessing immediately. Is it because of this sword? She nodded, yeah. I don't know if I'm worthy of using this sword. I heard this is an incredibly powerful treasure sword. He knew about this. That's right, these two swords once belonged to the sword god Muk Than Duong. Later, Muk Than Duong gave this sword to his lover, Sa Hui Lang. But Sa Hui Lang, controlled by her inner demons, used this very sword to kill Muk Than Duong. Zilin felt sorry hearing that. Killing the one you love with your own hands, this is too tragic. He suddenly asked, if you're so worried, why not try it yourself? Try and see if you can become its master. It was a good idea, so she tried it immediately. Then I'll listen to Loi Can and try it out myself. Zillian then started to perform each sword stance. The more she practiced, the more surprised she became. What is this? The sword in his hand also moved at the same time. It's as if these two swords have recognized each other. The two of them moved smoothly like that. Now she finally understood. So the try he talked about meant a duel. Right, then I must also give it my all. Although his attacks are still within the range I can block, he's gotten more serious. He explained while launching his moves, after Muchtan Duong, the Lady Sword has taken many lives. After knowing these things, do you still dare to use it? This made her a bit hesitant. Many lives? So this sword. Shalian suddenly stopped and didn't continue fighting. She looked confused. What if I turn out like that too? What if I am also controlled by this sword? Suddenly, the fiery red sword vibrated violently. The main character looked and knew. I believe this sword called out to you for a reason. Less than greater than. A demonic sword falling into the hands of a righteous hero will also become a good sword. Holding such a treasure sword, you don't harbor any greed, but instead worry whether you can maintain the righteous path. You can definitely change the fate of this sword. He pointed his sword again and asked, "How is it? Do you want to continue?"
His words made her much more confident. She gripped the sword tightly. Although I'm not strong enough yet, she nodded firmly, yeah. I want to work hard to become such a righteous hero. At the same time, in Phong Van Fan, an enraged Tu Duba slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "On the corpses of the Night God squad members. Hidden weapons of Nam Mak Lean were found. What on earth is going on?" Tactician Hong Tan hurriedly explained, "It seems the hidden weapons broke and got stuck deep in the flesh, so they couldn't retrieve them. Moreover, on the Bac Thien Ba family's side, the benefits in Phong Van Fan they promised us were already promised to Nam Mak Lean beforehand. It's likely that Nam Mak Lean ambushed the Night God squad because they didn't want their benefits taken away." The old man was furious hearing this. That Lam Ha-Ki. How dare you play tricks on me? But the tactician felt, although Lam Ha-Ki is stupid, he doesn't have the guts to do this. We still need to investigate further. However, the old man didn't think so. Tactician. You know why strategists can't dominate the martial world, because the world doesn't operate according to the logic of strategists. He glared and asked, "Which side is it?" Hong Tan panicked. What does he mean? What do you mean, which side? Bac Thien Ba family and Nam Nak Lian. Regardless of which side we fight, this battle is unavoidable. He had to think carefully. But I can no longer dissuade the city lord. Wuhan is the Bac Thien Ba family's territory, and only a portion of Nam Nak Lian's White Tiger squad is stationed here. If that's the case. He decisively said the name, it's Nam Nak Lian. The old man was just waiting for that. Order the Phong Van Iron Cavalry to prepare for battle. Hundreds of cavalrymen rode into battle right then and there. Only 2 people were left in the room. Tu Do Ba suddenly stood up. As you said, this could be a trap. If it really is, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The tactician didn't quite understand. Then why did you? Before he could finish, the old man said immediately, "However, if we don't act when we need to, we will lose something. That is our momentum." Right at this moment, someone was coming into the yard outside. Hong Tan was startled and turned to look. The old man already knew, we can't live by eating grass. Once we start eating grass, those mongrels in the martial world will bare their fangs at us. We must roar, even if we've fallen into a trap. As he spoke, he grabbed the weapon on the table. He kicked it straight towards the door. The tactician widened his eyes in horror as the weapon pierced through the solid wooden door. It flew straight at the person who had just walked in. Tu Do Ba glared fiercely and asked, "Who are you?" His weapon was blocked by that person's sword. If I wanted to let you know who I am, then why would I wear a mask? This person was Zich Loi Kan. It was time for him to strike. The 2 of them stared blankly at him, unable to recognize who it was for a moment. The tactician looked around and realized he didn't come alone. Moreover, the Phong Van Iron Cavalry just set off to attack Nam Nak Lean's White Tiger squad, and they immediately swooped in to slaughter us. In other words, luring the Phong Van Iron Cavalry away was his scheme. The screaming has faded. Are the ones being dealt with his subordinates? Or, he darted his eyes left and right. Only Tu Do Ba remained calm, glaring as he asked, "Are you from Nam Mak Lian or the Bac Thien Ba family? Or is it the Black Path Gang?" Loi Kan couldn't help but chuckle hearing that. Do you still think the 4 hegemons are dominating the martial world? He didn't quite understand. If not for the 4 hegemons, why would you do this? He listed a series of names, Bac Thien Ba family, Nam Nak Lian, Black Path Gang, Phong Van Fan, and concluded with a single sentence, "I will annex all of them." But he wasn't afraid at all and calmly mocked, being this greedy. Watch out that your stomach doesn't burst. After saying that, all 3 assassins hiding right behind him lunged forward to ambush him.
But it was just a minor inconvenience. He simply jumped up and dodged it instantly. They swarmed in, becoming as numerous as an invading army. But it was still him taking them all on single-handedly. A few basic moves were enough to finish them all off. These guys are the 7 Winds, the personal guards of the city lord of Phong Vun. Tu Do Ba stood looking down arrogantly. What an exquisite combined attack. Until now, no one has ever survived the combined assault of the 7 Winds. So let me see if your strength matches the guts you had to barge in here. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group rushed up to gang up on him. Sichloi Khan had never feared anyone. He just welcomed whatever came, and this was still nothing to him. He even figured out while fighting the movements of this group. It's as if they are one.
In that case, there must be a mastermind. But there were quite a few of them. He had to look closely. Who is it? Not him and not them either. However, after just a few tests, he figured it out and locked onto his target. It's you. Catching the ringleader perfectly, a single sword thrust pierced right through him. All actions start from you. As soon as he was killed, all the others stood completely motionless. Do-Do-Ba and his strategist turned pale. Having dealt with the whole group, he mocked. When limbs lose their head, they become utterly useless. The old man was furious, but still tried to act calm. Humph, thanks to this duel, I get to witness your swordsmanship, kid. He began to feel terrified inside. If this guy really schemed to lure the Iron Cavalry away, then both his martial arts and his mind are truly formidable. The main character called out his name directly, City Lord of Phong Van, Do-Do-Ba. I heard that many atrocious tragedies have happened in your territory. Under the guise of collecting protection fees to extort merchants, if they're short even a single copper, their ears will be chopped off. Hands, noses, or legs to make an example of them. Exposed, he still grinned and laughed. Haha, I wondered what you were going to say. Hey, in the one being wronged here. I clearly showed mercy and took the trouble to protect them, yet they repay kindness with ingratitude. The strong rule, the weak submit. That is the true martial world. Finishing his words, he roared, clenched his fists, and charged, throwing a punch straight at Loi Khan. But he didn't even bother to dodge, just stood there and raised his hand to block. Do-Do-Ba was surprised seeing him calmly blocking his punch barehanded. He blocked my punch? What an interesting fellow. He then growled, questioning him. How is what you're doing right now any different from me? Don't you also want to use power to seize everything? In the end, you're just following the rules of the martial world. The rules of the martial world. That era when just hearing the words martial world was enough to make the blood boil. When he was a boy, he was also like that, waving his arms and legs to show off to his dad. Father, today on the street I saw a martial artist. That person held a super big blade. Haha, when I grow up, I also want to establish a sect, and together with those martial artists. There was a time when just seeing a sword tucked at the waist was enough to make my heart flutter. But now, deception and trickery are everywhere. People easily backstab their friends for a few silvers, and integrity is no longer seen as a virtue. He despised him, exposing their hypocrisy. The world is filled with all sorts of evil. That is exactly your martial world. The old man yelled in defiance, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He ignored him, leaping towards him with his sword. Looking at this world, do you expect me to close my eyes, cover my ears, shut my mouth, and ignore it? The old man was furious, his body overflowing with killing intent. You are far too arrogant. He was also ready to take him down immediately. Even so, I will definitely reclaim it. When little Loi Khan was still naive, Father, please name my sect. His dad replied, wouldn't it be better if you chose a name you like? He kept begging, I'll just pick one for me, please. Old Tu Lum looked up at the sky. A sect name. Reclaim it in that martial world. Things that you guys have never seen. The blue sky. That is Thun Thien Blue Sky. The name his father gave him, he still remembered it to this day. The old man attacked Zichloi Khan barehanded first. The two clashed in a wildly intense battle. After just a few blows, the whole building was blasted to pieces. The people fighting outside looked in panic. What's going on? Everyone looked over to see the drama, that is. Just in time to see the two rushing out of the building while constantly exchanging blows. City Lord, who is that? Is he with the intruders? Do-Do-Ba heard the shout and immediately guessed, laughing mockingly. Is it okay to reveal your face? Sect leader of Tuong Thien Mon. The main character was not afraid anymore, taking off his face covering. It doesn't matter, because you will die here. The old man lunged forward, still talking tough at death's door. I should be returning that sentence to you, activating his skill, Peerless Phong Vun Divine Fist, sky-filling Phong Vun. His bare hands clashed with his sharp sword, causing an earth-shattering explosion. When giants fight, the little guys suffer. The petty assassins outside watched in panic and ran away. Everyone get back. Strategist, are you all right? Hum Tun stood staring in disbelief, sect leader of Thung Thien Mon. How can he fight on par with the city lord? The Phong Ven Iron Cavalry still hasn't returned. It's past our expected time. Now he finally realized the White Tiger Squad leader of Nam Nak Lian. Could it be him? On Nam Nak Lian's side, they were also fighting in rivers of blood. Squad leader, dodged quickly. Mak Hui couldn't understand. Who the hell are they? Damn it, these people. Could it be they knew the White Tiger squad only had a portion of its forces here, so they ambushed us? The power gap is too large. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be very hard to retreat. While lost in thought, he took a sword straight to the chest. Startled, he glanced back in panic. You are. He screamed in disbelief. The captain of the Fong Ven Iron Cavalry. After stabbing him, that guy even mocked. The brilliant White Tiger squad leader Mach Hui must also die here. To his death, Mach Hui still couldn't understand. Why would Fong Ven Thang? But the guy didn't bother saying more, just jumping up to slash his sword down. This is the retribution you deserve. He racked his brain thinking, retribution? What does that mean? At this moment, why do I suddenly remember what the Alliance leader said? He recalled his conversation when the old man asked. That young man also participated in the Dragon Phoenix banquet, right? Are you talking about the one named Zichloi Can that we met at the Spring Breeze Inn? Yes, Zichloi Can. He remembered the image of the main character cutting the iron cage to save his life that day. For some reason, I always have a feeling he's definitely involved in this. It was none other than him. On Zichloi Can's side, he was still locked in a stalemate with old Tu Do Ba. The old man finally started to feel intimidated. It seems you're not just all talk. He used all his strength to slash his sword down. Let me see how skilled you are. A slash that exploded earth and sky. But the old man's body was nowhere to be seen. While he was looking around in surprise, he suddenly saw something shoot up like lightning from under his feet. It was a wooden box appearing and disappearing. Tu Do Ba clicked his tongue. Ouch, my precious collection is all ruined. The two stood facing each other and he mocked. You actually collect these things? He chuckled. It's just because I'm too soft-hearted.
Even with those despicable fools who dare embezzle protection money, I still give them a chance. Just showing them these is enough to make them find every way to gather the money. You'd think they were precious treasures, but they were all someone's body parts. And those stubborn fools who refuse to understand must use their own bodies to fill my collection. It sounded truly sickening. The main character turned pale, barely holding back from throwing up. The old man charged straight ahead like a moth to a flame, screaming and cursing, "You brat! Come be a collectible too!" But fighting all this time, he hadn't realized he was on a completely different level. A horizontal sword slashed cleanly asked for his head. With a crash, blood splattered everywhere, but this guy was too stubborn, his neck didn't break yet. Riding the momentum, he delivered another strike. The old man glared, gnashing his teeth. A lowly rat, how dare you? How dare you injure my body, he was furious, going all out with another strike, Hua Thay Fong Vun Divine Fist. He immediately made a bold declaration, I will crush you, that I will flatten Thung Thien Mon. A blinding blue light flashed through the air, Galaxy Meteor Sword Art Second Stance, Meteor Radiance. This was his signature move. With one sweep of the sword, all four of the man's limbs were severed. Now the old man had absolutely nothing left. If the main character played the collecting game, he'd have 4 toys right there. His limbs flew scattered in the air, while his entire blood-soaked body lay flattened on the ground. Now he had truly lost in bitterness. With a trembling, weak voice, he finally managed to finish a sentence. Blue sky. You truly have the strength to harbor such an illusion. But this martial world is not that easy to manipulate. Finishing his sentence, he breathed his last and died on the spot. He didn't need reminding of these things. After a long moment, Loi Can replied, I know. Because compared to Lam Thien Tui and Tu Do Ba, who had neglected their martial arts for many years, he is completely different. Just as he thought of that old man, the old man killed someone on the other side. The White Tiger captain thus managed to keep his life. The most formidable among the 4 overlords, Southern Mountain Alliance leader Duong Nam Min. As soon as he appeared, the grunts got cocky, shouting loudly, The Alliance leader is here. You're dead. But now he has become the target, the next one up. Fighting him is the real battle. He calculated it all. By now, the Fong Van Iron Cavalry must have ended their battle. Indeed, to deal with him, he needs a greater power than his current one. Just as he thought of this, a giant hand appeared in his inner demon. Weak human, do you crave greater power? Zichloi Can was caught off guard and startled, this feeling. A demonic voice invited, I will grant you that power. He stared in shock. You are. A chilling sensation engulfed his whole body. This is. The giant fiery eye of a monster appeared.
He was momentarily immersed in his inner demon, spacing out and missing the call. Sectmaster. It took a while before he snapped back. What is it, Vo-An? Seeing his worried face, he reassured him. I'm just a bit tired, no big deal. Let's resolve the Phong Van City matter first. It's dawn, the battle is over, and corpses litter the ground. Everyone stood dumbfounded, frightened. To think he defeated the Phong Van City Lord in one move. I didn't expect Sectmaster Zik's martial arts to reach this realm. Tactician Hong Tan melt on the ground. Unbelievable. The City Lord died so quickly. Hearing footsteps approaching, he glared and asked, How are you going to deal with me now? Phong Thien's Sectmaster. He stared at him, evaluating him. Phong Van City's chief tactician, Hong Tan. I highly value your strategic abilities. Thanks to you, the Phong Van Iron Cavalry possesses such great power, allowing Phong Van City to stand alongside factions like Southern Mountain Alliance and Northern Sky Tyrant Clan.
Surprisingly, he didn't want to kill him, but recruit him. Use that ability to lend us a hand. But he seemed reluctant, relying on betraying my dead master to save my life. He had already made up his mind, but I've always thought the day the City Lord dies is the day I die. Furthermore, this man is a tyrant who personally executed a 4 overlords leader. Once I lose my use, I lose my right to live. Suddenly, some grunts screamed for mercy. Wait, I was just following orders. But his men were unforgiving. Save it for the underworld. Seeing this, he understood. That's the final end for all of us. Just as he was certain of it, a shout rang out. Stop! It was the main character ordering his men. Don't kill those who have surrendered. Minimize the casualties. The crowd immediately shouted, Understood, Sectmaster. Hong Tan stared at him wide-eyed, as if looking at an alien. You plan to spare everyone? To those in the martial world, a master's growth is their own glory. I always thought so too. But the main character was a different variable. He looked at his trusted aide. Vo-An, quickly heal the wounded, including the martial artists of Phong Van City. The tactician finally decided to follow Sich Loi Can and asked, What do you need me to do? As long as he surrendered, he wasn't in a hurry. He turned to leave. I'll tell you later. I'll arrange tasks that suit you better than what you did under Tudo Ba. Hong Tan said nothing more, watching Loi Can's fading figure. Since this man has taken action, I'm curious to see what he will turn this martial world into. At the Southern Mountain Alliance, the battle also ended. The old man Duong Nam Min had to act personally.
He stared at the White Tiger captain. Heavy casualties. The captain hurriedly bowed his head. This subordinate has no face to look at you. It's all my responsibility as the squad leader. But the old man didn't blame him, waving him off. It's good that you're fine. The captain couldn't believe it, Alliance leader. To think you'd still prioritize my safety in this situation. He strengthened his resolve. So this subordinate must also. Honestly speaking, thankfully you arrived in time, Alliance leader. Though some enemies escaped, keeping things as they are is a blessing. But the old man shook his head firmly, cutting him off. No. Lu Kiem has gone after them. No one will escape.
Hearing this, he felt relieved and asked, If Lord Lu Kiem acts, they will surely die. But how did you know to come here? The old man replied, I received an urgent report from my spies saying someone was targeting you. There's also intel that the Northern Sky Tyrant clan gave the benefits promised to us to Phong Van City. The captain finally understood. Things are a bit unusual. I feel their intention is to provoke a conflict between us and Phong Van City. The old man nodded in agreement. That's true, but I won't be fooled by these petty tricks. Since Lam Tien Tuai died, the peace among the 4 overlords has been broken. Now there are only winners and losers. Therefore, order all troops to gather in Wuhan. He had it all calculated. We will attack the Northern Sky Tyrant clan. Shifting to the other side, the old tactician was checking the ledgers. The forces of Thuong Tien's sect have not suffered any heavy losses so far. It must be thanks to Vo-An and Instructor Tong. As he mumbled, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Ugly monster, you've become a true tactician now. The old man was scared half to death. At this rate, he'd die of a heart attack soon. He was furious, glaring at Sich Loi Can standing right in front of him, and yelled, Why do you startle me every single time? It took a while before he calmed down and changed his tone. You came right on time. I have something to discuss with you. He warned him seriously. From now on, 2 things are most important. Secrecy and speed. As for the surrendered martial artists of Phong Van City, just keep an eye on their movements.
Less
The main character wondered. You didn't choose the Northern Sky Tyrant clan as the first target because of the Southern Mountain Alliance. He nodded briskly. Exactly. There's no need to clash with the Southern Mountain Alliance over the Northern Sky Tyrant clan, right? Zhuang Nam Min is smart. He surely knows a third party is involved by now. So instead of being manipulated, he'll directly attack the Northern Sky Tyrant clan he's coveted for long. Meanwhile, we just use Fong Van City's tactician to absorb all their remnants. I heard he tried hard to stop Tu Do Ba's evil deeds, which is probably why many are willing to follow him. But you must be mentally prepared. Casualties will definitely be heavy. After all, this is war. He had calculated this beforehand, his face unchanging. I know. Shallow mercy and hesitation will only invite greater sacrifices. The old man continued smoothly. For now, we just need to stand aside and observe. Also, after this is over. He was a bit surprised. Is there something else? Unexpectedly, the old man looked unusually serious about this, resting his chin on his hand and gazing far away. Please teach me how to win a girl's heart. The atmosphere between you and Miss Trin has been very sweet lately. He was equally serious, honestly recommending someone to him. Ugly monster, about this. There's someone even more experienced than me. Who else but the righteous swordsman who wooed the demon empress? The absolute peak is the old man, Tu Lam. Right now he was being sweet with his wife. You're tired, right? Go to sleep first. Lady Lu held her husband's hand and asked, Aren't you going to sleep? The old man sat by the bed pondering. I'm just thinking about some things. She sat up and leaned against her husband's back. What is it? He answered honestly, it's about your father wanting to see me and Loy Can. But Loy Can probably doesn't have time now. She understood. We'll have to put this off for later. He's currently facing a wall he needs to overcome himself. Recalling him fighting that day, she clearly felt it. Didn't you already feel your body burning? That's the heavenly demon's soul. After thinking it over, I think letting him meet my father now would do more harm than good. Old Tu Lam sighed heavily. At a time like this, I can only stand and watch, feeling truly helpless. Loikan once said he still had something to tell me. If only I could do something to help him. On that dark night, Sich Loikan rolled on the ground under a tree. His whole body trembled and he struggled to breathe. Someone walked up to him and asked sternly, You must take responsibility for your words, right? He even pointed a sword at him. Stand up. That person surprisingly turned out to be the usually gentle and scholarly old Tu Lam. It was rare to see him like this. An hour ago, Shich Loi Kan was already standing under the tree waiting. He was still calculating. The Fong Van City Lord is dead. Next will be the war between Southern Mountain Alliance and Northern Sky Tyrant Clan. But just now that feeling appeared again. It also appeared once before at the cattle shed. Recalling that moment, a burning sensation like fire engulfing my entire body. Just then, a wooden sword flew in from nowhere, and he caught it right away. Looking over, he saw him. You're here. Old Tu Lam was standing right there. After all, it's my son's request. He smiled at the old man, who was the same as always. How did you know I wanted to seek martial arts guidance? The old man knew him perfectly well and asked back. Besides that, is there any other reason? There are many, like having a drink with you. The old man chuckled. That doesn't sound bad. Do you want to cultivate both of these martial arts to the realm of great success? He nodded firmly, as confident as ever. Yes. Only then can I dominate the world. My sword has been drawn. Many people have already lost their lives. Even if it's for their sake, I must succeed. No matter how arduous the cultivation is, I will persevere. Looking at his eyes now, the old man had to acknowledge it. It seems. You are very serious. Loikan didn't need to say it again. Yes, I am serious. But as soon as he finished speaking, the sword in the old man's hand slashed across his neck. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have met his ancestors. Even after dodging, a bloody cut was left on his neck. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in extreme discomfort. He immediately backed away. So suddenly? The old man dashed forward like lightning, proving it with his actions. Does the enemy have to greet you before attacking? The old man even handicapped himself. I won't use internal energy, so try your best to hold your ground. The clashing sound of weapons rang out. Even though the old man clearly held back, he still felt overwhelmed. So heavy. Every time I block a strike. Both my wrists feel like they're falling apart. Without using internal energy, the strength and speed are already this terrifying. If he also used internal energy, just thinking about it is horrifying. He struggled hard just to barely block a few sword strikes, but when he turned around, he saw a giant sphere of light heading straight for his stomach. With a crisp smack, his entire body was sent flying far away. His heavy body slammed straight into the ground. He trembled in pain, out of breath. It felt like being struck by lightning, completely different from when he practiced as a child. The old man even walked over to mock him. Is this all you've got? You have to take responsibility for your words, right? Their eyes locked. Get up. Provoked and enraged, our main character picked up the sword right away. You didn't have to say that, father. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he said, I was about to do that. He charged straight at the old man as fast as lightning. The two went at it again in another intense round. And so he took quite a beating. The old man fought while giving instructions. Be decisive. Regulate your breathing. That's it. Keep moving. Keep your breathing steady. They fought from late at night until morning without stopping. The scene shifts to the Namnak Alliance Wuhan branch. The old man Zhu Num Min sat bare-chested in the training room, with golden spiritual energy gathering at his stomach. He gathered all his strength for a strike, radiating immense power. Suddenly, his fist stopped in midair. Glancing at the door, he saw his grandson waiting there. You're here? He clasped his hands and bowed. Yes. Seeing the old man's aura and physique, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. You're truly something else, Grandpa. The heads of the other 4 overlords just sat back and did nothing after taking power. But Grandpa hasn't stopped training for a single day, always standing on the front lines of every battle. Thanks to that, the White Tiger squad was saved this time. He spoke up first. I wonder why you called me back, Grandpa. The old man interrupted him. It's about what happened at the Dragon Phoenix banquet earlier. Including you, there were only 4 people taken by the damn Ma Trung, right? He recalled and nodded. Yes, Miss Teet of Luk Tui Villa and Miss Ching of Ching Kim Sect, along with a guy named Sik Loi Kan. The old man heard this name again. Sik Loi Kan. From the start, he gave off a completely different vibe compared to the other rookies. Seeing his grandpa ask, he felt guilty. You already know, don't you? I wasn't the one who killed the damn Ma Trung. He spoke while looking down in shame. I know I haven't met your expectations, but sooner or later there will come a day when I definitely become someone you can be proud of, helping the Nam-Nak Alliance become more and more prosperous. He hasn't achieved it yet, but just saying those words made the old man happy. Go ahead and do your best boldly. He nodded obediently. Yes, Grandpa, I will do my best. However, despite saying that, the old man's face showed no expectation at all. The damn Ma Trung wasn't an enemy Tu Suan could handle anyway. Sich Loi Kan was there at the time. It was highly likely him. When Makwi failed to assassinate Lem Ha Ki and almost lost his life, it was also that person who saved him, although he has many suspicious points. But there isn't much time left to expose his true colors. Sik Loi Kan was currently resting under a tree. I've only practiced once, but my body can't take it anymore. Thinking back to those close calls just now still scared him, even though I knew father was very strong. But after sitting for just a bit before his sweat even dried, his body took another agonizing strike. His dad loomed over him again. Are you acting weak and crying in pain over such a small injury? He tiredly leaned on his sword to stand up, still very aggressive and far from giving up. I didn't cry in pain. You didn't use inner energy, so what exactly is this power? The old man explained its true origin energy. This caught him off guard, his eyes widening in shock. True origin energy, the fundamental pure energy that serves as the foundation for martial artists. But before he could even think much, he got hit again. Do you still have the luxury to think right now? Stand up straight. He didn't get to think more about it until he had some time to rest. True origin energy cannot be used casually. Why did father? Could it be? He wants to train me to that extent? I haven't even told mother about the leader of the Phi Ian Hoi yet. Why? Right at that moment, a mocking voice came from the tree above. You look truly pathetic. He startled. Who's there? Looking up immediately, he recognized the person right away. You are. It was him, the top expert of the Nam-Nak Alliance, Liu Kiem. Even if he conceals his aura, I should have still been able to notice. The old man looked at his exhausted state and guessed, there aren't many who can beat a martial artist of your caliber into this state. Who did this to you? Sik Kan had no obligation to answer him, glaring. A very formidable expert. The old man muttered, very formidable. Interesting. Right after saying that, he jumped down next to him, and getting more and more curious about you. Our main character chuckled and reached for his wooden sword. You seem to care a lot about me, huh? But as soon as his hand touched it, a sharp pain shot straight to his brain. Tisk running into him right at this moment. The old man calmly closed his eyes, ignoring a small spark. Will sooner or later cause a forest fire. When he opened his eyes, his killing intent skyrocketed. He had decided to put out the small spark, which was none other than him today.
The two faced off. Our main character was a bit intimidated. Damn it, his inner energy is terrifying.
A whirlwind swirled up and the old man's entire body was enveloped in a pitch-black aura. Just sensing it, he could tell. He really is different from the experts of the 4 overlords I've met. He tightened his grip on his sword. I absolutely cannot let my guard down. But why isn't he drawing his sword? But seeing the old man not making a move, he smiled in confusion. Why are you just standing there? Aren't we fighting? Hearing that annoyed the old man, who furrowed his brows and took a deep breath to calm down. Even though I want to cross swords with you right away, my orders were just to tail you. He asked back in confusion. Shouldn't this be done in secret?
The old man openly showed his disdain and laid it all out. But with your skills, no matter how well I hide, it'll be discovered sooner or later. Besides, the formation set up by the Tung Tien Mon is even more formidable than the main headquarters of the Nam Nyak Alliance. Even I wouldn't willingly step into that place. He furrowed his brows and probed. What are you secretly plotting in that fortress? Does it have anything to do with the Fong Vun Tine incident this time? Sichlai Khan couldn't care less and challenged him right to his face. If you're curious, go investigate it yourself. That answer was exactly what the old man expected. This guy is still as bold as ever. But I can't make a judgment solely based on his superficial appearance, because he exudes a mysterious aura. Seeing him beat around the bush, he had to urge him. Are you done talking? I'm about to leave. You didn't wait for me all night, did you? You came all the way here, put on a show, and now we're not fighting? The old man shook his head. No. He rested his sword on his shoulder, ready to leave. Good then. The old man still couldn't rest easy and warned him, you'd better not do anything foolish. Otherwise, it'll be hard to keep your little life. His face didn't change a bit. He even kept smiling. Once he was done, he just walked away casually, having nothing more to say to the old man. Just like that, Sichloi Khan trained diligently with his dad every day. His dad was still as ruthless as ever, hitting him harder than an enemy. The old man did the math. Today is the 10th day of Loi Khan's training. When I first began this kind of training, I couldn't even last 5 days. But this kid, he actually managed to persevere for this long. He was a bit surprised. His fighting spirit is growing stronger by the day. His progress is indeed immense, but the old man bluntly criticized, you're still far from good enough. Hearing this, he truly couldn't block the next attack. The hand holding the sword was bent completely backwards. His poor wrist suffered too much. But the external physical pain was nothing. His mind still had to remind himself, I can't lose like this. Suddenly, a surge of power flashed by, and their eyes met. Half of the wooden sword went flying and stuck straight into the ground. And his dad's sword was just inches away from his head. You've grasped it. But what the old man asked was, since when did you figure out how to infuse true origin energy into the blade? There is. True origin energy on my sword?
He looked at the shattered wooden sword. That's right, the sword couldn't withstand your power. Sichloi Khan didn't know what to say. I didn't do it on purpose. While training, I was just focused on figuring out what true origin energy really is. Such enlightenment was beyond imagination, something no one ever taught him. Yet he managed to learn it subconsciously. This talent. He truly lives up to being her son. Well, he's your son too. Since he had learned it, it's time. Once true origin energy is used, it's very difficult to recover, sometimes even impossible. He rested both hands on his sword, spiritual energy radiating from his entire body. If you want to master the Milky Way meteor sword to the fullest, you must learn how not to consume this power when using true origin energy. Your future training will be 100 times harder than it is now.
Are you mentally prepared? Never stopping his pursuit of learning new things, he confidently nodded at once.
Yes, I've always been looking forward to this. But what kind of training was this? As time went by, he was under so much pressure that he found a waterfall and screamed in agony. Furious and frustrated, his face scrunched up. Not again. I failed again. His old man had taught him everything. The core of the Tut Fong family's martial arts that father passed down to me requires circulating true origin energy throughout the entire body. And the first step is to transfer the true origin energy from the Danshin into the bloodstream. but it just lies completely still in the danshin. Whenever I try to force it out, my body feels excruciating pain. Furthermore, every time it seems like there is progress, then that feeling of being in the beast cage before comes rushing back.
And then I run out of breath again. He was just too miserable.
But no matter what, he was determined not to give up. This is impossible. I can't believe it's obstructing me in every way. It seems it really doesn't want me to comprehend this martial art. He sat down once again. It's fine. If not today, then tomorrow I'll stick with it till the end anyway. Let's start over. And so time flew by like a dog running in the field, from late night to dawn, from the rain to when it stopped. He just sat there. Finally, there's some progress. Today feels a bit different. The sensation throughout my whole body is clearer than usual, including the flow of true profound qi. It's completely different from before. There's no longer a feeling of blockage. Now I just need to channel this power into my blood vessels.
But it happened again. His face turned blue, sweating profusely. There it is again, that feeling. Shik Loi Khan was stubborn to the end. Do you think I'll lose? I must keep my mind steady. The sound of the waterfall, the smell of damp earth, and the deep silence within my soul that I myself didn't even realize. I have to lock myself in there and keep my head clear. What is this? A crack like this has never appeared before. Suddenly, his whole body was pulled straight away by some force as quick as lightning. He didn't understand anything, falling straight down into a bottomless black hole. I've fallen. Where on earth is this? As soon as he saw those flaming eyes, he heard a creepy voice. Do you think you can become strong just by relying on that martial art?
He recognized it and was much calmer now. Are you going to say those same old lines again? Don't rush me if you want. I can take away your power too. The monster seemed very angry, glaring and cursing immediately. Insolent brat. Let me tell you. Right after saying that, it attacked and pierced straight through his stomach. Loi Khan was covered in blood, and it even threatened him about who the real master was. Blood spurted from his mouth. He felt the blood in his body. It's about to run dry. He was panicking like crazy and couldn't even budge. This is clearly not reality. But the pain I feel is so real. My consciousness, it's fading. He was so panicked, he had to go find the old lady immediately, and she asked back, "You said you heard the voice of the heavenly demon's soul." He told it exactly as it was. Yes, and every time I'm about to channel the true profound qi, it appears to cause trouble. The old lady thought for a bit. I thought the time hadn't come yet. I didn't expect this day to finally arrive. Originally, the heavenly demon's soul could only be summoned when the 9 calamities demonic art was cultivated to perfection. Even if you reach perfection, if you can't control it, you will be dominated by it instead. The old lady specially instructed him, if that thing has awakened, you just need to remember one thing. That is not to be afraid. Even if everyone in this world is afraid of it, you absolutely must not be afraid. Right now, even though he's exhausted both physically and mentally, he had to remember. Once the heavenly demon's soul awakens, an unresolvable fateful bond is formed.
Loi Khan immediately clenched his fists tightly. If that's the case, then I'll let you see clearly who the real master is. He had to struggle with every bit of strength he had left, determined not to let it gain the upper hand. Who is the master after all? His spiritual power was so immense that light filled this dark space. It completely shattered the sharp thorns piercing his body. Monster was blown away, smiling helplessly and only quick to talk trash. Haha, your mental fortitude is strong. This is not over yet. He finally succeeded in returning to the real world. He was quite exhausted. Even though I tried not to be afraid, I can still feel the terrifying pressure all over my body. What exactly was that power earlier? Suddenly, he saw a brilliant light radiating from his dantian. This feeling.
Finally, he lay down on the grass to slowly feel it. The true profound qi has started circulating. He had never been this satisfied. It feels so comfortable. He literally couldn't stop smiling. That night at the Namnak Lian, the old man Lu Kiem walked down the hallway. He still remembered Zich Loi Khan. Who on earth is the sect leader of the Thong Thien Mon? There's no information about him anywhere in the martial world. What level are his martial arts exactly? And besides. Suddenly a voice rang out. Seems like you didn't gather anything, huh? It's all because the peaceful state between the 4 overlords has lasted too long, making your sword go soft too. Old Lu Kiem didn't even care, just walking up to him. If you mean going to the Thong Thien Mon, I just didn't go in because I saw a very strong formation there.
This remark made the other guy furious, punching a hole in the pillar.
This attitude of yours is the biggest problem. Who cares about any formation? Just smash everything and charge right in. This hot-headed big guy is Fa Kiem, a top expert of the Nam Nak Lien. Old Lu Kiem was too bored to speak. Make a mess, and then what? Don't forget that Fichlich Kiem is still in the Thun Thien Mon. The guy was annoyed and kept yelling. Humph, are you scared of that old man with one foot in the grave? Old Lu Kiem didn't even bother denying it, nodding quickly. That's right, I'm so scared I can't sleep at night. After saying that, he just walked away, ignoring the guy screaming. Fine, just keep valuing your life like that. In the end, you'll definitely die by my sword. I absolutely won't give a chance like this to that wet behind the ears brat.
Old Lu Kiem heard that and felt stung. Wet behind the ears? We'll have to reconsider that conclusion. On Shikloi Chan's side, he was practicing his sword with his old man again. You can skillfully control the true profound chi now. The old man could tell just by looking. Your blood vessels have become stronger. Your capillaries must have been unblocked too. Furthermore, the tattoo's color is darker. It seems your internal energy is getting purer every day. Finally, he declared with satisfaction, this training session ends here. He was also exhausted. It really was a period of extreme pain. Every time the wooden sword hit me, the bones in my whole body felt like they were shattered. Even getting up is very difficult. But, actually, Father had it even harder than me. Hundreds, thousands of times harder.
Because if he made even the slightest mistake while using the true profound chi, I would have died on the spot for sure. That is extremely mentally exhausting work. He had never felt so much affection for his old man, clasping his hands and bowing sincerely. Father, thank you. This father-son bond made the old man happy. No need to thank me. I'm just doing what a father should do. Oh right, I have something I want to show you. Follow me. What is it? His dad, Tu Lam, led him under a massive tree. The main character stared with wide eyes. What kind of tree is this? I've never seen it before. The old man gently placed his hand on the trunk. This is the vermilion wood tree. Lives for 1,000 years. Dead for 1,000 years. He listened with admiration. Such vital energy. Unexpectedly, the old man said, I hope you can live like this tree. He didn't quite get it, so the old man explained, live a long and happy life, and even after you're gone, your good name will be remembered for eternity. The old man truly desired it from the bottom of his heart. You must definitely live a life like that. Sichloi Can was wide-eyed with surprise. Since when had the old man become so profound without him knowing? Yes, father. The things that can move people are not necessarily grandiose. Just like how great things are accumulated from small ones, being moved is the same. What I learned from my father isn't just martial arts. He has always taught me how to become as strong and reliable as this tree, how to live well. He didn't want to let the old man down at all, firmly stating, even though I can't guarantee you, but I will definitely give it my all. The old man was very satisfied with that. That is enough. The sun has set, let's head back.
But he didn't want to go back yet. You go back first, father. I still have a place to go. I had to go clean up the warehouse. The old man understood. Loi Can. That night, in the dark forest, a row of thatched houses was brightly lit with torches. Food carts were piled high, and people were walking back and forth transporting them. Two men were standing up high, talking. Is that the supply depot of the Namyak Lien over there? Voan stood beside him and nodded. Yes, they disguised themselves as bandits. Our intelligence team had a hard time finding it too. How cunning, he had to admit. This shows the leader of the Namnyak is indeed not easy to deal with. That's why we had to try our best to cover up the death of the Fong Van city lord. Exactly. Thanks to our efforts, the leader of the Namnyak no longer pays attention to Fong Van city.
Voan continued, but has turned to attack the Bac Thien Ba family instead. The war between the Nam Nak Lien and the Bac Thien Ba family has begun. It started with a surprise attack by the Nam Nak Lien. Less than greater than. Then the fierce fires of war spread throughout the realm. As a result, the Nam Nak Lien continuously achieved victory. A large part of the Bac Thien Ba family's territory has been occupied. The opposition and competition over the past 20 years is currently coming to an end. Vo An investigated very carefully. After the death of Lam Thien Toi, The Bakthian Ba family's strength declined, essentially unable to stop the Nam Nak Lian at all. Sichloi Kan nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, if this keeps up, the Nam Nak Lian will definitely win. However, we can't just stand by and watch. After all, the Bakthian Ba family is still useful. That supply depot is the key to turning the tide of the battlefield.
Vo An had been with him since he was a kid, but had never been this surprised.
Since when did the young master grow up? He's no longer the young master who needs my protection like before. He has grown up, becoming a great sect leader who can fight against those who rule the world. But seeing him like this made him a bit worried. I can't protect him, yet I still call myself a guard. Am I holding the young master back? Frowning, he really had to think about it. Maybe it's time to step down. Suddenly, he spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Vo An, you can always read him like a book. This is quite dangerous. Besides, we will definitely face more dangers later, so he was even more certain. As expected, the young master thinks so too. But what he wanted to say was, you have to become stronger. Only then can you continue to keep me safe.
Vo An was completely stunned, really.
Feeling extremely happy inside, I will definitely try my best. He was never disappointed in him. That's the spirit. Is the vanguard squad ready? Yes, afraid of being discovered by the enemy, I stationed them a bit far away. Getting back to business, call them here. Proceed with everything according to plan. After saying that, he immediately flew away like a bird. Now it's our turn. We helped the Bakthian Ba family win. On the other side, the two old men were still snarling at each other. Nam Nak Lian is about to win. The Bakthian Ba family is constantly retreating. Old Duong Mam Min stood in front of them. Even if we kill all of those people, Lam Ha-ki, as long as this guy is alive, this war will never end.
Fa Kiem was eager to fight. That guy is just barely surviving and running around now. Finding him is only a matter of time. However, old Lu Kiem was very alert. But there is a very strange point. It's too quiet on Fong Van Fan's side. Even though our spies haven't sent back any news, I still can't feel at ease. The hot-blooded old Fa Kiem lost his temper again. The Alliance leader and the White Tiger Squad have already destroyed the Fong Van armored cavalry. How dare those people show their faces again? Lu Kiem sneered contemptuously. At this time, we must be careful in everything. This drove Fa Kiem crazy again. You're saying these buzzkill words again. The old men were still arguing when a guy suddenly burst through the door, running in panic and screaming. Danger, big danger, our secret food storage. He yelled out his report, 3 places have already been attacked. The old men were stunned, asking each other, why were we suddenly attacked? Duong Nam Min's face darkened. How much is the loss? The soldier swallowed hard in fear. That matter, the food, has been completely robbed. He screamed loudly. It was already a bit short due to the war. If the fighting drags on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Old Fa Kiem quickly concluded, it must be Lam Ha-ki's last struggle. Only Duong Nam Min calmly reassured them. No need to panic. Since things have come to this, the most important thing now is to end the war quickly. The solution is to bring me Lam Ha-ki's head. Both old men cupped their hands and bowed. The Alliance leader is absolutely right. The old man pointed directly. This matter, only you can do it. Both old men took the order and left immediately. Right now in Wuhan,
the restaurant was packed with people. The customers were still discussing. Every street has a few luxurious inns. It seems the economy in Wuhan is very developed. Find and eliminate Lam Ha-ki, annex the Bakthian Ba family, and all of this will belong to Nam Hak Lien. While talking, he suddenly looked another way. Waiter, I didn't order this tea. The waiter immediately turned around. Huh? I clearly double-checked before bringing it to you, sir. He growled, come over here and see for yourself. The waiter opened the teapot and panicked. Oh my, it was my mistake. Guest, please be the bigger person and forgive my small mistake. However, this old man acted generously. Never mind, to err is human. The waiter was still cowering. Thank you, sir. I will immediately get a new pot for you. But before he could finish, his arm was chopped off, blood spurting everywhere. The waiter's face lost all color. He collapsed to the floor in agony, blood flowing endlessly. The bastard now revealed his true demonic face, acting innocent. Oh my, are you okay? I just accidentally chopped off your arm. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is the old master's teaching. Cutting to a steamy bathroom, he lay back comfortably. Exactly right. The Alliance leader really has a good eye. If he sent a stubborn guy like Liu Qian, things would have been ruined. Taking this opportunity, I must show the Alliance leader my skills. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes wide open. This smell. Ever since I stepped into the martial world, I smelled it every day. It's the stench of blood. He warily glanced at the door. He immediately put on his cloak and grabbed his sword. Not a single sound. My subordinates couldn't have all left at the same time. But as he went out to the main hall, why is there no one here? Where did everyone go? Wait. His gaze stopped below. Except for him. A guy wearing a wide-brimmed hat sitting with his back to him. It was the main character. He walked down step by step and asked, "Did you come alone?" Seeing Loi Can ignoring him, he got furious and growled, "Are you deaf? How dare you ignore me? To eat and drink so calmly under my murderous intent. It seems you are no ordinary person. Furthermore." Annoyed, he kicked the main character's dining table flying. He just sat right down opposite him. The stench of blood is so strong. His face was as red as a tomato, emitting intense murderous intent. Where are my subordinates? Now the main character finally bothered to answer, tilting his head back to drink tea. Your subordinates. Saying this, his eyes literally shot out lightning, his voice chillingly cold. They're all dead. The old man still tried to act cool. How did they die? Loi Can slammed the blood-stained sword onto the table. He understood, frowning deeply. Are you planning to attack our Nam Nak Lian? What is the reason? He glared straight at Fa Kiem. Of course, it's because the alliance leader of Nam Nak Lian and the head of the Bac Thien Ba family are birds of a feather. To climb to his current position, how many innocent people has he murdered? The newly occupied territory of the Bac Thien Ba family has already started collecting taxes. Although to his subordinates, he is a highly respected and benevolent lord. But to outsiders, he is an extremely cruel person. But the bastard still defended him regardless. Precisely because the alliance leader is such a person, everyone fears Nam Nak Lian. How can a brat like you withstand him? He rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head in defiance. So many questions. Why kill them? How did I kill them? What will I do after killing them? Are you going to ask every single question? Fa Kiem's head boiled over, grabbing his sword and charging right in. All right then. The conversation ends here. A single slash of his completely destroyed the house. But the main character wasn't afraid at all, easily dodging by just leaning his body. His eyes widened as he rushed up and cursed, "You bastard." The two swords clashed, sparking fire. Fa Kiem was quite something too, fighting evenly at first. Light flashed in the sky like shooting stars. Their figures became a blur. A subordinate lying on the ground was still alive. He woke up right at this moment, peeking his eyes open. What is that sound? That is, he was startled. Senior Fa Kiem. He also recognized Loi Can, and that guy too. Not long before that, he recalled sitting and eating in the tavern. I chased away the innkeeper and the waiters, and now I'm drinking alone. But he suddenly looked out the door and wondered, what the hell are the night guards and the shift changes doing? It's time for the two guard teams to change shifts, yet no one has returned, making me suspicious. He just carried his sword and went out the door. Well, there's no one outside either. Where on earth did everyone go? As he was muttering, he stepped on something wet and sticky that felt familiar. He stood stunned in place. In front of him was a pile of bloody corpses, and a shadow appeared behind him. He hurriedly drew his sword at lightning speed. Damn it! But before he could even finish drawing his sword, his chest was already pierced through. He only had time to see the hat. I was severely injured by a stranger, then passed out. With just his own strength, he took down everyone. They couldn't even cry for help. Now he woke up still terrified, clinging to hope. But Senior Fa Kiem is here. You bastard are doomed too. What a joke. He should open his eyes wide and see. Old Fa Kiem swung his arm and yelled, "You do have some skills." But he talked big, but when he slashed down, the main character completely blocked it. Unable to defeat him yet, only his yelling could be heard. Compared to our alliance leader, you are still far behind. Loi Can backed far away. Is that so? Well, we'll have to try to find out. Who knows where he got his confidence from? You basically have no chance to compete with him. This is an ultimate move that no one has ever survived to dodge. Even I wouldn't know how to deal with it. This is probably his strongest move. Loi Can tossed his sword up. His spiritual energy surged, immediately applying the move his old man just taught him. Fa Kiem's face immediately turned pale with panic, his aura suddenly. His eyes widened as he watched him rush forward. He actually blocked my attack head-on. He was scared to death, racking his brain. Have I ever met anyone like this?
His eyes were bloodshot as he stammered, You, how did you?
It seems you are not a newcomer to the martial world, this martial art. I have never seen anything like it in my life. What move did you use? The main character just told it like it was and showed off true essence QI. But he absolutely refused to believe it. Liar. How could true essence QI be used like that? Before he could finish, blood started gushing out. He didn't bother to say more and just glared straight at his face. Finally, he knew he wasn't joking. Fine, as a martial artist. Dying at the hands of a master like you means I have no regrets. I probably would have heard your name often in the future. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stabbed and died on the spot. Damn it. I didn't expect it to be at this time.
Thinking of that unlucky guy again. The person he thought of was Liu Kim. That guy. If he knew I died, he would probably gloat. After killing him, he even swung his sword to flick the blood off. The lowly soldier lying on the ground witnessed this whole scene, his eyes shut tight, not daring to breathe. How is this possible? This is impossible. Senior was actually killed. Don't panic. Before he leaves, I must stay completely silent. Hold my breath, even my pulse shouldn't beat. But no matter how well he played dead, he was still caught. Open your eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Fa Kiem's head right in front of him. He was scared shitless, his face turned pale and his body stiffened. He squinted hard. You bastard! Watch out! But before he could finish, his hand was placed right on his face. Loi Khan was exuding murderous intent, glaring down at him threateningly. Dare to look up and I'll kill you. The guy didn't understand what was going on, biting his lip. He wants to hide his identity? Why? He pushed Fa Kiem's head over again. Take that and go back. He couldn't believe it. Go? Back? Could it be? You spared my life just for this? He smirked triumphantly. Of course. Otherwise, did you think I didn't kill you by mistake? Go back and report to the leader of Nam Yak Lien. If he wants this man's body back, tell him to come see me personally. I will wait for him here. If you're afraid of dying, you can send someone else. As long as my message is delivered. The guy was already scheming his way out. If I just go back to Nam Yak Lien like this, I'll definitely be blamed for failing to protect the senior. But thinking this, he still had to grit his teeth and agree outwardly. Don't worry, I'll report to him personally. This is the last bit of dignity for a martial artist like me. The main character chuckled in satisfaction. I knew you would choose that. Then hurry up and go. He was just waiting for that line and immediately ran off. After he left, Vo An appeared beside him. This guy dares to take responsibility, but will the Nam Yak Lien leader come? The main character nodded. He will definitely send someone, but he won't show up personally. Vo An didn't quite understand. Then why did you tell him to pass on those words? Sikloi Khan chuckled. Because I won't be waiting for him either. But unexpectedly, that old man's head was actually brought before Zhuang Yum Min. Let's go. The old man looked at it, his face turning pale, wishing he could eat his enemy alive right then and there. He didn't believe the soldier at all, asking repeatedly, You mean, you didn't see the killer's face at all? The man bowed his head in fear. Your subordinate is ashamed. I failed to protect Senior Fa Kim. I am willing to die to atone for my sin. But before he could finish, the old man gestured with his hand. No need to blame yourself. If even Fa Kim couldn't survive the situation at that time, then there was nothing you could do. Furthermore, knowing you would be blamed for his death, yet you still came back, I am deeply moved. Tears welled up in the soldier's eyes. Leader. But Liu Kim, standing nearby, felt something was wrong. But this is truly strange. Fa Kim was killed so easily. Lately, strange things have been happening one after another. If we continue to ignore these things and just focus on tracking down Lam Ha Kai, I'm afraid the situation will spiral out of control. Dune Num Min understood. Liu Kim, you're not wrong. The most important thing right now is to return to headquarters and regroup our forces. Liu Kim's eyes darted to the head. Yes, but before that, The old man understood immediately. You want to avenge Fa Kim first, don't you?
Even if I try to stop you, you won't listen. You surely want to use revenge to comfort his spirit. Liu Qian nodded. Yes, once I've dealt with that guy, I'll go find you immediately. Fine. Jun Nam Min looked deeply saddened. Fa Kim was once someone I trusted deeply. This is my miscalculation. If Liu Qian hadn't hidden his true strength in the past, Fa Kim, that mortal fool, could never be compared to him. In the end, only his head was brought back, bringing me such humiliation. If I don't let Liu Qian take revenge, the authority of Nam Nak Lian will plummet. There's no other choice now. When Liu Qian arrived, he only saw the lone corpse lying there. He ordered the soldier, "Quickly take Fa Kim's body back first." Memories of the past rushed back. I didn't expect someone who was so noisy when alive to become so quiet now. It really makes one feel sad. But whether it's setting a trap waiting for me to arrive or leaving subordinates to lead me elsewhere, there should at least be someone here. How strange. Could it be? The old man turned on his spiritual aura to search around but still found nothing. His mind suddenly clicked and he flew off. There are three possibilities. First, Fa Kim's subordinate heard wrong. Second, something happened on their end. And third, their target is in another direction. At the same time, the old man Zhuo Nam Min was also riding a horse in the forest with the White Tiger Squad leader. Mak Hui turned to report to the old man. We're almost at Nam Nak Lian's territory. They must be handling Senior Fa Kim's remains now. Perhaps with that guy too. The old man remained unfazed. Liu Qian will definitely handle him. He should be back soon. But he kept feeling something was wrong. Why is there such a strong smell of alcohol in this deep mountain forest? He looked down at his feet again, and this aura, clearly leading to where Sick Loi Can was sitting right in front of him. The old man recognized him at first glance. Is that young hero Sitch? It really was him, dressed neatly, with a drinking spread laid out before him. Seeing the old man jump off his horse, Mak Hui was confused. Former leader. Leader? The old man walked straight into the barrier and sat down. Long time no see. He smiled and asked the old man, "Is everything going well?" The old man still showed his hypocritical face, smiling broadly. "This old body is still the same, and you've now become the head of an orthodox sect. Congratulations." He pushed the wine jar towards the old man. "It's nothing much. Come and have a drink." The old man raised his cup. As the saying goes, a scholar separated for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This saying is perfectly suited for you. Their eyes locked on each other. The old man threw his head back and drained the cup of wine without any hesitation. Getting straight to the point, I have received Fa Kim's head. Mak Hui's group was completely shocked to hear this. Is that the one who killed Senior Fa Kim? At this point, Sick Loi Can didn't deny it. You are indeed very perceptive. The old man laid his cards on the table. You told me to personally retrieve his body. Was it to lure Liu Qian away from me? He smiled and nodded. After all, dealing with 3 people at once takes a lot of effort. Still as decisive as ever. How did you find me? Finding you is indeed very difficult. But Fa Kim led the way for me. The old man was startled, his eyebrows knitted tightly. Fa Kim? He smiled and bragged. That's right, I applied the 1,000-mile tracking incense on his head. I guess you would definitely touch his head. After all, he is a subordinate you highly value. Plotting to this extent, the old man also had to give it to him. It seems from the moment you spared Fa Kim's subordinate, you had already planned everything. He stared at him assessingly. Bold yet meticulous and highly skilled in martial arts. Is that why I had that feeling? From the first moment I saw this child, the emotions buried deep within me suddenly burst out. What kind of emotion is it? Exactly like the day I took control of Nam Nak Lian. Excited, thrilled, yet empty. At the same time, a sense of ambition arose in me. That's exactly what I felt from him that day. I felt that today's scenario would happen sooner or later. I also sensed an unparalleled aura radiating from him. He had to accept it even if he didn't want to. The aura of a supreme conqueror. He didn't want to sit there anymore, pushing on his knees to stand up. Well, is it already this late? Thank you for your hospitality. Saying this, his entire body was exuding a cold aura. What do you plan to do next? Seeing him towering over him, Sich Lei Can slowly spoke. First, the demon's sword by his side also glowed red. Take care of all these people standing in my way. Right after he said that, the group behind the old man was cleanly slashed by the sword. The old man only had time to glance back, while Mak Hui just managed to draw his sword and curse. You bastard. The moment the old man glanced away, the main character swiftly flipped the table right then and there. The entire spread full of delicious food and good wine spilled everywhere. just as Hui was stabbed straight between the legs.
The old man couldn't just stand by and watch, rushing forward to attack him immediately.
Stop! His hand struck right at the center of Loi Kan's chest. It was quite painful, his face contorted as he coughed violently. His entire body was thrown straight toward a large tree, and the tree snapped in half. Hui luckily escaped death. The soldiers crowded around. "Captain, are you all right?" He hastily pointed his finger. "Don't worry about me. Hurry and help the leader." My eyes couldn't keep up with his speed. At that moment, the demonic sword unsheathed itself. It didn't need to be held, flying through the air and killing with lightning speed. He realized it. Such powerful sword aura. It was just the MC standing far away, controlling it with demonic energy. Fighting the old man while controlling the sword to kill, absolutely top tier. The sword flew back to him, perfectly blocking the old man's strike. The old man threw another punch. "Dare to be distracted before me. Think you can walk away unscathed?" He used his strongest skill, Creation Fist Technique, first form, Myriad Origins. But he dodged the punch and casually struck back with his sword. How is this possible? The two exchanged blows intensely. Every clash was earth-shattering, blowing everything apart. Having tested all three, he realized, so among the three of you, you are the strongest. The old man roared, "Three. Who are the other two?" He showed him another skill, Creation Fist Technique, second form, Universal Domain. This move is truly terrifying, pushing his sword far away and leaving a long trail on the ground. The two stood facing each other. "You asked who the other two are." He read out the names of the two dead men, showing off, Lem Thin Twy, Tu Do Ba. The old man finally realized he had killed them, completely shocked. What? Wasn't it the Thunderbolt sword who eliminated Lem Thin Twy? And Tu Do Ba, could he also be? It was too late for him to know now. The master of Therm Thien Mon. Truly formidable. He was determined to risk his old life to kill him. If I don't eliminate this guy, hell become a massive disaster. Take this. Creation Fist Technique. Third form, creation of all things. Even Loi Kan was startled by the move. What terrifying power. So I definitely have to. He gripped his large sword with both hands and slashed horizontally. Eliminate him. But this strike only managed to chop off 5 of the old man's fingertips, just because he stood in my way. He had to kill him. After slicing his fingers, he followed up with several horizontal slashes. Blood spurted from the old man. Because he doesn't fit my ideal martial arts world? That's why I must. Before the old man could recover, the MC showed off his first skill. 9 Disasters Demonic Art, first stance, Wind Severing Posture. The old man stared in speechless silence. His sword struck straight down from above, but it stopped right at his forehead. Scared half to death, he asked, "Why? Didn't you strike?" It was because he hadn't pronounced his guilt yet. You used protecting Nam Nyak Lien as an excuse to commit countless crimes. However, the martial artists of Nam Nyak Lien truly respect and follow you. You aren't like Lam Thien Twy and Tu Do Ba. He decided to recruit him. Just surrender and I'll spare you and your subordinates. The old man let out a bitter laugh. This was open contempt. Looking at his severed fingertips and the slash across his chest, is this all it amounts to? He decided to surrender. You win. Loi Kan then put down his weapon, a wise choice indeed. Saying that, he turned and walked away. He thought to himself, this is probably the first time I've spared an enemy. Father always told me to believe in innate human goodness and to spare whoever I can. On the other hand, my mother, she was the complete opposite of him. But he listened to her too. His spinning sword suddenly stopped and he ducked, dodging the old man's sneak attack from behind. Jeonnam Min was naturally skewered to death by him. He took a chance to teach him a lesson, my mother, she always said. To pull the weeds out by the roots and eliminate all future troubles. Watching him collapse, he looked at him with disdain. A sneak attack. Your subordinates' lives are in your hands. Why do something like this? Did the old man ever care that much about others? Why, you ask? Ha ha. What do you mean, why? Because that's who I am. Starting with nothing in this martial world, to succeed, it'd do anything no matter how despicable or dirty. His face darkened. It seems I am still a poor judge of character. Now I understand why you chose to attack me earlier instead of taking the blow for them. I thought you were a man of honor and shame. The old man sneered. Honor, shame. Maybe the position makes the man? While I was the master of Nam Nyak Lien, I really tried to abide by those rules, but throwing them away feels incredibly refreshing. Trembling, he tried to finish before dying. It feels like I can commit evil without hesitation again. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. He collapsed, dying with his eyes wide open. But Loi Kan had intended to do so anyway. Even so, I will keep this a secret from your subordinates. It'll help preserve that reputation you valued so much. Just then, a killing intent rushed at him from behind. Startled, Loi Kan turned around. But a sword had already pierced his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. It was Liu Qiam, roaring in agony. "You bastard, how dare you murder our master?" He gripped the old man's sword tightly to stop it, glaring at him. "It seems giving you the wrong meeting place. Really piss you off, huh?"